Chapter 1. In the year 1980, Western Europe, Fifth Republic of France. Paris, with its temperate oceanic climate that spares it from the sweltering heat of summer and the biting cold of winter, envelopes this romantic city in a perennial state of springtime enchantment. May, an ideal season for tourism, sees the streets and alleys brimming with visitors from various nations, meandering amidst the sights and occasionally pausing to capture memories with their cameras. However, amidst the throngs, there exists a discordant element. A group of individuals clad in eccentric attire, at least from the tourist perspective, hurriedly traverses the place du Trocadero beneath the Eiffel Tower, making their way towards the outskirts of the city. The surrounding crowd seems oblivious, occasionally furrowing their brows before resuming their pursuits. Even they remain unaware that they would not have so easily overlooked such an unusual gathering in the past. In a vast estate on the outskirts, owls flit in and out of a medieval Gothic structure. Some individuals riding broomsticks descend repeatedly beside a massive artificial lake at the estate center, where shadowy figures occasionally swirl, reminiscent of the water monsters that have recently captured the public's imagination, both in seas and freshwater lakes. Surprisingly, such a wondrous medieval edifice, along with its enigmatic man-made lake, has gone unnoticed by the populace, despite being so close to the city. The uniquely attired crowd arrives at the estate, gathering in the open space between the lake and the building, engaging in hushed discussions, with none daring to approach the grand castle-like residence. The estate's master, patriarch of the potion brewing de Rochefort Hillakes family, Barak de Rochefort Hillakes, eagerly anticipates the birth of his first child. Tests have confirmed that this child will be a boy. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he will be the sole male heir of the Hillakes lineage for this generation. This is a curse laid upon the Hillakes family by their ancestors. A millennium ago, to prevent the family's collapse and bolster its cohesion, the formidable ancestors of the Hillakes clan established a curse for their descendants. Only one healthy male heir would be born in each generation, and should twins be born, one would inevitably be a stillborn. Naturally, this curse does not apply to females. The family's heir must be male, while women remain unaffected by this malediction. Consequently, most of the female relatives arriving to extend their congratulations bear the surname Hillakes, while the male guests hail from other pure-blood families across Europe. For thousands of years, the Hillakes family has maintained a position of neutrality, refraining from participating in any wars or supporting any factions, with the exception of the Ministry of Magic. The lineage has been passed down through the generations, and the patriarchs of the Hillakes family are typically quite protective of their lives. Some may label this as conservatism, yet no one has dared to question it as cowardice. The magical prowess of the Hillakes males is directly proportional to their formidable potion-making skills. The French Minister of Magic and his wife, waiting outside, exhibit signs of impatience, though they dare not display it on their faces, maintaining an expression of eager anticipation. This is solely due to the Hillakes name, which represents 80% of magical hospitals and 70% of potion and magical material shops across Europe. Just days prior, the Patriarch Barak had announced that, due to the ongoing conflict within the British magical community, he demanded that both warring parties keep the battlefield away from St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries otherwise. He would withdraw all medical equipment and personnel, ceasing the supply of all potions to Britain. This demand was promptly accepted by both wizards and magical creatures involved, including the Dark Lord, as no one wishes to be left without aid after sustaining injuries in battle. "Sir, a healthy boy, mother and child are safe." Before the words had fully escaped, Barak dashed into the delivery room. 3 nurse witches, wielding their wands, tirelessly cast healing spells upon the mother. It is evident that the Hillakes family's medical resources are exceedingly robust, requiring 3 medical personnel for a single delivery. A plump, wrinkled infant lies beside his wife. The child does not cry instead. He furrows his brow, surveying the surrounding crowd with keen interest. Barak is taken aback, for he has never encountered a newborn who does not wail upon entering the world. Turning around, he casts a puzzled glance towards the older medical staff, and upon seeing their nods, Barak breathes a sigh of relief. As long as the child possesses magic, he is reassured, fearing the curse might render his firstborn a stillborn. Clare, our child, Clare de Rochefort Hillakes. Barack gazes intently at his wife, cradling the solemn infant, as he utters the name he has pondered for so long. Under the influence of the spell, Madame Hillakes regains some vitality, sitting up with a start and extending her arms toward her husband. Barack hastily transfers their son into her embrace, watching her playfully engage with the child, a radiant smile illuminating her face. After a time, noticing the fatigue etched on his wife's features as she holds their son, Barack speaks, "You should rest for a moment. It's time for me to greet the guests. I suspect they have been waiting quite anxiously." Cradling his son, Barack conjures a portkey, appearing in the hall. Even as the medical staff called out, the guests had already begun to enter the hall in an orderly fashion. Upon seeing Barack materialize, the bustling hall fell into a hushed silence. Barack casts a nervous glance at his son, realizing that in his excitement, he had forgotten that a first-time portkey journey could induce considerable discomfort, and bringing his newly born child along was perhaps not the wisest decision. Yet, Barack finds solace in the fact that his son merely furrowed his brow slightly, displaying an expression that could be described as surprise, without exhibiting the intense discomfort typically associated with such a transition. Barack shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion that a newborn could comprehend the meaning of surprise. He must be losing his senses. Perhaps the sudden portkey journey had startled the little one, for until now, he had existed in the amniotic fluid, and everything outside must seem extraordinarily novel to him. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my son, Clare de Rochefort Hillakes. At the invitation of Dumbledore, I have decided that my son will attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in England. Despite the ongoing turmoil there, and though it is well known that Hillakes males are quite delicate, I firmly believe that under the guidance of the greatest wizard of this century, he will flourish." Barack proclaimed loudly, amplifying his voice with a charm. The headmaster of Beauxbatons wore a pained expression. Historically, members of the Hillakes family had graduated from Beauxbatons with great distinction. Yet, despite his inner reluctance, he could only applaud Barack's suggestion, for even the school's healer was affiliated with the Hillakes family's magical hospital. Furthermore, Beauxbatons also held significant shares controlled by this illustrious family, which had risen to prominence in France. With a flick of his wand, Barack produced an array of wine bottles, gleaming goblets, and exquisite delicacies upon the hall's table. "Now, let us revel in merriment. I am honored to have invited the Merveilleuse performance troupe to grace this celebratory ball. Please enjoy the performance they have prepared." Music filled the air as a line of platinum-haired Merveilleuses took to the stage, the hall dimming to create an enchanting ambience. Their skin glowed with a lunar radiance, and though there was no breeze within the hall, their hair danced gracefully behind them. The melodious tunes, accompanied by the Merveilleuses' enchanting voices, caused the women among the guests to clutch the arms of their male companions, who had become stiff with excitement. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, Barack faded into the crowd with his son. Upon reaching their bedroom, he encountered his wife's disapproving gaze, a result of his hasty decision to bring their son along. Barack offered an awkward smile. "If you dare do that again, we'll take our son to England alone," Madame Hillakes threatened. "I apologize, my dear. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. I promise it won't happen again," Barack hastily assured her. "Look, our son shows no signs of discomfort. What does that signify? It indicates that our son possesses a magical strength comparable to that of an adult. One must understand that only fully grown or nearly mature wizards can endure the magical strain of a portkey journey. Young children typically experience significant discomfort during such transitions. That is precisely what I fear. Our child only needs a sharp mind to study potion making. The stronger his magic, the more likely he is to find himself in peril. The Hillakes family has only this one male heir," Madame Hillakes exclaimed, her beautiful blue eyes widening in alarm. Barack couldn't help but suspect that his wife might be experiencing mild postpartum depression, yet he patiently continued to explain, "That is why I feel more at ease placing him under Dumbledore's tutelage. I truly hope he can be sorted into the wise Ravenclaw." The Griffin lions are far too reckless. However, based on our family lineage, I suspect Slytherin. Barack interjected, puffing out his chest with pride. Regardless, he shall undoubtedly be a Slytherin. Let us not forget that the enchanting dark magic has always accompanied potions in the Middle Ages. As a family that rose to prominence during that era, the illustrious mastery of potion making by the Hillakes is intertwined with an exceptional proficiency in the dark arts. I am aware, the curse upon our bloodline, cast by our ancestors, was indeed of formidable dark magic. The study of the dark arts is fraught with peril, and I am concerned. Enough, enough, do not be afraid, Barack earnestly reassured his wife, who had clearly succumbed to postpartum depression. Though the Barack family may be few in number, we have never been timid. The finest bloodline must endure the tempest's trials. He embraced his wife, gently patting her back while soothingly murmuring to calm the agitation that had recently overtaken Madame Hillakes. "Sir," came the butler's heavy voice from outside the door. "What is it?" "The representatives from the British Ministry of Magic have arrived, accompanied by Lucius Malfoy and Regulus Black of the Pure Blood families," the butler said respectfully from beyond the door. "Have them wait in the study. I shall join them shortly." Clare is 5 years old. When she first traversed into this world 5 years ago, she was indeed petrified. Anyone would be startled to awaken one morning, opening their eyes to find themselves in an unfamiliar medieval castle. The surrounding people spoke in a language she could not comprehend, leaving her utterly powerless, being passed around like a mere doll, a feeling far from pleasant. At that time, the only certainty for Clare was that she was now in Europe, specifically France. Although she could not grasp the language, she had heard the distinctive cadence of French in her previous life, and, at the very least, she was still on Earth. Could this be considered a small consolation? What followed was a series of revelations that left her utterly enthralled. Magic? Wands? Apparition? This was clearly the world of Harry Potter. Yet, she was uncertain of the timeline. Was Voldemort still around? Had Harry Potter begun his schooling? She couldn't help but scoff at the apparition process, which felt akin to being squeezed through a rubber tube. The experience was utterly dreadful. Yet, it was precisely this that made Clare acutely aware of the extraordinary environment she inhabited. As she gradually grew older, the exhilarating truth unfolded before her. She was born in the same year as Harry, and in the second year of her life, the Dark Lord was vanquished, ushering in a brief period of peace within the British magical community. Her father had accepted Dumbledore's invitation to send her to Hogwarts for her education. From her parents, she learned that she had been born with magical abilities comparable to those of adult wizards, and, as she matured, her magical prowess continued to flourish. To teach her to control the vast reservoir of magic within her, Clare began studying spells under the butler's tutelage at the tender age of 3. Now, at 5, she had already mastered basic spells for daily life and was currently delving into the complexities of advanced healing magic. In both the Muggle and magical realms, healing is a term that demands meticulous attention. The Hillakes family possessed a vast repository of knowledge, as one could ascertain from the sheer scale of their impressive study. In addition to her magical studies, Clare was required to learn English to prepare for a prolonged stay in Britain. Having once passed the English Level 6 examination in her previous life, she found herself absorbing everyday phrases at an astonishing rate, albeit with deliberate restraint. Naturally, one could not expect a 5-year-old to convey particularly profound sentences. Notably, her Uncle Alex was mute. However, in the Hillakes family, no one discriminated against male muteness. Mutism was merely a consequence of a curse, and his offspring retained magical abilities. He had 5 children, and perhaps due to the curse, all 5 were girls, resulting in Clare having 5 younger female cousins. It must be said, this family was quite prolific. Last month, her father purchased a manor in England from Muggles, though it was not nearly as grand as their ancestral estate in France. Immediately upon acquisition, urgent measures were undertaken. Muggler-repelling charms, confusion spells, secrecy incantations, apparition restrictions, and locking charms were all employed. In the magical community, there are wizards specializing in architecture who are exceptionally adept in the application of such spells. As for the creatures within the manor, According to Barack, for the safety of his son, magical beings on the estate were subject to strict control. Yet, after 5 years of pleading, Clare had finally learned how to be an endearing child in front of her family. Barack had promised to bring her a magnificent magical creature as a gift when they relocated to England, though he made it clear that it would not be a dragon. Clare hoped for a griffin or its ancestor, the Sphinx, both of which had made appearances in the Harry Potter universe, but Barack remained coy about the surprise. The architecture of the magical realm is characterized by swiftness, and soon, Clare received notification of his parents' relocation. As the family business headquarters are situated in France, Clare's parents would not accompany him in England. The only long-term residents in the UK would be the butler and Clare himself. This decision, dubbed by Barack as a means to cultivate Clare's independence and help him acclimate to life in England, left Clare with grave doubts. He suspected it was merely a ploy by his parents to enjoy their own time together, free from him, with the descent of a flying broomstick. Clare's journey in England officially commenced. The following day, the promised gift from Barack arrived seamlessly. It was a griffin ensconced within a cage. Unlike the artificially bred sphinxes of ancient wizards, the griffin, a natural creature, exudes a harmonious essence, with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. Boasting wings, even in its juvenile stage, it stood nearly 1.5 meters tall. The griffin is a formidable magical being, inherently possessing a strong resistance to magic. Although it lacks any magical offensive abilities, its powerful melee prowess and aerial supremacy render it the ultimate ruler of the skies, second only to dragons. The young griffin struggled to emerge from its cage, warily surveying its new abode. With a strong territorial instinct, this estate would soon belong solely to it. Wingardium Leviosa. With the family's standard wand at his disposal, Clare effortlessly levitated a large piece of raw beef before the griffin's gaze. Watching the young griffin flap its wings in excitement, it opened its sharp beak and voraciously tore into the meat, tilting its head back to swallow the morsel. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Buttbeak. Clare paused momentarily, a mischievous smile flitting across his face. I trust you won't mind sharing a name with the lesser sphinx? Time passed swiftly, and summer quietly slipped away in a haze of slumber. Young master, the books and enrollment materials you requested have been prepared for you. However, I must candidly express that attending a Muggle primary school seems rather beneath the dignity of a noble pure-blood wizard. Ignoring the furrowed brow of the elderly butler, he continued, Victor, we wizards remain excessively conservative. Do you not realize the advancements Muggles have achieved? The colossal steel weaponry from their World War II era should have made the Clare's small face bore an expression of profound sorrow, while Victor, though rendered speechless by the rebuke, could not conceal the excitement flickering in his eyes. Their young master, at merely 5 years of age, had articulated such insightful thoughts. Shouldn't he feel elated? This evening, he would dispatch the exact words to the distant Hillakes couple in France. Surely, upon receiving it, they would be overjoyed. Very well, young master, since the guardians have granted permission, let this be a source of your amusement. However, you must return home punctually each day to complete your essential training in mind blocking and transfiguration. These are intricate forms of magic, far removed from the aesthetic void of the unforgivable curses, which require nothing but sufficient magical power to cast. They are decidedly challenging, particularly transfiguration, though your talent is unparalleled. This art demands experiential accumulation that cannot merely be compensated by innate ability. I understand. It's just 2 subjects. I 1T fall behind. Besides, even at school, can I maintain my mind blocking? Clare shrugged, gazing at Victor, whose face was stern. As for Buttbeak, he was in a growth phase. Just like myself, let's not forget to provide him with ample beef on schedule. The creature has become quite picky and now only feasts on beef. Generally, British primary schools cater to children aged 5 to 11, meaning Clare would complete her primary education just as Hogwarts admissions commence. Unlike the rote memorization prevalent in China, British primary education is reputed to be relatively relaxed. Clare, even in her past life, had not experienced the British educational system. Hence it remains uncertain whether she would adapt to this more open style of schooling. However, she need not fret over knowledge, for she is a prodigious talent. Indeed, many of the teachers here may lack the depth of her understanding. On the eve of the new term, countless parents escorted their children to this relatively sizable school in London. In this regard, parental behavior is universally consistent, regardless of nationality. Clearly, even the most independent child would not have parents so careless as to send them to school alone at this tender age. Such an act would verge on cruelty. Standing beside Victor, Clare felt an overwhelming urge to facepalm. What was with this elongated Lincoln? And that standard tailcoat? Wasn't it said that those in the wizarding world were ignorant of Muggle attire? While one could understand a driver under the influence of the soul-snatching curse, given that few wizards would bother to obtain a driver's license, could one truly expect a dazed driver to control a vehicle with steadiness? The scene during their parking created a minor commotion. Such an ostentatious entrance would seem excessive anywhere. Yet, in Victor's obstinate view, only this display could convey the noble heritage of the Hillakes family, rendering Clare's protest somewhat futile. Dressed in the formal school uniform, Clare felt a tinge of amusement. She had reverted to her former self, once again a primary school student. Upon alighting from the vehicle and stepping into the school amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Clare entered the prearranged classroom. Arriving early, the room was sparsely populated, and the innocent little companions were engaged in boisterous chatter. Taking a seat at the back, Clare idly awaited the entrance of her classmate. With a slight smirk, Clare mused aloud, "When will you arrive? After all, we are in the same class, my dear Hermione Granger." Time flew swiftly, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye, as the author cleverly avoided the tedious task of depicting a group of children to pad the word count. 6 years of life and subtle influence can profoundly alter a person, especially a child of 5 or 6. Of course, now our protagonist is 11, albeit merely in terms of physical age. One must admit, the cultivation of a charming young girl has proven remarkably successful. Handsome, academically gifted, mature, and shrouded in mystery, these attributes are sufficient to captivate young girls of this age. Observe the little shadow trailing Clare. Hermione, akin to a devoted appendage, followed her closely, utterly obedient to her whims. One cannot help but note the openness of British schools. No one would deliberately intervene in the budding romances of primary schoolers. In fact, the development of affection between the top 2 students in the school is a cause of concern for all the teachers. No one could find grounds to condemn such behavior. For after all, their relationship had not hindered their studies. Together, their academic records continued to break school benchmarks. "Clare, will I really be accepted into Hogwarts?" Hermione's anxious voice broke through. "I mean, perhaps my magical abilities are insufficient, or maybe my previous surge of magic was merely a fluke." Before she could finish, Clare mischievously pinched Hermione's plump cheeks. "You will. Trust me. Haven T, I taught you the levitation charm. You can feel it. This is no mere sleight of hand. But I only know the levitation charm. Won't I fall behind in my studies at Hogwarts? Will my starting point be lower than others? After all, I was born into a magical family." Hermione's worried expression filled Clare with affection. "Believe me, many children from pure blood families have yet to master a single spell. You are already remarkable as you are." Ruffling Hermione's hair, which she had straightened at Clare's request, Clare spotted a familiar car pulling up at the entrance. "It's time to go. I'll write to you over the summer. I anticipate we'll meet soon in Diagon Alley. You know, the wizarding shopping street I mentioned." Under Hermione's reluctant gaze, Clare waved goodbye and slipped into the vehicle. "Forgive me for being blunt, young master, but while this girl possesses wizarding potential, she is ill-suited to be your girlfriend. After all, she is a Muggle," Victor remarked as he started the car. Having obtained his driver's license and become an excellent driver over the past 6 years, the master is currently collaborating with the Dracul family. And it is said that the Dracul couple intends to unite with the Hillakes family through marriage. Their daughter, Fleur, is quite the beauty, despite possessing a quarter Vila heritage. This does not significantly impact the purity of her bloodline. As you know, it is commonly accepted that a wizard with 3/4 pure blood is considered pure blood. Only those of pure blood lineage can assume the role of family matriarch. Victor's expression turned serious at the mention of this matter. I know. But don't you find her undeniably charming? As for Fleur, she is the talented girl from Beaux Batons, right? She possesses remarkable talent and may excel in Ravenclaw at Hogwarts. It's a pity that in Beaux Batons, where femininity prevails over masculinity, such an exceptional girl may struggle to find a suitable boyfriend. And you all think I'm still a child regarding marriage? The master and mistress were engaged at 11, Victor replied solemnly. Can I refuse? Traditionally, you cannot. However, young master, there is no need for concern. The master is rather particular about a quarter Vila lineage and may not proceed with the marriage plans. Moreover, Fleur is 2 years your senior. Let us hope so, but why do I have an ominous premonition? At that moment, old Hillakes' hand was firmly clasped with Mr. Dracul's. The vast medical system of Hillakes and the comprehensive potion theories, combined with the extensive potion material channels and raw material reserves of the Dracul family, have culminated in an unprecedented strengthening of Hillakes' power. However, This is a topic for another time, so let us set it aside for now. At this moment, Clare, accompanied by Victor, made her way onto the main thoroughfare of Privet Drive. In England, countless lanes resemble Privet Drive, and without a map, it would be incredibly challenging to navigate through the maze of streets to discover such an easily overlooked path. Did Dumbledore, in his wisdom, consider the possibility that Voldemort might be directionally challenged when he chose this place to house Harry? From any perspective, the Dursley family appeared to be an enviable middle-class household, at least surpassing the average family standard. Grunning's Drill Company was a sizable enterprise, and Vernon Dursley, as its manager, was somewhat of a modestly successful individual. Years of sitting before a computer screen had rendered Vernon so portly that his neck had all but disappeared, yet recently, in a bid to assert his authority, he sported an absurdly bushy beard. In stark contrast, Mrs. Dursley was the epitome of slenderness, with a neck that seemed to stretch twice as long as anyone else's. Clare couldn't help but wonder if Vernon's vanished neck had somehow migrated to his wife's form. As for Dudley, well, no one would question his resemblance to the neighbor's child. Just a glance at his neck, so similar to Vernon's, made it evident that such remarkable genes had stubbornly persisted. Most importantly, this was the home of the boy who lived, a place where no aunt could be so horrendously neglectful. Compared to her treatment of Dudley, her attitude towards this nephew was nothing short of harsh. Residing in a filthy, cobweb-laden cupboard, Clare doubted how a household could harbor such a squalid space. It seemed designed solely for the purpose of mistreatment. Upon reflection, it was quite a feat that Harry had survived thus far, given the robust legal system in England. How had no one reported this family's child abuse? Perhaps, in terms of suffering, Harry truly embodied the moniker of the boy who lived. In terms of detail, Harry fit the archetype of a tragic hero perfectly: orphaned, faced with hardships in childhood, burdened with deep-seated enmities, and contending with a formidable adversary. Not to mention an elderly gentleman with a white beard, even if he resided outside a ring. If I were to continue lamenting, this narrative would surely collapse. Were there indeed watchers? It seemed that Oldby was not as inattentive as one might assume. At least 4 magical signatures resonated nearby. Perhaps it would be prudent to avoid attracting attention, Clare muttered. With that, she turned to leave. Victor, ever vigilant, cast a glance at the old building around the corner and remarked, "Sir, there is an aura over there. Given the magical signatures, he must have taken note of us. Do rein in your aggression, Victor. Do not forget that I am merely a child, accompanied by a butler, here to witness the legendary hero. Surely, it is not a story worth concealing, is it?" This remark elicited a chuckle from Victor. "Indeed, sir. Your usual demeanor often leads me to forget that you are still but a child. Let us proceed. An ordinary little boy. Nothing worth noting. In fact, I am rather disappointed. Yes, quite disappointed. The prodigious child who vanquished the Dark Lord possesses no extraordinary powers," Clare responded, leading the way as she disapparated from the scene, with Victor following suit. In the distance, the aura relaxed his tightly gripped wand. The adult wizard had exerted considerable pressure on him. All the detection spells he cast seemed to vanish without a trace. He had deliberately emitted magical fluctuations to draw attention, intending to serve as a warning. Thankfully, the other party displayed no suspicious behavior, likely motivated solely by curiosity, akin to those who had come before. However, if he had heard correctly, there had been 2 disapparitions? How could that be? The shorter figure beside him was clearly still a child. Ignoring the aura's internal conflict, Clare returned to her estate, although only 2 people resided there. The atmosphere was far more vibrant than when she first arrived. House elves busily trimmed the lawn, Buckbeak snored in the distance, a Kneazle darted about in pursuit of a mouse, and various inexplicable roars emanated from the woods, creating a symphony of sounds on that cozy evening. As she accepted a fruit platter from a house elf, Clare lounged in a deck chair, idly perusing an old and tattered guide on medieval transfiguration combat. In contemporary practice, transfiguration was primarily utilized for domestic purposes rather than combat, with only a scant few spells employed in actual skirmishes. Regarding the killing curse, Clare scoffed. It was easily dodged with a limited range and lacked the swiftness and practicality of a sniper rifle. Transfiguration, however, was entirely different. No matter how skilled one might be, they could fall prey to a simple blade. A transformation could prove far more effective than a disarmament spell, even without targeting a person. One could transmute any nearby object into a creature with offensive capabilities, allowing one to confront any situation with poise. Hence, transfiguration was the pinnacle of combat prowess in this realm. "Sir, it is time for you to acquire your own wand. Although standard wands can be wielded by any wizard, Their enhancement of power is ultimately limited. Let us wait a bit longer. Hogwarts letter has yet to arrive. I mean, why not wait for the letter before making any purchases? I would prefer to avoid any oversights that might necessitate an additional trip, Clare languidly replied, rolling over in her chair, unwilling to move an inch. Additionally, the arrangement for the union with the Draco family has been finalized. The master and mistress hope you will return to France in 10 days to attend the engagement ball, which will also serve as a familial exchange event. Many esteemed families from various countries will be in attendance. After all, this is a union between two significant families. Has it truly been confirmed? Fleur Delacour, how unexpected, Clare murmured softly. An utterly tedious ball, seated in a corner, clutching a large glass of fire whiskey, which was certainly inappropriate for her age. Clare found that no one seemed overly concerned with her demeanor as the day's protagonist. Indeed, today marked the union ball between the Hillakes and Draco families. The Draco family had only 2 daughters in the current generation, and in a sense, the proposal of this union represented half of their hopes to become an affiliate of Hillakes. After all, as one of the few pure-blood families in France, the Draco family wielded substantial resources, but relative to Hillakes, their contribution was merely a supplementary embellishment. Even within Europe, Hillakes stood as a formidable giant. Yet, no family would refuse the prospect of enhancing their own strength, especially one with the historical legacy of Hillakes. Equally overlooked was another central figure present. Fleur Delacour, a proud little princess. At 13, she had blossomed into a vision of beauty, undeniably inheriting the allure of her Courtevilla lineage. In terms of appearance, she surpassed any pure blood, rendering even the most renowned Muggle movie stars somewhat lackluster in comparison. Hello, I am Fleur Delacour. You may call me Miss Delacour. It seems you share little interest in this so-called union, Fleur remarked with a frown. For what girl her age could possibly accept a boy 2 years her junior as a suitor? Especially for a legendary union that seemed to stifle the essence of romantic freedom? Clare Hillakes, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Clare extended her right hand. Yet her expression remained one of indifference. Is this truly the demeanor you adopt towards your future fiancé? Farong refrained from reciprocating the gesture, her anger flaring at Clare's nonchalance. Reluctantly complying with her parents' wishes, she accompanied them this time. Yet, for an engagement ceremony, one would expect at least a semblance of earnestness from the other party, rather than such a lackadaisical attitude. How presumptuous. There are 3 points I must clarify. As she spoke, Clare withdrew her hand and once more grasped the elegant goblet filled with fiery whiskey. First and foremost, this is merely an engagement, not a marriage. The road ahead is still long, and there is no guarantee that you will become my wife. She took a delicate sip from the goblet, her half-closed eyes avoiding Farong's gaze. Suddenly, Clare turned sharply, startling Farong. Secondly, do not presume that you alone bear the burden. I too have my own concerns. Presently, I have a girlfriend, and I do not wish for this so-called union to interfere with my personal feelings. Finally, before I turn 20, my abilities will surpass my father's in every regard, allowing me to assume the role of family head prematurely. At the very least, I would possess the authority to negate the family head's decisions should circumstances prove unsatisfactory. With my talents, I stand a fair chance of obtaining such rights, Clare stated calmly. In truth, Clare did not believe that Farong's current disposition would be suitable for him. Choosing a girlfriend should not hinge solely on appearances. Compatibility of character is the true foundation for lasting companionship. This sentiment also served as a form of self-soothing for a certain single soul behind the screen. Indeed, they expect me to marry a philanderer. Having a girlfriend at 11, how could one possibly navigate life after the engagement? Farong, incensed, flung the champagne from her glass, splattering it across the floor, while the surrounding guests pretended not to notice, engrossed in their own conversations. The conflict between 2 prominent family heirs was a matter best left for those of greater stature. Seeing Farong poised to intervene in the conversation between the heads of their families, Clare spoke slowly. If I were you, I would sit down and behave myself. Farong halted, turning to Clare. Why? At present, the 2 families are negotiating a collaboration, although we both serve as assurances for this union. Neither of us harbors any joy in our roles. Clare shook his goblet slightly, a frown marring his brow. However, should you choose to intervene now, indeed, the alliance would falter. Yet, for the sake of our family's honor and reputation, the 2 families would swiftly become adversaries. The Hillakes family fears no foe. It is merely a question of the magnitude of trouble. But are you certain that the Draco family can withstand the wrath of Hillakes? A flicker of hesitation crossed Farong's face. As a member of a pure-blood family, she was not entirely ignorant of the significance of power and prestige. Rather, it was a fundamental lesson for every family heir. Clare continued to stoke the flames, stating, however, if you do not intervene, you must prepare to marry me. Should I ever decide to retract my words, the consequences of your reckless charge today may pale in comparison to what might ensue, potentially leading to even graver outcomes. At that juncture, the well-prepared Hillakes family could extinguish the Draco family with the utmost ease. In truth, I would rather you act now, at the very least. I would not bear the stigma of being unfaithful to my promises in the future. Caught in a dilemma, Furong narrowed her eyes, glaring at Clare with indignation. You are resorting to moral coercion. This is a flagrant threat. Indeed, ever since your father resolved to forge an alliance with the Hillakes family. You have been psychologically primed to endure such threats. Whether we shall devour the Draco family rests solely in our hands. You stand with your neck exposed. Awaiting the decision of the Hillakes family on whether to sever it or spare it, Clare wore a playful smile, languidly reclining on the sofa while gently swaying the goblet in her hand. Despite her tender age of merely 11, she appeared to Fleur as a demon lurking in the shadows, ready to devour. Victor stood silently behind Clare, resembling a statue. The rumors surrounding him indicated that this loyal servant of Hillakes possessed formidable powers capable of overwhelming most of the wizards present. At that moment, he ought to have been stationed behind the family head, Barak. However, Fleur had only just noticed that this old servant remained steadfastly behind the young demon. What kind of abilities must this child possess to command such unwavering loyalty from a formidable figure? From what you say, we are perched upon the edge of a precipice. So why have we endured these years in such a state of limbo? Because you gamble, betting on my father's customary benevolence, and on whether Draco still holds enough value for exploitation. With a derisive laugh, Clare continued, most crucially, you wager on my affections for you. If that were to happen, you would become Mrs. Hillakes, and all dangers would be averted. As she switched the goblet to her other hand, Fleur trembled at this simple movement. Clare's tone softened, reminiscent of a demon enticing one to fall from grace. Thus, conceal your pride and seek to win my favor, not solely for yourself, but also for your family. Fleur could scarcely recall how she departed. Throughout the evening, she remained lost in contemplation of Clare's earlier words. Observing Fleur seated alone in a corner of the hall, Clare shook her head and addressed Victor. Did I perhaps go too far? She seems quite frightened. The soul snare and a hint of the memory charm. Master, your spell casting has become increasingly adept. Humph. You merely see through me. By not directly addressing my query, you imply that I have indeed overstepped? Clare inquired, vexed. Not at all, Master. You are merely stating facts. I simply believe that such a stark reality is far too cruel for a 13-year-old girl. Victor maintained his serious demeanor. But I am only 11, 2 years her junior. That distinguishes you from her. In what way? You, Master, are a monster. Lucius Malfoy arrived with his son Draco Malfoy, representing one of the powerful pure-blood families in Britain, thus qualifying to attend this ball. Clare had already become acquainted with Draco during previous pure-blood gatherings. Unlike the awkward character portrayed in films, the real Draco was more affable, embodying the curiosity and pride characteristic of most 11-year-olds. It was likely that his initial rivalry with Harry stemmed from his own sense of pride. Clare, who wished for the ground to swallow her whole, had no interest in mediating the conflict that spanned all 7 volumes of the original series. Draco was congenial with other members of the pure-blood community, possibly a reflection of Lucius's teachings. After all, an 11-year-old's social conduct largely derives from parental influence. The respect for purebloods and disdain for Muggles was not unique to the Malfoys. It was a sentiment ingrained in the psyche of most pure-blood wizards. Even Voldemort's massacre of Muggle wizards might have been tinged with his own insecurities regarding his mixed heritage. The term Muggle, a derogatory label, likely emerged during the rampant witch hunts of the 17th century, where both sides harbored profound animosity. It is not difficult to comprehend that even today, the government refers to their eastern neighbor, whose flag features a sanitary napkin, as devils, a legacy of ancestral enmity. Certainly, the actions of the Muggle executioners in the 17th century appear ludicrous to the wizarding world. In that era, it would have been nearly impossible for Muggles to slay a wizard. One protective charm could render them immune to the weaponry of the time, and a simple fireproof spell would allow a wizard to bask in flames without harm. The so-called dominance of iron and fire was merely the result of Muggle optimism under the influence of enchantments. Thus, it cannot be said that animosity exists. Rather, the disdain held by wizards towards Muggles has evolved into a prevailing sense of superiority. If this trend continues, the insular wizards risk losing all their advantages. The rapid advancement of Muggle technology is alarming. Some high-ranking Muggles have begun to recognize the existence of the wizarding community, maintaining a moderate stance for now. However, who would desire a group of uncontrollable entities within their nation? Indeed, Clare found it astonishing that the wizarding world and the Muggle realm have managed to coexist without erupting into war. It suggests that the wizarding community remains relatively sparse. Moreover, Muggle leaders are likely motivated by a desire to avoid panic and a hint of utilitarianism. Those powerful and enigmatic magical creatures are not easily subdued, necessitating the assistance of wizards. Clare would wager that laboratories across various nations are undoubtedly stocked with specimens of these magical beings. It must be said, the Muggle elite have handled the wizards quite adeptly. Even now, should the Muggle government wish to eradicate this group, it would be quite simple. Wizards may seem to strike from a distance, but the range of their spells is significantly limited. A battalion of sharpshooters, given sufficient time, could annihilate this community. Indeed, this cannot continue. The feeling of being unable to control one's fate is profoundly unsettling. In order to survive, I must instigate some form of change. Clare pondered as the evening drew near, and many began to bid their farewells. Following the ball was a cozy family dinner. After all, the event was predominantly filled with libations. Even the presence of a few desserts would not entice anyone to indulge excessively. Once all the guests had departed, the house elves swiftly tidied up and arranged the lengthy dining table, which was laden with Clare's favorite dishes. The Hillakes couple, having not seen Clare for an extended period, savored the evening, leading to a prolonged dinner. Consequently, as soon as Clare climbed into bed, she fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, she was roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Without a doubt, it was her mother wishing to enter. Her father, Barak, would simply apparate inside, and Victor would never disturb her slumber unless she had naturally awakened. Clare rubbed her bleary eyes and, swaying slightly, got out of bed to open the door. "Clare, look what this is," exclaimed Mrs. Hillakes, holding up an envelope, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Is it the letter from Hogwarts?" Clare guessed, still feeling half asleep. "This means you are about to embark on your journey to Hogwarts. Historically, only 2 heads of the Hillakes family have graduated from Hogwarts, and you are about to become the 3rd. Most of our ancestors found Hogwarts too distant and preferred not to attend school so far away. You know this would make Mother sad." "All right, Mother. So, have you decided to accompany me to purchase my wand?" A glimmer of hope sparkled on Clare's face. "In fact, it's still Victor. Your father and I are leaving for Romania tonight. It seems the dragon sanctuary there is disposing of a batch of dragons. You must understand, the magical materials derived from dragons are exceedingly valuable in this order." All right, I understand, Mother. There is no time again, is there? I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, I'll be back for Christmas." "I'm sorry, Clare. I've been rather busy lately." "I know. There are many family matters to attend to, and you and Father have been overwhelmed." Clare took the envelope from her mother's hand, sealed with a wax stamp. How many years had it been since anyone had sealed a letter with wax? At its center, a coat of arms featured a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake entwined around a prominent capital letter H. The envelope bore the inscription in green ink: France, Paris, Hilliard Manor, Mr. Clare Hilliard. The letter was addressed to the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, president of the International Confederation of Wizards, head of the Wizarding Association, first-class sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. "Dear Mr. Hilliard, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and magical supplies. The term commences on September 1st. We look forward to your owl bringing your reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Although the Hilliard couple lacked time to accompany Clare on shopping trips, they often returned home for dinner with her most evenings. These moments of warmth were among the few cherished instances in a large family, making such rare intimacy all the more precious. Soon after, Clare returned to England in the company of Victor. Diagon Alley, the largest shopping street for magical items in the UK, awaited them. Curiously, Hogwarts uniforms must be procured from Diagon Alley. Who had ever heard of a school that did not tailor uniforms for its students? With the list of supplies in hand, Clare felt a slight twinge of discomfort. "I'll purchase the black work robes, black pointed hat, dragon hide gloves, and the Eastern cloak myself. As for the books, you can take care of that. Let us split up." Having just received her acceptance letter, the alley was teeming with parents of new students, making it rather crowded. Standing in the public apparition area, Clare sighed wearily to Victor upon seeing the throngs of people. Standard spells, Beginner's Guide, History of Magic, Theory of Magic. Introduction to Transfiguration. Clare recited the book titles from the list, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. Self-defense? How can Hogwarts not offer a dark arts course? Are we to rely solely on ridiculous protective charms and disarming spells against adversaries? Victor's indignation flared. Dumbledore is regressing. How can he deny young people the chance to learn dark magic? Has he forgotten the power it holds? Calm yourself, Victor. Clare's voice rose slightly. Victor abruptly ceased his tirade, glancing around at the astonished faces of various wizards nearby. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. I apologize, young master. I lost my composure. It's quite all right. After all, the past is a shadow looming over you, Clare reassured him, a rare hint of comfort gracing her features. Time does not heal all wounds, it merely conceals them gradually. Unless you confront this inner turmoil, it shall remain your everlasting torment. You understand this well. Yet how easily can such demons be exorcised? I know my limits, young master. Seeing Victor's face regain its resolute demeanor, Clare sighed. Some matters cannot be altered by mere words of encouragement. By the way, young master, the requirements state that first-year students are not permitted to bring flying broomsticks. Victor stiffly redirected the conversation. Yes, I noticed. I never particularly fancied riding a broomstick. Not only is it uncomfortable, but its safety is questionable, despite being the most energy-efficient mode of travel. Well then, let us part ways for our shopping. I wish to return home for a proper dinner before evening falls. Madame Malkin's robe shop had been bustling these days. Most young wizards preparing for school needed to purchase suitable robes for their year of boarding school. Are you looking to buy Hogwarts uniforms, dear? Madame Malkin, a short and plump witch, smiled warmly, exuding a sense of approachability. Most students acquire their uniforms from my shop. Trust the majority's judgment, and you shall not be disappointed. Hey, Clare, what a coincidence to see you here. Draco suddenly appeared at the shop's entrance. Having caught sight of Clare inside, he quickly tugged at his parents' hands to greet her. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents? Draco inquired, holding on to his mother's hand. Clare harbored grave doubts that Draco's actions were intentional. It was evident from his ostentatious display as he flaunted his mother's arm. Alas, what could one expect when one's parents were perpetually occupied with family affairs, leaving little time for personal errands? It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. She greeted politely, disregarding Draco's antics. Delighted to meet you, young Mr. Hillakes. In contrast to Draco's exuberance, Lucius Malfoy exuded the calm demeanor of a family patriarch. Draco, you two carry on. I shall procure some books for you, and your mother will assist in selecting your wand, Lucius shrugged. It's best I leave the time to you young ones. After bidding farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Draco and Clare perched upon high stools within the shop, where a witch stood before them, adjusting their measurements with a pin. Shall we procure Hogwarts uniforms, my dear? The familiar greeting of Madame Malkin resonated at the entrance. As a disheveled child, sporting round glasses and clad in Muggle attire, surveyed the shop with curiosity. Harry Potter. Indeed, much like in the original tale. Our indomitable boy made his timely entrance. Draco clearly recognized Harry from afar but feigned ignorance, engaging in casual conversation instead. Clare observed silently from the sidelines, witnessing the burgeoning animosity between the two young rivals. Well then, until we meet again at Hogwarts. Draco's voice trailed off, watching Harry depart in the company of Hagrid. His expression shifted as he mused. What are your first impressions of our legendary boy? Draco continued to gaze at the contrasting figures navigating through the crowd. Clare understood the question was directed at her and replied nonchalantly. Nothing could be more ordinary. Indeed, it was he who had driven away the formidable Dark Lord, even when he had just barely turned 1 year old. What do you think is the source of his magic? I cannot ascertain the nature of his magic. But if your performance at Hogwarts surpasses his in every regard, I believe the powerful myth of Harry Potter would crumble under scrutiny, with a hint of schadenfreude. Clare stoked the flames between them once more. Moreover, how could he, raised in a Muggle household, compare to us, who were nurtured in wizarding families? I casually perused the books at the Leaky Cauldron, but to my dismay, they were all commonplace tomes, devoid of any rare additions or profound magical texts. I suppose only the restricted section at Hogwarts might hold some true value. At the very least, it ought not to be inferior to our family's library, right? Upon Victor S. return from procuring supplies, he incessantly critiqued the books available in Diagon Alley. With only the pet and your wand remaining, I personally lean towards acquiring the wand first. After all, You already have Buttbeak. Although such a large and fierce creature is not permitted at Hogwarts, Buttbeak could roam freely in the Forbidden Forest during your studies. A griffin cannot be deprived of exercise. Let it engage in some skirmishes in the forest. Victor remarked while tallying Clare's supplies. I had no objections. The owls could be cared for in the school as Ollery, and I had no desire to tend to other pets. Let us proceed to Ollivander's. Ollivander's shop appeared quite dilapidated, the golden sign long faded. Ollivander's, ST 382 BC. Expertly crafted wands. Clare suspected that the peeling sign was deliberately left unrepaired to emphasize the shop's rich history. One must admit, this advertisement was quite clever. Good afternoon. Esteemed gentlemen. Upon entering the shop, a small, bright-eyed old man abruptly appeared before Clare and Victor. At Ollivander's. You shall ultimately find the wand that is most suited to you. May I inquire as to how you two gentlemen are addressed? Greetings. I am Clare Hillakes. And this gentleman may be referred to as Victor. Clare introduced herself, gesturing towards Victor. Ollivander scrutinized Victor, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Ah, esteemed sir. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. In fact, I remember every wand that leaves my shop along with its owner. Ollivander appeared somewhat proud. However, I do not recall selling a wand to you. My wand comes from Gregorovic, Victor replied with a slight bow. Gregorovic, a master wand maker in his own right. His style differs greatly from mine. I typically use unicorn hair, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstring. Of course, I occasionally experiment with new materials. As a meticulous wand maker, I prefer stable wand cores. Gregorovic, on the other hand, enjoys taking on different challenges. I once saw him incorporate a vampire's tooth into a wand. Ollivander mused to himself while directing a measuring tape to levitate. Turning to Clare, he inquired, Sir, which hand do you prefer to cast spells with? Either hand works. Clare responded, Raise your arm, yes. The measuring tape flew over to Clare's arm, measuring shoulder width and finger length. The wand chooses the wizard. If you use another S wand, or a standardized wand made of phoenix wood and unicorn tail hair, you will never fully realize your true potential. Only the wand that is most compatible with you can enhance your spell casting. Ollivander noted while making entries in his ledger. Very well. The measuring tape fell to the ground, coiled into a bundle. Now, Mr. Hillakes, try this one. A wand of willow with a unicorn hair core, measuring 10.5 inches, slightly pliable. Clare grasped the wand, yet as it made contact with her hand, it began to tremble involuntarily. Oh my goodness. It is truly remarkable to encounter a child of your age possessing such formidable magical prowess. This wand is ill-suited for you. He then turned again, ascending the ladder to retrieve a box from the topmost shelf. Here, give this a try. Hawthorn wood, phoenix feather, 11 inches in length, with excellent magical properties. As soon as Clare's fingertips barely grazed the wand, Ollivander immediately shrieked and snatched it away. No, that's not right. It lacks the necessary strength. Goodness. Where did such a dreadful child come from? Made of hazel, with a dragon heartstring core, 14 inches long, slightly thicker, give it another try. Clare grasped the wand. Although it felt somewhat awkward, it was the first time he sensed that the wand could truly withstand his full power, unlike the standard wands he had previously used, which would shatter under excessive magical exertion. Clean and pristine. He chanted, directing his spell at Ollivander's grimy window. Ah, thank you, Mr. Hillakes. But this wand can only be considered a makeshift fit. It is not suitable for you, Ollivander remarked, lifting another box. I just thought of something. The healer Hillakes. We must continue our search. Birch wood, phoenix feather. A flawless combination. Oh, no, how could that be? It does not suit you. Let me ponder. As he watched Ollivander contemplate with an air of boredom, Clare never anticipated that purchasing a wand would be such a cumbersome endeavor. Very well, please wait a moment. Ollivander turned, navigating around the display of wands, and retreated to the back room. Shortly, he emerged, cradling an exquisitely adorned wooden box. One of the finest wands I have ever crafted, made of ebony, with a dragon heartstring core, 12 inches in length. Sturdy, exceptionally sturdy. It possesses remarkable magical prowess. This was created during the reign of the Dark Lord, as he compelled me to forge it in order to withstand that legendary Elder Wand. Though it was ultimately never used, it is indeed exceptionally adept at spellcasting, particularly in dark magic. Ollivander seemed to drift into a reverie to withstand the Elder Wand. How could that be? That is the Wand of Legends, said to have been wielded by Merlin himself. I am merely an ordinary wand maker, striving to come as close as I can. The wood is sourced from a millennia-old ebony tree, and the core is derived from a wild, mature male black dragon. known for its ferocity and aggression. Heaven knows how they managed to slay that formidable beast. It is perfectly suited for all forms of magic, especially enhancing dark spells. Its destructive capability is immense, and only those with sufficiently potent magic can wield it. Come, Mr. Hillakes, do give it a try. A glimmer of hope shone in Ollivander's eyes. Clare opened the box, revealing a wand that was smooth to the touch and entirely black, resting majestically in the center. As the box was unveiled, a tremendous aura of magic permeated Ollivander's shop, causing the wands on the shelves to tremble restlessly within their boxes. At a mere glance, Clare was captivated by this wand. Eagerly, she clasped it in her hand, and a wondrous sensation blossomed within her heart. It felt as though the wand had seamlessly merged with her right hand. Without needing to see, she could distinctly perceive every inch of it, as if it were destined to be held by her alone. Upon opening her eyes, Clare discovered that the surrounding magic had receded, and the wands on the shelves had ceased their quivering. Both Ollivander and Victor gazed at her with astonishment. How incredible it was! I mean, what could possibly be more magical than this? The healer, Hillakes, had chosen the wand with the greatest destructive potential. Each one cost 7 galleons. And although Ollivander felt he was making a considerable loss by selling this particular wand, he insisted on charging Clare only 7 galleons, with Ollivander bowing in the background. Clare and Victor returned to the public apparition point, laden with their purchases. Clare, it's so good to see you. Just as she was about to apparate away, a voice from afar interrupted her plans. You take the supplies back. I'll keep the wand. Don't worry, I'll return shortly, handing the items to Victor. Clare turned and walked toward the source of the voice. Hermione, where have your parents gone? The very voice that had called Clare was none other than Hermione's. Clare was surprised. She had never expected to encounter Hermione while casually gathering supplies in Diagon Alley. Hermione appeared quite delighted, after such a long summer without Clare's company. Her youthful heart was filled with fanciful thoughts. Moreover, Clare had promised to write, yet not a single letter had arrived, leaving the young girl quite incensed. Clare, what happened to the letters you promised to send? I haven't received a single one. Hermione immediately confronted her with a barrage of questions. Clare offered a wry smile and began to explain, I've been in France for quite some time, and sending you letters by way of an owl. Do you truly believe it would be an extraordinary sight for an owl to flit in and out of your window in the bustling city? Do not attempt to deceive me. You are well aware of our method of correspondence. A mere postage stamp would suffice. Yet, you dare to shift the blame onto the owl. Hermione pouted, her cheeks puffed out, and fixed her lovely large eyes on Clare, as if she might devour her at any moment. All right, I concede. You know how it is with our family's affairs. I've been quite overwhelmed lately and, regrettably, have neglected you. Clare apologized, wary of revealing the engagement to this fiery little lioness. By the way, what brings you here alone? Where are your parents? Clare hastily redirected the conversation, eager to avoid further probing into that matter. My father has returned to the leaky cauldron. He just acquired some supplies and wishes to experience the magical world's spirits, Hermione explained. I came in to purchase another pet. Look, isn't it adorable? It was only then that Clare noticed the ginger cat cradled in Hermione's arms. Isn't that Crookshanks? Clare pondered, after exchanging pleasantries with Hermione. Perhaps fearing her father would grow impatient outside, or perhaps feeling that it was inappropriate to linger with Clare in such a crowded place, Hermione soon bid a hasty farewell. As she departed, she flashed a toothy grin and threatened, If you dare to ignore my letters again, you shall pay dearly. A long Lincoln limousine came to a halt at King's Cross Station, from which emerged a child carrying a suitcase and an obviously servant-like old butler. Bubik will fly to Hogwarts on its own, young master. It would not wish to be confined within a suitcase. Despite the undetectable extension charm being ample enough to accommodate 10 of its kind, Victor remarked as they disembarked. Griffins yearn for the freedom of the skies. They would rather perish than be confined, Clare mused. There are many beasts in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. I hope it enjoys itself. Well then, this is where I shall part ways. I must learn to be independent in many matters, mustn't I? Clare mischievously winked at Victor. Young master, in truth, your parents are already aware of your relationship with Hermione Granger. Noticing Clare's impending outrage, Victor quickly added, You know of your father's magical prowess. He intends to engage in some form of surveillance, which I cannot prevent. Observing Clare's gradually stabilizing demeanor, Victor suppressed a smile and continued. Your father does not oppose your association. However, he has sternly emphasized, she shall never become Mrs. Hillakes, the implications of which you may interpret at your discretion. A lover, a mistress, a hidden treasure. In Clare's mind, A plethora of inappropriate images suddenly emerged. Shaking her head vigorously, she admonished herself, after all, she was merely 11 years old, at least in terms of physical age. As she traversed the space between platforms 9 and 10, a deep crimson steam locomotive came to a halt beside the platform. The thick smoke and steam from the engine swirled above the throngs of passengers preparing to board, while an owl in its cage hooted incessantly, as if engaged in conversation with others beyond the bars. Various cats darted around the feet of the crowd, eliciting gasps from ladies in skirts. The first few carriages were already crammed with students and disliking the clamor. Claire dragged her suitcase to a less crowded carriage at the rear, stowing her luggage in an empty compartment. With a levitation charm, she placed her belongings on the upper shelf, casually casting a few firming spells before stepping out of the carriage. She still needed to find Hermione at this moment. If she were not by Hermione's side to guide her and assist with her luggage, Claire felt she would surely perish in a most rhythmic manner. As time drew nearer, the number of people in the station swelled. Remembering the Granger family's Muggle status, Claire surmised they would be as lost as Harry in the original story, unable to locate platform 9 3/4. With a sudden realization, she smacked her forehead and passed through the wall of the platform once more. Before long, a vehicle emblazoned with a dazzling set of teeth pulled up the King's Cross station, and Hermione, accompanied by her parents, stepped out. Mr. Granger, with a warm demeanor, waved at Claire, glancing at his daughter, who, with luggage in hand, approached Claire at Hermione's urging. "Hello, Mr. Hillakes," he greeted. Having spent 6 years together in primary school as Hermione's classmate, Mr. Granger recognized Claire. "Greetings, Mr. Granger. I believe Hermione has informed you that I am still her classmate and will be attending Hogwarts with her," Claire replied with a polite bow. "Ah, indeed. Hermione often speaks of you at home," Mr. Granger remarked, casting Claire a meaningful glance. "But where exactly is platform 9 3/4? I've inquired, and there is no such platform at King's Cross Station. Is it yet another magical phenomenon beyond our grasp? Indeed, there are confounding charms and Muggle-repelling spells at play. But these are merely illusions. You can enter as well," Claire generously explained. "May we take a look? After all, my daughter is about to be away from us for a year, and her mother and I wish to see her off at the station," Mr. Granger asked anxiously, clearly unfamiliar with the magical side of things. "Of course, sir. No one can prevent a father from bidding farewell to his daughter," Claire affirmed, taking the luggage in hand, which felt weightless to her. Upon closer inspection, the suitcase's wheels did not roll, but hovered slightly above the ground. In astonishment, Mr. and Mrs. Granger watched as Claire led Hermione through the wall of platform 9 3/4. Soon after, the brave Grangers followed suit. "How marvelous. My goodness. I just walked through a wall. It's simply unbelievable," Mr. Granger exclaimed, still exhilarated by his recent feat. "Dad, you're too loud." Hermione blushed slightly, noticing the curious glances from passers-by. At that moment, Mr. Granger became aware of the attention directed at him and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. Are they all wizards like you?" "Yes, most are wizards, though a considerable number are ordinary people. After all, there aren't many pureblood wizard families throughout the entirety of Britain." Casting a furtive glance at the surrounding passengers, Mr. Granger inquired of Claire, "By the way, where are your parents? How is it that you are traveling alone?" "They are still in France. The family has been quite busy lately. Like ordinary families, wizards must earn a living. They have their own affairs to manage. Furthermore, this is not my first journey away from home. The Hogwarts Express has never had an accident, so they are very much at ease." After assisting Hermione in placing her luggage on the carriage's rack, Claire smiled as Hermione chatted with the Granger couple through the window, deciding it best not to interrupt them at this moment. "Excuse me, children. May I have my grandson sit here? He has been searching for a seat for quite some time." An elderly lady with snow-white hair gently opened the compartment door and, upon seeing 2 occupants, spoke apologetically. "Of course, ma'am," Claire replied. "Neville, come in." The elderly lady called out sternly before turning back with a warm smile. "You must all be first-year students, correct?" At that moment, Hermione also noticed the commotion in the compartment. "Yes, ma'am, we are all first-year students. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hermione Granger. And this is Clare Hillakes." "Hillakes? Goodness, if I am not mistaken, you belong to that family." "Indeed, you are correct, ma'am. Regarding your son and daughter-in-law, the hospital is seeking new treatment methods. You see, Muggles possess many effective medical measures, and a significant portion of our medical personnel is currently furthering their studies at Muggle medical universities. Do you know who I am?" "Certainly. Among the newly enrolled children this year, None are accompanied by their grandmothers. The Longbottom family, a family of Aurors, even you, a retired Auror, participated in the campaign against the dark wizard Grindelwald, a battle that has become legendary. The elderly lady inclined her head slightly. Thank you for your kind words. However, I am more concerned about the treatment methods you mentioned, as it has been 11 years since that incident. Rest assured, we shall do our utmost. After all, those are two exceptional Aurors. We cannot allow them to remain in St. Mungo's indefinitely. After conversing for a while, amidst the announcements blaring over the loudspeaker, Mrs. Longbottom departed the train. Meanwhile, Neville sat anxiously in the carriage, searching for something. Poor child, tormented by the Cruciatus curse in his youth, his mind had suffered greatly. Otherwise, with the Longbottom family's exceptional lineage, his talents would surely rival those of Harry and the others. What are you looking for, Neville? Hermione, ever the compassionate soul, inquired. Have you seen a toad? I've lost it again. His voice trembled slightly with a hint of tears. I always lose it. It keeps trying to run away from me. Toad, come here. Clare pulled out her wand and began to chant a spell. She had no desire to accompany Hermione through each carriage, assisting Neville in his search. As would occur in the original story, while that might lead to an encounter with Harry, Clare preferred to limit Hermione's interactions with Ron, considering that in the original narrative, they ultimately ended up together. A toad floated up slowly from beneath the table, its color visibly shifting during its ascent until it finally returned to a deep green. Clare remarked with a hint of surprise, a shapeshifter lineage. This toad possesses the bloodline of a shapeshifter. Fear not, it does not wish to abandon you. It has merely grown accustomed to hiding after remaining in one place for so long. In truth, it is right beside you. Shapeshifter lineage? I thought my uncle merely gifted me an ordinary toad, Neville mused, examining the creature by its leg. The toad struggled desperately, but to no avail. Clare felt a flutter of anxiety. She was certain that if she were in the toad's position, she would seek any means to escape Neville's grip. Hey, Clare. I didn't expect to find you here. Draco exclaimed as he swung open the partition door and plopped down beside her, while Crabbe and Goyle blocked the entrance. I was in the first carriage, wondering why you had not shown up. Oh, I thought it was Neville Longbottom. Did you not feel even a hint of tension sitting next to Hillakes, you fool? Draco taunted. Enough, Draco. Making enemies everywhere is not the mark of a pure blood wizard. Clare interjected. All right. Draco sighed, redirecting his attention from Neville to Hermione on the other side. And who might this be? My girlfriend, Clare replied nonchalantly. Excuse me. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Draco's eyes widened, as if he had never seen Clare before. I said, she is my girlfriend, Hermione Granger. Clare smiled slightly at the now flushed Hermione, then turned back to Draco to reiterate. When did you even get a girlfriend? Have you forgotten what happened in France? Under Clare's piercing gaze, Draco swallowed the remainder of his sentence. France? What about France? Hermione instinctively sensed there was more to this conversation. Upon hearing Hermione's question, Draco turned to her. You are Hermione Granger? The Granger family is not a pure-blood family. Who told you I was a pure-blood wizard? My parents are both dentists. What of it if I come from an ordinary family? Hermione was bewildered, as Clare had never mentioned the distinctions involved. Draco pivoted back to Clare, a Muggle-born. Good heavens. Clare, you have fallen for a Muggle-born. This is impossible. I mean, they would never allow you to have a future together. What are you all talking about? Could someone please explain? Hermione's annoyance began to rise. Though she was not well-versed in the wizarding world, it seemed that their conversation could jeopardize her relationship with Clare. Clare. Her surname is Hillakes, Draco emphasized. Seeing the incredulous expression on Hermione's face, Draco continued, Hillakes, one of the foremost wizarding families in Europe. The driving force behind potions and medicine across the continent. Every heir of the family must be of pure blood descent. And each heir's spouse must possess at least 3/4 pure blood status. Furthermore, their family is cursed, allowing only one male wizard to be born each generation. In other words, Clare is the next heir of the family. Do you truly believe anyone would permit you two to have a future together regarding the inheritance of a millennium-old family? Hermione looked utterly disbelieving. I come from an ordinary family, which means you can never become Clare's wife. Clare did not interrupt Draco's explanation, for these words would eventually reach Hogwarts. As Hermione gradually became acquainted with the wizarding world, she would come to understand. And it was better to speak of it sooner rather than later. Along the way, Hermione exchanged only a few words with Clare. The truth was somewhat harsh. Even if Hermione distanced herself, Clare felt it was only to be expected. After all, what profound love could a child of 11 truly experience? Clare was unaware of when Draco had departed, Perhaps he sensed the oppressive atmosphere and chose to leave. Meanwhile, Neville appeared quite carefree, having fallen asleep at that moment. As darkness descended, an announcement rang out. The train was nearing its destination, and new students were requested to don their wizard robes. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione left their compartment and found one filled with girls, where she changed into her robe. Clare waited for some time, yet Hermione showed no sign of returning. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and passengers were reminded to leave their luggage on board, as it would be transported to the school. This announcement echoed through the train, and Clare felt a wave of despondency. Hermione had still not come back. As the train slowed, Clare no longer held out hope that Hermione would return to his side in time. The passengers jostled toward the exit, and Clare followed the crowd, inexplicably reminded of the chaotic spring festival travel from a past life. This thought offered Clare a slight reprieve from his otherwise gloomy mood. The Hogwarts station was dim and small, almost inconspicuous in the night, likely the only stop along the train's route. For who else but students would ride a train in the wizarding world? First your students, over here. A towering figure called out in a deep voice. In the darkness, his eyes gleamed. Had he not spoken, one might have mistaken him for a bear. Rubeus Hagrid, a half-giant, was someone Clare had glimpsed through a shop window in Diagon Alley while shopping for robes. Inherited from his mother, his giant lineage rendered him immune to many dark curses. Although his studies were incomplete, his innate advantages made him stronger than many adult wizards. "Harry, come here," Hagrid called, shaking his bushy beard and waving to a small, bespectacled boy struggling to make his way through the crowd. Clare rolled his eyes, questioning whether Hagrid was there to greet the new students or specifically to escort Harry Potter. "All right, first your students, come this way and follow me." Clare lingered at the back of the line, spotting Hermione walking beside Harry and a tall boy with red hair on the other side. Indeed, the famed trio remained intact. Could he truly not alter the original narrative? A bitter feeling settled in Clare's heart. Was the plot truly so immutable? No. Clare felt a jolt of realization. His very presence constituted a significant variable. The moment he arrived, the storyline had already shifted. In an instant, Clare's confidence surged anew. Yes, he himself was the greatest variable. Navigating a narrow path, the group gasped as a vast, dark lake appeared before them. On the opposite shore, a magnificent castle loomed atop a hill, its spires piercing the starry night sky, exuding an air of mystery. Hogwarts? Clare found himself momentarily entranced. Hogwarts, the location most elaborately detailed in the original narrative, was the site of numerous events, shrouded in secrets within its ancient walls. They crossed the lake by boat and walked along a smooth cobblestone path until they reached the enormous oak doors of the castle. Hagrid turned to count the students, visibly relieved when he confirmed that everyone had arrived. Observing this, Clare smirked, only now realizing that it was only then that Hagrid deemed it necessary to count heads. Was this giant's mind truly sharp enough? With a knock that resounded like thunder, the castle doors creaked open, revealing a tall witch in an emerald green robe. Though her age was apparent, she retained a full head of dark hair, and her eyes sparkled brightly behind glasses adorned with golden filigree. "Professor McGonagall, the first-year students are all here," Hagrid reported. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take them inside," she replied, waving her wand to fully open the doors. The interior was vast, seemingly employing numerous undetectable extension charms. Once Professor McGonagall led Clare and the others into a small room adjacent to the Great Hall, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Even the least familiar with the proceedings understood that something significant was about to be announced, and the children anxiously awaited Professor McGonagall's words. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she proclaimed in a resonant voice. "The start of term feast will commence shortly, but first, you will be sorted into your respective houses. The sorting ceremony is of utmost importance. For once you arrive here, your house becomes your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes, reside, and partake in activities alongside your housemates. The 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each boasted a glorious and storied history. Professor McGonagall elaborated, briefly outlining some school rules and reward and punishment measures. The mention of the house cup stirred whispers among the children. "The sorting ceremony will begin in a few minutes before the entire school. I suggest you use this time to present yourselves well," Professor McGonagall noted, her gaze lingering on a few disheveled students, causing them to squirm uncomfortably. "We will call for you once we are ready. Please wait here for a moment," she instructed before turning to leave. Once she had departed, the small room erupted into chatter, predominantly speculating about what the sorting ceremony would entail. Draco, flanked by his 2 burly companions, squeezed his way over to Clare. Still moping over your little girlfriend's departure? Draco smirked, clearly reveling in Claire's discomfort. After all, you are betrothed. Draco glanced at Hermione's back, and upon receiving no response from Clare, continued to speak. Muggleborns, no matter how talented, will never enter Slytherin. Forget her. She is not your kind. When did you become a love guru? Clare retorted, irritation evident on his face. Just now, Draco shrugged. Don't tell me you want to be sorted into Slytherin. Though Hillakes is renowned for its healing and potions in the pure blood circles, your reputation in dark magic is no less than any other title. Actually, I had intended to join Ravenclaw. The library there has always been a place I yearn to explore. But now, yes, I suppose I should go to Slytherin. Why not? A look of determination crossed Clare's face. Romantic entanglements were not a valid reason for his age to hinder him. Just then, a shrill scream from the crowd caught their attention. When Clare and Draco turned to see the source of the commotion, they discovered several ghosts emerging through the walls. Goodness! What was that? Clare exclaimed. Just ghosts. They can be quite a nuisance, and there are rarely ways to deal with them. Of course, they seldom bother you, Draco remarked. Having lost interest after a brief glance, there exist various methods to confront specters, as numerous spells designed for the soul can inflict considerable harm upon them. For instance, the heart-piercing curse can cause them agony that far surpasses that experienced by the living. It may even lead to their ethereal forms dissipating entirely. Additionally, the soul-stealing curse can easily subjugate them, as they are, after all, souls. In the 17th century, many dark sorcerers harnessed this curse to control souls, subsequently transforming, experimenting, and merging them with corpses, thus giving rise to numerous dark creatures such as ghouls. Clare calmly elucidated this to Draco, utterly oblivious to the several ghosts who had already paled in fear and hastily fled upon hearing his words. Silence, children, Professor McGonagall announced upon her return. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Now, form a line. Quickly, they arranged themselves, with Clare standing alongside Draco as they re-entered the grand hall. The hall was adorned in resplendent gold, with upperclassmen seated according to their houses at 4 long tables. Countless candles floated above, illuminating the space brilliantly. Before each individual lay a golden plate and goblet. Although the feast had yet to be served, it was evident that the banquet would offer a splendid array of delicacies. The faculty occupied the front table, which was also a long one. Professor McGonagall led the children to the platform, where they were lined up before the assembled students. Under the collective gaze, many of the children began to blush. Clare glanced towards the Slytherin table, where it was evident that most were descendants of pure-blood families. And they were likely familiar with the heir of the Heliakos family. Noticing Clare's gaze, many Slytherins nodded in acknowledgement. The prodigy of the Heliakos family was quite renowned within pure-blood circles. Professor McGonagall positioned a stool before the first-year students and placed an old, tattered hat upon it. Clare took a deep breath, for he was exceedingly curious about this hat. The hat trembled, and a seam along its edge split open, resembling a mouth. And then it began to sing. Perhaps you believe I am not beautiful, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat wiser than I shall consume myself. You may polish your top hats until they shine and make your stovepipe hat smooth and erect, but I am the enchanted sorting hat of Hogwarts, far superior to your headgear. Any thought concealed within your mind cannot escape my keen perception. Try me on. I shall reveal to you which house you belong to. You may find yourself in Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within, their bravery and audacity setting them apart. You might belong to Hufflepuff, where integrity and loyalty reign, and their students toil with perseverance and honesty. If you possess keen intellect, perhaps you will join the wise Ravenclaw, where the learned often encounter their kindred spirits. Or perhaps you shall be sorted into Slytherin, where you may forge genuine friendships, yet beware, for those cunning and treacherous will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Come, don me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, though I have no hands, you are utterly secure, for I am a thinking hat. While the composition may seem to border on excessive, the hat's melody was truly unmelodious. Clare found it perplexing how such a coarse sound could elicit thunderous applause from the audience below. The song provided a succinct introduction to the 4 houses. Yet Clare couldn't shake the feeling that it disparaged Slytherin. Cunning and treachery? The other houses were described in wholly flattering terms, were they not? Clare's inner complaints did not linger for long, as the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Damn, Fred, you should be wrestling with giants. Ron's voice carried a note of indignation ahead. Draco, having just experienced an unpleasant exchange with Ron, scoffed quietly, though he refrained from any excessive actions given the multitude of onlookers. Hannah Abbott, a small girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled forward, donning a tattered hat that seemed large enough to envelop her entire head. Clare couldn't help but mourn for her nose. That hat, appearing as though it hadn't been washed in a millennium, surely held its own peculiar charm. Hufflepuff, the hat exclaimed shortly thereafter. Instantly, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table as the girl, blushing, continued her clumsy march to the vacant spot reserved for her. Susie Pince, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. The sorting proceeded with a tense yet orderly rhythm. At last, Professor McGonagall called out a name that piqued Clare's interest. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. The moment the hat proclaimed this, Gryffindor erupted in applause, and amidst the excitement, Draco tapped Clare's shoulder and whispered, "You do know about the age-old rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, right? It's time to give it up." Following this, Neville made a blunder, rushing towards Gryffindor without even removing his hat, eliciting laughter from the crowd and slightly easing the previously tense atmosphere. Draco Malfoy, as the hat barely touched his head, it shouted, "Slytherin! Harry Potter!" A buzz spread throughout the hall, reflecting the extent of the fame surrounding the boy who lived. Even the Slytherin students craned their necks to glimpse the legendary boy who had survived. Gryffindor. At this moment, Gryffindor's cheers were louder than ever, with even the ghosts of Gryffindor clapping enthusiastically. Merely a name, yet his innate talent paled in comparison to Hermione's. He had escaped Voldemort's persecution through a protective charm wielded by his parents at the cost of their lives. The true heroes were not him, but the Potters, who had faced Voldemort and perished, achieving what countless wizards could not, even if it came at the ultimate price. Clare Hillakes. A murmur rippled through the crowd once more. The name Hillakes was familiar to every child hailing from a wizarding family, although the discussions below were not as fervent as when Harry had been called. It was evident that the name Hillakes held significant weight. Clare stepped forward and picked up the hat, attempting to place it a little higher on his head, for he had no desire to experience the peculiar odor born of millennia of perspiration. He resolved to wash his hair thoroughly upon returning home that night. A brain-blocking spell? Ah, indeed. A solidified soul-capturing enchantment? The hat found itself momentarily at a loss. It had never encountered such profound magic upon any new student. This sort of spell was typically attempted only by fifth-year students, and to reach such a level was something it had only witnessed in Professor Snape. Very well. You have triumphed, child. Are you a prodigy? To comprehend brain-blocking spells at such a tender age and delve into them so deeply? After a brief stalemate, the hat resignedly spoke. You may decide which house you wish to join. Though I am employed for sorting, I cannot ultimately contravene a student's own desires. No need to rush. I am quite curious about the source of your magical prowess. While a solidified enchantment can sustain itself for a considerable duration, it is not everlasting, let alone for over 1,000 years. Instead of answering the hat's inquiry, Clare began to question it. If I were in your position, I would hasten to select a house and then indulge in a splendid meal, rather than pose these peculiar questions. Let me venture a guess. There are not many magical artifacts capable of providing such vast and stable power. The Philosopher's Stone of Nicholas Flamel could accomplish this. Yet Flamel is now over 600 years old, while you have surpassed a millennium. The everlasting heart of a phoenix could do so. Though extracting a heart from a phoenix is an exceedingly intricate craft, albeit not impossible. All right, enough guessing. It seems Slytherin is indeed the most fitting house for a wizard of your caliber. Allow me to inform you that every headmaster injects me with magical energy and truth. My materials are as ordinary as they appear. The hat seemed eager to avoid further delay and spoke up. Is that so? What a pity. I had hoped to find an opportunity to dismantle you. Slytherin, the hat exclaimed loudly, unwilling to continue on this topic. This mischievous child possesses rather ruthless means. As Clare descended from the platform, the Slytherin students erupted in cheers comparable to those with which Gryffindor had welcomed Harry, leaving the Gryffindor lions somewhat perplexed. Clare glanced towards Hermione's seat in Gryffindor, where she was currently resting her head on the table, not sparing a single glance in Clare's direction. Clare felt a tinge of disappointment as she shook her head and made her way to the seat reserved for her in Slytherin. The dinner was extraordinarily lavish, to the point that even Clare felt slightly overindulged. Following the meal came dessert, but Clare had no intentions of adding to her weight. Meanwhile, Crabbe and Goyle indulged themselves with great delight. Clare found it hard to believe how these two dim-witted fools managed to enter Slytherin. Could it be that the sorting hat deliberately placed them here to lower Slytherin's overall standing? As bedtime approached, let us join together in singing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed loudly after Goyle stuffed the last morsel of food into his mouth. At that moment, the smiles of the other teachers appeared particularly strained, while the Slytherin students wore expressions of deep discontent, as if this were an utterly humiliating affair. With a flourish of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a golden ribbon that twisted above the dining table, forming lines of text. Although Clare had to admire Dumbledore's meticulous magical manipulation, he still disdained this rather embarrassing method of singing. Like the other Slytherin students, he mumbled the words under his breath, hastily reciting the school song, and waited for the dismissal. Once the Weasley twins concluded the school song with a dirge, Dumbledore announced the end of the gathering, which lifted a weight off the shoulders of most Slytherin students. Traversing the winding corridors of the dungeons, a damp, bare wall marked the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The head boy faced the wall and solemnly proclaimed, "Blood status." The door slowly creaked open, but the others did not follow. Instead, the head boy turned to remind them, "This is the password to the Slytherin common room. Remember it well. Otherwise, you shall spend the night in the corridor." Clare perceived the entire road and the damp surroundings to be an exquisite habitat for serpents. The Slytherin common room truly mirrored the characteristics of its emblematic creature. Were it not for the magical realm, one could only imagine the multitude of unsettling centipedes that would thrive in such a moist environment. The common room, albeit spacious, bore a somewhat low ceiling. After all, residing in a basement does not lend itself to lofty expectations. Fortunately, the deep green embellishments and the exquisite fireplace alleviated Clare's sense of being relegated to the status of a basement refugee. Before long, Professor Snape strode in with his characteristic long strides, casting a hollow gaze over the assembled students until the first-year newcomers felt a tingle of unease. He then employed his oily voice to reiterate the discipline of Slytherin. Compared to the other three houses, Slytherin was undoubtedly the most disciplined, which explained its 6 consecutive victories in the House Cup. Clare lamented that the good days had come to an end, with Harry Potter in the fray. This year's House Cup was certainly beyond reach, as Dumbledore's favoritism towards Harry was glaringly apparent. Next came the Slytherin tradition of competing for the position of head boy. This evening, a first-year student would emerge as the top of their year, and it was my honor to preside over this contest once more. A flicker of derision crossed Snape's face as he observed the bewilderment on some students' faces. Of course, those who have not heard of the head boy competition may feel free to withdraw, for even I cannot guarantee that this duel will proceed without casualties. Upon hearing this, many children displayed expressions of fear, some even turning pale. Ignoring their trepidation, Snape continued, "Thus, those who cannot perform any spells or wish to withdraw voluntarily, come forward to me." Hesitating, many students glanced around before slowly making their way to stand behind Snape. Few remained in the arena, primarily the offspring of pureblood wizarding families. It was evident that growing up in wizarding households, they had long since mastered numerous spells. The majority of those present exchanged glances until they noticed Clare, who was playfully twirling her wand. Draco led the charge in relinquishing his opportunity to contend. A significant number of children from pureblood families, represented by Draco and Pansy Parkinson, recalled their family admonitions to avoid provoking the heir of the Hillakes lineage. Although curiosity lingered regarding Clare's true prowess, the prudent Slytherins were not inclined to test their own safety. 3 brash youths remained, confident in their abilities, while Draco silently mourned their impending fate. Well, since the decision is made, let the duel commence. With a flick of his wand, Snape conjured a platform akin to those used in fencing. He inclined his head slightly towards Snape before stepping onto one side of the platform. The other 3 hesitated. It was evident that whoever stepped onto the platform first would hold an advantage. Shoving and pushing ensued, as none wished to be the first to ascend. Draco, Pansy, and their companions observed the scene with expressions laden with mockery. Even Crabbe and Goyle wore faces of disdain for the 3 who hesitated to take the stage. Clare shrugged and drew her wand, saying, "You 3 may come at me together, but the disparity in power cannot be compensated by mere numbers." Instantly, expressions of shame and anger clouded the faces of the trio. Anyone subjected to such derision would feel indignation, especially 3 children. In the face of their furious glares, Clare seemed utterly oblivious. Power dictates status, no matter how enraged they might be at that moment, when their own abilities were laid bare. They would naturally exhibit fear and submission. The Dark Lord mastered this concept, although his oppressive nature was extreme, so much so that he would kill indiscriminately, even his own followers. Viewed through this lens, it is hardly surprising that this madman stands in opposition to the entire magical realm. Digressing slightly, under Snape's directive, the trio ascended the dueling platform simultaneously. Before Snape could issue the command to commence, these novices, unaware of the rules of dueling, launched their spells without hesitation. Obstacles abound. Legs paralyzed. Spiraling flip. Each spell struck Clare without exception. However, she sustained no harm, as if her exterior were shielded by an invisible armor, absorbing all damage. With incantation upon her lips, Clare positioned her wand before her chest, stepped forward to the center of the stage, bowed gracefully, then turned and returned to her original place. This was the epitome of dueling etiquette, flawless in execution. The spell was cast silently. Goodness, this was a skill that could only be mastered after the O.W.L.S., a requisite for the N.E.W.T. examinations. Gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Even Snape could not help but raise an eyebrow. Her level of proficiency was nothing short of overwhelming among this group of children. Clare paid no heed to the gasps from the audience, turning around to wave her wand, transforming the bewildered students into 3 little squirrels who spun in terrified circles. Such advanced transfiguration. At this moment, no one dared to question Clare's prowess. Even the older students from Slytherin, who were merely spectators, held her in considerable esteem. "Have I won, Professor?" Clare inquired, glancing at Snape, whose typically impassive face now bore a hint of a rigid smile. Though to the onlookers, this smile appeared more grotesque than joyous, it nonetheless astonished the older students. It was the first time in many years that the headmaster had smiled at a student, and that student was a mere first year. "You have indeed, Mr. Hillakes," Snape replied, gesturing towards the 3 frantic squirrels. The trio tumbled to the ground, exchanging wide-eyed glances of sheer terror before turning to Clare, their faces a tableau of fear. Having successfully been elected as the top student of her year, Clare did not regard this achievement as particularly commendable. The surname Hillakes demanded excellence in all aspects. The vast network of affiliated families would be the first to express dissatisfaction if one did not measure up. After all, the Hillakes legacy was not solely upheld by the wealth of the wizarding world, but fundamentally by the family's individual strength. Soon, the heirs of various pureblood families approached Clare to shake her hand in congratulations. Although a mere formality, Clare took it seriously, at least outwardly, as it was imperative to foster good relations with local pureblood families, despite the Hillakes' influence in Britain remaining substantial. Once Snape departed, the head of year directed the first-year students back to their dormitories, where their luggage had already been placed in assigned cabinets. The dormitory was quite spacious, housing only 2 students per room, largely due to the affluence of Slytherin's pureblood progeny. Much like many universities in certain countries, the exorbitant accommodation fees afforded them more spacious living quarters. The most expansive rooms were at least doubles, and by coincidence, Clare had been assigned to share a room with Draco. With a private washroom and a balcony, it was already the finest accommodation available. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco disregarded his luggage and flopped onto the bed with his nameplate, perhaps indicative of how pampered children from pureblood families often avoided handling their own belongings. "If I were you, I would start unpacking the books, clothes, and other odds and ends from that cramped suitcase. Classes begin tomorrow. You wouldn't want to be caught unprepared," Clare remarked as she opened her travel case. "Blast it. This is my first time unpacking," Draco exclaimed, rising angrily from his bed and struggling with the suitcase zipper. Hogwarts should allow house elves. After all, the school hasn't explicitly forbidden them. "But are you really sure about bringing one? Draco can't possibly unpack on his own. Without his mother, Draco can't do anything. Look. Draco has to be accompanied by a wheeled suitcase." "Enough," Draco retorted, flustered. "Is it so wrong for me to unpack myself? Good heavens. Why do I have so many clothes? I've never hated my wardrobe this much. Do you still need your bookshelf?" Clare suddenly inquired. "Just a few textbooks." "They won't take up much space," Draco replied nonchalantly, tossing his books onto the shelf. "I'll use the remaining space." "What?" Before Draco could fully grasp her words, an array of books soared from Clare's suitcase, neatly arranging themselves on the 2 shelves. When both shelves were filled, a large stack of books was piled on the floor beside them. Gazing at the tomes, whose sheer thickness made his head spin, Draco glanced at a few titles: 12 Uses of Dragon Blood and Corresponding Potion Recipes, Combat Guide to Dark Magic, Applications and Experimental Studies of Ghosts, and Transfiguration Towards Immortality. Under Draco's horrified scrutiny, aside from a few relatively normal books, the majority were notorious tomes banned by the Ministry of Magic, displayed so brazenly on the shelves. Should outsiders discover this, it would be enough to land Clare in Azkaban. "You won't speak of this, will you?" Clare asked, seemingly reading Draco's alarm. "Of course not. I don't want to die at your hands." The following day, Clare rose early, freshening up. Influenced by her, Draco reluctantly crawled out of bed, grumbling as he dressed. At your pace, I expect by the time you're ready, the first class will have ended. The first lesson was Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. Typically, it involved transforming match heads into needles or branches into knives, but according to Clare's father, Professor McGonagall was exceedingly strict. The second class was History of Magic, which they could skip. I've heard that Professor Binns is a ghost. He is quite forgetful. Once, he dozed off in the staff room, completely oblivious to a fire that broke out at midnight. The next morning, he simply got up and went to class, leaving his body behind. A wizard who loses the vigilance he ought to possess is essentially courting disaster. Yet, he is quite dedicated. We should afford him the respect he deserves rather than mock him, Clare stated with solemnity. All right, let us go. I don't understand how you can be so serious when you could excel in every subject with your eyes closed, Draco replied, his face filled with reluctance. On their way, they unexpectedly encountered Harry and Ron. Harry appeared curiously engaged with everything, while Ron seemed to play the role of a jester beside him. In truth, Clare harbored no significant prejudice against the two. However, the mere mention of Hermione pricked her like a thorn, filling her with disdain towards the red-haired Weasley boy. Most children on the path pointed at Harry, for the boy who lived was exceedingly famous, so much so that his name appeared in nearly every modern wizarding textbook. In contrast, the Hillakes surname was known only among wizarding families and select upper-year students. Look over there. Which one? Next to that tall redhead. The one with glasses? Did you see his face? Did you spot that scar? Harry Potter, our great savior, would inevitably attract the adoration and fervent curiosity of those around him wherever he went. Perhaps this was the celebrity effect. Under the scrutinizing gazes of countless onlookers, Harry Potter might have felt more burdened than proud. Perhaps, in his youth, he did not fully grasp that this honor was a life-for-life exchange made by his parents. The staircases of Hogwarts were utterly bewildering. The school boasted a total of 142 staircases, and Clare felt that their design served little purpose beyond ensuring students arrived late to class. Behold, aside from a handful of spacious and pristine staircases, many are not only narrow but also prone to unsettling wobbling. The construction crew of yesteryears exhibited a remarkable lack of conscience. Many staircases, while traversing, may inadvertently lead one to an entirely different destination, some even concealing vanished steps. Should you dare to stroll absent-mindedly, these pitfalls shall not show mercy, rendering one's walk anything but tranquil. Furthermore, the doors here possess peculiar characteristics. They shall not open unless one politely requests them or activates certain bizarre switches. From this perspective, the magical realm as security measures are indeed formidable. An individual unaware of how to activate these switches, relying solely on the Alohomora charm, would find themselves thwarted by these intricately enchanted mechanisms. In the school, one must remain vigilant of Filch and Peeves. Of course, Clare bears no concern about inciting Peeves. In fact, the current Peeves harbors a profound fear of Clare. This is undoubtedly a consequence of Clare's ghostly concoction remarks on the night of her arrival as a freshman. Now, most spirits regard Clare with expressions akin to Muggles encountering a ghost. For the ghosts, who have lingered within the ancient halls of Hogwarts for countless years, the speed of information dissemination and the richness of their experiences are beyond measure. They are well aware of the formidable prowess of the Hillakes surname in the dark arts of the 17th century. The creation and cultivation of bizarre dark magical creatures such as ghouls, skeleton warriors, and wraiths saw the Hillakes family play a significant role. To suggest that young Hillakes possesses no means to confront spirits would be a blatant falsehood. In relation to Filch, Clare regards him with empathy and understanding. After all, the male descendants of the Hillakes family, save for the head of each generation, are all mute. To be born into a magical family yet lack magical aptitude is a calamity of the highest order. Having endured discrimination and jealousy since childhood, it is understandable that one's psyche may veer towards the extreme. Even the mute members of the Hillakes family, though not despised, cannot escape feelings of inferiority. Clare's uncle spends his days absorbed in business and the affairs of women. Few harbor affection for Filch. This elderly mute channels his emotions predominantly into the cat he cares for. When a person lacks emotional fulfillment in certain aspects, they inevitably seek some form of attachment. In the original narrative, Filch's obsession with his cat, Mrs. Norris, borders on the pathological. From this perspective, Filch is indeed a pitiable figure. However, the pitiable often possess their own faults. Due to his draconian regulations, his punishments of young witches and wizards have rendered him an adversary among the students of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's class was not as ominous as one might have imagined. Approaching the lectern, Clare bowed to the cat perched upon it and took a seat alongside Draco in a relatively forward position. The academic elite always occupy the front rows. A timeless norm in schools. Even in her past life as an academic prodigy, Clare's interest in this new world ignited her scholarly spirit anew. Though Clare found Draco's adherence to her bout perplexing, he nonetheless followed suit. His parents had cautioned him to observe Clare, the precocious heir of the Hillakes family, whose early maturity was no secret in the aristocratic circles. Once seated, Harry and his companions entered just as the bell rang. As they searched for their seats, Ron grumbled loudly about the arduousness of the stairs and the challenges of their journey. The Gryffindor lion never seems to mind the appropriateness of his remarks, and Clare did not expect the Weasley to uphold the elegance typical of pureblood families. Upon seeing the two plop down beside Hermione, Clare could not help but furrow her brow in annoyance. They were still in a Cold War, making it unwise to speak at that moment. Perhaps in a few days, after the young girl had cooled off, her demeanor might return to normal. With the ringing of the bell, the tabby cat leapt down and transformed midair into Professor McGonagall. Transfiguration is arguably one of the most complex and perilous spells to be learned at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall bore a serious expression, wholly unconcerned by the astonished faces of the young witches and wizards at her transformation. "Anyone who dares to disrupt my class shall be promptly ejected and never permitted to return," she warned, laying the groundwork firmly. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Clare, offering a slight nod without posing any questions. Many Slytherin children had recognized her beforehand. After all, among wizards, her status as an animagus is relatively well known, and most magical families are informed about her. Given the capabilities of the Hillakes family, it would be inconceivable not to investigate the basic information of the teacher entrusted with educating their heir. Soon after, Professor McGonagall transformed a desk into a pig and back again, astonishing all the children, who were eager to attempt the feat themselves. Clare merely smirked. The transformation of inanimate objects into living beings, especially on such a grand scale, delves into the depths of transfiguration magic, an area in which Clare's proficiency remains somewhat lacking. It can be said that only a select few throughout the world could rival Professor McGonagall in the application of transfiguration. As her lecture progressed, the children quickly grasped that without investing a considerable amount of time and study, no one could hope to transform furniture into animals. Professor McGonagall's standards were stringent, and meticulous note-taking was required. After laboriously compiling extensive and complex notes, each student was given a matchstick, with the directive to transmute it into a needle. Clare completed her task almost instantaneously, an accomplishment that earned Professor McGonagall 5 points for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall demonstrated to the entire class how to transform a matchstick into a silvery needle, remarking that even she could not have performed better. While the Gryffindor students gaped in astonishment, most of the Slytherins viewed the achievement as expected, having witnessed Clare transform 3 living beings into squirrels the previous night. After finishing, Clare discreetly observed Hermione's attempts. Perhaps sensing Clare's scrutiny, Hermione's face flushed as she repeatedly recited the incantation. Frustration began to show on Hermione's face as her matchstick remained unresponsive, leading her to turn away from Clare and practice alone. Despite the strictness of Professor McGonagall's class, wizards were permitted to adjust their movements for comfort while casting spells. By the end of the session, Hermione Granger finally managed to elicit a slight change in her matchstick. Professor McGonagall had the class witness Hermione's progress. And considering Clare had already mastered the charm, Hermione's accomplishment as a novice within such a brief period attested to her remarkable talent. Following the demonstration, Professor McGonagall bestowed upon Hermione a rare smile. Without keeping Clare in suspense, Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class commenced that afternoon as scheduled. Clare harbored a sense of sympathy towards Voldemort. The wizarding population in Britain was already scarce, and as one of the most formidable wizards in the realm, Voldemort possessed ample time and capability to dominate the British wizarding community. However, his impatience was evident. Dumbledore had yet to perish, despite his advanced age. His magical prowess remained formidable. Even at the height of his power, Dumbledore could not guarantee victory over Voldemort. Yet the latter should not have chosen this moment to provoke a man once hailed as the greatest wizard in the magical world. Voldemort was younger, while Dumbledore was on the decline. A few more years of waiting would not have posed a threat to Voldemort, who had already mastered Horcruxes and was virtually invulnerable. Moreover, Clare found it incomprehensible why Voldemort harbored such a penchant for slaughter. The extermination of Muggle-born wizards was tantamount to depleting an already dwindling wizarding population. The preservation of genetic diversity seemed a concept entirely foreign to him. despite wielding a formidable army and his own immense power. Voldemort's reckless bloodlust led to his downfall beneath a mere sacrificial curse. However, sympathy does not equate to approval. Clare had no desire for a bloodthirsty Dark Lord to reign over a magical realm, especially given that her cherished Hermione belonged to the Muggle-born category on Voldemort's hit list. Furthermore, in an environment rife with slaughter, it would be exceedingly difficult for wizards as a species to ensure their long-term survival. Professor Quirrell's classes were often permeated by an overpowering stench of garlic. In his relentless effort to mask the odor of decay that clung to him, he resorted to extreme measures. This bothersome garlic aroma was sufficient to deter any desire for conversation with him. It was rumored that Quirrell adopted this pungent strategy to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania, living in constant fear that the creature might one day return. A wizard so terrified of a vampire was indeed a source of shame for the wizarding community. According to Quirrell himself, his turban-like hat was a gift from an African prince as thanks for his assistance in repelling a troublesome ghoul. Ghouls, a type of undead, were a product of the 17th century surge of dark magic, characterized by their decayed bodies, aversion to light and salt, and sluggish movements, though they possessed great strength. Even first-year wizards had several methods to combat such low-level dark magical entities, created to overwhelm through sheer numbers. However, in truth, no student believed Quirrell's tale. When others inquired about his battle with the ghoul, his face would redden instantly. Ghouls were not easily encountered. Since the 17th century, sightings of these less capable creatures had become exceedingly rare. Many students also noted the peculiar odor emanating from Quirrell's turban. And Clare doubted that the astute Dumbledore had not taken notice. He likely suspected Quirrell long ago, but had yet to discover a means to eradicate Voldemort completely. Clare harbored grave doubts that this old fool had intentionally left such matters for Harry's training, perhaps even to test whether the sacrificial curse on Harry remained effective. In any case, the entirety of the lesson left a lackluster impression on Clare. Quirrell's antics were merely superficial humor, and though his knowledge was sufficient for the position, his talent for performance was lamentably subpar, rivaling that of a third-rate actor. Next came Professor Snape's potions class. The lesson took place in a dungeon, which was at least 3 or 4 degrees colder than the castle above, and the damp environment intensified its eerie atmosphere. The walls were lined with glass jars containing various animal remains, creating a spine-chilling ambience. Snape, tall and gaunt, with a hawk-like nose, draped in a flowing robe, resembled a great bat. His eyes, as dark as black jewels, lacked a trace of the warmth expected of a human being. They were cold and hollow, reminiscent of a deep tunnel. What an impressive mastery of the art of occlumency. As a fellow practitioner, Clare was in awe of Professor Snape's expertise in this magical discipline. Occlumency is an art that shields the mind from external mental intrusion, enabling the practitioner to barricade their thoughts against magical invasion and influence. It is a prerequisite for defeating the abilities of legilimens and can be achieved without resorting to dubious practices such as avoiding eye contact. Snape's status as a double agent, trusted by both sides, hinged significantly on his profound mastery of occlumency. No matter how powerful Voldemort's legilimency, he could not truly penetrate Snape's thoughts, a testament to the protective awareness that Snape maintained. Occlumency involves the cleansing of one's thoughts and emotions to prevent legilimens from locating any emotional ties to memories the subject wishes to conceal. Clare employed a more universally palatable brilliance of wisdom to mask the emotional barriers created by occlumency, while Snape's more direct approach, his vacant gaze, revealed the emotional suppression he employed, that of numbness. In its more advanced form, occlumency allows the practitioner to repress only specific emotions and memories, those that starkly contrast with what the occlumens wishes the legilimens to believe. This capability was Snape's greatest asset in navigating the treacherous waters between the two factions. As soon as he took his seat, Snape subtly nodded in Clare's direction. Any potion maker would hold the Hillakes family in high esteem. Regarding the use, preparation, and invention of potions, the Hillakes family undoubtedly stood as the most formidable lineage in all of Europe. "You are here to learn the intricate techniques of potion making," Snape stated. His voice was low, almost a whisper, yet each word was distinctly audible to all. The students remained silent, perhaps a testament to the unique aura of a strict teacher. In this setting, devoid of frivolous wand-waving, many among you might find it hard to believe that this is indeed magic. I do not expect you to fully appreciate the exquisite art of potion making. Imagine, if you will, the grand cauldron simmering with herbs, the potion gradually bubbling, and white vapors gracefully rising. Consider also the liquid coursing through human veins, that substance of unparalleled potency, capable of intoxicating your heart and enchanting all your senses. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, how to brew glory, and even how to stave off death. Provided you do not display the same foolishness as those I previously instructed. This brief introduction clearly illustrated the rigorous standards of a strict minor. As the young witches and wizards present became as quiet as the most obedient of pupils after hearing Snape's words. In the upcoming lessons, I expect your full attention and diligent note-taking. Of course, you may choose to ignore me, but your potion-making skills must at least reach 1/10 of Mr. Hillakes's. In that moment, a stark contrast emerged between the bewildered Gryffindors and the self-assured Slytherins. Harry and Ron exchanged furtive glances, their astonished expressions frequently drifting towards Clare's direction. Hermione's look of surprise flickered briefly before she averted her gaze, attempting not to focus on Clare, yet the corner of her eye betrayed her. Observing this, Clare felt a slight sense of relief. At this rate, Hermione would inevitably return. The Godfather's lessons were exceedingly rigorous, and during his previous tutelage at home, he had often faced reprimands. Draco murmured to Clare with lingering trepidation. Clare cast a sidelong glance at Draco and remarked, "A strict teacher cultivates exceptional students. In time, you shall express your gratitude to Professor Snape." Potter, what consequences might arise from the addition of powdered daffodil bulbs to the juice of wormwood? As Clare had anticipated, Professor Snape summoned Harry forth. Clare forcefully suppressed the impulse to rub her temples. The depth of love often breeds an equally profound resentment. One could only wonder what emotions Severus Snape harbored towards Harry Potter, the child of the woman he cherished. "I do not know, Professor," Harry replied softly. "Ah. It seems that great fame amounts to little." Hermione's raised hand was evidently in vain, for none could thwart Professor Snape's intent to unleash his disdain upon young Potter. "Now, allow me to pose another question. If I were to instruct you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you begin your search?" The contempt in Snape's gaze was unmistakable, clearly anticipating that Harry would be unable to answer this inquiry. "I do not know, Professor." Clare caught a glimpse of Malfoy beside her, trembling with laughter, and it was hardly surprising. At that moment, no Slytherin bore a frown. "Do you never prepare before class, Potter?" Snape pivoted the question. "What are the distinctions between aconite and monkshood?" Hermione's anxious gaze seemed almost capable of piercing through Harry. Yet even that could not prevent our savior from drawing a blank on the nature of monkshood. "I don't know," Harry murmured, "but I believe Hermione does." "Why not ask her?" Our little Harry began to seek external assistance, thus formalizing the antagonistic rapport between the boy who lived and the bat-like professor. "Draco Malfoy." Snape turned his gaze towards the still chuckling Draco, who immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Please elucidate the 3 questions I just posed to our esteemed Mr. Potter." Draco rose, casting a challenging glance at Harry and Ron, observing Ron's heaving chest and red face from anger. Draco replied with satisfaction, "The daffodil bulb mixed with mugwort creates a potent sleeping draught, commonly referred to as the death's net. Bile, on the other hand, is a stone found in the stomach of cattle, and it serves as an antidote to various poisons. As for aconite and monkshood, they refer to the same plant, colloquially known as aconitum." "Correct. Take your seat." Slytherin gains 5 points. Snape then turned to Harry, stating, "Given your ignorance and insolence towards a teacher, I have decided to deduct 1 point from Gryffindor due to you. Now, everyone, please jot down the points of knowledge we just discussed." Following that, Snape instructed the students to pair up and demonstrated how to combine simple herbs to treat burns. He strode through the dungeon in his voluminous black cloak, observing their methods of weighing dried nettles and ground snake fangs, and nearly everyone faced criticism. Of course, Clare and Draco were exceptions. A Hillakes combined with a Malfoy. If they could not concoct even the most basic of potions, it would indeed be the greatest jest in the magical realm. Despite Snape being Draco's godfather, he maintained the image of a stern teacher in the classroom. Clare's group progressed swiftly, as the acidic green mist billowed from the simmering slug horns, hissing ominously. Many of the other students were still preoccupied with measuring snake fangs. "Behold the work of Mr. Hillakes," Snape declared, striding before Clare and Draco, his gaze sweeping the classroom. "I do not expect you to possess the potion-making prowess of the Hillakes family, but at the very least, you ought to concoct a potion comparable to this one during this lesson. For that, Slytherin gains an additional 5 points. Amidst the envious and jealous glances from Gryffindor, Clare subtly nodded to Snape while tidying her potion ingredients. The class continued, and Neville, in a fit of mishap, somehow managed to burn through Seamus's cauldron. The potion they were brewing spilled across the floor, scorching small holes in the classmates' shoes. Ultimately, the ruined cauldron toppled over, splattering potion all over Neville. His arms and legs were left with painful, swollen welts, and he could not help but burst into tears. as classmates scrambled to clean up the mess. Clare hurriedly brought over the prepared ointment for the welts. At that moment, Harry snapped out of his daze, thanked her, and immediately assisted Clare in applying the potion to Neville's inflamed skin. After Clare cast several catalyzing and healing spells, Neville's swelling had notably diminished. We should take him to the infirmary. He needs to rest for a while. The ointment's effects will last for another 2 hours, and he will be fine, Clare stated with the authority of a seasoned healer, meeting Harry's gaze. Harry nodded and, with Snape's permission, quickly helped Ron lift Neville towards the infirmary. Hermione observed the entire scene with admiration, her eyes gleaming. It was astonishing that Snape did not deduct points from Gryffindor despite the chaos. An hour later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerged from the infirmary. I truly do not understand why Professor Snape harbors such animosity towards me, Harry lamented, feeling unjustly targeted. Relax. Snape often deducts points from Fred and George too. In fact, hardly anyone in Gryffindor escapes his ire. He is not singling you out, Ron reassured him, patting Harry's shoulder. Hermione interjected indignantly. Why is Professor Snape so biased? Ron shrugged. Who knows? Everyone knows he despises Gryffindor. At Hogwarts, Gryffindor and Slytherin were sworn enemies, and Snape, being the head of Slytherin, leaned towards his house. Let me tell you, there is not a single redeemable character in Slytherin. However, Clare is an exception. I mean, he just helped save Neville, didn't he? Harry disagreed with Ron's assessment. Indeed, in such a vast house, there are bound to be a few exceptional individuals. But I hear he has become the Slytherin prefect. That alone raises suspicions about him. As a Slytherin, he undoubtedly embodies their characteristics: cunning, shamelessness, and ruthless ambition. Ron exclaimed through clenched teeth. Enough, Ron. Hermione interjected, unable to tolerate his disparagement any longer. He just saved Neville. Despite Clare's outward demeanor, Ron insisted. If he truly is different from the other Slytherins, would he receive their acceptance? Harry murmured, clearly unconvinced by his own words. Clare is not at all like you portray him. He has always been kind. Hermione retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Ron cast a doubtful glance at Hermione. How do you know him so well? He is a pureblood wizard from France, whereas you come from a Muggle background. We attended the same primary school, Hermione replied, her face slightly reddening. What is primary school? Ron asked, perplexed. Goodness, primary school? A pureblood wizard attending a Muggle school, Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Is it so strange? Clare has always been at the top of his class, Hermione said proudly, lifting her chin. Top of his class. Ron and Harry exclaimed together. I never imagined you were classmates with Clare. No wonder his English is so impeccable. He has been in England for so many years, Harry mused. But if that is the case, why was Clare sorted into Slytherin? Ron persisted. Hermione shrugged nonchalantly. What does it matter? Slytherin values bloodlines. It is not surprising. The sorting had even asked me if I wanted to go to Ravenclaw. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry felt an inexplicable lightness wash over him, as if the dark cloud that had hovered over him dissipated, lifting a burden from his chest. However, Malfoy is indeed insufferable. Did you see the twisted expression of delight on his face when we were in trouble? Ron fumed. The Malfoys were Death Eaters, committing heinous acts at Voldemort's side. Meanwhile, Clare and Draco returned to the common room, with Draco animatedly recounting Harry and Ron's expressions along the way. Crabbe and Goyle stood like bodyguards behind Draco and Clare, ensuring that no lower-year wizard dared obstruct their path. Did you see Potter's face? It looked as if he had swallowed a fly, Draco exclaimed, gesticulating wildly. If I were you, I would keep my mouth shut, Clare replied, rolling her eyes. What is there to be proud of in defeating an ignorant wizard from a Muggle family? Be cautious. Do not let him surpass you in any aspect. After all, many talents are hereditary. As it stands, Mrs. Potter's potion-making talent has clearly not been inherited by her son. James Potter's flying ability remains uncertain. Humph. How could I possibly be inferior to Harry Potter on a broomstick? Draco's expression soured. Not necessarily, Clare countered. At least I know my flying skills do not match yours. No one is perfect. Perhaps Harry excels in flying more than you do? Impossible. I have been playing Quidditch since I was a child. No matter how skilled he is, he cannot compare to my years of experience. Just wait. By my second year, I will be on the Quidditch team. Clare shook her head in silence. The fire had already been lit, and it remained uncertain just how much of a blow Harry, who had joined the Quidditch team as a first year, would deliver to Draco. It is through adversity that one grows, and at present, Draco was still far too proud. Upon returning to the common room, a notice hanging beside the fireplace caught Clare's attention. Flying lessons would commence on Thursday. with Slytherin and Gryffindor sharing the class. It was as though the universe conspired to present such circumstances. Seeing the fury nearly erupting from Draco's eyes brought a faint smile to Clare's lips. This would surely be a spectacle to behold. The common room buzzed with discussions about the thrilling world of Quidditch, with many boasting about their flying prowess. Clare had little interest in the inflated tales of these individuals. Draco was vociferously lamenting the audacity of first-year wizards joining the Quidditch training team, regaling everyone with a lengthy story about how he had once escaped from a helicopter using a broomstick, an obvious embellishment. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Seamus Finnegan was enthusiastically recounting how he had flown on a broomstick across the fields since he was a child. Ron incessantly bragged about gliding on Charlie's old broomstick. It seemed that nearly every child from a wizarding family was engrossed in conversations about Quidditch. Ron had even engaged in a debate with his dorm mate Dean Thomas regarding the sport. Harry, immersed in this environment, found himself developing a considerable interest in the enchanting game. In contrast, Hermione was as anxious as Neville, who seemed prone to falling at any moment. Practical flying was not a skill that could be acquired through mere book learning. She had never flown before, not even on an airplane, let alone taken a long trip. For this young girl, soaring high on a flimsy broomstick was an intimidating prospect. By Thursday, Hermione had nearly memorized a book titled Quidditch Through the Ages, which instilled in her a modicum of confidence. During breakfast, she resolved to impart the flying techniques she had learned from her book to her classmates, a decision that nearly drove the rambunctious Gryffindor lions to distraction. Neville, however, listened intently, hanging on her every word, fervently hoping it would help him stay firmly seated on the broomstick. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the students, brimming with excitement, prepared for their inaugural flying lesson. Clare, however, found little to be enthusiastic about. Truth be told, sitting atop a broomstick was hardly a pleasant experience, especially when it involved soaring through the wind in the winter. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, it was only early autumn, with mild and pleasant weather. Otherwise, Clare might have contemplated skipping class altogether. Descending the staircase and crossing the lawn, Clare arrived at the edge of the forbidden forest, where warm sunlight bathed her in its glow, and a gentle breeze rustled the grass, creating soft ripples that grazed her ankles, instilling a sense of tranquility. Such delightful weather seemed a waste not to indulge in a refreshing nap. Ignoring Clare's remarks, Draco hurried towards the pitch. As a Quidditch enthusiast, he was utterly obsessed with flying. The flying instructor, Madame Hooch, sported short gray hair and sharp yellow eyes reminiscent of a hawk. "Everyone, line up beside your brooms. Quickly," she commanded. To Clare's astonishment, not a single Gryffindor student was tardy. They, along with the Slytherin wizards, obediently stood beside their brooms. 2 rows of worn-out brooms were already set up on the ground, many of which looked crooked, leaving Clare to wonder if these relics would suddenly malfunction mid-flight. Thankfully, it seemed she would not need to take to the skies this lesson. "Extend your right hand over your broom," Madame Hooch instructed, then called out, "Up, up." Harry's broom promptly soared into his grasp, leaving Draco, standing opposite him, utterly astonished. Although Draco had considerable flying experience, he was certain that Harry had never handled a broomstick before this moment. Just as Clare had predicted, Harry Potter had inherited his father's extraordinary flying talent. At that instant, Draco felt a surge of trepidation. He was about to be outshone by Potter. Simultaneously, Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's did not move at all. Clare, standing purposefully opposite Hermione, chimed in, "Do not fear it. It's merely a broomstick. You are its master, and it is your steed. Command it with confidence. Now, focus on it, and give a clear command." Despite pouting, Hermione followed Clare's advice, glaring at the broom as though it were her adversary, and shouted, "Up." The broom obediently soared into her hand. The previously cold expression on Hermione's face transformed into one of joy, momentarily forgetting to scold Clare. Madame Hooch demonstrated how to ride a broomstick and instructed them on maintaining balance. After the demonstration, she allowed everyone to practice while she walked down the line, correcting their postures. "Now, listen for my whistle. When I blow it, push off hard from the ground. Hold tightly to your brooms. Try to rise a few feet. Then glide forward slowly before returning to the ground. Ready? 3, 2, but Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety, leapt into action before Madame Hooch could even blow her whistle, propelling himself skyward. "Child, get down. This is dangerous," Madame Hooch shouted. Yet Neville soared higher, like a cork ejected from a bottle, ascending ever higher. "Now, Draco," Clare remarked with a hint of mischief in her voice, "will you go up and save him, or shall I use the levitation charm? At this rate, he is bound to fall. Why not just let him tumble down? He is a Gryffindor." Draco asked, bewildered. Yet, do you not see this as an opportunity to showcase your flying skills? Clare patiently explained. Draco looked incredulous. I think you must be mad. Very well. You will regret this, trust me. Clare found herself unable to sway this boy, who was so intent on witnessing Gryffindor's folly. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Harry, who stood across from Draco, and said, Did you hear what I just said? Would you like to try and rescue him? Without much hesitation, Harry mounted his broom and took off. In this regard, our little savior proved to be far more decisive than Draco. Come back. Why are children so disobedient nowadays? Madame Hooch roared in frustration. High above, Neville was in a state of sheer terror, his face ashen as he gasped for breath. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, causing him to lose his grip and slide off the side of the broom. At that moment, Harry wobbled into the air and collided directly with Neville from above. Fortunately, Harry's inherent talent shone through. Although he wobbled momentarily, he quickly steadied himself. As Harry and Neville descended, Madame Hooch rushed forward, her complexion ashen, gripping Neville to ascertain the extent of his injuries. In a soothing tone, she urged, Come on, little one, it's all right. Try to rise. Do not remain sprawled on the ground. Turning to the other students, she declared, I shall escort this student to the infirmary for a checkup. No one is permitted to attempt flying unaccompanied. Anyone who dares to move without permission will be expelled. Do you understand? Unbeknownst to everyone, at the moment Harry caught Neville, Professor McGonagall happened to glance up and witness the harrowing scene unfolding in the air. From her vantage point, it appeared as though Harry effortlessly cradled Neville in his arms. Once Madame Hooch departed, a buzz of conversation erupted among the students regarding the recent event, while Harry found himself encircled by his Gryffindor peers, hailed as a hero. You shouldn't have encouraged Harry to rescue him. He has got enough padding to withstand a fall, Draco muttered, still grumbling. But he could have broken his arms or legs. Clare admonished gravely. Draco, a true noble should not exhibit such cruelty as you did earlier. You may look down on any Muggle-born wizard from your lofty perch, but senseless bullying is unbecoming of a pure-blood wizard. I merely detest Gryffindor. Why are you being so serious? Draco, startled by Clare's sternness, protested. I simply wish for my friends to avoid straying down the wrong path. Remember, even Voldemort was not born a villain. At the mention of Voldemort, Draco visibly flinched, but quickly nodded in contemplation. After all, they were merely 11 years old, well-educated, and capable of grasping the essence of kindness. Harry Potter. While Harry was still relieved that Madame Hooch had not reprimanded him for flying without permission, a sudden shout startled him to the core. Upon hearing the voice, Harry's heart plummeted. Professor McGonagall was striding purposefully towards them, her pace brisk. Emerging from the crowd, Harry's face fell. McGonagall was renowned for her strictness, and he feared he could not evade her this time. Harry is in for trouble, Draco gleefully remarked to Clare as he watched Harry trail behind McGonagall. Not necessarily, Clare replied, shaking her head, dismissing Draco's puzzled expression. First and foremost, he is Harry Potter, the boy who is said to have vanquished Voldemort upon his birth. Even if that legend is merely a fabrication, Dumbledore would not permit him to leave Hogwarts. With a slight chuckle at Draco's dejected demeanor, she continued, Secondly, did you not notice Harry's recent maneuver? Ascending at a steep angle of 60 degrees to catch a rapidly descending object, though sizable. Such a feat can only be accomplished by a skilled seeker. Moreover, considering gravitational acceleration, you wouldn't comprehend. Yet, to catch a heavy object from such a height without being struck down, Harry Potter, on his very first encounter with a flying broomstick, has already exhibited the qualities of a seeker. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Clare. Are you suggesting? I don't know, Clare interrupted. But I have heard that the previous Gryffindor seeker just graduated, and is currently in search of a new one. Clare replied nonchalantly. No. Draco's disappointment was palpable. That's why I insisted you save him, but you wouldn't heed my advice. Clare smiled, yet at that moment, Draco perceived a sinister intent behind her grin. He silently vowed that, henceforth, he would rather offend anyone than incur the wrath of Clare, the cunning sorceress. During dinner, Draco accompanied Crabbe and Goyle to the Gryffindor table, only to return with an air of triumph. Clare, I just played a trick on those two foolish lions from Gryffindor. Upon sitting next to Clare, Draco declared with unabashed pride. Oh, pray tell, Clare inquired, her face alight with curiosity. I just challenged Harry to a duel in the trophy room at midnight. Draco replied with a chuckle. Oh, so, you have no intention of actually attending? Clare mused. How could I? Hogwarts has a curfew, Draco stated with a sense of certainty. Clare suddenly stood up, startling Draco. If I were you, I would attend the appointment tonight and arrive early, for this challenge was initiated by you. Clare wore a stern expression, an unprecedented sight for Draco, who had always known her as a friend with an ever-present smile. What troubles you? It is the first time I have seen you so serious, he inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Why must I go? Noticing the gravity of Clare's demeanor, Draco swallowed hard. Purebloods have long been regarded as nobility, and we consider ourselves as such, Clare patiently elucidated. No matter who it is. Once a challenge is issued or accepted, it must be fulfilled. This is not merely a matter of etiquette, it embodies the honor of purebloods. Clare's voice grew increasingly louder. And fortunately, dinner time was drawing to a close, leaving only a handful of people in the hall. Otherwise, the commotion could have escalated dramatically. Good-natured Clare scolded Draco vehemently. It would certainly pique the interest of not only Gryffindor, but even the timid Hufflepuffs. It was one thing for him to refuse today, but he had already acquiesced. Should he renege on his word, and if the informed parties were to disseminate the news, the entire Malfoy family could forget about holding their heads high in the pure-blood wizarding community henceforth. Draco seemed to have grasped the gravity of the situation. As a scion of a pure-blood family, he had been instilled with the significance of honor from a young age. One could assert that the honor, status, and reputation of the family constituted the entirety of a noble's existence. Should they lose these, the Malfoy family would truly amount to nothing. Although these foolish lions might refrain from spreading the news out of fear of being discovered and due to their ignorance of noble etiquette, one ought not to wager the honor of a pure-blood family on the loose tongues of Gryffindors. I believe that in all of Britain, there are certainly no shortage of adversarial forces keeping a watchful eye on the Malfoy family. Clare's scathing reprimand jolted Draco awake. After all, Draco was not a fool. With a moment's reflection, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, breaking out in a cold sweat. What should I do? As he regained his composure, Malfoy swiftly formulated an appropriate response, a testament to the years of noble upbringing he had received. I will accompany you tonight, he stated, his resolve firm. Of course, it is not solely for your sake. Upon hearing Clare's words, a palpable sense of relief washed over Draco's face. He was acutely aware of Clare's formidable capabilities. Even most adult wizards would pay the ultimate price if they dared to confront her. Truth be told, Clare's motivations extended beyond merely safeguarding Draco's standing within the Malfoy lineage. More crucially, Harry and his companions were destined to venture to the end of the third-floor corridor tonight, entering the chamber guarded by the three-headed dog. In the original narrative, their miraculous escape was nothing short of astounding. 3 first-year students, possessing little magical prowess, confronting a famished, three-headed beast. Surely, even the dimmest of minds could foresee the grim outcome. Yet, against all odds, they managed to evade capture, a stroke of fortune Clare would not attribute to the dog's leniency. Perhaps the creature, as Hagrid's pet, bore no particular malice towards humans, or perhaps the trio's abrupt entrance had bewildered it, leaving it perplexed about the arrival of these 3 hapless children. It was equally plausible that the dog was simply sated at that moment, lacking any significant hunger. However, Clare refused to place her entire trust in such contingencies. Regardless of Harry or Ron's fate, she was resolute in ensuring that Hermione emerged unscathed. Should the beast show any sign of aggression, Clare had no qualms about providing Buckbeak, who was still frolicking in the Forbidden Forest, with a substantial meal. No one slept that night, at 11 o'clock. When the rhythmic sound of breathing had settled into a steady cadence, Clare and Draco stealthily exited the common room. They moved soundlessly, encountering not a single ghost along their path. The moonlight poured in through the high windows, casting dappled shadows across the corridor. The glass cabinets displaying trophies, shield-shaped emblems, gilded vessels, and various statues sparkled in the darkness, illuminated by the ethereal glow. Soon, the faint sound of footsteps reached their ears. Draco exhaled in relief. It was fortunate he had come along, for otherwise, he would have borne the brunt of considerable scorn. Just in time. I thought you coward wouldn't show. Draco couldn't help but unleash his sharp tongue upon seeing Harry. Your cowardice pales in comparison to that of a despicable Slytherin, Harry retorted, already adept at exchanging barbs. Clare, what are you doing here? Hermione stared at Clare, her expression one of disbelief. Upon hearing Hermione's exclamation, Harry and Ron finally noticed Clare standing beside Draco, their faces instantly adopting a cautious demeanor. As you can see, I am accompanying Draco. Do not worry, I have no interest in this duel. I merely wish to ensure that, should any unforeseen incidents arise, we do not all end up in detention, Clare remarked with a shrug and a smile directed at Hermione. Just as Draco and Harry's argument threatened to escalate into violence, a sudden meow from the corner drew everyone's attention. "Mrs. Norris!" Harry screamed. "Filch has caught us. Run!" Ron grabbed Harry's sleeve and dashed away. Neville, who had come along merely to observe, had yet to comprehend the situation when Hermione shoved him forward. Followed closely by Clare and Draco, who now prioritized escape over their previous hostilities. At that moment, a figure suddenly blocked their path. The mischievous Peeves cackled gleefully. "Out for a midnight stroll? Are we, children? TSK, what trouble you're in for if Filch catches you. Peeves, I trust you will exercise some wisdom before I reveal the vial containing the souls of the departed," Clare warned ominously, her voice dripping with menace. "You little devil from the Hillakes family." Peeves recoiled as if faced with a specter. "Oh, you recognize me? That simplifies matters. You should be aware of the remarkable experiments conducted by my ancestors. They trapped souls in vials and mixed them with the venom of giant acromantula, igniting them in the white flames of a Dementor-esque skeletal remains." Before Clare could elaborate further, Peeves had fled in terror. Clare, however, wore a look of disappointment, as if lamenting the loss of an extraordinary opportunity. As Clare regained her composure, she noticed the astonished expressions on everyone's faces. "Ahem, do not be alarmed. I was merely attempting to frighten Peeves away." She donned a warm smile, resembling a harmless neighborly boy. An eerie chill swept through the group as they shuddered in response. The casual manner in which Clare recounted the gruesome experiment left no doubt in their minds regarding the veracity of his words. Legend spoke of the Hillakes family's notorious reputation for dark magic, and it seemed those tales were not without foundation. At that moment, voices reached their ears. Now. Take a good sniff. They might be hiding in some corner." It was Filch conversing with his cat, Mrs. Norris. Panic ensued as they swiftly rounded a corner, only to collide heavily with a locked door at the corridor's end. Clare sighed. The inevitable had arrived. "Everyone, step aside." Hermione urgently snatched the wand from Harry's grasp, gently tapping the door lock and murmuring, "Alohomora." With a click, the lock yielded, and the door creaked slightly as everyone rushed to secure it. The sound of Filch's footsteps was absent, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. "I believe we are safe now. Let us go, Neville." At that moment, Neville, trembling in fear, had hidden himself within the folds of Harry's robe. "What are you doing?" Harry turned to see the creature before him. For a long moment, he was rendered speechless, convinced he was ensnared in a nightmare. This was the most terrifying encounter they had faced that evening. Now, Harry understood why the third-floor corridor was strictly off-limits. Before them stood a colossal dog with 3 heads, its massive form towering to the ceiling. 3 pairs of fierce, bulging eyes, 3 noses, each exhaling hot breath in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths, each adorned with menacing, pale yellow fangs. "Do not be alarmed. It is already immobilized," Clare explained to the stunned onlookers. "We must hurry. This brute is far too large. Even the petrification charms I employed will not hold for long." Supporting the trembling Hermione, Clare felt their bond rekindled through this ordeal. "It is standing on a trapdoor. Do not tell me you failed to notice. Clearly, it is guarding something." Hermione quivered in Clare's embrace, yet her sharp mind continued to race. "I did see it, indeed. To keep such a fearsome creature in a castle brimming with students is certainly not for educational purposes." Clare shrugged, while Harry and Ron gaped in astonishment. A trapdoor, a guardian, a treasure. The two nearly erupted in exclamations. In the ancient castle inhabited by dreadful beasts, these monsters safeguarded bountiful treasures, a tale oft recounted in knightly literature. Surely, treasures were present, undoubtedly of great significance. Whether they were precious or perilous, or perhaps both, this place was undeniably intriguing. Clare enticed the two. "No, don't tell me you wish to venture down and investigate. Clare, you are a disciplined Slytherin, not a foolish Gryffindor." Draco, though his eyes sparkled with curiosity, faithfully cautioned Clare against her impulses. As a fellow pureblood, he did not wish for her to be in jeopardy. Draco's words irked several Gryffindors nearby. "Who are you calling a foolish Gryffindor?" Ron scowled. The Weasleys had always been at odds with other pureblood families. Whoever speaks is surely referring to themselves. "Enough. Is there not enough chaos already? If Filch arrives, you will see how you fare." Clare interjected, for this was not the time for bickering. Turning to the anxious Hermione, she gently reassured her. "Fear not. Do you think this is the only guardian dog? Any respectable storage area safeguarding valuables would employ multiple layers of security. We have merely glimpsed the surface, perhaps just the simplest of safeguards." So, Clare inhaled deeply. "How could I recklessly venture forth? You know how much I value my life." Upon hearing Clare's words, Hermione nodded thoughtfully, her expression easing as she nestled closer into Clare's embrace, opting for silence. Throughout, Clare's words had always held sway over the proud know-it-all. At this juncture, Clare reluctantly tilted her head, wanting to glance back, yet something held her back, and she ultimately refrained. Just moments ago, someone had cast the disillusionment charm and concealed themselves by the door. The magical aura of this individual surpassed anything Clare had ever encountered, even more potent than her father's. Several times, she had stifled the impulse to brandish her wand. The nearness of this individual provided her with no sense of security. In Britain, there was but one person who could match such power, and that was our venerable headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Knowing Dumbledore's character, Clare felt reassured to continue her act of feigned ignorance. The old wizard, it seemed, could not help but keep a watchful eye on Harry Potter. As the wise elder accompanying the protagonist, he ensured Harry's safety at every turn. This indirectly suggested that this series of challenges was purposely designed by Dumbledore to test Harry and his companions, all while being monitored. Given Clare's current magical prowess, attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze was akin to chasing a mirage. The Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone, possessed the ability to transmute base metals into gold, turning a pauper into a wealthy individual overnight. It could alter the properties of various magical substances, transforming any ordinary witch or wizard into a master alchemist. It could cure numerous ailments deemed incurable, drawing desperate patients to its allure. Most importantly, it granted the gift of immortality, or even the power to resurrect the deceased. However, the Philosopher's Stone bore a significant drawback. Anyone who utilized its magic would find their own magical ability stagnated. Moreover, to adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, wizards would sacrifice their own magical essence to prolong their lives. Otherwise, Nicholas Flamel would have long since unified the wizarding world. A wizard capable of sustaining his power for over 600 years would never allow the likes of Grindelwald or Voldemort to emerge as mere jesters. Of course, many wizards conveniently overlooked this grave flaw. Though the potions derived from the stone required prolonged use and fostered a strong dependency, adult wizards had typically reached a plateau in their magical growth, and any decline would take at least a century to manifest. In light of these limited disadvantages, the prospect of eternal life remained irresistibly alluring. Clare did not harbor any expectations of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. In truth, apart from marveling at its medicinal and alchemical properties, she did not perceive the side effect of immortality as a particularly desirable ability. It stifled growth and exhausted magical energy. It was akin to wagering a wizard's future in exchange for mere physical survival. Clare pondered deeply, her profound eyes shimmering under the moonlight, a scene that captivated Hermione, whose gaze glistened with admiration. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were utterly astonished by this spectacle, realizing why Hermione had seemed so familiar with Clare. They must have been a couple all along. A Gryffindor falling for a Slytherin. What a curious pairing. Their minds were filled with thoughts akin to a mouse marrying a cat, or a rabbit falling in love with a fox. They returned to the common room unscathed, though the hour was late. Clare and Draco, neglecting to change their clothes, collapsed into slumber. The following morning, Clare observed Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table, their heads bowed as they whispered about some clandestine secret. Clare smirked, realizing they had indeed come to understand the significance of the item Hagrid had taken. The two appeared somewhat fatigued, yet were in remarkably high spirits. In truth, Harry and Ron were still entranced by the three-headed dog from their recent escapade. The thrill of the previous night's adventure had invigorated them, fueling their desire for another such experience. Of course, Harry also shared his suspicions about the mysterious parcel with Ron. He theorized that the item had been removed from Gringotts' vault and brought to Hogwarts, and they spent quite some time speculating about what treasure required such stringent protection. As was customary, owls flooded into the hall, delivering letters and parcels. Today, two enormous packages drew the attention of many. The first, undoubtedly, was a delivery from Clare's family, a sight that had become rather commonplace. Clare often required numerous books and materials for her studies and experiments. As a proficient potion maker could not rely solely on theoretical knowledge. Hands-on experience was crucial, much like a Muggle doctor, who would be hesitant to allow a novice to practice without substantial practical experience. As everyone marveled at the esteemed House of Hillakes, another sizable package zoomed directly toward Harry, who was in the midst of his meal. Who could be sending him gifts? Draco felt a twinge of surprise. Harry Potter was far more famous than one might assume. It could very well be a gift from an admirer. Although Clare suspected it was likely the Nimbus 2000, She decided it best not to provoke Draco just yet, allowing him to discover it on his own, a fine exercise for his temper. During their first class of the day, History of Magic, Clare was not surprised to see Draco storm in, his demeanor akin to a deflated balloon as he plopped down beside her, exuding frustration. Clare, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "Not just unwell, it's utterly dreadful," Draco replied, his chest heaving with agitation. "What has ignited such fury within you? Who has provoked your ire?" Clare asked, her smile hinting at amusement. Observing her expression, Draco retorted furiously, "Harry Potter. Someone gifted Potter a broomstick, a brand new Nimbus 2000. Is that what has unsettled young Master Malfoy?" Clare teased. "No, it is not mere discontent. I merely lament that had I foreseen this predicament, I should have heeded your counsel and decisively rescued that foolish Longbottom. Then Harry would not have garnered such attention." Draco shrugged, "As you predicted. Harry Potter has indeed joined the team. This is also a consequence of my own oversight. I am merely vexed with myself. Isn't that the truth? The bitter fruit of one's own making must be consumed by oneself. However, it is a positive sign that young Master Malfoy is capable of introspection," Clare mused, recognizing the difficulty of such self-reflection. "Could you refrain from such biting sarcasm?" "It leaves me feeling quite embarrassed," Draco replied, somewhat exasperated, aware of Clare's sharp wit that often left him feeling uncomfortable. Clare shook her head, saying, "This is to ensure that you remember. See, this way. When you undertake tasks in the future, you will contemplate the consequences and refrain from acting thoughtlessly. However, perhaps it is better to forego this notion as it seems too taxing on the mind. I might as well indulge in a bit of Felix Felicis before embarking on my endeavors." Draco, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "By the way, didn't I see you brewing some Felix Felicis a few days ago? Would you mind sharing a bit with me?" Clare did not raise her head and simply replied, "No." Draco, wearing a smirk that suggested he had devised a cunning plan, said, "Don't think I'm unaware of the large box hidden under your bed. My box is enchanted. With your current magical prowess, you wouldn't be able to open it. Even if you could, there are at least 5 golden potions inside, and I haven't labeled them. Of course, you could try, but 3 of them are highly toxic." He declared, "I have made up my mind. I shall not consume any potions you create from now on, but instead feed them to the house elves." Time passed swiftly and imperceptibly, particularly for Clare and Hermione, who were immersed in the blissful throes of young love. The air was thick with the sweet scent of romance. Despite the derisive remarks from Harry, Ron, and even Draco, these external factors did little to hinder the rapid development of their feelings for one another. Just as in their days at primary school, Hermione, as a member of Gryffindor, excelled in every subject except for potions, where she was often targeted by Professor Snape. In fact, even in potions, Hermione managed to ensure that Gryffindor did not lose points. In a class where nearly all students faced penalties, her ability to avoid them altogether was nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, Clare's prowess was equally evident. In every class, she stood out like a radiant moon among the stars. Rumors circulated that Clare had already surpassed the graduation standards in many subjects. As she walked through the corridors, countless upperclassmen nodded in respectful acknowledgement of her presence. This scholarly couple continually challenged the perceptions of Hogwarts students. However, no one is without flaws. Both Harry and Hermione lacked significant talent in flying, which provided a sense of balance for both Harry and Draco, as the temperature dropped and layers of clothing increased. Halloween finally arrived after a snowstorm that could have toppled the pines of the Forbidden Forest. Upon returning from class, Clare held Hermione's hand, breathing warm puffs of air into the chilly atmosphere. Hermione's cheeks were flushed, perhaps from the cold or from her own shyness. That afternoon, they were scheduled for Professor Flitwick's charms class, which their house had already attended. Today, Professor Flitwick would teach the levitation charm, a spell Hermione had already mastered, making the afternoon session quite effortless for her. Clare gradually released Hermione's hand, waving her off, saying, "Hurry to class. We still have a way to go before herbology. Remember to wash up quickly after class. Dinner promises to be splendid tonight." Yes. Off I go. Don't be late for Professor Sprout's class." Hermione pouted, waving vigorously at Clare as she skipped into the charms classroom. Dinner time approached swiftly, yet Clare felt as though she had overlooked some detail. Unable to recall, she shook her head and temporarily dismissed the thought. It had been over a decade since her rebirth, even with her remarkable intellect. It was impossible for Clare to remember every detail from novels and films she had encountered years ago. Perhaps she should borrow Dumbledore's pensive to revisit her memories? This notion flickered in her mind, but she hesitated to pursue it. Who knew if there were any hidden traps left by Dumbledore on the Pensieve? Her rebirth was Clare's greatest secret, one she could not afford to let slip, which explained her fixation on the mental cloaking spell. The dining hall was becoming increasingly crowded, creating a magnificent spectacle. The walls and ceiling were adorned with approximately 1,000 live bats swirling about, while others danced up and down, their wing beats causing the candlelight to flicker. Some bats even flocked to the tables, appearing from a distance as a dense cloud. In an instant, golden plates were filled with a lavish array of dishes, reminiscent of the grand feast at the start of the term. Tonight was a grand banquet. Not only was the food abundant, but there were numerous entertainment segments as well. For the ghosts, this occasion was even more significant than Christmas. Even the usually solemn Blood Baron participated in the performances organized by other spirits. However, Clare noticed no sign of Hermione's arrival despite the majority of students being seated. This was quite unusual. Where had that girl gone? Just as Clare pondered this, the doors of the hall burst open and Professor Quirrell stumbled in. His turban askew and a look of terror plastered across his face. Everyone stared in confusion as he rushed to Professor Dumbledore's side, clutching the table for support. Breathless as he exclaimed, "A troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know." He could bear no more and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos, and Clare's face contorted with horror. She leapt from her seat, running while shouting, "Merlin! Halloween! A troll! The girls' bathroom! Hermione! I should have anticipated this." Professor Dumbledore raised his wand and sent forth a series of sharp fireworks to quiet the crowd. "Heads of houses, lead your students back to their dormitories immediately," he commanded. In the commotion, most of the students were focused on the fainted Professor Quirrell, with only a few noticing Clare's departure. In truth, there were many girls' bathrooms within the castle, particularly on the first floor and in the basement. Even with Clare's exceptional memory, she could not pinpoint Hermione's south hiding place based solely on vague descriptions from the original text. However, her search was soon made easier when, upon descending to the basement, she heard a piercing scream. "Hermione!" Clare's expression grew increasingly anxious as she swiftly discerned the direction from which the sound originated. With determination, she hastened towards that location. At that moment, Clare loathed Hogwarts for its prohibition against the use of apparition spells. Wishing fervently that wings could sprout from her feet to expedite her approach to the place where Hermione was calling out. It was only when a pungent stench invaded her nostrils that Clare finally laid eyes upon the grotesque form of the troll, towering at an imposing 12 feet. Its skin was a dull gray, resembling weathered granite, clearly capable of withstanding numerous spells. Its corpulent body resembled a massive boulder, atop which rested a small, bald head that resembled a coconut shell. Harry and Ron, who had arrived almost simultaneously, were evidently taken aback by the troll's colossal size, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In stark contrast, the troll, upon spotting the living figure of Hermione, glared with bloodthirsty crimson eyes and raised its enormous club, poised to strike her down. The tension was palpable, a piercing dread that cut to the bone. Clare, without a moment's hesitation, perceived the act of harming Hermione as an unforgivable transgression. The massive club fell to the ground with a thud, bouncing several times and inadvertently toppling a few toilets. Meanwhile, the troll knelt upon the floor, wailing in agony, its body trembling uncontrollably as if subjected to inhumane torment. Indeed, the sensation of the Cruciatus curse was one that no creature could withstand, as exemplified by the Lombardons, who lay in their hospital beds at St. Mungo's. Startled by the sudden fright, Hermione hastily rushed to Clare's side, where he wrapped his idle left arm around her shivering form. Feeling her involuntary tremors, Clare's fury reached a boiling point. His right hand gripped his wand firmly, showing no signs of relinquishing it. Instead, he silently uttered the incantation once more, intensifying the power of the curse. When Professor McGonagall and her group arrived, they beheld the troll contorted and curled upon the ground, the wooden club discarded nearby. Its small eyes filled with terror and pleading, shrouded in an unmistakable pallor of despair. It seemed as if it were on the brink of death. As the intensity of the Cruciatus curse escalated to a critical threshold, the likelihood of inducing brain death through sheer agony was alarmingly high, particularly for a creature with such severely underdeveloped cerebral faculties as a troll. "What have you done?" Professor McGonagall bellowed, her voice resonating with dread. Harry and Ron stood dumbfounded, their wands still raised, utterly terrified by the recent display of Clare's wrath. "You were fortunate to have escaped with your lives. Why were you not confined to your dormitories?" Her stern gaze swept over the group. Yet, Clare felt no resentment. Instead, a warmth blossomed within him. Despite her strict demeanor, Professor McGonagall's love for her students was sincere and profound. Snape shot a quick, piercing glance at Harry, who lowered his head in response. Though Snape concealed his emotions adeptly, Clare detected a flicker of trepidation within his gaze. This man, ensnared by love throughout his life, was perhaps unaware that Harry Potter had become the very reason for his continued existence. Bending down, Snape meticulously examined the troll's lifeless body, his expression soon transforming into one of shock. "The unforgivable curse," he exclaimed. Such a forbidden spell was seldom taught in formal settings. Only those dark wizards of substantial power, or those guided by a nefarious intent, would dare to practice such a horrific incantation. The unforgivable curse was exceedingly perilous, instilling dread even when wielded against creatures other than humans. What astounded Snape most was the sheer magnitude of magical power required to directly slay a creature of such formidable size with the Cruciatus Curse, an endeavor that would elude even the majority of adult wizards. Yet, this young boy had accomplished it with apparent ease. Exchanging a meaningful glance with Professor McGonagall, it was evident that she too had noticed the troll's grotesque remains. With her vast experience, Professor McGonagall could easily surmise that only such a curse could produce such a ghastly sight. Taking a deep breath, she cast a worried glance at Clare, who was tenderly comforting Hermione in his embrace. Clare seemed to sense Professor McGonagall's scrutiny, lifting her head slightly and smiling, showing no remorse or regret for having used the unforgivable curse. Professor McGonagall suddenly recalled that the most skilled healer, Hillakes, was, in a certain sense, also from the family most familiar with slaughter. As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze lingered momentarily on the grotesquely contorted body of the troll, and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. "Can someone explain why you are all here?" Hermione gritted her teeth, about to step forward with her clumsy pretext. But Clare interjected. "Professor McGonagall, surely you heard our Professor Quirrell's cries for help in the Great Hall. As a valiant Slytherin student, is it not entirely normal for me to be here?" Merlin above, Professor McGonagall had never heard of Slytherin being associated with courage. But why were the other three here as well? Professor McGonagall's eyes widened with skepticism. "You know, Hermione is my girlfriend. How could I display my bravery without her by my side?" Clare replied with an air of certainty. Beside her, Hermione's cheeks flushed, evidently. Clare's declaration of her as his girlfriend in front of so many made her heart flutter with delight, while simultaneously feeling utterly embarrassed. Professor McGonagall seemed to be encountering a student who could lie with such wide-eyed audacity for the first time. Pointing at Harry and the others to continue her questioning. "And what about them? I am a Slytherin professor," Clare proclaimed boldly. "Isn't it rather showy to let two foolish Gryffindors see the gap in our abilities? After all, 3 out of the 4 were students from her own house." Although Professor McGonagall was aware that Clare was fabricating, she did not press the issue further. At least there were no casualties, and the damage was merely physical. A few restorative spells would suffice. The only loss was the troll, whose odorous remains could only serve the potions cupboard, while the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest would surely relish the rest. He was quite impressive, was he not? Like a valiant angel. On the way back, Hermione skipped ahead, her lips incessantly murmuring about Clare's gallantry. "Did you not hear what he just said?" Ron exclaimed incredulously. "Foolish Gryffindors. He called us foolish." It takes a truly foolish person to utter such a statement. Hermione did not turn back, retorting with a tone laced with disdain. "He was helping us. Did you not notice how he took nearly all the blame upon himself? Besides, he only referred to you as foolish, not me." However, Ron was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. "But he is a Slytherin. Why would he help us?" Harry echoed Clare's words, filled with confusion. "Because Clare is kind," Hermione replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Well, she is beyond saving," Harry muttered to Ron with a look of resignation. As the weather grew colder, layers of snow began to accumulate on the ground, enveloping the earth in a silvery shroud. Hogwarts Castle took on an even more enigmatic aura, while the Forbidden Forest nearby appeared a vast expanse of white, and the occasional beastly roar seemed less frequent. Recently, both Clare and Draco had received warm winter clothing and delectable dried fruits sent from home. After all, during winter, dried fruits were among the most cherished delicacies. "Hey, Clare, do you think this year's Slytherin can win against Gryffindor in the Quidditch match?" Draco inquired, seeing Clare once again seated at his desk, engrossed in a book. "I do not know," Clare replied without lifting her gaze. Draco was accustomed to this scenario and was not offended. "I believe Slytherin will definitely win this year. Gryffindor's captain has graduated, and they replaced him with that novice Harry. It would be surprising if they didn't lose." That may not be the case, Clare murmured, her eyes still fixed on the pages of her book. Do not underestimate Harry Potter's abilities. Why do you have such confidence in this Gryffindor? Draco asked, puzzled. It is not confidence. It is a fact. Clare finally raised her head from the book, and Draco took this as a small victory. Never underestimate a Gryffindor's luck, or you will find yourself suffering a humiliating defeat. Draco shrugged, while Clare's warning kept him on his toes. He could not shake the feeling that there was nothing particularly noteworthy to be concerned about. In truth, without the support and protection of professors like Snape, Dumbledore, and the Aurors like Mad-Eye Moody, Harry Potter's half-baked skills would be easily dispatched, even by Draco. Around 11 o'clock. It seemed that the entire school had congregated in the stands of the Quidditch pitch. Clare was no exception, although he was not particularly fond of such aerial sports. He could not resist Draco's insistence. Draco even brought along a pair of binoculars for a better view, and Clare scoffed at the thought of Draco fabricating a team banner. Thankfully, he managed to dissuade Draco from that embarrassing idea. Seated in the last row with Draco, Clare surveyed the stands of the pitch. The seating was elevated slightly. Given the crowd, lower seats would have made it difficult to see the action. Nearby, Ron and Hermione sat at the highest row of the Gryffindor section, along with Neville, Seamus, and Dean. To surprise Harry, they had drawn a banner on a grimy bedsheet proclaiming Potter must win, adorned with a large depiction of a Gryffindor lion, its colors shimmering in different hues. Though the artwork held a certain charm, one could not help but wonder what mindset led them to wave such a makeshift banner. Clare silently rejoiced that he had not allowed Draco, whose artistic skills were abysmal, to take charge of creating a banner. Not long after, the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams emerged from their locker rooms, donned in their customary green and red uniforms, respectively. The moment they appeared, cheers erupted from the stands, and Clare realized he had underestimated Quidditch's allure for wizards. After the formalities, the match commenced with fervor. Clare stifled a yawn. Thankfully, he had brought a book along, and he settled into a corner to read. The quaffle was quickly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkable chaser and undeniably captivating. Jordan, I apologize, Professor. Lee Jordan began to narrate the match, while McGonagall watched him intently. Given such commentary, Slytherin had little hope for an unbiased description, and some wizards even cast silencing charms to block out the noise. Oh dear, Harry. Lee Jordan's voice caught Clare's attention. The Nimbus 2000 lifted Harry Potter high above the pitch, bobbing and swaying along the way. At that moment, the spectators in the stands became acutely aware of Harry Potter's predicament. His broom began to plummet, and the audience held their breath. Midway through its descent, the broom abruptly halted, yet Harry clung to it with unwavering determination. Potter is about to fall. Draco, standing nearby, could not help but revel in the misfortune. Perhaps his flying skills were indeed commendable. Clare shrugged, stating, I'll step out to the restroom. Do let me know the outcome later. I wager Gryffindor is destined to lose this time, Draco asserted with conviction. Well, let us hope so, Clare replied before descending from the stands. However, he was not headed to the restroom. Instead, he sought to intervene and prevent Hermione, that reckless little girl, from getting into trouble. Above, Harry's broom began to gyrate once more. He struggled to maintain his grip, perilously swaying as the broom jolted violently again and again. He was on the verge of losing his hold, now reduced to gripping the broom with but one hand, suspended in midair. Hermione, it is indeed you, Clare remarked, having successfully intercepted the sneaky Hermione just below the professor's dais. What are you doing here? Nothing but dark magic could disrupt a broom. It must be Snape. Hermione whispered urgently. Don't tell me you intend to confront the professor, Clare replied, reaching out to touch Hermione's forehead. Strange, you don't seem to have a fever. I'm discussing serious matters here. Hermione retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Will you help me, or shall I interrupt Snape's incantation on my own? Meanwhile, Harry's broom shook even more violently, threatening to send him crashing down. The entire audience rose in concern, anxiously observing the perilous scene. The Weasley brothers soared forward, attempting to pull Harry onto one of their brooms, but to no avail. Each time they drew near, the broom ascended slightly. They descended beneath Harry, ready to catch him should he fall. That is implausible, Hermione. Whether you believe it or not, while someone is indeed casting a spell on Harry, I cannot fathom it being Professor Snape. Clare shook his head. Of course, if you wish to put an end to this farce, I shall assist you. With that, Clare waved his wand towards the audience above, and in an instant, a tremendous shockwave surged forth, dissipating before anyone could fully comprehend it. Undoubtedly, this would suffice to disrupt any enchantment. Thank you, Clare, Hermione exhaled in relief. Do I truly require your gratitude? Clare winked, watching as Hermione's face gradually flushed deeper. The Quidditch match concluded decisively with Gryffindor's triumph, which left Draco in a state of vexation for quite some time. Yet, the source of his eventual uplifted spirits lay in the imminent arrival of Christmas. The school brimmed with festive cheer and eager anticipation for the holiday. As a series of snowfalls blanketed Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry, transforming the entire world into a shimmering wonderland of white. Clare initially intended to return to her hometown in France during the holiday, but her plans were thwarted when her parents decided to visit friends in the United States. Recently, Clare has made several secret excursions into the Forbidden Forest, where Buckbeak has grown remarkably robust, with its limbs firmly planted on the ground. It now stands nearly 2 meters tall, its sharp beak and claws gleaming like steel blades. While its elongated and well-groomed feathers suggest that its foray into the forest is less about conflict and more akin to a holiday retreat. In the Slytherin common room in the school hall, warm fires have begun to crackle, while the corridors outside have turned frigid, with biting winds causing the classroom windows to rattle ominously. The worst of it is in Snape's classroom in the dungeons, where the students' breath forms clouds of vapor before them, and they huddle close to the cauldron in a bid for warmth. During Professor Snape's lessons, Clare often fills her cauldron with water and heats it to a boil to stave off the cold. Professor Snape has not explicitly forbidden this behavior, and as a top student, Clare enjoys a certain privilege that comes with being favored by the teacher, whether in the magical realm or the Muggle world. I find it rather unfortunate, remarked Draco Malfoy in Potions class, that all those who must remain at school for Christmas are simply abandoned by their families. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry as he spoke. Crabbe and Goyle snickered nearby, while Harry, focused on measuring his potion, paid them no mind. Just then, the heavy thud of a cauldron being set down interrupted Malfoy's tirade, followed by Clare's indignant voice. Draco, I give you 3 seconds to rephrase that. Witnessing Malfoy's embarrassment, Harry and Ron couldn't contain their laughter. Since last week, Professor McGonagall's classroom has been bustling with the registration of students who will stay at school for the holidays. And Harry had promptly signed up. Clare had intended to return to her estate in England, but due to Victor's recent commitments, she found herself remaining for Christmas alone. During the break, Clare habitually approached Hermione, while Harry and Ron had grown accustomed to this scene. Clare, Hermione began, her expression hesitant. While Harry and Ron looked on with anxious faces, I'm going to the library tonight, so you needn't wait for me at dinner. Is it that soon? Clare thought, wondering if Hermione had already begun her research on Nicholas Flamel. Maintaining her composure, Clare replied, Oh, I'm not surprised you're heading to the library. But when did the two of them become so keen on studying? We have been influenced by Hermione, Harry stammered. Exactly, Ron chimed in, echoing his friend. Clare remained noncommittal to their words, for even a fool could discern that they were concocting a fabrication. Ignoring them entirely, she turned to Hermione and inquired, Is there anything you find perplexing? Perhaps I could offer some clarity. No sooner had she spoken than Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, a flicker of delight gracing their faces. Before they could utter a word, Hermione interjected, No, thank you. I prefer to resolve this on my own. I cannot rely on you for everything, can I? Clare felt a surge of emotion. Hermione's decision to withhold information was not born of distrust, but rather a consideration of the implications surrounding Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House. To implicate Clare, a student of Snape's own house, would be undeniably cruel. Hermione was genuinely thinking of Clare's well-being, and Clare was acutely aware of this sentiment. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. After all, I shall not be returning home for Christmas, Clare gently reassured Hermione. Rest assured, Hermione replied with a smile, turning to leave the classroom alongside Harry and Ron. Clare returned to the dormitory, where a sealed parcel lay atop her bedside table. She refrained from opening it, for she already knew its contents, an invisibility cloak. In truth, invisibility cloaks were not exceedingly rare within the wizarding world. It was merely a cloak imbued with a permanent disillusionment charm on one side, a feat that many skilled artisans could accomplish even today. However, casting the disillusionment charm is no trivial magic. Many wizards find it challenging to wield this spell, which is precisely why there exists a market for invisibility cloaks. The permanence of such spells does not last many years. They endure longer than ordinary spells, requiring a continual infusion of magical energy or the presence of a powerful magical object to sustain the enchantment. Never before had an invisibility cloak possessed the longevity of the one in Harry's possession. A switcheroo. This was a madcap scheme. Clare was certain that even Dumbledore could not definitively identify the Potter family's invisibility cloak as one of the Deathly Hallows. In fact, it bore little distinction from other invisibility cloaks. Should it be deemed one of the Hallows, Dumbledore, already in possession of the Elder Wand, would never relinquish this legendary magical artifact back to Harry. At most, he might procure a similar invisibility cloak to gift to Harry. Considering the Potter family had always regarded it as an ordinary invisibility cloak, the plan had long been devised. On Christmas Eve, Harry would receive his invisibility cloak. That afternoon, an owl would deliver the cloak to Harry's room. An owl is merely a creature, and despite its agility, it would be subject to magical manipulation. Clare's scheme hinged upon the journey of the owl delivering the message. To commandeer all the owls at Hogwarts, Clare had spent days employing the soul reading charm on every owl in the aviary, identifying those frequently used by Dumbledore before casting the soul binding spell upon them. Perhaps having scrutinized the memories of the owls too intently over the past few days, Clare now found even a mere maggot to appear quite appetizing. Clare had indeed contemplated infiltrating the Gryffindor common room, yet he could not ascertain whether Dumbledore had established protective or alert enchantments within Harry Potter's dormitory. Thus, he resolved to abstain from engaging with any insect-related matters for the time being, fearing that he might succumb to temptation. Presently, Harry's invisibility cloak rested atop his bedside, while a high-quality replica lay in Harry's bedroom. Naturally, the note had been replaced by Clare, aside from the switch of cloaks. The narrative elements that Harry was meant to possess and comprehend remained unchanged. The Christmas feast tonight was extraordinarily lavish: 100 roasted turkeys, mountains of potatoes, platters of plump sausages, several bowls of peas slathered in butter, along with an array of exquisite delicacies. Clare found his appetite quite commendable this evening, particularly as he had acquired that which he desired most. At the head table, Dumbledore, having exchanged his pointed wizard's hat for a flamboyant round one, chuckled heartily at a joke shared by Professor Flitwick. Meanwhile, Hagrid continued to indulge in his white wine, his face growing increasingly flushed, until he drunkenly planted a kiss on McGonagall's cheek. McGonagall, far from incensed, blushed and laughed, her hat askew. Later that night, Clare stealthily slipped away. He chose not to don Harry's invisibility cloak, for Dumbledore would also be out and about, and he wished to avoid detection. Casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, Clare made his way directly towards the library. This was Harry's first destination of the evening, to locate the Mirror of Erised. The most prudent course was to follow Harry Potter. Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the silent corridor, prompting Clare to quicken his pace. Although Harry was also concealed, Clare was far from being the incompetent Filch. A wooden door nearby creaked open silently, and Clare smiled. Had he indeed discovered the empty classroom where the Mirror of Erised was kept? Clare did not rush inside. Instead, she lingered outside, acutely aware that Professor McGonagall was undoubtedly waiting for Harry within. To barge in recklessly might provoke her ire. Before long, Clare spotted Harry hurriedly exiting, presumably to seek out Ron. Seizing the moment, Clare swiftly slipped into the classroom, scanning her surroundings. Although she could distinctly sense a formidable magical presence enveloping her, its source eluded her grasp, leaving her feeling quite frustrated. Resigning herself to the situation, she decided not to feign ignorance any longer. After all, Professor McGonagall would not act against her. She dispelled her disillusionment charm and, with a sense of reckless abandon, approached the Mirror of Erised. "Mr. Silas, I never anticipated you would grace us with your presence here." Dumbledore's figure materialized beside the mirror. "I'm genuinely curious about what you might behold within that mirror." "Is this indeed the Mirror of Erised, Professor Dumbledore?" Clare inquired, her surprise feigned. Dumbledore had not concealed his magical aura, and even a novice like Harry could sense the palpable power that emanated from him. Any seasoned wizard would surely perceive it. "Indeed, the Silas family is remarkably well informed," Dumbledore remarked. "Why not approach and see for yourself?" "It matters not whether I do," Clare replied slowly, stepping forward. "I am well aware of what I desire, and I understand my deepest longings. My presence here is merely out of curiosity." By this point, Clare stood before the mirror. Upon gazing into its depths, a wry smile crept across her face, as the scene unfolded before her was indeed unexpected. It was neither a grand movement of civilizational ascent nor a return to a past life, but rather Hermione stood to her right, clad in a delicate lavender wedding gown, while Fleur stood to her left in pure white. They both linked their arms with hers, and her parents smiled warmly from behind. How small her aspirations seemed. And to her right, Hermione, to her left, Fleur. What a curious predicament. Before Harry returned with Ron, Clare departed from the mirror of Ariste under Dumbledore's teasing gaze. Was this the secret she harbored deep within her heart? Indeed, despite her travels, she remained an ordinary person. Presently, Clare felt a profound disdain for those characters in novels who, upon traversing into a new world, immediately aspired to grand ambitions. Such notions were utterly unattainable. To set one's sights on the pinnacle of an unfamiliar realm without even comprehending what that pinnacle entailed was sheer madness. It was akin to a child, newly able to speak, declaring their intent to conquer the universe, perhaps a fleeting daydream, but certainly not a lifelong ambition. When Liu Bang rallied 3,000 followers to respond to the uprising of Qin Shang and Wu Guang, did he ever envision himself as an emperor? Did Zhu Yuanong, while tending to cattle for the landlords, ever contemplate ascending to the throne? With a heart full of complexity, Clare returned to her dormitory and collapsed into sleep. She resolved to set aside convoluted thoughts and first address the matters at hand. The holidays passed swiftly, and Hermione returned to Hogwarts from her home. Upon her arrival, she exchanged a hasty greeting with Clare before plunging into the library, where a significant challenge awaited her research. Clare felt compelled to take action. Leaving Hermione to her own devices weighed heavily on her conscience. As for Harry and Ron, she had little hope for their diligence. Knowing the answers herself, she could not simply feign ignorance and watch Hermione toil tirelessly, thereby betraying Hermione's kindness. "Hey, Hermione, do you need my assistance?" Clare inquired as she leaned closer to Hermione, who was engrossed in her books. Startled by Clare's sudden approach, Hermione shot a sharp glare at Harry, who was distractedly gazing into the distance. "Don't overexert yourself, and don't make me resort to the Cruciatus curse," she quipped, playfully brandishing her wand. "It's nothing, really. It's just a minor issue. I can manage on my own," Hermione retorted, maintaining her stubborn facade. "This doesn't appear to be trivial at all," Clare remarked, gently tucking a loose strand of Hermione's hair behind her ear. "Look at you, Hermione. Your hair might turn white from worry." Upon hearing Clare refer to her as my Hermione, a blush crept onto Hermione's cheeks. However, having been teased by Clare so frequently, she had developed a degree of immunity to it and defiantly replied, "I do not have any gray hairs." Of course, Clare teased. "My Hermione wouldn't have a single gray hair even at 300 years old. Only you would say something like that. What do you take me for? No one lives to be 300. Hermione shot back at Clare. Clare took a deep breath, finally broaching the topic. Where is there not? Nicholas Flamel has lived for over 660 years. For a fleeting moment, Hermione felt that her secret had been laid bare before Clare. However, as she observed Clare's demeanor, she realized that aside from his teasing, his eyes were filled with curious wonder, allowing her to gradually relax. "Who are you talking about?" Hermione asked, striving to maintain her composure. "Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone," Clare replied matter-of-factly. "Though it comes with significant side effects, the Philosopher's Stone grants immortality. By the way, the back of the Dumbledore chocolate frog card mentions his achievements in collaboration with Dumbledore. He is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Ancient alchemical studies revolved around its creation. The Philosopher's Stone is a miraculous substance of immense magical power. It can transform any metal into pure gold and produce an elixir of life that grants immortality to those who consume it. For centuries, numerous rumors have circulated regarding the Philosopher's Stone, but the only existing one belongs to Flamel, a renowned alchemist who recently celebrated his 665th birthday. He now lives a tranquil life in Devon with his 658-year-old wife, Parental." Listening to Clare's enthusiastic monologue, Hermione suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Clare, I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave now. See you in the dining hall tonight." Without waiting for Clare's response, she tugged Harry and Ron towards the Gryffindor common room. "What a hasty character," Clare murmured to himself, a fond smile gracing his lips. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione recounted everything Clare had just told her, leaving Harry and Ron with expressions of dawning comprehension. "I see it now," Harry exclaimed after Hermione's explanation. "We should have asked Clare long ago. He knows so much." "Ahem. Don't look at me like that, Hermione. That three-headed dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I suspect someone is desperately trying to obtain it, which is why Flamel entrusted it to his friend Dumbledore for safekeeping. Don't forget, they were once partners in alchemy. That must be the reason he instructed Hagrid to move the stone out of Gringotts. Hagrid has said that no one is more trustworthy than Dumbledore. A stone that can create gold and grant immortality." Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "No wonder Snape wants to claim it for himself. If I were him, I would want it too. No wonder we can't find Flamel in recent magical developments. If he is indeed 665 years old, he cannot possibly be a modern wizard. Whether it was due to having found an answer or simply Dumbledore's presence at the match. Harry Potter captured the golden snitch in a daring dive less than 5 minutes into the Quidditch match, a sight that made Professor Snape, officiating for the first time, twitch at the corners of his mouth. With James Potter's visage and flying talent, he was undeniably Lily's son. Snape's heart must have been tumultuous. For the person he loathed most had married the woman he loved, and now he was compelled to look after their child. At times, Snape wished he could simply walk away. The Dark Lord's influence extended only across Britain and its limited surroundings, and Dumbledore's reach in neighboring countries was also constrained. If he could just venture further, to America, to ancient Africa, to mystical China. But he could not. Harry's eyes, which resembled Lily's so closely, reminded him that he could not abandon the emotional ties that bound him. It was simply an impossibility. As the crowd erupted in cheers for Harry, who held aloft the golden snitch, only Clare's gaze remained fixed on the elderly man slowly departing the scene. His face bore a melancholic expression, even a hint of a sardonic smile from the usually stoic corners of his mouth. What else could he do at this moment? Despite having no connection to Harry, his feelings compelled him to sacrifice everything for Lily, even after her death, even after more than 11 years had passed. Sometimes, Clare found Dumbledore's actions rather distasteful. He was exploiting Snape's feelings for Lily. Even if Snape willingly allowed himself to be used, how agonizing must it be for him? It was likely that Snape's exceptional mastery of legilimency stemmed in large part from this turmoil. Only those with stories, secrets they wished to keep, would be so devoted to the study of mental occlusion. Like Clare, who had a secret of his own that no one could ever know. He had been practicing legilimency since childhood. The weather had begun to warm, yet the mood among the students did not reflect the pleasant climate. Hermione had already started drafting a revision schedule and had commenced her studies. Though Harry and Ron were indifferent to the impending exams, Hermione incessantly chastised them, urging them to buckle down. Hermione, those exams are still years away. 10 weeks, Hermione corrected. For Nicholas Flamel, that is merely a second. But we aren't 600 years old, Ron reminded her. Honestly, why do you need to study? You already know everything. Why study? Are you mad? Don't you realize we must pass our exams to enter the second year? This is crucial. And most importantly, if I don't study, I will never stand a chance against Clare. He has consistently outperformed me by 1 or 2 points in every exam throughout our primary school years, leaving me forever in second place. Do you know the agony of being a perennial second? Hermione nearly shouted, her voice rising with emotion. I should have started revising a month ago. I just saw Clare reading. Isn't it strange that he wouldn't be reading? Harry interjected. My goodness. He must have started revising ages ago. Hermione continued, seemingly oblivious to Harry's comment. Unfortunately, it seemed that the teachers shared Hermione's sentiments. They burdened the students with an overwhelming amount of homework, resulting in a bleak and mournful Easter break for all. Clare, when did you come to the library? As Harry momentarily lost focus, he caught sight of Clare approaching, as if he were a beacon of hope. Oh, I came to return some books. I finished reading these, Clare replied. Although he was a Slytherin, he maintained amicable relations with students from other houses. Despite Slytherin's frequent jibes at Gryffindor, Clare generally refrained from such behavior. As Clare walked away, Harry exclaimed in surprise, Wait, Clare, that area is off limits. I know, Clare replied without turning back. I have permission. I can read any book here. Harry was at a loss for words, suddenly recalling how he had been expelled from the restricted section just days prior by Madame Pants while searching for information on Nicholas Flamel. Hi, Hagrid. It's quite rare to see you in the library, Clare remarked as he turned to speak with the enormous figure of Hagrid, who was hard to miss due to his substantial stature. Clare's voice likewise captured the attention of Harry and Ron, prompting Harry to exclaim in astonishment, Hagrid, what brings you to the library? Hagrid did not appear to be the type to engage in earnest study. He seemed to be trying to evade detection, concealing something behind him, and his attire, a coat made of mole skin, was decidedly out of place. However, given his imposing stature, it was indeed futile for him to attempt to hide anything. Oh, Mr. Hilliard, good day to you, he said, awkwardly turning to face Harry and the others. How do you do, Harry? I'm just browsing the library. What are you searching for? I believe we might be of assistance. Although Hagrid's demeanor appeared suspicious, Harry, ever kind-hearted, inquired further. Hagrid seemed somewhat guilty, hastily shifting the topic. You haven't found Nicholas Flamel, have you? Oh, we already know who he is, Mr. Hilliard informed us. Ron whispered, casting a glance at Clare, who had wandered into the restricted section. Though he is a Slytherin, one cannot help but admire his erudition. Ah, Well, that's good to know, Hagrid replied evasively. That puts everyone at ease. I suppose I should take my leave now. I still have tea brewing, and if I linger, it will surely boil dry. Harry intercepted Hagrid, whispering conspiratorially, Hagrid, listen, we've discovered what that dog is guarding. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Hush. Hagrid glanced around nervously and exclaimed, Don't speak so loudly. What on earth do you intend to do? In truth, we have some inquiries to make, Harry continued. Aside from Fluffy, who else is guarding the Philosopher's Stone? Hush, Hagrid reiterated, casting another furtive look around. Come find me later, but I cannot guarantee I will divulge anything. You mustn't discuss this here. Students are not permitted to know. Very well, see you later, Harry replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Clare was oblivious to Harry's and Ron's antics. In fact, she was expressing her disappointment regarding the restricted section of Hogwarts' library. It was filled with an abundance of biographies, novels, tales, and legends. Yet there was a dearth of experimental materials, comprehensive records of powerful magic, or significant alchemical discoveries. Occasionally, there were valuable accounts, but they could easily be procured elsewhere. Often less comprehensively than the magical tomes Clare had previously encountered in Diagon Alley. The books here were overly conservative. Even the notorious unforgivable curses were not explicitly documented, which was an affront to the very notion of a library. It was time to venture to the Room of Requirement. Clare believed that the books housed within the Room of Requirement were likely far more enriching than the scant few pertaining to advanced theories of magic found in the library. After dinner that evening, as Clare was preparing to return to her dormitory and utilize the disillusionment charm to venture out in search of the Room of Requirement, Hermione anxiously approached Clare's table. Clare was utterly astonished. Typically, she would take the initiative to seek out Hermione at the Gryffindor table. But this was the first instance of Hermione approaching her own table. The Slytherin students graciously made room, as everyone was aware that this was Hillakes' girlfriend. And nearly every Slytherin had set aside their prejudices towards this unique Gryffindor. Hermione, Clare whispered, her voice barely audible, for only they could hear. To others, it seemed like a sweet couple exchanging tender secrets. You need to help me. What is the matter, Hermione? I've never seen you so flustered before, Clare teased, pinching Hermione's cheek playfully. I'm being serious, Hermione retorted, slightly exasperated. All right, I'm all ears, Clare said, her mischievous smile still gracing her face as she gazed into Hermione's eyes. Hermione rolled her eyes before stating earnestly, It's Hagrid. He is secretly raising a dragon egg. That's illegal. Hermione stumbled over her words. According to the 1709 Dragon Protection Act, raising dragons is against the law. Everyone knows that. Besides, you can't tame a dragon. It's incredibly dangerous. Calm down. What is there to be anxious about? It's just a baby dragon, Clare replied nonchalantly. This isn't merely a matter of age. Hermione exclaimed anxiously. It's a dragon, one capable of incinerating a wooden hut and potentially killing Hagrid. Yes. It is indeed a dragon, Clare conceded. But tell me, what breed is it? Despite her dissatisfaction with Clare's indifferent attitude, Hermione dutifully responded, It's a Norwegian Ridgeback. Not bad. Clare shrugged. It has numerous spines and is quite venomous, but it won't grow too large, and its combat abilities are relatively weak. We're worried about Hagrid. Hermione's frustration was palpable as she looked at Clare. Don't fret, you can't possibly take it from that giant anyway. Let him keep it for a few days. After he faces some challenges, we'll have an excuse to take it away. My family shares in a dragon breeding facility. I can help you contact them, Clare reassured. Please hurry. I don't want Hagrid to end up in Azkaban when this is discovered. Hermione still appeared anxious. Okay. I'll notify my family promptly, Clare said affectionately. The following evening, as Clare was about to delve into a book on animagus training, Draco burst into the dormitory, anxiously gulping down a glass of water before exclaiming, A dragon. Clare, they're raising a dragon. It's about to hatch at Hagrid's hut. Oh, so soon? Clare asked without looking up. Wait, you knew? Draco asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Of course, I am Hermione's boyfriend, Clare replied matter-of-factly. Draco slumped onto the bed, disappointment etched on his face as he fumed. Then why didn't you tell me? You know my greatest wish has always been to raise a dragon. You can raise it with them, Clare waved her hand dismissively, implying that such a simple notion didn't require her instruction. Me? Draco pointed incredulously at himself. You want me to join a bunch of foolish Gryffindors? Don't forget. My girlfriend is among them. What do you mean by a bunch of foolish Gryffindors? Clare sighed. This is the best way. It's a win-win. Why not give it a try? I'd rather not. You could always threaten them. What? Draco looked confused. Just say you want to participate, and then go report them. I think they'd agree to let you join, Clare said slyly. That very evening, Draco indeed did not return. Clare knew she had succeeded. For a noble well-versed in theoretical knowledge, his understanding of dragon-raising far surpassed Hagrid's half-baked expertise. After all, every noble family had once trained dragons. However, in modern times, due to the difficulty of dragon taming and the high likelihood of being discovered by Muggles, dragon keeping had been expressly forbidden. Yet for noble families with centuries of dragon-raising wisdom, it was a trivial pursuit. Recently, Clare had developed a keen interest in animagus training. The descriptions in the books were overly simplistic, and the tomes in the restricted section provided scant details on animagus studies. Clare contemplated seeking guidance from Professor McGonagall, but she was wary of being registered with the Ministry of Magic, especially since Professor McGonagall herself was a registered animagus. The practice of becoming an animagus involves highly advanced transfiguration. It is an extension of transforming objects and delves into the complex realm of transforming living beings. In fact, during the battle for the position of head student, the spell Clare used to transfigure a student fell under the category of living transfiguration. However, there is a significant difference between transforming oneself and transforming others. Some witches and wizards attempting to practice animagus transformation on themselves often manage to alter only parts of their bodies, leading to irreversible consequences. Numerous accidents have occurred during animagus practice, with some wizards permanently becoming animals and unable to revert. Thus, very few dedicate themselves to mastering such high-level transfiguration magic. In the 20th century, only 7 animagi were registered with the ministry, including Minerva McGonagall. Aside from the aforementioned, the only other known animagi in the original texts were James Potter S. Stag, Sirius Black S. Large Black Dog, Peter Pettigrew S. Rat, and Rita Skeeter S. Beetle. For the life-preserving Hillakes, attempting this perilous form of transfiguration without complete assurance was out of the question. Clare's understanding of animagus from the scant explanations was far from comprehensive. It was hard to fathom how James Potter and his companions had succeeded with such limited information. Perhaps the Black family's archives had provided substantial aid. After all, many pureblood families possessed extensive collections of literature. Although the Hillakes family had a few notes and insights on animagus training, Clare had never been permitted to view her family's archives due to her mother's staunch opposition, prompting her to seek alternative paths. Apart from the library, the most extensive collection of books at Hogwarts resided in the Ravenclaw common room. However, after Clare had consumed a transformation potion and infiltrated the Ravenclaw common room, she was disappointed to find that most of the materials were merely notes from previous students. Lacking substantive research, the magic within was not advanced, limited to what current students could learn. In front of the tapestry depicting the troll beating the hapless Barnabas on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Clare paced back and forth, murmuring, "I want a room filled with books, a wealth of knowledge." After traversing this path 3 times, a remarkably smooth door appeared before her. The room of requirement. "Here I come," she exclaimed as she pushed the door open and entered with poise. Upon stepping inside, Clare was astounded by the breathtaking sight before her. Towering bookshelves lined the room, filled with a myriad of magical tomes. Regardless of the type of magic, its age, or the theoretical knowledge and principles, the books here encompassed everything. In fact, Clare even spotted several rare volumes she had never encountered before. This was unquestionably the greatest treasure trove within Hogwarts. This is the Self-Cultivation of the Dark Wizard, Part 2. This tome chronicles nearly half of the dark arts known across the globe. However, has not the latter half been lost to time? How could it possibly be here? When combined with the first half from the family lineage, it constitutes a veritable compendium of contemporary dark magic. Clare was utterly elated. Her visit to the request fulfillment room to peruse this book seemed to have triggered one of Hogwarts' greatest secrets. This pertains to the study of biological fusion. Good heavens. The research on biological amalgamation during the medieval era was classified as top secret by the Ministry of Magic and was promptly destroyed upon discovery. Even now, most prominent families possess scarcely any records, yet this book is astonishingly thick. Oh, Merlin, it is replete with annotations. Could it possibly be any more detailed? This is nothing short of a transgression against the Creator's dominion. Clare yearned to sit down and thoroughly digest the entire work before departing. This encompasses the dissection and immortality of the soul. The manuscript detailing the creation of Horcruxes meticulously outlines each step of the process and the resultant consequences. Had Tom Riddle perused this book in his time, Would he have recklessly severed his soul into so many fragments? Such an act is akin to suicide. What purpose does it serve other than to transform oneself into a wretched amalgamation of human and spectre? With the fragmentation of the soul, one's magical prowess inevitably diminishes. Had he refrained from such soul division, it is conceivable that, given Tom's innate talent, he could have easily vanquished Dumbledore at the height of his power. The perils of ignorance are truly daunting. Clare found herself at a loss for what to read next. The Room of Requirement housed a vast collection of magical tomes and scholarly insights accumulated over millennia, preserving even many long-lost medieval experiments in their entirety. It was undeniably a cultural treasure, the very cornerstone of a thriving and advanced civilization. The shelves, thick with dust, no longer fazed Clare, who had come to embrace her disheveled appearance. This was knowledge. This was power. Knowledge is power, and in the realm of wizards, it is particularly pertinent. How long would it take to peruse all these volumes? Hogwarts, indeed, was the right place for her. Clare was immensely grateful to have arrived at Hogwarts. Once, due to her burgeoning abilities, she had felt that even Hogwarts could offer her little in terms of instruction, given her exceptional prowess at such a young age. Now, she realized how profoundly mistaken she had been. The depth of this ancient magical institution was beyond the comprehension of a novice like herself. Reflecting on the future battle at Hogwarts, when Harry and his companions entered the Room of Requirement in search of Ravenclaw's diadem, only to face Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, Clare felt a pang of regret. The idea of such a culturally rich library being destroyed was a blatant affront to the knowledge of the ancients. Knowing the fate that awaited the Room of Requirement, Clare resolved to mitigate the impending loss. Admittedly, much of this resolve stemmed from her own greed. To leave such an abundance of magical literature absent from her estate would be a sacrilege against culture. Just look at the 2 inches of dust atop the tomes, indicating that no one had borrowed them in over a century. Observe the yellowed pages, neglected by any house elf. The nearly indecipherable script on the parchment bore witness only to the nibbling of bookworms. Were it not for the inherent magical essence within these works, the ravages of time would have rendered them nearly obliterated. Driven by a principle of conservation and a commitment to the sustainable continuation of cultural heritage, Clare, influenced by her insatiable greed, began to pack the rows of books into a trunk imbued with the spell of undetectable expansion. Greed is considered a cardinal sin, one of the 7 deadly sins in Christianity, with mammon representing avarice. However, Clare had never subscribed to any deity, as a staunch advocate of atheism in her previous life. She firmly believed that her fate was unlinked to that of a figure crucified long ago. This is not religious discrimination. It is a steadfast adherence to personal belief. Atheism is a form of belief, albeit one of a more abstract nature. The only recognized belief in the magical world is that of Merlin, the most powerful wizard acknowledged in history. While the magical community celebrates Christmas and Easter, these traditions have been borrowed from Muggles over the centuries, as even wizards require forms of entertainment. Although Clare scoffed at these figures nearly deified in lore, she could not deny that both Jesus and Merlin achieved remarkable feats in their respective domains, and for that, they deserved respect. Despite her internal self-recrimination, Clare's actions remained honest as she muttered to herself, "Stealing books cannot be considered theft. Can the pursuits of a scholar be deemed as such?" The essence of the character Kong E.G. was vividly manifested within her. Even though Clare's trunk was nearly as spacious as a basement, it was almost overflowing with the sheer volume of books. Only when the shelves were entirely devoid of titles did Clare breathe a sigh of relief. Her trunk now returned to a normal size. Once again casting a disillusionment charm, she gazed at the empty room, bowed slightly, and exited the Room of Requirement. Upon emerging, Clare did not rush back to her dormitory. Instead, she turned around and contemplated the walls of the Room of Requirement for a considerable time. Finally, as if having made a resolute decision, she began to pace while murmuring, "I wish for a place to conceal my treasures." Soon, the door to the Room of Requirement swung open once more, though this time, a different scene awaited her inside. Gripping her suitcase tightly, Clare inhaled deeply and spoke to herself, "Tom Riddle, this will mark the beginning of my confrontation with you. Undoubtedly, you are a prodigious talent, possessing perfect magical control, a tremendous reservoir of magical energy, rapid and precise learning capabilities, and a calm demeanor, qualities that make me reluctant to eliminate you. Yet, your lack of controllability, coupled with your dark ambitions, stands in stark contrast to my aspirations. Moreover, you are presently so weakened. If I do not seize this advantageous opportunity, I would be remiss. Wouldn't you agree?" No one answered, and Clare stepped slowly back into the Room of Requirement. Inside, the atmosphere was eerily silent, the vast space akin to a cathedral, filled with an array of assorted items. Towering walls were composed of the belongings stashed away by countless deceased students. Here, flying spells were rendered ineffective, and one could only rely on their own hands to unearth what they sought. Over the centuries, innumerable items had accumulated within these walls. Yet few had the fortune to return and reclaim their possessions, resulting in an ever-growing clutter that made the search increasingly arduous. Clare strained to recall the image of an old cabinet, its paint bubbling and peeling. Atop the cabinet stood a pockmarked statue of a wizard, adorned with a tattered and filthy curly wig, from which hung an ancient, faded crown. This was the Horcrux she sought, one of the 8 fragments of Voldemort's soul. Typically, Horcruxes are safeguarded by formidable dark magic, rendering conventional methods ineffective for their destruction. The tome's Secrets of Dark Magic elucidates that only a substance of such immense destructive power can obliterate a Horcrux beyond the possibility of magical restoration. In the original narrative, the venom of a basilisk serves this purpose, as it can only be countered by the tears of a phoenix. Additionally, the Fiendfire Curse, a cursed form of dark magic, possesses similar capabilities. Initially, Gryffindor's sword was not deemed capable of destroying Horcruxes, however, forged by goblins. This extraordinary weapon has the ability to absorb and enhance the properties of what it consumes. When Harry pierced the basilisk's skull with it, the sword absorbed the venom, acquiring a lethal quality, thus enabling it to annihilate the Horcrux. Clare had no intention of immediately destroying the Horcrux, for its greatest power lay in the storage of a fragment of Voldemort's soul. This fragment, a substance of extraordinary nature, served purposes far beyond its seemingly trivial appearance. The most effective means of preventing Voldemort's resurrection was to erase the memories contained within the Horcrux, severing its connection to Voldemort's soul, thereby transforming it into pure soul energy. The applications of this soul energy were manifold. It could be utilized to repair damaged souls, to forge enchanted magical artifacts, to create tireless puppets, or to replenish one's own soul strength. In dire circumstances, feeding it to Dementors would also serve as a straightforward method of disposing of the soul. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, before she could even set down her suitcase, Pansy Parkinson rushed over, breathless with urgency. "Clare, something terrible has happened." "Calm down and speak slowly," Clare replied, having never seen Pansy, usually as proud as a peacock, so flustered. "It's Draco. He is going to be punished." Pansy's face was etched with anxiety. "Punished?" Clare furrowed her brow in confusion. "What did he do? Did he cast a hex on Harry or Ron?" No. He didn't. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Pansy's face. "He was caught on the rooftop last night with 3 Gryffindors. Yes, you heard right. He was foolishly apprehended by Filch and Professor McGonagall." "Oh, I suppose we'll lose quite a few points," Clare shrugged. 50 points. A full 50 points. Pansy lamented. "When will we ever earn back those points to make up for his mistake?" "All right, Pansy, it's not the end of the world," Clare reassured, patting Pansy's head. "We can earn them back. You know I'm quite adept at scoring points." "I'm not worried about the points," Pansy exclaimed, her frustration evident. "Draco is going to face punishment. Aren't you the least bit concerned? I heard he might be taken to the Forbidden Forest, where there are countless terrifying creatures." "Don't fret, Pansy," Clare shrugged again. "Mr. Malfoy is one of the school's board members, as his only son. Draco is hardly likely to come to harm at Hogwarts." Pansy still appeared troubled. "But there are no buts," Clare interjected. "Even if he does go to the Forbidden Forest, what can 4 first-year students possibly do? They'll just be scared. This is a school, not a prison. It's a place for nurturing students, not a site for child abuse." With a reassuring smile, Clare turned and headed back to her dormitory. In truth, Clare had anticipated this very scenario. Draco's venture into the Forbidden Forest would lead him to encounter Voldemort, who was currently in a weakened state, relying on the cursed life-giving properties of unicorn blood. Even under such dire circumstances, Draco, a novice in such matters, would be ill-equipped to handle the situation. Clare had long entrusted Buckbeak with the task of vigilantly monitoring the safety of Draco and Hermione. At this moment, even a centaur could be easily dispatched by the Dark Lord. There was no doubt that this aerial sovereign, Buckbeak, was more than a match for him. The moon shone brightly in the night sky, allowing Clare to clearly observe Filch leading Draco, Hermione, and their companions across the courtyard toward Hagrid's humble abode. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up. I'm about to commence my work," came Hagrid's voice from within the cabin, providing Hermione with a wave of reassurance. If they were to work alongside Hagrid, it wouldn't be too dire a situation after all. Harry, too, displayed a sense of ease, his relief evident on his face. Observing this, Filch scoffed. I imagine you believe you'll get along splendidly with this oaf? Think again, little one. You're currently heading into the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to emerge unscathed, I would truly be mistaken. The children were utterly terrified by his words. Draco felt himself rooted to the spot, while Hermione yearned desperately for Clare to be by her side. Into the Forbidden Forest? Draco stammered, losing his usual composure. We cannot go there at night. There are many strange creatures, and I've heard there are werewolves. That's your fault, Filch retorted, his voice quivering with glee. You ought to have considered the werewolves before getting into trouble. Soon, Hagrid's imposing figure emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the moonlight like a colossal black bear. Following him was Fong, his loyal dog, who, despite his formidable appearance, was no match for the terrifying three-headed dog, Fluffy. Upon closer inspection, Hagrid bore a large bow on his back and a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder, a sight that caused Hermione's calves to tense with apprehension. It's about time, Hagrid declared. I've been waiting here for half an hour. Hagrid, I really shouldn't be too lenient with them, Filch replied coldly. They are here to face punishment. Is that why you're late? Hagrid inquired, frowning at Filch. This is not the place for you to discipline them. You've fulfilled your duty, and now I'll take over. I'll return at dawn to collect their remains, Filch said, his figure retreating into the distance. Watching Filch depart, Hagrid sighed. I'm sorry, children, you're all here because of Norbert. It's all right, Hagrid, Hermione said, patting his ample belly, as her height allowed her only that reach. We all believe it's worth it, even if we lost quite a few points. I don't share your sentiment. Draco pouted. They despise me. Slytherin has never endured such a loss. This is a disgrace to our house. Then keep your mouth shut. No one is forcing you to do this, Hagrid retorted, still harboring a slight disdain for Draco, who had initially threatened him to gain permission to help care for Norbert. All right, it's getting late. We should prepare to depart. Very well, Hagrid said. Now, listen closely. What we are about to undertake is exceedingly perilous. But I wish to avoid any danger. Follow me. He led Hermione and the others to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raising his lantern to illuminate a narrow, winding path that disappeared into the dense, dark woods. Do you see that glimmering thing on the ground? That's silver sheen. It's unicorn blood. A unicorn has been injured by something, and this is the second occurrence this week. I found a dead one last Wednesday. We must locate that poor creature and, if necessary, alleviate its suffering. But what if the creature that harmed the unicorn encounters us first? Draco asked, his fear palpable. As long as you stay with me, or Fong, nothing in this forest can harm you. Now we shall split into two teams, heading in different directions. There are traces of blood. It must have lingered there since last night. I want Fong, Draco exclaimed, eyeing Fong's long teeth. Soon, Hagrid divided the groups, and they ventured into the shadowy forest along their respective paths. They briefly encountered a centaur named Ronan, but were quickly reunited due to Draco's fireworks. Our pampered young Malfoy, unable to withstand the embarrassment of the tense and perilous environment, ignited the fireworks he held. A new team quickly formed. Meanwhile, Clare, having cast the disillusionment charm upon herself, followed in their wake. Hermione trailed behind Hagrid, which should pose no significant issue, despite having left school early. Hagrid possessed formidable magical resistance and physical prowess, making him a match even for many adult wizards. The weakened Dark Lord would not dare confront this giant directly, ensuring Hermione's safety. However, to be prudent, Clare discreetly instructed Buckbeak to shadow Hermione's group, providing her with an added layer of protection. Clare trailed behind Draco, her heart fluttering with a mixture of trepidation and excitement at the prospect of encountering the Dark Lord for the first time that evening. Following Harry deeper into the forest, they ventured for nearly half an hour, the path becoming increasingly arduous as the trees thickened around them, while the bloodstains on the ground grew more viscous. At last, after navigating through a tangle of gnarled oak branches, they beheld a clearing ahead, where a unicorn lay, its silvery mane radiating a sacred and untouchable glow. A pool of silver blood flowed from its neck, its slender legs frozen in a peculiar position from its fall, creating a scene of haunting beauty. It was evident that this was the carcass of a unicorn, its demise recent, the blood still warm and uncoagulated. The creature that had attacked it was not far off. Clare could almost sense its presence. A masked figure emerged slowly from the shadows, startling Harry and Draco. Clare noted that the figure bore a striking resemblance to a Dementor. And indeed, in its half-alive state, Voldemort resembled a wraith-like specter. The shadow approached the unicorn, bowing its head to the wound, and began to siphon its blood. Draco let out a piercing scream of terror, sprinting away in haste. Yaya, too, displayed a lack of loyalty, fleeing from the scene. Run, Harry. A warm hand clasped Harry's shoulder, jolting him from his stupor. Turning, he was met by Claire's reassuring smile. Go find Hermione and keep her safe. I'll handle this. You can trust me. Harry felt as if a surge of adrenaline coursed through him, and he nodded vigorously, swallowing hard as he glanced at the advancing shadow. I'll go get help, he exclaimed, dashing in the direction where Draco had fled. Claire shook her head, pondering why those words sounded so familiar. It seemed that the villains on Muggle television, who abandoned their comrades in times of peril, often uttered such phrases. Turning her gaze toward the shadow that had approached, Claire smiled and held her wand to her chest, politely saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Tom Riddle." The shadow momentarily froze, clearly taken aback that this individual before him recognized his true identity. "Mr. Tom Riddle, I must say, it is rather astonishing that you can still maintain a semblance of human form in such a state. Should I commend your brilliance or mock your absurdity?" Claire remarked mockingly, observing Voldemort, who had ceased his movements a short distance away. "As expected, you have not brought your steed with you. After all, Quirrell is still very much alive. Drinking unicorn blood would transform him into a wraith, which is certainly not a sight you would desire." Claire Heliakos. A sound akin to metal scraping emerged from beneath the cloak, sending shivers down one's spine. "I should have realized it sooner. No Heliakos could ever be mediocre, even if rendered mute. Yet your youth has misled me. It is hard to fathom that a first-year student possesses such immense magical prowess. But do you truly comprehend how to wield this power?" The dark cloak loomed closer, and even in this diminished form, Voldemort was not an adversary that an ordinary wizard could withstand. His ability to effortlessly slay a unicorn was a testament to his superiority over typical adult wizards. "You may give it a try." With a confident smile gracing her features, Claire raised her wand, pointing it directly at the approaching Voldemort. "I, too, am curious about the wretched sight concealed beneath that cloak. Is it a gaunt figure resembling a Dementor? Or perhaps a pitiful, top-heavy gnome? Or could it be a combination of both?" The shadow hesitated, for he had witnessed firsthand the grotesque sight of the giant slain in the girl's lavatory on Halloween night. The image of its death by the Cruciator's curse etched indelibly in his memory. He had no doubt that Claire possessed the strength of a top-tier Death Eater or an elite Auror. "Listen here, you little wretch," the shadow exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "Your presence here must serve a purpose. Reveal your intentions." "Oh, our Dark Lord has learned the art of compromise?" Claire replied, a playful smile dancing across her lips. "Fear not, Mr. Riddle. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm." Claire's eyes scrutinized the figure of Voldemort before her, who likewise raised his wand, pointing it at her. The once mighty phoenix now resembled a feeble creature, threatened by a mere 12-year-old child. "Very well. For the sake of your dignity as the Dark Lord, I shall refrain from allowing you to die in such a pitiful manner," Claire remarked, gradually lowering the tip of her wand. Her gaze swept over Voldemort, who, in response, also lowered his wand to his side. Yet, both their right arms remained taut, a palpable tension lingering in the air. Any observer would doubt not that a slight twitch from either party could lead to merciless retribution. Nevertheless, the lowered wands alleviated some of the intense atmosphere, allowing both sides to relax their mental state, albeit slightly. Engaging in conversation was far more advantageous than a sudden clash, which would serve neither party well. The evening breeze drifted through the vast trees of the Forbidden Forest, brushing against Claire's robes and causing them to sway gently. The shadows danced as fragments of moonlight illuminated Claire's youthful face, casting an expression of confidence that belied her age. Voldemort felt a chill within as he beheld her demeanor. Even at his own youthful peak, despite his remarkable talents and mastery over magic, he felt dwarfed in comparison to this child. "This year, what do you wish to accomplish?" "I shall not interfere," Claire stated, her gaze unwavering on Voldemort's form. "Oh, and what is it that you desire?" Voldemort replied, his tone laced with a knowing mockery, clearly having anticipated her response. "You may harm whomever you wish, but there is one person you must not touch." Claire's lips curled into a cruel smile. "If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Do not challenge my resolve. My words carry weight. That little girl. Is it?" "I understand," Voldemort remarked, his tone dripping with sardonic amusement. "Are you so willing to expose your own vulnerability to me? Are you not afraid that I might reveal your secrets in turn?" Claire interrupted him. "At this moment, you are not my equal. Do not take offense. You know this to be true." Glancing behind her, Claire gestured forward. "Let us converse as we walk. Hagrid will soon arrive to assess the situation." and I would prefer he not discover that I am negotiating with the infamous Dark Lord. Huh, just as hypocritical as I was in my youth. But what of my restored self? I cannot believe you are unaware of my prowess during my prime, Voldemort inquired with an unsettling calmness, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. Despite their vast age difference, a surprising similarity in character emerged. Firstly, I do not believe you will succeed in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. In other words, you will not regain your peak strength anytime soon, Clare replied with a smile. Voldemort's silence suggested uncertainty. But Clare continued before he could speak. Do not assume your plans are foolproof. If I can locate you, do you think Dumbledore is a fool? Do not forget. He was once formidable enough to stand against you without faltering. Observing Voldemort lost in contemplation, Clare added with embellishment, even if Dumbledore is currently in decline. I refuse to believe he has lost all vigilance. Secondly, you will inevitably resort to the ancient methods to regain your strength. These methods require considerable preparation time. Time ample enough for my own growth, Clare confidently explained. At the very least, considering my current rate of magical development, I shall be ready to contend with you by the time you resurrect. Lastly, you have severed your own path, Clare stated, shaking her head as she fixed her gaze on Voldemort. Splitting your soul is the most foolish of choices. Voldemort shuddered, momentarily halting his steps. His dark hood casting an ominous shadow as a palpable tension enveloped him. How do you know? Clare smirked mockingly, having completely lowered her guard against Voldemort. This unexpected action momentarily stunned him. He raised his right arm slightly, but after a moment's consideration, he lowered it again, as if compelled by an unseen force. Even Voldemort found himself perplexed by his own behavior, yet he recognized that the circumstances dictated caution. This half-grown boy undoubtedly had some hidden defenses in place, and it was wise not to act recklessly in this precarious situation. Clare caught a glimpse of Voldemort's subtle movements from the corner of her eye, and a faint, elusive smile graced her lips as she continued. Why is it that the Horcrux spell has existed for centuries, yet no one has ever achieved true immortality? In every era, there have been individuals who surpass the majority of wizards in power. Can it be that all these figures, like saints, have embraced death with equanimity? Voldemort paused, acknowledging that he considered himself the most formidable wizard of his time, yet he could not confidently claim to be the mightiest throughout history. The despicable Hellbow. The founder of the Horcrux you speak of, Clare remarked, raising her hands in a gesture of dismissal. His surname is Smith. Clare took a deep breath and remarked with a hint of astonishment. Interestingly, the matriarch of the Hillakes family during the same era also bore the surname Smith. Of course, it is evident that the despicable heir of Slytherin was indeed a man. My ancestor was his sister, one of the witnesses to how he created the basilisk, how he split his soul, and how he met his demise. And what followed? Clare discerned the urgency in Voldemort's voice, despite his attempts to mask it. Clearly, he was aware of the methods of creating Horcruxes, yet he remained oblivious to the intricacies that ensued. On the surface, it appeared that he had achieved a semblance of immortality. However, due to the fracturing of his own soul, Voldemort became increasingly brutal and tyrannical. An incomplete soul, in any circumstance, will insidiously seek to restore itself, while the negative aspects of one's character will be magnified and expanded in the process. First came tyranny, then cruelty, followed by bloodlust, and soon envy, ultimately culminating in nihilism. It was evident that Clare heard Voldemort's inhalation, as the traits of cruelty, bloodlust, and tyranny had nearly become synonymous with him, and he was now deeply envious of the protective magic surrounding Harry. Let us not forget that nihilism is also a significant facet of negative emotions. Having conveyed this, I remain quite curious about your future endeavors. Furthermore, with your soul divided into so many fragments, do you think the astute will overlook this? A mind as sharp as Dumbledore's is bound to consider the implications of Horcruxes soon enough, Clare stated nonchalantly. Throughout the exchange, Voldemort had been an attentive listener. A figure seemingly immortal eventually succumbing to suicide, a notion steeped in irony. Yet, as a fellow practitioner, Voldemort had long recognized the flaws of Horcruxes. He simply had not contemplated the aspect of self-destruction. Voldemort never doubted his ability to escape death, for he possessed ample confidence in his own strength. No one understood his secrets better than himself, and should he truly resolve to end his life, it would be the simplest of tasks. Ultimately, Voldemort chose to believe, for Clare had no reason to deceive him, especially since he had already grasped his greatest secret. By the time Clare was reunited with Hagrid and the others, Voldemort had long since departed, having finalized their accord. Oh, Clare, are you all right? Upon seeing Clare, Hermione immediately rushed over to envelop him in a warm embrace. I'm perfectly fine, Hermione, You know my capabilities, Clare replied confidently, about to raise his arm in assurance, yet his expression faltered upon noticing Hagrid's wrist, thicker than his own thigh. In moments like these, such a mixed-blood giant could be the most disheartening. Haha, Hermione chuckled at Clare's flustered demeanor, fully aware of his disposition. Harry and Draco, standing nearby, exchanged bemused glances but felt relieved to see Clare unharmed. Despite being a Slytherin, Clare's consistent kindness and non-confrontational nature had left a lasting impression on every student, though his camaraderie with Gryffindor was not particularly strong as Hermione's boyfriend. He had long been excluded from any adversarial circles. It's good to see you safe. Hermione was on the verge of tears. Hagrid winked at Clare. Hagrid. Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scolded him loudly. Hagrid shrugged. See? I told you it was accurate. Clare, what on earth was that just now? Draco inquired. His curiosity piqued, oblivious to the fact that it pertained to his parents' greatest employer. The Dark Wizard of your country, I believe he goes by Voldemort, is not the man himself. Rather, it is a fragment of him. You see, there exist many obscure yet potent spells that allow one to exist in a fragmented state. Clare did not conceal her intentions regarding this matter. In the original narrative, Harry discovers the existence of Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. Clare hopes that Harry will learn this in a timely manner, as she does not wish for the plot of the original story to be excessively disrupted while he is still lacking in strength. Oh no. Draco's face suddenly turned ashen. After all, Voldemort has long been the object of loyalty for their family. If his parents were to learn that the Dark Lord indeed still lives, one could only imagine their expressions. Harry's face instantly transformed into one of realization. Indeed, from his perspective, Snape's motive for attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone became comprehensible. His master lies in wait in the Forbidden Forest, requiring the stone to regain his power. With the motive clarified, everything began to fall into place. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione, and it was evident that if Harry could deduce this, the astute Hermione would certainly not overlook it. Do not worry, Draco, Clare said, patting Draco on the shoulder. Voldemort is currently unable to restore his powers. Even a first year like me can drive him away. Just imagine how weak he truly is at present. However, Draco shuddered at the mere mention of Voldemort's name and wished to argue further. After all, during the Wizarding War in Britain, Voldemort had amassed significant terror. Even now, hearing his name would cause a shiver among those in the wizarding world. I have said there is no need for concern. Do you distrust Dumbledore's protection? Or do you doubt the name of me, Hillakes? Clare asserted confidently. At this moment, there is nothing for you to fear. Perhaps in a few years, even if Voldemort regains his full strength, we could still defeat him. Try to see things more optimistically. You certainly exude confidence, Hagrid said in his deep, rumbling voice. I must inform Dumbledore of this. Such a dangerous individual must not exist within the confines of the school's forbidden forest. Clare exhaled softly, choosing not to engage in any argument. Dumbledore likely knew long before that Voldemort had infiltrated Hogwarts, and as a catalyst, Voldemort would serve as a significant aid in Harry's growth. The cunning old wizard would undoubtedly seize such a splendid opportunity to enhance Harry's experience. One cannot help but appreciate the presence of a wise old grandfather. Even amidst ignorance and naivety, there are those who quietly support you from the shadows. This venerable figure clears the path for you, allowing you to revel in the journey of gaining experience, leveling up while simultaneously tormenting your adversaries in various ways. Indeed, this grandfather figure is a cheat code. Whether ensconced within a ring or appearing in any narrative, the immediate reaction is that he is the loyal guardian of the protagonist. As Clare mused, she followed the group out of the Forbidden Forest. In reality, she possessed numerous methods to vanquish Voldemort. The act of fragmenting one's soul into such pitiable halves rendered his weaknesses glaringly apparent. It remains a mystery why Dumbledore did not employ any mental harm spells, as such magic would inflict considerable damage on beings with incomplete souls. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco appeared somewhat dazed. In contrast, Clare, buoyed by the completion of her bargain, felt quite invigorated. I advise you to lie down and rest properly. Tomorrow we have Professor Flitwick's class, and with exams approaching, this lesson will cover numerous key points, Clare suggested as she reclined on her bed, observing Draco, who was lost in thought on a nearby stool. Oh dear, I almost forgot that exams are imminent, Draco exclaimed, as though jolted from a trance. I haven't even begun my review. Failing will be quite the ordeal for you. Clare smiled. The topic of young Master Malfoy flunking a subject will surely become a hot topic in aristocratic circles for quite some time. I must admit, I find a bit of anticipation in that. No, Clare, you must help me. Draco implored, his face a portrait of despair. The charms class is manageable. You've already mastered the spells, so passing should pose no issue. As for potions, with Professor Snape's guidance, you probably don't worry about that. But transfiguration? You're on your own. Wands will be checked before the exam, and I can't assist you there. You ought to delve deeper into your studies for history of magic and herbology. Clare incessantly chattered, and in truth, Draco's demeanor had already soured at the mere mention of the transfiguration class. The ensuing days were spent in a state of tense revision. For a fleeting moment, students from every house found themselves engrossed in discussions centered around academic concepts and scholarly inquiries, enveloping Hogwarts in a palpable atmosphere of intellectual fervor. At times, Clare mused on the brilliance of those who devised examinations, for this singular endeavor had undoubtedly usurped countless hours of leisure from the lives of youthful scholars. The days grew progressively warmer, a harbinger of the imminent examinations. Simultaneously, the promise of a week of freedom following the tests, along with the forthcoming summer break after the grades were revealed, simmered in the oppressive atmosphere preceding the assessments. Nevertheless, Clare continued her habitual saunter through the restricted section of the library, leisurely selecting a tome or two to carry back to her dormitory before vanishing from sight. Clare's actions merely served to obscure the truth. The tomes extracted from the Room of Requirement encompass centuries of profound magic from the wizarding world, a vast reservoir of knowledge that Clare could scarcely hope to master in such a brief span. Yet, she could not remain ensconced in her dormitory indefinitely. Occasionally perusing a few inconsequential books was far preferable to arousing suspicion. Recently, Draco had been immersed in his studies at the library, finding the dormitory increasingly stifling. He glanced at the subjects Clare was delving into: the essence of dark magic, detailed analyses of harmful curses, the manipulation and application of souls, and other ghastly tomes that sent shivers down Draco's spine. Even as a thoroughbred Slytherin, with two parents among the Death Eaters, he dared not confront such overtly sinister studies. In contrast, Hermione's diligence was commendable. This young girl perpetually felt that her intellectual arsenal was insufficient, relentlessly seeking to commit every fragment of knowledge within her grasp to memory. Such was the quintessential mindset of a scholarly overachiever. Every day, she was the first to arrive at the library and the last to depart. Her unwavering commitment and earnestness shamed many a Ravenclaw student. Within mere days, several Ravenclaws began to emulate her. As a house renowned for academic excellence, they could scarcely abide a Gryffindor outshining them in the pursuit of knowledge. Yet, while ideals are beautiful, reality remains unforgiving. Since the loss of so many house points, Hermione had been tirelessly striving to elevate their scores in class, earning the admiration of numerous Gryffindors. A person with a sense of responsibility is valued wherever they may be. As for the points Draco had squandered for Slytherin, Clare had long since replenished them through her contributions in class. To this day, Slytherin remained in the lead. Although Ravenclaw was fervently closing the gap, the scores still appeared dauntingly distant. Most believed that this year's House Cup would likely find its way back to Slytherin. After all, in terms of student caliber, Slytherin and Ravenclaw stood as the finest. However, while Ravenclaw excelled in academics, Slytherin thrived on ambition, thus widening the chasm in house points. Nevertheless, Clare held a different perspective. After all, Gryffindor boasted the likes of Harry Potter, a veritable ace in the hole. If old Dumbledore did not extend certain privileges to Gryffindor, it would be a disservice to his venerable character. The heat was stifling, with all first-year students crammed into a spacious classroom enhanced by the undetectable extension charm for their examinations. Each student was required to answer questions using specially crafted quills, enchanted to prevent cheating. Clare swiftly answered with a quill in hand, the tip gliding across the paper, producing an enchanting rustling sound. Not far away, Draco was equally engrossed in his responses. The key points Clare had provided him over the past few days proved immensely helpful, as he realized they encompassed nearly all the examination content. In stark contrast, Crabbe and Goyle resembled two bears trapped in a cage, and hoping for them to provide complete answers was akin to indulging in folly. Soon, Clare finished the examination paper in hand. The subjects for the first year felt as simple to her as the equation 1-1. Her gaze swept across the room, where countless students were immersed in deep thought. Harry and Ron exchanged incessant winks, and Clare noticed Professor McGonagall approaching them. Meanwhile, Crabbe and Goyle stared blankly at their papers, as if confronting the most terrifying object in existence. Neville Longbottom shared a similar plight with Crabbe, and Clare couldn't help but wonder why the sorting hat hadn't placed the three of them in Hufflepuff. Clare waved her sleeve slightly. Wandless magic was a skill that many wizards could master. However, casting without a wand would incur an additional energy expenditure of 3 to 5 times, and it could easily inflict harm upon the caster's fingertips. Consequently, few would opt for wandless spellcasting. In ancient times, the earliest wizards practiced without wands. Yet once the wand was invented and its advantages recognized, it quickly became a widely embraced tool among practitioners. With a flick of her left hand hidden beneath her sleeve towards Crabbe and Goyle, Clare soon caused indistinct answers to materialize upon their examination papers, which were gradually fading. At that moment, if the two still failed to grasp the situation, it would not merely denote foolishness, but rather utter dullness. In no time, their quills began to dance furiously across the pages, striving to inscribe as many answers as possible before the ink vanished entirely. Clare exhaled, wondering if these two muscle-brained fellows could at least manage to pass. That afternoon marked the application test. Professor Flitwick called each student into the classroom one by one, where they were tasked with making a pineapple perform a tap dance across a table. To be honest, the exam was rather easy, as even Crabbe and Goyle managed to stumble through it. Indeed, Crabbe and Goyle possessed a commendable aptitude for magic. In the original work, Crabbe had demonstrated his prowess by casting the difficult Incendio spell. Although he could not yet control the flames, this was sufficient to indicate his talent in spellcasting. Next came Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration exam, which required everyone to transform a mouse into a snuff box, with more elegant transformations earning higher scores. Strictly speaking, Transfiguration is also a form of magic, yet it differs significantly. It demands exceptional talent and rigorous practice, unlike standard spells, which yield a singular effect. Transfiguration is a discipline that requires immense creativity and imagination. Thus, it is notoriously challenging, akin to advanced mathematics in a Muggle university, and many students found themselves failing. Professor Snape's examination left everyone in a state of acute anxiety. Each student was required to concoct a potion to cure amnesia, a process that, while not overly complex, requiring only slow simmering in a cauldron, entailed over 100 different ingredients and a precise order of addition that could drive any student to madness. Clare was seated at the back of the room to prevent anyone from attempting to cheat by mimicking her potion-making technique. As the potions brewed by the Hillakes family were renowned throughout the magical community for their potency, the final examination was in the history of magic, where students had an hour to answer questions about the eccentric old wizard who invented the large cauldron. This subject was relatively straightforward, even if one's knowledge was limited. Professor Binns would offer helpful hints. Following the exams, students would enjoy a week of leisure while awaiting the results. The completion of the examinations brought a collective sigh of relief, followed by waves of jubilant cheers. Harry, too, felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Since returning from the Forbidden Forest, his scar had been throbbing intermittently. Neville, their doormate, believed Harry was suffering from exam anxiety due to his frequent insomnia. In truth, Harry was plagued at night by the nightmares he had often experienced, but this time they were more terrifying, featuring a shadow cloaked in a hood, with blood trickling from its lips. The exams had proven far simpler than he had anticipated, had he known. He would not have spent so much time revising the details of the 1637 Werewolf Management Act and the Goblin Rebellions. After the tests, Hermione, as usual, compared answers with Clare, eager to clarify any uncertainties. Harry and Ron lagged behind, not out of aversion to Clare, but because Hermione's behavior made them uncomfortable. The quartet soon meandered to the lakeside, where Clare and Hermione settled beneath a tree. Despite the presence of 2 extra companions, Clare instinctively wrapped Hermione in his embrace. In the distance, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were playfully teasing a sunbathing giant squid. As Hermione chuckled at their antics, she engaged in intimate conversation with Clare. By the way, Clare, she suddenly recalled, lifting her chin to ask, do you know why Harry's forehead has been aching lately? We intended to consult Madame Pomfrey, but you happened to be nearby. All right, Clare replied, standing up to stretch his arm, which had grown sore from resting beneath Hermione's head, and walked toward Harry and Ron, who were engaged in a heated argument. I wish I knew what it meant, Harry shouted in frustration. My forehead has been throbbing incessantly. It has hurt before, but never this frequently. You should go see Madame Pomfrey, or at least get a good night's sleep, Ron suggested. I don't think it's an illness. Rather, it's a warning, a harbinger of impending danger. Harry's tone was somewhat paranoid. Harry, Hermione told me about it. Let me take a look, Clare said as he approached Harry. Clare. Ron, unaware of Clare's approach, jumped at his sudden voice. Harry, I think you should let Clare examine it. His expertise is likely better than Madame Pomfrey's. To be fair, My potion-making skills still pale in comparison to Madame Pomfrey's, Clare modestly remarked. While the Hillakes family's potions are indeed unparalleled, my current abilities cannot compete with those of a healer who has dedicated decades to the craft. Even Professor Snape, when it comes to potion brewing, would fall short against Madame Pomfrey. If she were not so devoted to healing, she would surely be the foremost authority in potion-making. Despite Clare's humility, Harry, convinced of the Hillakes family's prowess, implored Clare to examine the scar on his forehead. Clare experienced an overwhelming impulse. She possessed one of Voldemort's 8 soul fragments. At present, she held a piece nestled within the diadem of Ravenclaw. All she needed to do was retrieve the diadem, and the fragment sealed within Harry's forehead, though not securely, would be effortlessly extracted and incorporated into the diadem. Soul fragments possess an inherent drive to become whole. When united, they meld seamlessly, especially since both fragments originate from the same individual. However, Clare ultimately restrained herself. Should this soul fragment be lost, Harry would forfeit his ability to speak Parseltongue, complicating the opening of the Chamber of Secrets next year. In the original narrative, Hermione had once been petrified due to this, and Clare harbored no desire for a mere petrification to escalate into murder. Though she was aware of how to access the chamber and had knowledge of the pronunciation of Parseltongue from her family's tomes, she remained cautious, wishing to avoid any significant mishaps. Once the chamber's storyline concluded, the fragment within Harry would lose its substantial significance, at which point Clare could unobtrusively retrieve it. A living soul, unlike a ghostly specter, holds immense value for study and cultivation, and it is exceedingly difficult to extract a soul without destroying its corporeal form. It would be of little consequence. A simple spell could remedy the situation. Clare maintained an air of nonchalance as she remarked, "Harry, you seem to have been quite startled recently, compounded by the stress of exams. You will feel better soon. See, I told you. You were too tense." Ron chimed in with a knowing expression. "Nevertheless, do not underestimate that scar. It is a powerful curse. When Voldemort perished due to the rebound of the curse upon you, a connection was forged between you." Clare's intense gaze made Ron shiver slightly. This connection was not particularly strong, yet in moments of heightened emotion, one could sense the threat he posed. However, do not fret too much. Voldemort's corporeal form is dead. While you can feel him, he cannot sense you. The existence of that scar is a blessing. It serves as a warning. A warning. Did you hear that, Ron? It must be a warning, Clare said, her voice tinged with urgency. Harry, try to relax. Hermione is correct. As long as Dumbledore is near that stone, you are undoubtedly safe. Furthermore, we lack any evidence that Snape has discovered a way past Fluffy. Last time, he nearly lost a leg to him, so I doubt he'll take unnecessary risks again. Although Ron was shocked by this notion, he did not perceive it as a significant issue. Harry nodded, acknowledging Dumbledore's substantial authority. Just then, Hermione approached, saying, "It's all due to the exams. I woke up last night to review my transfiguration notes, and only remembered halfway through that the exam was already over." Yet Harry clearly understood that this unsettling feeling was not solely due to examinations. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he dashed toward Hagrid's hut. "Where are you going?" Ron asked, sitting up. "I've just thought of something," Harry replied, his complexion pale. "We need to find Hagrid." "Why?" Hermione inquired, somewhat displeased as she was about to sit down. "Do you not find it peculiar? Hagrid has always longed for a dragon egg, and now a stranger conveniently appears with one in his pocket. If most wizards avoid dragon eggs, why would he be wandering around with one?" They traversed a considerable distance and soon found Hagrid, correct? "Why didn't I think of this sooner?" Ron couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you intend to do?" But Harry continued into the forest without responding. "I believe Harry has realized something. While I'm not entirely sure what you two are up to, I do know a bit about Hagrid's dragon-raising endeavors," Clare remarked, following Harry's path. A traveler fortuitously possessing a dragon egg crossing paths with Hagrid, who was both eager and brave enough to raise a dragon. Do you not find that a tad too coincidental? Before Clare could finish her thought, Hermione and Ron, their faces filled with terror, rushed after Harry. Clare chose to remain behind. It was a minor matter she felt no need to involve herself in. She would prepare and join them later. She was well aware of the challenges they faced, and she was confident that even if she departed slightly later, she would still catch up with them. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Clare ambled back to the castle unhurriedly. Once Harry and the others learned of Hagrid's revelations, they would promptly find a way to inform Dumbledore. As anticipated, Dumbledore would receive an urgent notification from the Ministry of Magic that evening and hastily head there, with ample time for action. The adventurous little lions were increasingly eager to engage in their reckless endeavor. Not long after Clare returned to the castle, she heard hurried footsteps echoing in the corridor. With time, one could identify individuals by their footfalls. Although Clare could not discern Harry or Ron's steps, Hermione's familiar gait had become unmistakable over the past few years. "We must find Dumbledore immediately," Harry's voice called out, filled with anxiety. The shadow they encountered that day was none other than Voldemort, whom Clare had personally confronted. He had sent someone to intoxicate Hagrid, easily extracting the method to bypass Fluffy. Now, Voldemort was weakened. He lacked the magical strength to contend with Fluffy. This was the perfect moment to prevent him from obtaining the Sorcerer's Stone. However, where was Dumbledore's office? Hermione's voice cut through with clarity. Despite Dumbledore's esteemed reputation among nearly all at the school, the location of his office was rarely known to younger students, even among older students, who would casually frequent the headmaster's office. They stood there, scanning their surroundings as if waiting for a signal to guide them. No one had ever informed them of Dumbledore's whereabouts, nor had they witnessed anyone being summoned to his office. "Dumbledore left the school today. Why are you looking for him?" Clare stepped forward, hoping Hermione might confide in her, revealing everything. Clare believed she possessed sufficient strength to safeguard them. Yet she understood Hermione's pride and concern for her own safety. This good-hearted girl was reluctant to involve herself in troublesome matters. And it was precisely this sentiment that left Clare feeling inexplicably uneasy. "How do you know?" Ron exclaimed, aghast at the realization that Dumbledore's absence during such a crucial moment could provide Voldemort with an opportunity. Clare, in a rather candid manner, fabricated a lie. "Professor McGonagall informed me that I should consult Dumbledore regarding a few inquiries about dragon blood. After all, Dumbledore's expertise in the study of dragon blood is unparalleled. There are 12 remarkable applications of dragon blood, you know." Hermione interrupted Clare's lengthy discourse. "We truly have an urgent matter to discuss with Dumbledore." "Oh, very well. But he is genuinely not at the school. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here looking foolish," Clare remarked while shrugging her shoulders. "However, Hermione, is there nothing you wish to confide in me?" "No, not at all," Hermione replied, a fleeting moment of embarrassment crossing her face, which Clare astutely detected. "Why would you ask such a question? I've just noticed lately that you've seemed a bit distracted. Is something troubling you? Or has someone upset you?" Clare inquired with genuine concern. Nothing at all. It's just that the recent exams have been quite overwhelming. That's all," Hermione said, her ears twitching slightly, an involuntary reaction that betrayed her every lie. Clare wished to express more. Yet she was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of Professor Snape. "Good afternoon," he uttered in a smooth tone. Clare could clearly see the color draining from Harry's face as he stared blankly at Professor Snape, appearing somewhat bewildered. "On such a splendid day, you ought not to remain indoors." Upon uttering this, Snape seemed to distort his features into a peculiar smile, a grimace that was more unbecoming than tears. As if to mock Clare's presence, Harry hesitated, unsure of what to articulate. "You must exercise caution," Snape threatened in his oily voice. "Wandering about as you are now will lead others to suspect you of nefarious intentions. And Gryffindor cannot afford to lose any more points, can they?" Harry's face flushed a deep crimson once more, and just as he was about to make his escape, Snape continued, "Stay close to Mr. Hillakes. Learn from him. Your arrogance and rudeness should surely evoke a sense of shame in the presence of the humble and knowledgeable Hillakes." This remark struck Harry and his companions harshly. Yet to Clare, it resonated differently. It echoed as a stern elder reprimanding his own kin, imbued with a mixture of affection and disappointment. "Potter, be vigilant. I assure you, should you continue to roam at night, I shall personally see to your expulsion. Enjoy your day." With that, Snape strode away towards the staff office without a backward glance. "Well then, Hermione, I shall see you at dinner. I must visit Professor Sprout as I am running low on various herbs, and at times, I must seek assistance from the school's gardens." Clare waved at Hermione and made her way towards the greenhouse. Hermione watched Clare's retreating figure with a hint of regret before turning to Harry and the others, signaling, "We must act tonight. We can delay no longer." "I was just thinking that," Harry exclaimed. "If Snape knows how to navigate the gates guarded by the Watcher, he surely has means to discover how to pass through other obstacles. Do not forget, he is a teacher. I wager he has a hand in establishing those barriers." The more Harry spoke, the more he felt the weight of his reasoning. They could not afford to be passive any longer. Action was imperative. "Do you think you would find that stone without us?" "I should peruse the tomes. Perhaps I might uncover something useful." Hermione fixated on Harry. Realizing she needed to bolster her knowledge, grateful that she had recently completed her exams and retained most of the material. I'll gather some useful materials. Perhaps we can put them to good use tonight. Ron chimed in eagerly. My grades aren't stellar, as you know, Harry. I believe this is where I can lend a hand. Harry was at a loss for words. The support of these two friends was invaluable. You ought to rest, Harry. Hermione insisted, shaking her head. Tonight promises to be a fierce battle. You are, after all, the only one who has ever defeated the Dark Lord. Yet I can scarcely recall how I vanquished him. I was but a year old, Clare remarked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. I suspect you possess certain qualities that were fortuitously effective against the Dark Lord. Ron replied, his gaze intense. You were merely a child then. And yet you triumphed over him now, didn't you? Have faith in yourself, Harry. Ultimately, you are our only hope. His guess was astute. The protective charm within Harry was indeed a mysterious power that Voldemort could not breach. After dinner, Clare sought to engage Hermione at the Gryffindor table, but was promptly rebuffed under the pretense of feeling unwell, and Hermione soon retreated to the Gryffindor common room. Clare felt somewhat speechless. She initially intended to offer some nonchalant reminders to avert any potential harm during the upcoming adventure, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. Reluctantly, she decided to return to her dormitory, hoping to indulge in a restful slumber and tackle the aftermath later in the night. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, Clare unusually lay down in bed and succumbed to sleep. Draco was taken aback by this behavior. Ordinarily, Clare would not retire before 11 o'clock unless engrossed in a book. He wondered what might have prompted such a reaction or if she was unwell, as she had immediately dozed off upon her return. This unexpected turn left Draco feeling inexplicably anxious, hesitating over whether to summon Madame Pomfrey for assistance. His gaze wandered to the shelves filled with forbidden tomes in the room, ultimately dispelling the notion that could land them both in Azkaban. In the dead of night, while Draco was deep in slumber, Clare slowly opened her eyes. Stealthily donning her clothes, she traversed the deserted common room, moving with caution towards the room guarded by the formidable Fluffy. Before long, she arrived at the door of the innermost chamber on the 3rd floor, which stood ajar, indicating they had already passed through. Oh, you're awake, she remarked, observing Fluffy, who was sniffing her direction with his enormous snout. With a flick of her wrist, she dispelled the disillusionment charm, noting, it appears they have subdued you. Upon seeing Clare materialize, Fluffy's massive eyes widened to the size of human heads, and his drool-laden teeth bared in a menacing display, as if ready to bite at any moment. Clare did not wait for it to roar. Instead, she casually retrieved a music box from behind her. Originally intending to play music from her phone, she felt embarrassed to hold a brick-sized mobile in 1991. Under the crisp and soothing melodies of the music box, the massive form of the three-headed dog, Fluffy, gradually collapsed, with thunderous snores escaping its mouths almost the moment it hit the ground. The heavy breaths of the creature rustled Clare's wizard robe, had she not already cast a spell to ward off odors. She would have faced an arduous task of cleaning the robe upon her return. In truth, Clare possessed numerous methods to subdue this large canine through sheer force, given its limited magical resistance. However, as Hagrid's pet, she preferred not to engage in a battle with this gentle giant, which, from the outset, had no intention of harming anyone, Snape's leg injury being an exception. After all, guarding the trapdoor was Fluffy's duty, and Snape had to pass through it. Without hesitation, Clare lifted the trapdoor and leaped down, unwilling to linger in the creature's presence any longer. As she descended, a wave of damp, cold air enveloped her. It was dark and humid, characteristic of the Devil's Snare's habitat. With a peculiar, muffled thud, she landed on something soft. Clare's eyes quickly adjusted to the dimness, and she soon noticed a tendril of plant life gradually entwining around her calf. Such a repulsive appendage, reminiscent of a tentacled monster, was not something Clare wished to allow upon herself. With a flick of her wand, she conjured a brilliant flame that drove away all attempts of the Devil's Snare to approach her. This plant, which feared light and heat, was indeed the simplest of obstacles. It must be said that Professor Sprout was a remarkably kind-hearted teacher. She never intended to use overly harmful challenges, merely employing the Devil's Snare to ensnare foes. Though this plant was somewhat obscure, it had been taught in the first year, and due to its limited utility, few bothered to study such seemingly worthless flora. Using it to trap enemies was, however, quite effective. Clare then made her way towards the only corridor available. As she listened to the dripping water around her, her mind wandered, wondering where Hermione and the others had gone, hoping they were safe. A buzzing sound echoed from the passage ahead, indicating she had reached the next challenge. Sure enough, rounding a corner, she was met with a glimmer of light and the unmistakable sound of flapping wings. Upon entering the room, she was greeted by a flurry of golden keys, each the size of a bird, fluttering about. A few brooms lay haphazardly on the ground, suggesting that her friends had successfully passed this trial. As an adept seeker, Clare had not anticipated that Harry would still be lingering in a challenge tailored specifically for him. This simple task merely required the summoning charm, and without hesitation, Clare cast it to capture the necessary key. It seemed likely that Voldemort found this challenge somewhat absurd, given its apparent simplicity. For first-year students who had yet to learn the summoning charm, an incantation requiring extensive practice, this meant they would have to mount brooms and catch the keys themselves. However, for any adult wizard proficient in the charm, this task was exceedingly trivial, hardly qualifying as a genuine challenge. As soon as she opened the door, Clare was met with a resounding crash, akin to the shattering of concrete. With a sigh of relief, she finally caught up with her friends. Hermione and the others stood upon a giant chessboard, their faces reflecting surprise at Clare's arrival, yet none left their positions. The living chess pieces were under a powerful transfiguration spell, likely set up by Professor McGonagall, whose skill in transfiguration was truly remarkable. Though there were clever ways to navigate this game, they required a considerable amount of magical power to cast an impressive confined charm. A far more intricate task than the previous challenges. Clare was skeptical of how a weakened Voldemort managed to pass this chess game. It appeared that aside from the confined charm, Voldemort had taken advantage of Quirrell to inquire about shortcuts from Professor McGonagall, as casters often left back doors for future maintenance. That must be it, Ron said calmly. I have to be sacrificed. It is the only way. No, Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison. Chess is like this, Ron declared decisively. You must make some sacrifices. I will step forward and let it take me. Harry, you can then checkmate the king. But don't you want to hurry and stop Snape? Ron shouted. All right, I didn't mean to interrupt your peculiar Gryffindor camaraderie, but this concerns Hermione's safety. So I must offer you a suggestion. Clare stepped forward, slowly positioning herself at the edge of the chessboard, where a white pawn stood still. The blade of the pawn was perilously close to Clare, yet she appeared oblivious. Seeing Hermione's slightly embarrassed expression, Clare offered a reassuring smile. Thank you for not letting Hermione be captured by the opposing piece. Enough, I understand, Ron. Clare waved her hand dismissively. If Draco were in this position, I would protect him just the same. I wholeheartedly agree with Gryffindor's tradition of loyalty and support. Each piece was under a formidable transfiguration spell, a fact that was evident unless one were a Muggle. As Clare stepped onto the board, curiously, none of the pieces attempted to attack her, as though she were mere air. While I could cast a powerful confined charm over each of you, making the pieces believe you were one of them, allowing you to pass successfully, the charm is quite taxing on magical energy. Especially to deceive a spell cast by Professor McGonagall requires an exhausting amount of power, Clare remarked, displaying a resigned expression. I prefer to conserve my energy for the inevitable battle ahead. However, do not fret. The piece controlling the movements is undoubtedly a statue infused with substantial magical power. With a swift motion, Clare directed her wand towards the opposing White King, and then lowered her arm, frowning as she said, All right, let us proceed to the next challenge. As soon as Clare's voice fell, all the chess pieces gracefully parted, kneeling to clear a path to the entrance. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged anxious glances before hastily catching up with Clare, nervously stepping into the door behind her, entering the second corridor. What challenges lie ahead, one might wonder. We have already encountered Sprout's Devil's Snare, and those flying keys must surely be the ingenious creation of Professor Flitwick. Professor McGonagall has transformed those chess pieces, leaving only Quirrell's defense against the Dark Arts challenge and Professor Snape's potions task remaining. Clare exuded an air of confidence, possessing considerable expertise in both potions and dark magic. One could assert that the final two challenges were mere trifles for her. However, despite her internal musings, a profound sense of unease lingered within her. For reasons unknown, Clare sensed that matters would not unfold as effortlessly as she envisioned. Upon pushing the door open, she was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of water. To label it as a lake would be an exaggeration. In truth, it was a somewhat smaller marshland. Before her lay not only water, but also a muddy stretch of land, overgrown with towering reeds. Were it not for the door behind her, which remained ajar, Clare might have genuinely believed that she and her companions had traversed into an entirely different realm. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of decay and putrefaction, a sensation that was decidedly unpleasant. From her accumulated knowledge, Clare recognized that the mere presence of such an odor was indicative of several dreadful creatures, each of which would pose a formidable threat to the children before her. Indeed, she realized that she had somewhat underestimated the situation. Clare felt a profound sense of unease, a sensation akin to being ensnared in a web of deceit. The moment she independently vanquished the troll on Halloween Eve, the machinations against her had begun. For Hermione's sake, Clare was capable of inflicting torment upon the creature, a testament to Hermione's esteemed position in her heart. However, with Hermione trailing behind the restless Harry, Clare could not allow her to engage in reckless antics without concern. As a formidable boyfriend, Clare would undoubtedly rise to the occasion, safeguarding Hermione at every turn during this perilous adventure. Evidently, this challenge was not directed at Harry and his companions, but was rather a trial set for Clare herself. The troll had clearly perished from the torment inflicted upon it, illustrating that such a creature was insufficient to impede Clare's progress. The increasingly pungent stench in the air and the growing number of bubbles in the swamp indicated that a creature far more terrifying than the troll had become aware of the intrusion into its territory or, perhaps, had caught the alluring scent of potential prey. Observing Hermione and the others, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, Clare's anger surged within her. Had she not managed to catch up with them? Had she not realized they would venture out that night? Or had she simply not contemplated the risks? Would Hermione and the others truly have to confront that fearsome entity lurking beneath the water? Such a threat was beyond the capabilities of young witches and wizards. Hermione, Harry, and Ron, heed my words. Clare's face was etched with fury and unprecedented gravity. Hermione, you and Ron must return and inform Dumbledore or any professor you encounter that the barrier has been breached. However, Ron looked at Clare, his mouth opening as if to speak. Do not interrupt, Weasley. There is no time for lengthy explanations. Clare cast a glance at the dense bubbles in the swamp, her brow furrowing in concern. At that moment, Hermione and the others noticed the strange phenomena in the swamp, their anxiety escalating. I cannot protect you all. I can only ensure the safety of one, Clare declared, then turned her gaze toward the wide-eyed Hermione. I've said it's not possible. Do not follow me. The invisibility cloak is of little use to me. I can sense your presence. Moreover, that creature offers no protection. Should danger arise, I would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Hermione, blushing, nodded. Typically boisterous and restless, much like Harry and Ron, she transformed into a model of decorum in Clare's presence, a phenomenon that had intrigued Harry and the others for quite some time. Harry, you must follow. This is your mission, Clare commanded. Hermione, return swiftly. The creature beneath the water is about to emerge. Clare flexed her arm and turned, her gaze fixed on the frothiest part of the water, where a dark, writhing shadow was rising from the depths. Hermione and Ron knew this was not the time for recklessness. Staying would only hinder. They stepped out, and before closing the door, Hermione couldn't help but say, Clare, come back safe. I'll be waiting outside. Don't worry, Hermione, I'll be fine. Clare offered Hermione a reassuring smile before turning back as the door closed. The instant the door shut, it vanished, transforming the surroundings into a complete swamp. Directly ahead, a conspicuously large rock marked the entrance to the next trial. Harry, catch. Clare tossed a small glass vial to Harry. This is Felix Felicis. It'll boost your luck. The next challenge is likely Professor Snape's potions trial. Brewing takes too long, so I doubt he'll have you brew anything. Instead, he'll probably have you choose or identify potions. This potion will help you then. What about you? Aren't you coming with me? I'm afraid I can't, Clare said ruefully. The acrid smell, the swamp, that green poisonous mist. I think I know what I'm up against. Dumbledore certainly thinks highly of me. Just then, a colossal wave erupted as a monster surged from the water, nearly drenching Harry had it not been for Clare's Protego charm. 1, 2, 3, a full 9 massive heads rose from the water, their horrifying fangs dripping with greenish venom, their blood-red eyes sending shivers down the spine. And all at once. 9 pairs of them. Dense scales attested to the monster's formidable magic resistance. The Hydra, a creature of immense size, was said to have once been the Grim Reaper's pet. It escaped the boundaries of the underworld and came to the human realm to feast on the souls of the dead. When souls were scarce, it would kill and claim the vengeful spirits of the dead, summoning them to fight for it. It could also summon otherworldly demons from the underworld. The moment the third eye on its head opened, the souls of the dead would be devoured. In truth, the Hydra, much like the Hippogriff, was a product of ancient magical artifice. It was an amalgamation of serpentine and draconic traits. Although the initial experiments were less than ideal, later, driven by the exigencies of war, crazed wizards gradually augmented its heads to 9, resulting in a decline in its intellect. While the increased number of heads amplified its destructive potential, sufficient intelligence would have led to the body's collapse amidst the struggle for dominance among the 9 heads. In their desperate pursuit of power, the wizards, in a Faustian bargain, diminished its intelligence to augment its destructive capacity. The Hydra has a long and widespread history, with records of its existence appearing in the legends of nearly every civilization, including the mythical willow-faced serpent in the Chinese classic of Mountains and Seas. Its venomous nature has also been documented in various forms across different texts, suggesting that even in the Muggle world, many had witnessed the Hydra's power in ancient times. This monster's defenses are not as robust as those of a troll. The challenge lies in its potent regenerative ability. Unless all 9 heads are severed simultaneously, it cannot be truly vanquished. Come on, you behemoth. Let's see how formidable you truly are. Clare licked her lips, relishing the rare chance for a fight. Harry, I'll hold it off. You head straight to the next trial. I'll take care of things here. Harry had already donned the invisibility cloak and knew what to do without being told. Voldemort has the Parseltongue ability. This low-intelligent simpleton must have thought he was just a little snake and let him pass, Clare muttered, casting Protego charms on herself while attempting to draw the Hydra's attention. Pity your intelligence is lacking. Otherwise, I would have admired your imposing appearance. Truly a work of art. I've been delving into books about magical creations lately. It's a challenging discipline, requiring mastery of transfiguration and healing magic. Fortunately, I have a solid foundation in both. I'd love to create a creature like you. Just like the ancient wizards. Clare seemed to transform into a relentless chatterbox, gazing greedily at the Hydra. While I would love to keep you for research and experimentation, your massive size, coupled with your notably low intelligence and somewhat uncontrollable destructive capabilities, leads me to believe that disassembling you for study is the more prudent course of action. After all, you are a treasure trove of alchemical materials that cannot be squandered. Who knows, when I craft my own magical creations in the future, I might very well find some of your components useful. Throughout her monologue, the Hydra refrained from launching an attack on Clare. In its eyes, this creature, akin to a diminutive mouse, appeared succulent and tender, while the 9 heads squabbled over which would partake in devouring the delectable morsels before them. Meanwhile, Harry, though cloaked in invisibility, found that this concealment was of little advantage against a creature largely reliant on thermal perception. Harry, I am about to make my move. Prepare yourself. Clare smiled subtly, yet to Harry, it sent chills down his spine, especially after hearing her earlier remarks. This ruthless individual was contemplating using the creature before her as experimental material? Indeed, Slytherin's traits were manifest, an inflated sense of confidence, a greed that had led her astray, and a merciless nature. As Harry pondered, Clare had already sprinted a considerable distance, vigorously waving her arms to capture the Hydra's attention. Hey there, big fellow, look here. A tender 12-year-old delicacy. Well-preserved, regularly exercised, and absolutely succulent. Disease-free, parasite-free, certified fit for consumption, and just 3 hours ago, I had a bath. Despite Clare's fervent display, one of the Hydra's heads remained fixated on Harry. The abundance of heads proved advantageous, as it allowed for divided focus. It seems there is no choice, Clare lamented. Though your eyes are indeed fine magical materials, retaining just one pair suffices for my research. As for the rest, it is regrettable, but given the current circumstances, I must express my apologies. With a flick of her wand, she cast a spell, Blindness Curse. Not just one, but multiple incantations, and in an instant, 3 of the Hydra's heads were rendered sightless. This act incited the Hydra's fury. It roared, rising in a frenzied rage, and began to lumber heavily towards Clare. Clare felt an urge to voice her frustration. After all, this creature was a serpent, so why had these ancient, mad scientists equipped it with legs? Despite the deliberate attempt to merge it with the form of a dragon, the most formidable aspect of dragons was certainly not these 2 ridiculous little legs. A serpent's head and a dragon's body, devoid of dragon wings, seemed an odd choice for a war weapon, while aiming for sheer size might serve in the front lines. The creature's offensive capabilities and methods were undoubtedly lacking. Before Clare could finish her internal lament, a massive torrent of venom shot towards her. She deftly waved her wand to deflect the oncoming green venom, quickly dispelling her initial assumption that this creature's attacks were limited. The venom splashed onto the ground, immediately corroding a considerable pit, making it easy to imagine the consequences if it were to land on a human body. Did this behemoth not consider that if its food was obliterated by its own venom, what would it have left to consume? The potency of the venom alone was enough to rival a dragon's breath. Particularly in warfare, when used for siege, it was a veritable instrument of destruction. What thickness of castle wall could withstand even a few drops of its saliva? After several attempts with the fainting charm, Clare concluded that if she were to rely on the typical magical energy of a wizard, The charm would at best render one of the Hydra's heads drowsy for a brief period. Although Clare's reservoir of magic was considerable, she could not afford such extravagance. The petrification spell would merely delay its movements momentarily, and moreover, it was a spell prone to drawing ire. Casting it on the Hydra would inevitably provoke a barrage of venomous assaults and retaliation. Meanwhile, from behind a small cave, Harry had removed his invisibility cloak. As he passed beneath the Hydra's feet, his heart raced. Fortunately, the creature's attention had been successfully diverted by Clare. Otherwise, a mere shift of those stubby legs could have ended him. Harry waved at Clare before diving into the cave. It wasn't that he did not wish to witness Clare's forthcoming battle. Rather, he had more pressing matters at hand. Voldemort's minions could be anywhere by now, and they may have already acquired the Philosopher's Stone. Time was of the essence. Seeing Harry head towards the exit, Clare sighed in relief. With Harry present, many spells were off limits to her. She feared that if she unleashed a wide-area spell or provoked the Hydra unduly, Harry would be in peril. Soul extraction. Clare raised her wand and called out towards one of the Hydra's heads. This time, she did not cast the spell silently. Vocalizing it rendered the spell more potent. Since you have so many heads, surely I can control a few, Clare proclaimed shamelessly. One of the Hydra's heads suddenly grew lethargic. But rather than succumbing to the fainting charm, it soon turned to bite the head adjacent to it. The neighboring head was caught off guard. Unable to comprehend the betrayal from within its ranks, its low intelligence rendering it incapable of grasping the shocking turn of events. The spectacle was amusing to observe as the other heads displayed their astonishment at the chaos. The effect is quite satisfactory, far superior to the petrification spell. The unforgivable curse truly lives up to its name. I must commend this spell, Clare mused, nodding in approval at the results of her incantation. Now, let the infighting commence. Soul extraction. What might it feel like to be betrayed by 4 heads? Only this multi-headed creature could fathom such anguish. Having numerous heads could be a burden, as one could hardly persuade a neighboring head to align with one's views. In truth, this tactic was initially devised for dealing with the 3-headed Cerberus at the entrance. As Clare had prepared for any eventuality, not anticipating its application here. Venom sprayed wildly as the gaping maws clashed against one another. After all, heads could regenerate after a time. The heads not under control were determined to engage in battle amongst themselves. The scene was grim, revealing an unexpected brutality within the Hydra. Was it female? Hey, don't bite the eyes. Those are my magical materials. Clare scolded one of the heads while casting a protective charm on another. Yes, bite there. Just sever it. How can you be so foolish? Immune to your own venom, yet you keep using it? You buffoon, what good does entangling it do? I have it under control. Can you bring it back to reason? Focus your bites on one place. That is my snakeskin travel bag. Don't tear it too much. Once the Hydra subdued its internal conflict, only one head remained defiantly attached to its neck. This head was smeared with blood, its scales nearly stripped away by the others. Posing little threat now. Regrettably, your time is up. Avada Kedavra. The Hydra collapsed, splattering filthy muck across the damp marshy ground. My magical materials. Clare rushed towards the fallen body like a miser guarding his treasure. Fortunately, she had brought along several bags enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. She pulled out the meticulously prepared bags, filled with an array of small glass vials, a mixture of serpent blood, dragon blood, and some other peculiar substances awaited her scrutiny, perfect for research and collection. The fangs appeared sharp. They could be fashioned into daggers, though she wondered if they possessed any unique offensive properties, likely retaining some degree of toxicity. The venom. Such a treasure should be hoarded. With the combined efforts of the cleansing charm and the levitation charm, Clare successfully packed the entire Hydra-S body into a sack. I wonder if Dumbledore will be upset by this. Regardless, she resolved to catch up with Harry. Dumbledore would be returning soon, and before his arrival, she needed to ensure Voldemort's departure. She would not betray her commitments. After shrinking the sack and securing it at her waist, Clare sped towards the cavern ahead. At the tunnel's end stood a door. Upon opening it, she beheld 7 bottles of varying shapes neatly arranged upon a table. One bottle was already drained. It appeared Harry had entered and was likely bantering with Voldemort by now. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, a burst of purple flames ignited behind her at the entrance, while simultaneously, a wall of black fire roared to life at the door ahead, trapping her in the middle. Quite the special effects, but aside from the fiend fire, all other flames can be warded off by the fire-repelling charm. What purpose do all these colors serve? Merely to intimidate a few Na'vi children. Clare did not linger over the items on the table. after casting a disillusionment charm and a fireproofing charm upon herself. She confidently advanced toward the ominous black flames. The flames caressed her, imparting a sensation akin to that of smooth silk being rubbed against her skin. It is no wonder that many wizards of the 17th century took pleasure in being burned at the stake by Muggles, employing a touch of misdirection to make the Muggles believe they had perished while they reveled in the flames, safeguarded by their fireproofing charm. Seize him! Capture him! Before she could draw near, Clare heard Voldemort's frantic cries. Master, I cannot hold him. My hand, my hand. This was Quirrell's voice. Then kill him. Hurry, you fool! Voldemort screeched again. Upon reaching the scene, Clare beheld Harry's gradually collapsing form and Quirrell's battered body on the verge of collapse. Casting a quick glance at Harry, Clare urgently addressed Voldemort and the astonished, anguished Quirrell. Mr. Riddle, you must flee. Dumbledore is on his way. My Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, give it to me while I keep an eye on Harry's body. Voldemort bellowed. Master, my hand cannot. Quirrell's body was nearing collapse. It could be said that even if he were saved, he could no longer continue as a wizard. Do not concern yourself with your Philosopher's Stone. You cannot take it with you. Whether the stone Dumbledore hid here is genuine or not remains uncertain. Do you believe it is devoid of enchantments? You think you can simply walk out of Hogwarts with it? Wake up. Your steed is also finished. Hurry, or it will be too late. Voldemort cast a penetrating gaze at Clare, sensing a tumultuous surge of magic racing toward them from afar. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Voldemort forcibly detached Quirrell's head. And instantly, he summoned a whirlwind of dark winds, sweeping away. Master, do not abandon me. You promised. Quirrell knelt weakly on the ground, his body riddled with painful, blistering burns. In any case, you have chosen the wrong ally. Clare felt the potent magical fluctuations closing in behind her, though she maintained her composure. Go to hell in pursuit of your master. Avada Kedavra. I deeply regret this, Professor Dumbledore. At this moment, Clare could not feign ignorance to Dumbledore's arrival. Although he made no sound, the old man was far from foolish. One who could vanquish a basilisk would certainly be aware of his own magical presence. I am sorry that the Dark Lord has taken our Professor Quirrell from us. Dumbledore was thoroughly impressed with Clare's performance, seemingly unfazed by the fact that she had just employed an unforgivable curse against a teacher. In this regard, the old bee was more cunning than anticipated. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Clare said, bowing in gratitude. Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you, Mr. Hillakes. Were it not for your intervention, I fear Harry would have suffered greatly. Dumbledore peered over the rim of his crescent-shaped glasses at Clare, evoking a sense of unease within her. By the way, Professor Dumbledore. Clare adopted a look of urgency. Did you happen to encounter Hermione? I mean, did Hermione and Ron return safely? Do not worry, Mr. Hillakes. I believe they are now seated in the Gryffindor common room. Dumbledore chuckled. For this elderly gentleman, students filled with love could hardly go astray. Clare exhaled a sigh of relief. The road outside was indeed treacherous, and she genuinely worried about Hermione's journey. Well, I believe we should escort Harry to the hospital wing. He appears to be in rather poor condition, Dumbledore remarked, glancing at Harry, who lay on the ground with evident concern. There's no need to fret, Professor. Clare replied with a smile, shaking her head. He was merely choked, experiencing a bit of oxygen deprivation, coupled with that peculiar spell clinging to him, which drains magical energy upon activation. And given that the source of that energy is Harry's own body, he's simply unconscious from a slight magical exhaustion. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a genuine Hillakes here with me. Dumbledore jested, though the visible worry in his eyes had dissipated. For safety's sake, we should indeed take him to the hospital wing. Sleeping on the cold ground will certainly lead him to catch a cold by tomorrow. Moreover, Madame Pomfrey's potions will greatly aid in restoring Harry's magical energy. The conversation flowed pleasantly. Engaging with someone like Dumbledore always bestowed a refreshing sense of ease, perhaps embodying the essence of that legendary personal charm. Oh dear, what has happened to this child? Madame Pomfrey, true to her reputation for warmth, exclaimed upon seeing Clare and Dumbledore levitating Harry Potter. She hastily prepared a bed for him. Magical exhaustion, combined with a slight asphyxiation. A dose of restorative potion should suffice, with extra unicorn horn powder, and he will awaken swiftly, Clare remarked, shrugging her shoulders. Excuse me? Madame Pomfrey is an expert in her field, she noted, having grasped Clare's assessment of Harry's condition and its veracity. May I inquire your name? Children of your age typically do not study such advanced topics. This is Mr. Hillakes. Dumbledore interjected eagerly. To be honest, even you belong to their family's medical system. Dumbledore seemed to revel in the astonished expressions of others, and when Madame Pomfrey exhibited such a reaction, His hearty laughter nearly disrupted the other patients. Hillakes. I see, indeed. It is as the rumors suggest. To possess such knowledge of pharmacology at your age is truly remarkable. You flatter me, Clare replied humbly, bowing slightly. Before I left home, I was specifically instructed that your medical expertise is unparalleled throughout Britain. I am merely embarrassed to present my limited knowledge before you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Madame Pomfrey proceeded to prepare the necessary potions. The restorative potion was not difficult to concoct, and with Madame Pomfrey's exceptional skills, a luminous, steaming potion was soon brought forth. The magical brews of the wizarding world are undoubtedly more peculiar than the herbal remedies of the Eastern realms. Watching the strange concoction being administered to Harry stirred a slight grimace at the corners of Clare's mouth. She glanced over at Dumbledore, who wore a similarly apprehensive expression, indicating that the universal trepidation toward such bizarre brews transcended all races. Well, I shall take my leave, Clare announced as she rose. I suspect, Professor, you will have much to discuss with Harry, so I shall not intrude further. Having bid farewell to Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey, Clare returned to the Slytherin common room. The events of the night had indeed been exhausting. Although the skies were beginning to clear, Clare soon succumbed to sleep in her bed. Draco stirred awake, astonished to find the usually industrious Clare still in bed. He vaguely recalled that she had retired early the previous night, and it struck him as unusual that she had not yet risen in the morning. Something must have transpired recently. As the holidays approached, he pondered what could have happened to her. Ah, the holidays. Draco felt as if he had grasped something significant. Once the break commenced, Clare would inevitably return to her family in France, where a marriage awaited her. For someone who had yet to experience romance, Clare must be feeling quite troubled. Despite their youth, both parties were undoubtedly aware of the impending marriage, making it likely that they would struggle to connect. Furthermore, Clare currently had a girlfriend. If Hermione were to discover that Clare was already betrothed, and should Fleur act out of spite by rekindling connections with Hermione, it would create a rather delightful scene. Draco murmured in surprise. Why did this thought evoke an inexplicable thrill within him? It seems that gossip knows no gender boundaries. Clare slumbered until just before the banquet, a fact that further solidified Draco's suspicions. A person devoid of worries would not suddenly undergo a drastic change in temperament. And Clare did not strike him as one to unleash her discontent through anger. Clearly, sleep served as her means of alleviating her own melancholy. Our esteemed Mr. Draco Malfoy reveled in what he considered astute deductions, imagining that donning a pair of spectacles and adjusting them would render his reasoning impeccable. If Clare were aware of Draco's musings, she might find herself at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As Clare changed her attire, Draco urged, Listen, Clare. You must hurry. Everyone is required to attend the year-end feast, and the scores are out. Of course, Slytherin has clinched first place. Our house will once again reign supreme. And it is essential for every Slytherin prefect to be present to witness this moment of glory. Surely, the banquet's fare will be exquisite, and after a day of slumber, you must be famished. Not necessarily, Clare replied, her spirit seemingly deflated. What do you mean? This is an award ceremony. Draco insisted. I meant that first place may not be ours, Clare shrugged nonchalantly. You're not running a fever today, are you? Draco feigned a gesture to touch Clare's forehead. Clare took a step back, unwilling to explain to him. After all, he would soon understand. For the moment, she decided to prepare him psychologically. By the time they arrived in the Great Hall, it was already teeming with people, in celebration of Slytherin's triumph in securing the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year. The members of Slytherin had adorned the hall in their team colors of green and silver, with banners emblazoned with a great serpent placed among the seating. How heartbroken the Slytherin students would be. The proverbial duck that was so easily caught had now flown away. Could there be anything more disheartening? As Dumbledore took his seat, the hall swiftly fell into a hush. Another year had passed, exclaimed Headmaster Dumbledore with fervor. Clare was no longer in the mood to listen to Dumbledore's incessant ramblings. He felt as though he was on the brink of starvation. Indeed, sleeping for an entire day proved to be an unwise decision. For slumber itself is a remarkably taxing endeavor. The process of accumulating points is best left unspoken. I am too modest to replicate the original text, and after all, many fanfictions indulge in such filler. This segment is well known to all. In any case, even the meager points Clare earned from ultimately defeating the Hydra could not compare to the underhanded point accumulation of Gryffindor. In front of Draco, who gaped in astonishment, Clare merely shrugged, resigned to the harsh reality that no matter how formidable one might be, it is futile against those with influence. That means it is time to rearrange the decor here. Dumbledore's resonant voice eclipsed the applause that filled the hall. while the faces of the Slytherins bore an expression akin to having swallowed a fly. With a flourish of Dumbledore's wand, the green decorations transformed into red, and the silver embellishments morphed into gold. The emblematic serpent of Slytherin was replaced by Gryffindor's lion, and even the most inconspicuous objects in the corners underwent a remarkable transformation. Almost everyone erupted in cheers, yet Clare stood frozen in shock. A single incantation could achieve such intricate precision. The level of control displayed was simply maddening. It was no wonder Dumbledore was deemed the most powerful wizard of the century. This was undoubtedly deserved. This feat alone was something that nearly all wizards would struggle to replicate. Even the venerable Hillakes would find it exceedingly challenging. The atmosphere of the evening proved to be more vibrant than anticipated, particularly as the accolades were bestowed upon the most unruly of lions. In stark contrast, the Slytherin table appeared rather peculiar, with hardly anyone engaging in conversation, hastily finishing their meals before departing. The following day brought the announcement of exam results, which, for Clare, were entirely inconsequential. After all, he had achieved the top score without any pressure. I knew it. Clare still outperformed us. Hermione pouted, clutching her report card as she spoke to Harry and Ron in the Gryffindor common room. Harry was brimming with excitement. He and Ron had passed their exams with commendable scores, and even Neville had managed to scrape through. Upon hearing Hermione's remark, Harry could not help but scoff, as the entire school seemed powerless to critique this academically gifted couple. Their first and second place scores far surpassed the third place of Ravenclaw, and thus, Harry and Ron chose to resolutely ignore Hermione's comments. Both Crabbe and Goyle successfully passed, despite their astonishingly primitive intellects. However, with Clare's assistance in their deceitful endeavors and their own innate talent for spells, they managed to succeed. Overall, this examination ended on a joyous note for all. Packing Clare's luggage proved to be somewhat troublesome. The suitcase she had brought was already filled to the brim with the books from the all-you-can request room, leaving no space for the books and personal belongings she had brought from home. Fortunately, Clare had the foresight to inform Victor, and on the morning of their departure, Victor's new travel case was promptly delivered by Owl. In the room, Draco sat on the bed, with a well-packed suitcase resting beside him. Under Clare's watchful eye, Draco had become quite adept at household chores. One could only imagine how moved Mrs. Malfoy would be upon witnessing this scene upon their return home. Clare, will you remain in England after your return, or will you head straight back to France? Draco inquired, striving to suppress his insatiable curiosity and feigning nonchalance. As Clare waved her wand, stuffing rows of books into the open suitcase, she replied, "Of course, I will stay here for a few days, accompany Hermione on her shopping excursions, and experience the life of Muggles. Then, I shall utilize Muggle transportation, whether it be by plane or train, to return to France. And what about the matter concerning that individual in France, Fleur Delacour? How do you intend to handle it?" Draco's lips nearly stretched to his ears as he could hardly contain his laughter at that moment. With a final flourish, Clare packed the last row of books into the suitcase and secured it with a wave of her wand. She placed it beside the previous suitcase at the door and turned around, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she answered, "This dilemma troubles me as well. Perhaps our young Malfoy could offer me some advice?" Her smile was warm, and her eyes narrowed playfully, giving the impression of an amiable neighbor boy to anyone unaware of her true nature. Draco was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This was a clear sign that Clare was on the verge of a tantrum. "May I retract my earlier statement?" Draco's face was a picture of despair. "No," Clare replied decisively. The journey proceeded smoothly, save for Draco, who was unable to cease his tears along the way. Clare seemed to have cast some dreadful curse upon him, as this unfortunate child had cried incessantly. Those in Slytherin who were somewhat in the know could only lament that Draco had indeed orchestrated his own downfall. The train home appeared remarkably swift, soon halting at platform 9 3/4. It took considerable time for everyone to disembark, as an elderly wizard at the ticket checkpoint allowed them to pass in pairs or threes to avoid overwhelming the Muggles at the station. "Goodbye, Harry. Farewell, Potter." Our esteemed savior remained as renowned as ever, particularly following the incident with the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the previous year, which elevated his fame even further. Equally celebrated was Clare, who single-handedly vanquished the basilisk, earning the admiration of many upperclassmen. Yet, few students dared to approach Clare, despite her seemingly amiable demeanor. In their eyes, Clare was a formidable force, while Harry, despite his notoriety, was merely an ordinary person like them. Furthermore, Clare, despite her kindness, was a Slytherin, and the reputation of Slytherin at the school was best left unmentioned. "Clare, are you truly in such a hurry to return to France?" Hermione questioned Clare with a hint of melancholy, causing Clare to feel a twinge of guilt. "Fear not. I shall spend a few delightful days with you before I leave." Clare replied with a smile. "Why do I always feel that you are concealing something from me?" Hermione inquired suspiciously. Clare's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. He found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that a woman's sixth sense was truly at play? Never mind that. How about we visit the amusement park in the coming days? Hermione exclaimed with the innocent exuberance of a child. In truth, Hermione was but 12 years old at this moment, and one could easily assemble a Quidditch World Cup from her critiques of Clare's premature actions. "Very well. I shall comply with your wishes," Clare said affectionately, ruffling Hermione's hair. "However, I must emphasize that there are reasons behind the prohibition of magic outside school. It is all for the safety of the students, and I shall not be bringing a standard wand for you." "I wouldn't want one anyway," Hermione pouted, tilting her head defiantly. The world of Muggles is hardly as perilous as that of wizards. Without magic, everyone seems to be living quite well, don't they? "That is indeed a valid point," Clare mused, gazing skyward with a hint of nostalgia. "In truth, I believe that Muggle civilization surpasses wizardry in virtually every aspect, be it the pace of progress, military might, creativity, or even many feats that wizards can accomplish. Muggles have now achieved, but they lack the formidable personal power of wizards," Hermione interjected, rolling her eyes as if it were self-evident. "Indeed. The personal power of wizards does evoke envy among Muggles," Clare conceded, raising his hands in resignation, his brow still furrowed. "However, how many wizards are there in the world?" "Really? And what about Eastern practitioners such as Taoists, necromancers, and Onmi-Ji?" Hermione counted on her fingers. "I learned about all of these from the Hogwarts library. They are fundamentally the same. We refer to it as magic, while the East calls it spiritual energy. These have all been subjects of study, as you would see if you consulted the restricted section of Hogwarts." Clare sighed. "Taoists employ talismans, Onmi-Ji command spirits, and necromancers utilize inherited artifacts. It's merely a difference in manifestation of similar powers. For the sake of this narrative, the power systems of magic, Eastern Taoists, Southeast Asian necromancers, Japanese Onmi-Ji, etc., are unified under a single framework. But their powers are quite formidable," Hermione remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. "That is simply a misunderstanding. In truth, apart from a few exceptional Taoists capable of wielding flying swords, they are not significantly different from us wizards. And those who can command flying swords are even rarer than our innate metamorphmagus." A flicker of longing crossed Clare's eyes. "Yet, those who can wield flying swords often devote less effort to talismans. While their combat skills may be impressive, they lag behind in other areas. In our magical realm, the most formidable powers are merely a handful of potent wizards or equivalent practitioners, along with a scarce number of large magical creatures. From a purely martial perspective, the magical world has already faltered. Why must you insist on comparisons? Isn't it splendid that we can all progress together? Look at me. I am but a child from a Muggle family." Hermione felt that Clare was overreacting. Couldn't they coexist harmoniously without any issues? Clare let out a derisive laugh, lifting her hand to gently pinch Hermione's chin, and said with a hint of melancholy, "These are two distinct civilizations, Hermione. What of it if they are different?" Hermione still could not grasp Clare's meaning. Has there ever been a precedent in history where two disparate civilizations coexisted peacefully, especially when one possesses the unequivocal power to devour the other? Clare assisted Hermione with her travel bag as they slowly made their way out of the station. Clare did not continue her words, yet Hermione already felt a chill run down her spine, although she could not quite comprehend the reason behind it. An inexplicable sense of crisis arose from deep within her. Do not dwell on it. Regardless of the circumstances, it is not something you can alter at this moment. Clare gestured towards a car parked in the distance. "Look, your family has arrived. Shall I escort you?" Hermione nodded, and the thought of being away from Clare for an extended period left her feeling somewhat melancholic. "Do remember to visit me in the coming days." "How could I possibly forget? Even if I were to neglect returning home, I could never forsake my promise to my dear Hermione," Clare asserted with fervor. Perhaps it was the term "my dear Hermione" that struck a chord, for Hermione turned around with satisfaction and rushed towards Mrs. Granger. "Hello, Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger." As she approached with her suitcase in tow, Clare politely greeted them. "Hello, Mr. Hillakes. Hermione has caused quite a bit of trouble this year, hasn't she?" Mr. Granger remarked with a glance at his exuberant daughter, who was chattering away with her mother, smiling as he addressed Clare. "Not at all. You know, Hermione has always been exceptionally talented," Clare responded. "Haha, I know my daughter well enough. I would be grateful if she merely avoided disaster. In any case, thank you for your care." Mr. Granger indeed had a keen understanding of his daughter, as evidenced by her rather restless escapades concerning the Philosopher's Stone alone. After a brief exchange and a promise to visit Hermione in a few days, Mr. Granger bid farewell to Clare and drove away with their luggage. As the car receded into the distance, Victor's figure appeared beside Clare. This man, often unnoticed, had a knack for appearing and disappearing at will. Clare gazed at the receding silhouette of Hermione's car, her heart, once melted by Hermione's warmth, gradually finding tranquility. Soon, she would be compelled by her mother to return to France, having spent only a few fleeting days in England. Much awaited tasks awaited her. Yet the mere opportunity to accompany Hermione for a brief period felt like a delightful interlude amidst her busy life. "Master, we must depart," Victor gently reminded her. "Indeed," Clare replied slowly, turning around, unconcerned about when Victor had quietly positioned himself behind her. Victor inhaled deeply, a note of delight in his voice. "It seems your magical prowess has seen significant advancement. In the past, my sudden appearance behind you would have gone unnoticed, yet this time, you seemed utterly unfazed." "Yes, I have become aware," Clare replied nonchalantly. "While my subtle manipulation of magic is still not entirely refined, my basic ability to perceive magic has become quite functional." She shrugged, acknowledging that progress in her abilities was indeed commendable, and there was little to conceal from Victor. "By the way," Clare suddenly recalled, "have you located the Gunter estate I mentioned in my last letter?" "It is quite easy to find, Master," Victor responded as he opened the car door for her. "A Muggle residence holds no concealed secrets. However, regarding the Black family's house, I truly cannot force my way in. There is no need for concern." "I know how to gain entry," Clare replied dismissively. "Nevertheless, there is no rush. The items there will not escape us, and we can retrieve them at our convenience." "Master, while I understand that you must have your reasons, I remain puzzled as to what could be of such paramount importance that it warrants your personal involvement," Victor inquired. Still standing behind Clare, his curiosity evident, Clare smiled, seemingly anticipating Victor's question. She casually retrieved a dazzling silver women's headpiece from her robe and tossed it back, landing perfectly in Victor's outstretched hand. "It's the Ravenclaw diadem. Take a look for yourself," she said. Victor was about to inquire why Clare had suddenly thrown him a somewhat outdated women's accessory, especially since he always ensured to buy the most fashionable items for her when selecting gifts for Hermione. However, upon hearing Clare's words, he began to examine the diadem in astonishment. "Ah, a soul fragment, intriguing," Victor mused, but soon his brow furrowed and his expression shifted from curiosity to shock. "This is a Horcrux. My goodness, has someone truly descended to such madness? Indeed, it is a vile Horcrux. Moreover, as far as I know, the Creator has fashioned more than one of these wretched magical vessels," Clare remarked. "Who could it be? Do they not fear the tremendous flaws that splitting one's soul may impose on their character? My father once attempted to create a Horcrux but was ultimately thwarted by his friend. It was then that he realized the grave dangers associated with such dark magic, dangers so profound that even now, I dare not approach this forbidden power." "Voldemort," Clare added with a hint of derision, clearly suggesting that the dark wizard had overestimated his own resolve while crafting Horcruxes. A wizard as cruel and bloodthirsty as he had long since warped his own character, and perhaps many had already drawn connections to his Horcruxes. Does this mean that destroying this one could potentially annihilate multiple Horcruxes and thereby eliminate Voldemort entirely? Victor asked, his eagerness palpable. "Could you please think a little broader? You are one of the most powerful dark wizards in today's magical world." Clare replied with exasperation. "This is a living soul. Its freshness is such that it can subtly influence others even while bound to this vessel. Imagine if we were to erase its will, yes, and then find a way to mend the soul's deficiencies and assemble a body." Victor involuntarily followed Clare's line of thought. "Ah," Victor gasped in realization. "Creating life, and without needing to seek unusual means to sustain the soul's vitality, as its other fragments are still living on in this vessel. This means that by erasing the consciousness of the soul fragment, we can embed it into a new body and strive to compensate for its incompleteness. This process, due to the mixing of souls, would effectively sever any connection between the fragment and its original essence." Clare's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Not only does this destroy the Horcrux, but it also provides us with practical magical materials. Ancient magical creations often utilize living beings, which explains why magical creatures like the Sphinx and Griffin are hybrids of various known species. Many ancient dark wizards, in pursuit of formidable magical resistance, attack potency, and resilience, resorted to piecing together unique biological forms from the remains of other creatures. For instance, Ghouls and undead beings were special magical constructs created by ancient dark wizards. Both Victor and Clare hailed from venerable magical families, with ancestors who documented the medieval dark wizards' creation of magical beings. Wizards of that era were largely regarded as the most formidable entities in the world, wielding immense power, commanding magical servants, and employing bizarre combat techniques. They truly were the sovereigns of the earth. However, with the decline of the wizarding system and the rapid advancement of Muggle technology, wizards have become a species that ordinary people scarcely believe exists. Even those who have encountered wizards might dismiss them as mere illusionists rather than genuine practitioners of magic. As a civilization, wizards are being subtly undermined, a reality that Muggle authorities likely welcome. The gradual erosion of their status has led to a stark realization: this once proud community has been left far behind by the very ants they deemed insignificant, reaching a critical juncture for the survival of their race, a situation no wizard could tolerate. As one who inherits ancestral knowledge and stands among the most powerful dark wizards of the current magical realm, Victor felt an unwavering duty to reclaim the glory of his forebears, particularly the nearly lost art of magical creation they once held in high esteem. "My lord, when shall we commence?" Victor eagerly inquired. "Why the haste?" Clare waved his concerns aside. "We still need to prepare some materials." "What do you require, my lord?" "I shall assist you in gathering it," Victor replied, clearly agitated. "This is a chance to restore the splendor of the medieval wizarding era. Given the quality of the soul we are using, we might even surpass our predecessors in ancient China. There is a saying, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood, Clare replied, unhurried. In addition to seeking suitable materials, I can also procure 7 more pieces of soul fragments. This is one of the reasons I tasked you with investigating the 2 locations mentioned in my letter. I understand, my lord, Victor said, feeling guilty about his previous actions. This was an opportunity to surpass their ancestors, and he was already filled with fervor for the endeavors ahead. Voldemort had divided his soul into 8 fragments, including his own, which greatly destabilized his essence and rendered each fragment within the Horcruxes too small to withstand the magical upheaval of transformation. As Clare gazed at the diadem Victor returned to her, she expressed regret. Indeed, this fragment is too small. Otherwise, I would have noticed its size immediately upon receiving it. Victor agreed. However, Clare quickly perked up, but I estimate that we will soon gather a sufficient quantity for our needs. Currently, we have one in the Gunner estate, one in the Black family, and another in the underground Gringotts of England, though the latter will be challenging to acquire. Adding these up, I believe even if they are as minuscule as the fragment within the diadem, it will still be adequate for our spell casting, Victor pondered uncertainly. In fact, there is another piece located at Malfoy Manor. This fragment is large enough to autonomously absorb soul energy and solidify into a corporeal form. Clare felt a twinge of conflict about stealing the Horcrux, given the relationship between Hillakes and the Malfoys. According to your assessment, merely the soul fragment from Malfoy Manor would suffice for our magical experiments, Victor remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Indeed, this was Voldemort's first Horcrux, and the portion of soul torn from him is undoubtedly substantial. But don't fret, I will acquire it shortly, so there is no need for concern. Clare assured him with confidence. In the meantime, you should gather some magical materials. Once we have collected these smaller fragments, we can attempt to create our first artificial magical being. At your command, my lord. I shall seek the most powerful magical materials for our inaugural creation. Victor's eyes sparkled with excitement, already formulating plans for their magical endeavors. What shall we do next, my lord? Let us return home, Clare said with a hint of irritation. Have you not noticed how conspicuous a stretched Lincoln parked at the train station is? We should leave before our vehicle is surrounded by onlookers. Yes, sir, Victor replied as he started the car, releasing the handbrake and skillfully shifting gears. It seemed that during his time at home, Victor had devoted considerable effort to mastering the vehicle. The rain-soaked countryside roads appeared treacherously slippery. Clare trudged along the path in her brown rain boots, wielding a cheap umbrella purchased from a roadside stall, stepping gingerly on the muddy track. Victor, walking beside her, felt a curse rising in his throat at the wretched weather. But upon seeing Clare's carefree demeanor ahead, he swallowed his words. As a wizard, a few simple spells could have kept the rain from touching him and smoothed the muddy ground beneath their feet. Yet, he pondered, such actions would deprive him of the mundane experiences that only Muggles could truly appreciate. The path was flanked by tall, untamed hedgerows, beyond which lay neatly arranged vegetable plots and scarecrows standing vigil. To deter passers-by from pilfering the fruits and vegetables within, the hedges were densely constructed, revealing the owner's diligent efforts. The rain continued to patter down, yet Clare ambled forward unperturbed. As the steward, Victor ought to have warned Clare to use magic to shield against dampness and avoid catching a chill, but the words halted at his lips. Perhaps the joy of being a mere mortal lay precisely in this. Even with raindrops falling upon them, it could be an intimate communion with nature? Victor did not understand why he was so reflective, but Clare's presence evoked such feelings within him. Taking a deep breath, he decided to revoke the charm he had cast upon his own umbrella, carefully proceeding through the rain, mimicking Clare's labored steps. After passing a wooden signpost at a fork in the road, Victor examined it closely. It bore two indicators. One pointed back to the path they had traveled, marked Great Hangleton, 5 miles, while the other directed forward, stating Little Hangleton, 1 mile. With a sigh of relief, Victor embraced the novelty of traversing the muddy road as a Muggle. His feet sank into the earth as if rooted, requiring considerable effort to extricate them. In that moment, he found himself inexplicably admiring Muggles. Merely walking along the road demanded such exertion. What immense effort and sacrifice must they have endured to reach such an inconceivable level of development? Indeed, the physical capabilities of wizards paled in comparison to those of ordinary folk. Many physically demanding tasks could be effortlessly accomplished with simple magic, which deprived wizards of numerous opportunities for activity. This decline in physical fitness was precisely why Clare maintained his rigorous exercise regimen. He had no desire to wander about in a frail state. Turning left along the path, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista of the valley below. Nestled between two steep hills was a quaint village named Little Hangleton, replete with all essential establishments, a church, a graveyard, and a pub. On the opposite hillside, a charming estate came into view. Though the estate appeared to have aged, its lavishness suggested that its owner had once been an exceedingly wealthy individual. Even in contemporary times, it would serve as a splendid retreat. Surrounding the estate were expansive green lawns. The meticulously maintained grass glistened in the rain like a luxurious carpet, evoking a reluctance to tread upon it. "Is that the Gunter estate?" Clare finally inquired after a prolonged silence. "Actually, it is not," Victor replied, somewhat awkwardly. "That house belongs to a Muggle who only visits during the hottest days of summer, accompanied by a woman significantly younger than himself. I suspect she is neither his wife nor daughter." Clare's interest piqued. "I've heard that his wife remains in London and that his daughter attends an elite school there." Victor smiled knowingly. "Indeed?" "Huh?" Clare scoffed. "We need not speculate further." With that, he began descending the hill. Despite its steepness, Clare navigated it as if it were level ground. Had Victor not sensed the slightest ripple of magical energy, he would have believed Clare was cheating. Victor hurried ahead to lead the way. He had long since gathered information about the Gunter estate. As the path curved right and he rounded the bend, he slipped into a gap in the hedgerow. This narrow, muddy path was even more overgrown than before, with taller, wilder hedges on either side. There were no gardens or orchards beyond the hedges. It seemed they were merely intended to conceal something. The winding trail was littered with stones made slick by the rain, and one could easily slip if not cautious. At the path's end lay a forest, the towering trees casting a darkened space that added to the eerie atmosphere. A house stood prominently amid the trees. Any Muggle would surely find it odd that someone would choose such a secluded dwelling, allowing the trees to encroach upon the structure, blocking all light and views of the valley. As they approached the small house, it was evident that it had been abandoned for quite some time. The walls were covered in moss, many roof tiles had fallen, and in several places, the rafters were visible, clearly indicating its long-neglected state. "It must be around here. Let us search carefully," Clare suggested. "Voldemort must have left protective magic behind. He wouldn't carelessly discard something so significant." "Yet, sir, you mentioned that the diadem of Ravenclaw lacked protective enchantments," Victor countered uncertainly. "That is true," Clare conceded. "But do not forget that the Room of Requirement itself serves as an excellent concealment charm. Over the years at Hogwarts, how many individuals have had the opportunity to enter the Room of Requirement? And of those who did, how many possessed the ability to destroy a Horcrux?" "Well, sir, you have successfully convinced me," Victor acknowledged as he carefully began to search. Just then, Clare halted him. "I almost forgot. It was you who reminded me that we possessed the diadem of Ravenclaw. Two fragments from the same soul will have a corresponding connection. Any fragment will yearn to reunite with its counterpart. If we can sense it, we can locate the other fragment's resting place. Allow me to try." From the moment Victor learned that the diadem was a Horcrux, he had willingly taken on the responsibility of safeguarding it. After all, a Horcrux harbored a living soul, albeit incomplete, and it would strive to mend itself by any means, including absorbing other souls. Clare appeared to be, after all, just a child. Victor would absolutely not permit his extraordinarily gifted young master to be influenced by a filthy Horcrux that could tarnish his potential. Holding the diadem delicately in his hands, Victor closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to its essence. In that fleeting moment, the surroundings seemed to fall into a profound silence. And Clare knew this was no mere illusion. One fragment of soul sensed its surrounding counterparts, while simultaneously another fragment became aware of its own essence. This was precisely why Voldemort kept only Nagini close, avoiding the presence of his other Horcruxes. The fragments of soul would instinctively merge, and when sufficient pieces amalgamated, the hierarchy of dominance could easily be overturned, a mistake Voldemort would never allow himself to make. Conversely, the fragment within Nagini was minuscule and clung to a living being, thus lacking the stringent demands for integrity, allowing it to remain by Voldemort's side for an extended period. Suddenly, Victor's eyes flew open, his expression peculiar as he exclaimed, "I found it." Behind the dilapidated house lay a small, protruding mound of earth and unmarked grave. This burial site belonged to Voldemort's maternal grandfather, Marvolo God, a wizard whose character had been grotesquely distorted due to inbreeding, and who was also a descendant of Slytherin. The ring rested upon the finger of that corpse. Victor's countenance bore signs of confusion. It was strange that he felt no unsettling aura emanating from the ring or the remains. Could it be that Voldemort had truly not placed protective enchantments upon such a vital object? Whether or not he did, we shall ascertain through trial, Clare remarked nonchalantly. "Oh, and how do you intend to test this, my master?" Victor inquired. Just observe. In moments like these, one should not be so pedantic." Clare turned back towards the direction from which she came, with Victor following in bewilderment. Soon, Clare used the soul-binding curse to control 2 ruffians from the small village, commanding them to return. It was indeed an effective method, experimenting directly on subjects. Victor was not surprised, although Clare usually presented herself as kind-hearted before others. Her methods were often straightforward and brutal, reminiscent of how she once coerced Furong. "Go, excavate the remains from this grave." Clare commanded the 2 ruffians under her spell. They picked up the shovel and hoe that Clare had casually brought from the village and quickly bent down to work. The villagers would surely be astonished to witness such notorious idlers putting forth such effort. Their efficiency was quite remarkable. Before long, a substandard coffin was hoisted up by the 2 ruffians. As the coffin lid was opened, a potent wave of magical energy enveloped the grave diggers. And with 2 piercing screams, the ruffian closest to the coffin visibly shriveled before their eyes. The other ruffian fared slightly better, but due to the taint of magic, one of his arms had turned black and was gradually withering away. Compared to the first ruffian who died instantly, the second was tormented by the slow realization of his own demise. Had it not been for the soul-binding curse, such an experience would have driven anyone to madness. "Oh, a curse-type magic." Victor raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as likely derived from some dark sorcery practiced in Egypt. Egyptian magic is notorious for its peculiarities, predominantly consisting of nearly unbreakable curses, with thousands of potions required for purification, and few are capable of complete remedy. Clare gazed at the lifeless body on the ground and felt a shudder of apprehension. However, complete remedies do exist. Egyptian curses are a form of obscure magic, and all magic requires mana. The fundamental condition for any spell cast upon another is that the caster must possess equal or greater magical power than the target. Thus, a powerful wizard would have formidable magical defenses. A first-year wizard attempting to use the killing curse against a Hogwarts professor would likely inflict no harm, not even causing a nosebleed. Victor patiently elaborated. So, when a wizard's magical power is sufficiently high, he can essentially disregard any attack? Clare pondered aloud. Theoretically, yes, Victor affirmed. However, in the entire magical realm, adult wizards possess roughly equal levels of power. Even the exceptionally strong ones are not likely to exceed others by several times. The formidable strength of figures like Dumbledore and Voldemort primarily stems from their magical power being 2, 3 times, or even more than that of an average adult wizard, rendering many spells cast against them as mere tickles. As Clare conversed with Victor, she directed the surviving ruffian to remove the ring from the corpse within the coffin. "It nearly replicates Egyptian magic without a hint of originality," Victor remarked with a hint of derision. "Oh, those who disturb the slumber of the dead shall incur the pharaoh's curse," is a phrase inscribed on nearly every coffin within Egyptian pyramids. In truth, curses, as a unique form of magic, are activated under specific conditions. Only when these conditions are met will the curse take effect. Here, disturbing the slumber of the dead serves as the trigger, as few acts are more disruptive than lifting a coffin lid. What then? Am I to refrain from touching that ring? Surely there must be a way. Otherwise, even Voldemort himself could not retrieve it. Claire's mind raced, striving for a solution. I believe that ring is already safe, Victor explained. After that incident years ago, I fled to Egypt and immersed myself in this knowledge. The conditions for curses are quite stringent and their duration is relatively short. The mana stored within a magical item is inherently limited, and to use it for murder, the number of targets must be few. Then shall I summon 2 more ruffians to test whether the curse still applies? Claire suggested, though she felt the curse had likely been nearly depleted. Finding more of these scoundrels, who contribute nothing but trouble, would hardly be a loss. Victor gritted his teeth. Who would have thought you held such high moral standards? Victor? Claire teased. It is not a matter of high ideals, but rather, what purpose do these individuals serve other than causing trouble? Consider it a service to the well-meaning folk. Before long, Claire returned with 2 ruffians. They were fortunate, easily removing the ring. Truly fortunate rascals, Victor noted with a smirk. But fear not. When the police arrive and find 2 mangled corpses, alongside you 2, miraculously unharmed yet intoxicated in this desolate old house, the scene, with all fingerprints but yours, will surely ensure you a lengthy stay in prison. Consider it our contribution to society. Claire wore a sinister smile, one that even Victor found unsettling. Master, let us conclude this matter and depart. There are still 2 more locations to visit. And I suspect you do not wish to shorten your time with Hermione, Victor reminded. Claire tapped her head, exclaiming, oh dear, I almost forgot. There are still 2 locations I have yet to visit. Victor, could you please merge the soul fragments contained within this ring into the crown? This ring is essential for my purposes. Victor readily agreed, having long been eager to combine the 2 soul fragments. The process of merging the fragments was not overly complicated. It involved releasing a seal from each soul artifact and then utilizing magical power to control the unidirectional movement of the souls, allowing them to merge harmoniously within a single vessel. As previously mentioned, each soul fragment possesses an inherent tendency to complete itself. When 2 fragments come together, they can autonomously merge without any external interference. Soon, the 2 souls were fused, and Claire swiftly arranged the scene. Finally, she poured several large cups of vodka down the throats of the 2 unconscious ruffians before vanishing alongside Victor from the Gunther estate. Shortly after their departure, the distant sound of police sirens echoed, a result of Claire having alerted the authorities upon bringing the 2 ruffians. It appeared that, regardless of the realm, the police always arrived last. In Grimer Square, the numbering of the houses followed an unusual pattern. After number 11, it immediately transitioned to 13. While this seemed rather peculiar, no one had raised any objections over the years. The numbering had been updated multiple times, yet the number 12 had remained unoccupied since its establishment. Remember this location, Grimer Square, number 12. Claire reminded Victor. Hidden magic? No wonder I couldn't find it, Victor admitted with some embarrassment. What of it? Many wizards have established hidden spells in their residences, haven't they? You should have anticipated that, Claire said as they walked. I did suspect it, but I never imagined that the illustrious Black family would so brazenly construct their abode in a bustling area. Aren't they concerned about being seen by Muggles when they enter? After all, under the visual deception of the hidden magic, Muggles would see them walking right through the wall between numbers 11 and 13, Claire inquired curiously. You get used to it. Just avoid peak hours when people are commuting. And occasionally use a memory charm like Obliviate on the neighbors. Such simple methods shouldn't be too taxing for a wizard, should they? Of course. Muggles living near wizarding families aren't known for their sharp wits. Just think about it. Muggles frequently subjected to Obliviate might forget many things. And it would be odd if they were particularly astute, Victor patiently explained. Despite having integrated into the magical world, Claire, being only in her teens, found her experiences continually evolving. Especially when it came to matters involving architecture and the social dynamics of wizards, her understanding still held numerous discrepancies. Claire laboriously pushed open the extra door nestled between numbers 11 and 13, its paint peeling away, revealing the signs of neglect as if no one had returned in ages. The interior was shrouded in darkness, yet this posed no challenge to the 2 formidable wizards. With a flick of Victor's wand, the candles within the room ignited instantaneously, illuminating the house in a warm glow. Adorning the wall was a colossal portrait of an elderly lady donning a black pointed hat. Her complexion was sallow, etched with deep wrinkles, and her enormous eyes were clouded with an unsettling murkiness. At that moment, the lady in the portrait regarded Claire and Victor with a look of astonishment. Good day, Mrs. Black, Claire said politely, bowing slightly. My name is Clare Hillakes, and I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. Are you the Hillakes from France? The portrait's lady inquired, her gaze fixated on Clare, exuding an air that suggested a duel could ensue at any moment. Is there another Hillakes surname? Clare responded with a confident smile. It is an honor, Mr. Hillakes. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my humble abode? Mrs. Black's portrait seemed to possess the ability to detect pure blood lineage, as Clare felt a faint surge of magic sweep over her and Victor. In an instant, Mrs. Black's expression shifted dramatically. It pertains to your son, Mr. Regulus Black. He once commanded your house elf to retrieve a locket box. May I ask if you remember this? Clare inquired respectfully. That is something we do not possess, came the unambiguous reply, as a portrait is not adept at deception. We harbor no ill intentions, madam, Clare patiently elucidated. Your youngest son vanished shortly after the house elf returned with the locket box. I presume you have learned of your son's demise through the house elf, and we express our deepest condolences. Clare continued, that locket box is of utmost significance, and by the means of a house elf, it cannot be destroyed under any circumstances. To obliterate it, your son has already paid the ultimate price. I trust you do not wish for his sacrifices to be in vain. A piercing scream erupted from Creature, resonating through the air, causing Clare to feel as though her ears might shatter. As the witch's voice faded from the portrait, a wizened house elf apparition materialized before Clare's eyes. This was the most grotesque house elf she had ever encountered. Apart from a tattered, filthy rag wrapped around his waist, Creature was almost entirely unclothed. Clare recalled that her own house elf had always been impeccably groomed. After all, much of the culinary fare in her household depended on the house elf's efforts, and she could not fathom consuming food prepared by one who was not adequately tidy. Creature's skin was severely wrinkled, seemingly excessive compared to what his body actually required, resembling a child clad in the hide of an elephant. His head was bald, yet an abundance of white hair sprouted from his bat-like ears. Should Clare be compelled to consume a meal prepared by him, she would undoubtedly retch, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of human presence in this room. One could only wonder how this unfortunate house elf managed to survive. Chronic malnutrition had rendered him with bloodshot eyes and a gaunt frame, with the only substantial flesh being that of his plump nose. Hand over that cursed object to this gentleman. The expression in the portrait was somewhat contorted, for it was this very locket that had led to the tragic demise of her young son. Creature, is it? Clare inquired of the house elf. Yes, sir, Creature replied, his voice deep and hoarse like that of a bullfrog, dutifully adhering to the commands of his mistress, even if she existed merely as a portrait. I shall not take away your locket, rest assured. After all, it is the sole gift your master left you. Clare endeavored to soften her tone as much as possible. We shall eliminate the dark magic contained within it right before your eyes, so that in the future, as a mere ornament, you may wear it continuously. In response, a vigorous sound of sniffling emanated from Creature, who was already overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as Clare spoke. He stammered, struggling to contain his feelings, and finally managed to utter, Thank you very much, esteemed sir. Creature shall obey your command. Removing the locket that felt overly burdensome around his neck, Creature had a penchant for wearing it when alone. This time, the visitors had clearly come for the locket, and Creature had donned it from the very beginning. Taking the locket box that Creature offered, Clare made a concerted effort to dismiss thoughts of whether the box bore traces of Creature's tears. Victor, let us place the soul fragments inside as well. After all, there are no curses of dark magic this time. Those were dispelled by Regulus Black, who sacrificed his precious life for our sake. Yes, sir, Victor replied, transferring the soul fragments into the locket box with the same method he had used for the ring. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. Practice had made him proficient. Victor handed both the locket box and the previous ring back to Clare, who smiled at him before slowly slipping the ring onto her finger. Turning, she presented the locket box to the hopeful Creature. Here is your locket box. It belongs to you. You have now fulfilled Regulus's task. Creature accepted the pendant box with both hands, unable to contain his emotions as he expressed his gratitude profusely. By the way, madam, I must humbly request you to entrust me with an object. Naturally, this item is currently at Gringotts, and I believe it would be more appropriate for your house elf to retrieve it. Clare spoke once more with utmost humility. What item? The portrait inquired with a puzzled expression. It is an item that your daughter has deposited at the Gringotts Bank in England, Clare elaborated, and its nature is strikingly similar to this pendant box before us. You mean to say, yes, madam, it is indeed another malevolent artifact of dark magic, originating from the same source. I believe you are aware that in the past, your younger son and his cousin both joined that organization and received identical items. Your son has since passed away, and I need not elaborate further. Creature, escort this gentleman to Gringotts at once and retrieve that item with utmost haste. Bellatrix's wand is secured in the safe upstairs. The portrait of the old witch exclaimed with fervent urgency. Yes, madam. At that moment, Creature had come to regard Clare as a benefactor. He was more than willing to fulfill any request from his benefactor, especially since it was his mistress, albeit one who had long since departed. Clare did not follow the past, rather. It was Victor who trailed behind the apparition of Cleche to Gringotts. Clare was currently not in a position to reveal herself to the public eye. Dumbledore remained oblivious to the fact that he had not yet detected the absence of Voldemort's Horcruxes, even if he remained unaware for the time being. Once he made that realization and connected it to the locations of the Horcruxes, Clare's schemes would inevitably surface. To mitigate any potential risks, Clare preferred not to expose herself directly under the old bee's watchful gaze. Well then, esteemed lady, we must take our leave, Clare addressed the portrait. If anyone inquires about our presence in the future, please refrain from mentioning that you have seen us. Even if we meet again, let us act as if we are strangers. My current mission is shrouded in secrecy. As you know, many pure-blood families harbor their own untold secrets, and we are no exception. I understand, sir, the witch in the portrait replied, her demeanor softened, perhaps recognizing Clare's assistance to her son in fulfilling his final wishes. I shall not impose further. I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell, Mrs. Black. Upon returning to the manor alone, Clare fed Buckbeak raw beef in the courtyard while contemplating her future plans. Thus far, under the radar of various factions, she had nearly acquired 4 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. By using these 4 Horcruxes as a catalyst and gradually replenishing them with other deceased souls, while employing various methods to diminish the impact of the dead souls on the original spirit, Clare could ultimately obtain a living soul. Infusing a living soul into an empty shell, even if the vessel could not accommodate the living essence, could still be forcibly implanted using magic. In ancient times, ghouls achieved the creation of undead beings through such coercive binding of souls. Which method to employ would depend on the materials Victor would procure. Both methods of creating artificial life were not particularly difficult, with the primary challenge being the acquisition of a living soul. The former involved merging with living animals, utilizing their own souls, albeit through a rather cruel process. Live experimentation was a psychological torment for both the subject and the experimenter, especially in an era devoid of animal protection associations. Alternatively, one could freely splice magical species using living souls. However, this would render the resulting magical creature unique, with little hope for progeny. The fusion of magical creatures has been extensively experimented upon by wizards in antiquity, and many of the magical species that exist today have descended from that era. This includes house elves, a magical species crafted through the amalgamation of fairies, redcaps, and goblins. Many hybrid creatures are capable of reproduction within their own species, and even now, this technique continues to captivate many enthusiasts. However, the core knowledge remains confined within the oldest of families. The Ministry of Magic has even established a specialized department for the safe fusion of magical creatures, tasked with managing accidents arising from such magical endeavors. In contrast, while undead beings possess evident flaws, they are undeniably more practical. Firstly, undead creatures are exceedingly obedient, dutifully following the commands of their creator, even in the face of certain death without a hint of complaint. Secondly, they function as tireless combat machines, only ceasing when their magical energy is depleted. Thus, despite the countless criticisms from wizards regarding undead beings, a significant number continue to covet them. Clare's ambition is to create a unique amalgamation of living or undead beings. After all, possessing a fragment of a living soul, it would be a disservice to her dedication to fusion creatures if she did not produce a one-of-a-kind entity. Moreover, while many pure-blood wizarding families have ancestral studies on fusion beings, it is no longer an era where one can indiscriminately slaughter muggles. Acquiring a living soul has become exceedingly challenging. Utilizing a dead soul fails to yield the desired effects, which elucidates the predicament faced by most pure-blood wizards who possess the skill yet find it unexploitable. The disdain pure-blood wizards harbor for Muggle wizards is not unfounded. Any family that has withstood the test of time for centuries possesses a formidable legacy, let alone ancient families like the Hillakes family that have endured for over a millennium. Although the Hillakes family may not have been as powerful as the Slytherins a millennium ago, it has maintained its prominence to this day. Even the smallest of families can become daunting over time. With no materials at hand and no plans for future creations, Clare found herself in a state of ennui. Just as this feeling settled in, Victor burst into the manor. Apparition is prohibited within the estate, necessitating his entry from outside. "Master, we have enough for the soul fusion," Victor exclaimed, brimming with excitement. There was no need to retrieve items from Gringotts. Simply lifting the seal and absorbing the crown would suffice. He could merely inform the goblins that the sought-after items were not within, and they would be satisfied with that. To complete the fragmented soul, it was merely a matter of utilizing dead souls for supplementation. Previously, the fragments of the living soul were too small. Merging them with an excess of dead souls resulted in overwhelming negativity, transmuting the already precious fragments into dead souls, rendering the effort fruitless. Now that the fragments of the living soul are sufficiently substantial, the process of complementing them with dead souls becomes significantly more manageable. Remember, prioritize using Muggle dead souls to fill the void left by the living soul. Muggle dead souls possess a lower magical content, and although it may require additional materials, this approach mitigates the issue of excessive negativity from wizarding dead souls. It is prudent to proceed with caution. In the parlor, Clare meticulously arranged her hair while advising Victor, who was about to embark on a quest to gather materials and complete the soul. "By the way, Victor, what do you think of my hairstyle? I would want Hermione to comment on my disheveled appearance again when we meet later." "Splendid, Master," Victor replied earnestly. "The Hillakes family's lineage ensures your hair's quality. I truly cannot comprehend how that young lady perceives it as untidy. Who knows? Perhaps she is merely seeking an excuse to touzle my hair," Clare dismissed, waving her hand. At present, aside from her parents and Victor, Hermione was the only one who had ever touched Clare's hair. Not that Clare's hair was particularly precious, after all, even if it were striking. It was merely ordinary brown hair. The primary reason was that most individuals respected, if not feared, the Hillakes name. And patting a man's head was generally considered an unfriendly or provocative act. Even Draco had never dared to lay a hand on Clare's head. In fact, Slytherin students typically exhibited more decorum than their peers from other houses, thanks to their upbringing and the cultivation of aristocratic manners, making them appear courteous at all times. However, I digress. Today was the day Clare was set to meet Hermione. While she had gathered the requisite soul fragments for her experiment, acquiring a sufficiently complete living soul and powerful magical materials would not be a swift endeavor. Victor was soon to depart in search of materials, while also aiming to complete the incomplete soul. "Buckbeak, would you like a companion to engage in playful tussles with you?" Clare proposed. Buckbeak, the griffin who had returned to the manor during the holiday, relished spending his days fluttering around Clare. Clare found joy in this arrangement, as he preferred riding Buckbeak over using a broomstick. "Would it be all right if I rode you when we travel to France in a few days?" Clare suggested. Buckbeak instantly donned a look of disbelief. How one could interpret such a complex expression on a griffin's face is beyond comprehension. "Either you stay in the box, or you carry me back. It's your choice," Clare whimsically declared. Buckbeak spread his wings and took to the air, indicating his capability to fly back independently. "Well, I want to concern myself with it. If you refuse, don't expect any more steak. You'll have to hunt for yourself," Clare threatened. Victor, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected, "Master, riding a griffin is simply too conspicuous. Whether or not we can avoid the densely populated Muggle towns is uncertain. Encountering family adversaries or enemies along the way would be perilously reckless." "Victor, you have witnessed my abilities," Clare countered. "It is precisely because I am aware of your capabilities that I worry more." Victor's voice grew louder. "Those deranged individuals would pose a challenge even for me." "How much more for you? If they see the young heir of the Hillakes family wandering alone, they will stop at nothing to thwart you. If that is the case, wouldn't it be equally dangerous for me to return via Muggle trains or planes?" Clare queried, perplexed. "That is different. In broad daylight, they would not dare to act so brazenly. Do they truly believe the Muggle government to be powerless? Furthermore, the wizarding government would never allow those lunatics to disrupt Muggle order. Incurring the wrath of 3 factions would be beyond their capacity for recklessness," Victor asserted. "Why are there so many enemies of the family? I feel as though I am perpetually ensnared in turmoil," Clare lamented. From a young age, Victor had been assigned by her father to protect her, as the elder Hillakes was often preoccupied with family affairs, leaving little time for Clare. Emotionally, Victor had long assumed a paternal role. The Hillakes family has always been known for its singular lineage. As the sole steward of this vast family, Your demise would yield unimaginable benefits for many factions, Victor elucidated. Of course, they cannot fathom your current strength. Otherwise, they would surely reconsider any thoughts of assaulting you. Very well, I shall take the train back, Clare conceded with a sigh. I must hasten to meet Hermione. We are to watch a film together tonight. Enjoy yourself, master. Victor waved as Clare departed. You're late, Hermione, Clare remarked, glancing at his wristwatch. Clad in faded jeans and a simple black t-shirt, Clare's understated attire, coupled with his tall stature, made him appear like a boy of 14. This was intentional, as he did not wish to attract undue attention. Don't you know that boys should wait for girls? Hermione retorted, her cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. Before leaving, Hermione had taken great care in her appearance. She had bathed, straightened her hair days prior, and chosen a lovely pale yellow dress, even borrowing her mother's lipstick to add a touch to her lips. Only when she felt Clare exhaled softly, her smile radiating warmth as she naturally took Hermione's hand. Let's have our meal first. Look, it's nearly noon. Upon hearing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed even deeper, for their initial rendezvous had been set for 9 o'clock. On the bustling street, a young boy and girl strolled hand in hand, an uncommon sight even in the open-minded milieu of England, where children of such tender ages seldom engaged in public displays of affection. Nevertheless, Clare was unfazed by societal norms. Her own happiness was paramount, and the people around her existed in a different temporal realm, likely never to intersect with her life again. In contrast, Hermione felt a twinge of self-consciousness. The young girl, shy by nature, found it daunting to hold Clare's hand in such a crowded setting. Thankfully, Clare was attuned to Hermione's feelings. Before long, they paused in front of a Chinese restaurant. Let us indulge in some Chinese cuisine, Clare suggested with a smile. To be honest, I possess quite a knack for its preparation. Is that true? Hermione inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I absolutely adore Chinese food. In fact, I dare say there isn't a European who doesn't enjoy it. If you're keen on it, I shall prepare it for you in the future. Clare replied with a grin. But let us set the ground rules. You mustn't become a permanent fixture in my home. Who would want to overstay their welcome at your place, you narcissist? Hermione retorted playfully, feigning annoyance. All right, no more jesting. Let us venture inside and savor our meal. Clare gestured for the invitation, and Hermione, with a proud lift of her chin, stepped into the Chinese restaurant first. The establishment was adorned with an exquisite Chinese aesthetic, featuring antique wooden furniture that exuded an air of antiquity. Screens partitioned the hall into intimate dining areas, complete with square tables, painting stands, and inkwash paintings adorning the walls. Each decoration was meticulously chosen, imbuing the entire venue with an essence of ancient Chinese elegance. Esteemed sir and madam, may I inquire what you would like to order? A waitress, clad in a dress patterned with blue and white porcelain, approached with a polite demeanor as Clare and Hermione settled into their seats. The waitress stood gracefully, her porcelain-like attire stirring a wave of emotion within Clare. Clare was suddenly jolted by a sharp pain at her waist, where Hermione's small hand was mischievously at play. Observing Clare's momentary daze, Hermione's feminine jealousy surged within her, prompting her to employ the clever maneuver of her thumb and forefinger to remind her beloved that a change of heart was imperative. Clare let out a bitter smile, realizing that Hermione had truly misjudged her. As a man, he found himself unable to refute the accusation, fearing that any attempt to clarify would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. Observing the waiter beside him, who seemed to stifle a laugh, Clare cleared his throat and said, "Please bring us a selection of your signature dishes. We wish to indulge in the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine today. Do not concern yourself with our age. You may use this card to settle the bill." Clare presented a credit card to the waiter. In truth, she had anticipated that the presence of her 2 children in such a restaurant would undoubtedly arouse the staff's suspicion, rendering them hesitant to take her order. Thus, her preemptive offer to settle the bill alleviated the awkwardness for both parties. The young waitress exhaled with relief. It seemed this boy was accustomed to dining out, intuitively grasping her unspoken concerns. After all, as a servant to the customer, her professional ethics forbade her from questioning any patron. However, the seemingly ordinary appearance of the 2 children did not align with the profile of typical clientele for this establishment, and any misstep in her handling could lead to repercussions for her. Fortunately, the boy demonstrated a keen understanding of the situation, skillfully easing her discomfort. "Please hold on, sir. We will bring your credit card to you once the payment is completed," the waitress said with a professional smile as she gracefully stepped away. Clare did not inquire about what dishes she would prepare for herself. After all, Clare would never disdain an abundance of food. As Clare and Hermione settled in, They had barely exchanged a few words when 4 waiters swiftly approached, carrying dishes. Sweet and sour fish, oil-braised prawns, mapo tofu, and braised pork. These 4 seemingly ordinary dishes were served in no time. Given that there were only 2 customers and no specific orders were placed, the waiter explained that, according to the owner's policy, they would serve 2 dishes per person for customers who did not specify their preferences. If there were any shortcomings, they kindly asked for understanding. "Is there anything else you require, sir?" "No, thank you," Clare nodded. The owner's regulation was quite commendable, especially for many foreigners who had never experienced Chinese cuisine and were unaware of the portion sizes. This proprietor had not taken advantage of the situation but had instead established a standard, clearly displaying a keen business acumen. "Where are you from?" Just as the waitress in her blue and white porcelain dress was about to turn away, Clare suddenly inquired. The Chinese waitress turned around, her eyes wide with surprise at Clare, who had just spoken in impeccably fluent Mandarin. "I am from Hebei, sir. Your Mandarin is so standard. I did not expect someone of your age to possess such proficiency in Chinese." She responded in Mandarin. Hermione, sitting beside Clare, was equally astonished. Clare was already proficient in English, French, and various other languages, yet she had never showcased her command of Mandarin. Witnessing Clare converse effortlessly with a Chinese person left Hermione in awe. "It's nothing. I've merely studied Mandarin for a while." Little did they know it was more than just a short stint. It was her mother tongue. Clare silently lamented. "I noticed your English carries a hint of a Chinese accent, and since you are of Asian descent, I was quite curious. I hope you don't mind." The waitress continued. "I've always found China to be a mysterious place, with thousands of years of cultural heritage that has produced many incredible wonders." Upon hearing Clare's compliment, the waitress proudly puffed out her chest. "Of course, I recommend you visit China when you have the opportunity. The real China is far more beautiful than you can imagine." "I will. That has always been my intention," Clare politely nodded. "What brings you here, though? I noticed you're the only Chinese staff member in this restaurant." "I'm studying here. I'm currently working part-time to earn some living expenses. I can't always rely on my family while studying abroad," the waitress explained matter-of-factly. By the end of their conversation, Clare had even exchanged contact information with the waitress. Considering Hermione was right beside her, Clare refrained from recording the details. The waitress, noticing Hermione's puzzled expression due to her inability to understand, teased, "Sir, aren't you worried that your little girlfriend will get jealous if she finds out we've exchanged contact information?" Clare mischievously winked. First of all, we are conversing in Chinese, a language she does not comprehend. Secondly, I am only 12 years old, while you are already 20. She would never suspect that I would be attempting to flirt with an older sister 8 years my senior. Lastly, there is truly nothing to conceal. I will simply translate everything for her when the time comes, and there will be no issues. Let us keep in touch. Should you wish to visit China, feel free to seek me out, and I shall gladly serve as your guide. Of course, that will have to wait until I have the opportunity to return home," the waitress cheerfully remarked. "So it's settled, then?" "It's a promise." As the waitress departed, Min could no longer contain her curiosity and exclaimed, "Clare, you can speak Chinese. How was I never aware of this?" "You never asked," Clare innocently shrugged. "Does that mean you wouldn't tell me if I hadn't?" Min revealed a playful grin, saying, "What else are you hiding from me?" Clare wore a serious expression as she pondered thoughtfully, declaring, "In truth, I have traversed from the year 2020. Prior to this, I was merely a Muggle, and our world is devoid of wizards." "Don't be ridiculous. I am earnestly questioning you," Hermione retorted. "I am speaking the truth." Clare maintained her innocent demeanor. "I shall no longer engage with you." Hermione pouted, clumsily attempting to use chopsticks to grasp the enticing sweet and sour fish before her. However, it became evident that Hermione was not well versed in the art of chopstick usage, as she struggled to bring even a single piece to her small bowl. Unable to watch her struggle, Clare expertly picked up a piece of the sweet and sour fish, meticulously removing the bones, and placed it into Hermione's bowl. As she did so, she mused, "At this moment, even honesty would not be believed, not even by those closest to me. Tender moments are fleeting, especially in an atmosphere filled with romance." The renowned landmarks and amusement parks of England had largely been explored by Clare and Hermione in the past. In truth, this outing did not lead them to any famous locations. During these days, Clare and Hermione spent most of their time together, akin to a pair of newly enamored lovers, frequently strolling the streets. Although their romance had blossomed for some time, the term young couple still held true, as couples of their age were a rare sight on the streets. Their days were filled with the rhythm of eating and wandering, and Clare often feared that if this continued, Hermione would inevitably become a little piglet under her care. Fortunately, for any girl, despite her cravings, it is wise not to indulge in just one type of food, as doing so would be most imprudent. For once one's stomach is filled with a single dish, seeing other delectable options will surely bring regret. After experiencing joy, one must also face sorrow. Clare and Hermione bid a reluctant farewell at the station. They had initially intended to fly, but recently Victor had set off to seek materials. And given his confidence in Clare's current abilities and temperament, he did not wait for her return to France before embarking on his search. After all, the task Victor needed to complete was of paramount importance. I shall return swiftly. Do not make it seem like a matter of life and death. Remember how I returned during the summer break? Clare teased, gently caressing Hermione's cheek with a smile. Yes, I understand. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something will be lost during your absence, Hermione stammered. You must call me once you return. Do not wait as long as before to send me a letter. Clare set down her travel suitcase, opened her arms, and embraced Hermione, gently tousling her hair while softly whispering in her ear, rest assured, no matter whom I might forget, I shall never forget my dear Hermione. Prior to this day, Hermione had longed to bid farewell to Clare with a kiss, as was often depicted on television. However, at this pivotal moment, listening to Clare's tender words left her blushing profusely, rendering her unable to summon the courage to initiate a kiss in public. The more she pondered, the hotter her cheeks felt, and she found herself thinking that the heroines on television were utterly shameless. With so many onlookers, their eyes piercing like needles, how could they muster the audacity to act so boldly? Although Clare and Hermione had been in a romantic relationship for quite some time, their interactions had remained innocent, holding hands and exchanging gentle hugs. This was not due to Clare's chivalry. Rather, as a normal man, he had always dreamed of embracing freely. Yet, Hermione was still quite young. Initially, Clare might have been drawn to Hermione out of curiosity and affection for the narrative's protagonist, but now, he could genuinely claim that Hermione had become one of the most cherished individuals in his life. Indeed, he would do anything for her if given the chance. Love is blind, even for Clare, who had long surpassed the age of 30. He was captivated by every gesture and smile of Hermione, and although it might seem implausible, he felt her troubles as his own, shared in her sorrows, and rejoiced in her happiness. Perhaps this man, who had lived 2 lives, had truly anchored his emotions to this young girl who had just turned 12. Clare often reflected on this, feeling a sense of shame for his attraction to such youth. Now, observing Hermione's flustered demeanor, Clare found himself puzzled. While she had blushed before, it had never been to such an alarming degree. The distant sound of a train whistle broke the moment, stirring the waiting passengers, many of whom had already formed long lines with their various bags in hand. All right, I must take my leave now, he said. It will be several days before I can return, just before school starts again. Make sure to read less and explore more this summer. It is meant for relaxation, not for staying cooped up at home. Although Hermione ultimately did not fulfill her little plan, Clare could easily discern her intentions. Of course, a public display of affection between 2 adolescents would be rather conspicuous. So he opted for a more discreet gesture, planting a gentle kiss on Hermione's forehead. As he turned away, he caught the warmth of her flushed gaze and walked towards the queue. The train began to move slowly, and through the window, Clare watched Hermione's waving figure gradually vanish behind the throng of passengers. He still had to confront the realities ahead. Numerous responsibilities awaited him in France. While romantic sentiments were valuable, they did not encompass the entirety of life. Ambition was the pursuit of a normal man. Collecting his thoughts, Clare gazed out at the fleeting scenery, gradually contemplating his future plans. On the train, Clare did not choose the luxurious VIP section. He had always believed that traveling among the masses and observing the myriad of human experiences was a delightful endeavor. The train served as the primary means of transportation during this period, whisking people off in all directions. According to historical trajectory, the European Union was set to be established in a year, and the relationships among European nations had entered a phase of harmony, making travel exceedingly convenient. In contrast to the cramped hard-seat compartments, securing a window seat was an undeniable pleasure. The train was bustling with travelers at the narrow entrance. Bodies twisted and turned like pretzels. Surely, the spring festival travel rush in China could not be much different. With economic growth, such phenomena would become increasingly commonplace. Even Japan's subways had begun to necessitate pushing people in. As midday arrived, the train glided along the straight tracks, and the passengers basked in the warm, pleasant sunlight of Europe, growing drowsy. The passenger seated across from Clare had covered their face with a magazine, softly snoring, and drifting into a realm where dreams and reality diverged entirely. The lives of Muggles were becoming ever more comfortable. This was to be expected, as the industrial beast had long since broken free from its confines, revealing the rapid advancements of mechanical civilization. Thousands of years ago, wizards had already soared through the skies, while Muggles only invented the airplane in 1903 and had now reached the moon through machinery. With his mind swirling with various thoughts, Clare too began to feel drowsy. In such an atmosphere, it would be unusual not to succumb to sleep. Just then, a weary young girl walked down the aisle, clearly heading towards the restroom at the front of the carriage. However, Clare sensed a distinct aura of dark magic emanating from her. He recognized this magical fluctuation without a doubt, having been deeply immersed in the study of dark magic since childhood, with guidance from his father and Victor. Both masters in the field, he was intimately familiar with its energies. How intriguing. A faint smile graced Clare's lips, dispelling the drowsiness that had recently enveloped her, replaced instead by a look of eager anticipation. Such crude dark magic seemed to be the mark of some magical creature, though it was rather audacious to employ it in a carriage filled with Muggles, without fear of causing a commotion. In the blink of an eye, Clare had nearly completed her analysis of the magical fluctuations emanating from this spell. Many magical creatures are adept at casting spells, yet, as magical beings, they do not possess the same expertise or potential as humans. For instance, house elves excel at disapparition, but their magical capabilities are largely limited to a handful of simple jinxes. While young witches and wizards may struggle with these jinxes, an adult wizard can easily dispel them with a simple incantation. Despite their lowly status, house elves rank among the more skilled magical beings. Other magical races that demonstrate proficiency tend to excel in a singular type of magic, a magical creature capable of employing a tracking mark. Voldemort's dark mark indeed harbors a tracking function, while this spell pales in comparison to it. It nonetheless qualifies as a form of dark magic. From the corner of Clare's eye, she noticed a girl stumbling about in the swaying train, making her way to the front of the carriage. Pretending to be in urgent need, Clare rose and casually strolled towards the front, her hand gradually curling around her wand. Although she had yet to leave British soil, tracking spells posed no challenge for a witch of Clare's caliber, even with the use of magic. The Ministry of Magic would not detect her. The girl knocked on the restroom door, which remained silent, granting her a sense of relief. However, Clare sensed a tumultuous wave of magic lurking within, patiently awaiting its prey. In her perception, the amount of magic contained within the restroom was roughly equivalent to that of a third-year student, yet for a Muggle, even a lion would pale in comparison to the danger posed by this magical creature. How intriguing to possess a magical being capable of releasing significant magical energy. It is worth noting that even dragons can only unleash magic through their breath. Few magical creatures rely on magical energy to attack their prey. This situation warranted intervention. The girl was in imminent danger. Clare could feel the surge of magic within the restroom, clearly indicating that it was about to strike. Glancing, Clare slowly returned to her seat from the restroom, casually dispelling the Muggle-repelling charm and the ear-closing spell she had previously cast. She gently patted the figurine in her pocket, reflecting with a sense of satisfaction. This journey has indeed been delightful. France, Paris. The train station is perpetually bustling, whether one is arriving or departing. At the exit, a dapper gentleman dressed in peculiar attire stood beside an extravagant car, seemingly awaiting someone. Passers-by cast curious glances in his direction, causing the gentleman to feel increasingly uneasy and filled with doubt. He had meticulously selected this Muggle outfit. Could there be something amiss? Moreover, this ensemble was rather warm to wear. As Clare stepped out, she immediately spotted her father awaiting her. This was not for any trivial reason, but because Mr. Hillakes stood impeccably attired in a suit beneath the blazing sun, despite the temperature soaring above 30 degrees. While his ensemble appeared quite dapper, it was impossible to remain inconspicuous amongst the throngs clad in short sleeves. Clare. Mr. Hillakes waved at her, a gesture that inexplicably ignited a sense of embarrassment within Clare. "How has your year in London been?" he inquired as Clare approached. "It's been all right, father. Can we please get into the car?" Clare felt as though the gazes of those around her were piercing through her. "Impatient to return home, are we? It's understandable. You haven't been back in a year, and your mother has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Mr. Hillakes seemed oblivious to her discomfort as he opened the car door. "Father, I would like to take a look at the ancient tomes on our family's magical creations, specifically those regarding artificial beings," Clare declared as soon as she settled into the vehicle. "Absolutely not. You know those texts delve into dark matters. While I hope to witness your mastery of dark magic flourish, I do not wish for my child to become a mad and solely in pursuit of dark power." Mr. Hillakes skillfully started the car, directing it forward with a flick of his wand, which alleviated Clare's initial apprehension. Indeed, it seemed that having a novice like Mr. Hillakes take his hands off the steering wheel was the safest option, though Clare had the right to peruse most of the Hillakes family's library. Certain prohibited texts had been secured by the lineage's patriarchs, accessible only to each generation's leader. The books on artificial beings were included in this restricted category. In truth, the process of creation bore little inherent danger. Rather, it was the complexity of the procedure and the lack of resources that rendered successful experimentation difficult without guidance. The primary reason these texts were deemed forbidden was the gruesome nature of their preparatory work. The acquisition of life souls necessitated the slaughter of numerous beings. And since animal souls lacked sufficient essence, the majority of souls harvested had to be human. This alone was enough to render any practitioner a target of disdain. Father, I have discovered a method to obtain life souls. Although it still requires fatalities, it no longer necessitates the death of so many individuals. I estimate that merely a few dozen Muggle lives would suffice. Clare stated earnestly. How on earth have you managed that? The car jolted violently, causing Clare's heart to clench. A soul vessel. I have found a soul vessel. It is a natural source of life souls. Clare exclaimed with excitement. A soul vessel? Mr. Hillakes' tone conveyed a hint of disappointment. So, it is merely a rare exception? Well, Father, having a soul vessel is already a significant achievement. It's unrealistic to expect large-scale applications. Otherwise, we would have armies capable of surpassing dragon combat prowess. Clare replied with a hint of disdain. Indeed, if it were possible to mass-produce, wizards would have long since unified the world. Mr. Hillakes chuckled awkwardly. Then go ahead and experiment, but keep it discreet, or I might struggle to contain the fallout. Does that mean you consent to my access to those books? Clare asked eagerly. Look, they will belong to you eventually anyway. Mr. Hillakes replied indulgently. However, I have heard that you've recently begun a relationship with a Muggle girl. A Muggle witch. Clare corrected him. A Muggle, which is still a Muggle. Mr. Hillakes replied sternly. You are aware of our family's curse. I am indifferent to your relationship with her, but you must not have children. Even if you wish to have children in the future, it must wait until you have secured a suitable heir. Understood, Father. I comprehend the gravity of this matter. But can't the curse be lifted? Clare inquired with anticipation. It cannot be undone. This is a bloodline curse, cast upon oneself. As a descendant of that ancestor, we inherently possess his legacy within us. Unless your flesh and blood no longer belong to you, this curse cannot be lifted, Mr. Hillakes stated solemnly. All right. I was merely asking. It seems that the most severe afflictions one imposes upon oneself are indeed the most troublesome. One more thing, Mr. Hillakes' eyes sparkled with mischief. Your fiancée will be arriving at the estate in a few days, and your mother and I will be heading to Germany to attend to our interests there. Opportunities for solitude will be scarce. Make the most of it. Clare slapped her forehead, realizing that her father had become increasingly unreliable with age. Well, I can only assure you that the house will remain intact before your return, Clare said wearily. Don't think I am unaware of that threat you made the other day. Mr. Hillakes turned back directly, suggesting that he should properly apologize. After all, she's just a girl. A little flattery will suffice. With your youthful cunning, this should pose no challenge for you. All right, I'll do my best, Clare replied nonchalantly. But are you certain about turning back? This is a busy road. And even with magical protection, one cannot guarantee that the traffic police won't stop you, can they? It's all right. I have a Muggle repelling charm, Mr. Hillakes remarked, demonstrating a rare attentiveness in such matters. You actually used a Muggle repelling charm. No wonder there have been no traffic accidents despite the autonomous driving. It seems there are no Muggle vehicles to hinder us, Clare mused, surprisingly grateful for the smooth traffic today. What do you have hidden in your pocket? A whiff of vampiric essence. Mr. Hillakes, a top-tier dark wizard, easily detected the presence of a vampire despite Clare having cast several spells. I encountered a small vampire on the way and decided to bring it back, Clare said distractedly. The small vampire in her pocket was silently weeping. This creature holds little research value. It would be best to eliminate it directly. However, its blood could prove useful. Blood from vampires of Count rank or higher can be utilized to create a rapid mana potion, yielding superior results, Mr. Hillakes elaborated. But this is merely a bat of Viscount rank, Clare responded with a hint of exasperation. Then there is no helping it. But vampire blood does make for a delightful beverage. Mixed with brandy, it imparts a uniquely fragrant aroma. Mr. Hillakes' eyes sparkled with nostalgia. Clare's little bat in her pocket was on the verge of a breakdown. What kind of people were they to drink the blood of vampires? Were they actually going to consume it directly? Wouldn't there be parasites involved? She had heard that drinking snake blood or consuming raw frog meat could lead to horrifying parasitic diseases that were, of course, untreatable, at least with Muggle medical technology. Clare expressed her concerns. You are the one with parasites. Your whole family is infested. If the little bat could move, it would have surely throttled Clare in that moment. Rest assured, the blood of vampires is imbued with magical toxicity, fatal to ordinary parasites. Otherwise, these creatures that drink human blood without regard for hygiene would have succumbed to illness long ago. Similarly, this magical toxin is harmless to us wizards. I am of noble blood. How can we be unclean? We are always selective, choosing only the healthiest humans. What sort of lineage did this father and son possess? It was utterly deranged. They intended to consume bats. Is she a female vampire? Mr. Hillakes suddenly inquired with suspicion. How do you know? Clare looked at her father in astonishment. Can magical detection reveal such things? Of course it cannot, Mr. Hillakes replied matter-of-factly. What if it were a male vampire? How could my son possibly have shrunk it down to carry it with him? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Well, it seemed that the humans could no longer refrain from ribbing this bizarre father-son duo. However, restraint was necessary. Mr. Hillakes declared seriously, you are still young, only 12. This is not the age to be obsessed with, Dad. How could I be obsessed with women? Can you please refrain from such jokes at this moment? Clare retorted, somewhat annoyed. Who knows? Mr. Hillakes chuckled meaningfully. Upon returning home, Clare placed her luggage in her bedroom and quickly changed into fresh clothes before rushing to the dining room. After a tiring journey, her mother was preparing dinner. Truth be told, Mrs. Hillakes, who seldom cooked, could not compare to the house elves who dedicated themselves to culinary arts. Nevertheless, Clare found immense satisfaction in a meal prepared by her family. There was warmth in the home that was worth protecting with one's life. The evening unfolded with engaging conversations between Clare and her parents. Family, after all, occupies the most cherished place in one's heart. During their discussion, they touched upon the books Clare had brought from the Room of Requirement, which Mr. Hillakes praised for their judicious use of resources. Books left unread would only gather dust. Knowledge retained in one's mind was what truly transformed those texts into treasures. Unbeknownst to the little bat, Clare had nearly forgotten about it in her joyful reunion with her family. The vampire she had casually pocketed along the roadside was far from her thoughts. Moreover, it lacked any experimental value, and she had long since dismissed it from her mind. Controlling magic was not a permanent state. Creatures possessing magical power had a greater resistance to such enchantments than those devoid of magic. While Clare dined with her family, the little bat gradually regained its ability to move, its size reverting to that of a normal human, lying atop Clare's garments. The little bat rubbed its shoulders in horror. Anyone who had been shrunk and confined to a pocket would likely experience lingering trepidation. Before the bat's eyes lay a spacious bedroom, distinguished by rows of bookshelves, each book's pages slightly curled at the edges, indicating they had all been perused. The floor and the bed were devoid of dust, suggesting that the house elf here was exceedingly diligent. On a simple desk rested a Muggle computer, and as the bat noticed the internet cable snaking along the wall, it felt a powerful sense of dissonance. This young boy was quite the scholar, the bat thought momentarily, only to suppress such reflections. That insufferable little sorcerer would pay dearly once he fell into its grasp. How dare he pocket it, discuss drinking its blood, and even contemplate using it as a test subject. It was imperative to taste his blood, to teach him that vampires should never be trifled with, especially female vampires. In its fury, the little bat entirely overlooked the disparity in their strengths and disregarded whose domain it was in, as it paced back and forth, plotting revenge against Clare. A diminutive creature with pointed ears and large eyes appeared behind it. This was Jean Jing, the Hillakes family's house elf. Among the nobility, interactions were not limited to the upper echelons. House elves also engaged in their own exchanges. At many social gatherings, pure-blood wizards, wary of embarrassing themselves inebriated, often brought their house elves along. Though house elves would not appear at the festivities, they gathered in a separate room, awaiting their master's return. Jean Jing was quite renowned among house elves, not only for residing in a prominent family like the Hillakes, but also for the privileges she enjoyed. Among the dozens of house elves in the Hillakes household, only Jean Jing had her own little room, complete with a wardrobe and shoe cabinet, an enviable pinnacle of existence for any house elf. Moreover, Jean Jing possessed the right to freely enter her master's rooms, facilitating her assistance in tidying up. It must be said that Jean Jing wielded considerable authority for a house elf. At that moment, While her masters were dining and the young master had just returned, Clare required someone to prepare her bed and place a platter of cut fruits at her bedside. As per custom, Jingjing appeared in Clare's room with the fruit platter, only to be met with a shocking sight. A girl, seemingly 18 or 19 years of age, was wandering about Clare's room, completely undisturbed by Jingjing's arrival. The girl had long golden hair and fair skin. Her delicate features, while not excessively beautiful, possessed an enduring charm. With her tall, slender figure and an expression of seething anger, she exuded a unique allure. Jingjing was certain that the young master had not encountered this girl upon his return. She was not someone who had entered alongside him. Confident in the Hillakes family's defensive capabilities, Jingjing recalled how Buckbeak had struggled in vain to breach their protective barrier. She did not believe that a girl who couldn't even perceive her presence could have infiltrated their domain. Observing the girl's genuine fury, Jingjing deduced that she had entered through dubious means, executing her actions with such stealth that even the master was unaware. It was the duty of any house elf to safeguard their master's secrets, especially for one like Jingjing, who could freely enter her master's bedroom and was privy to numerous confidential matters. As she studied the girl's appearance and physique, contemplating the young master's age, Jingjing felt she had gleaned some understanding, though this inclination was illicit. She considered it her duty to assist her young master in keeping this secret. The young girl before me seems to have just liberated herself from some kind of restraint imposed by her master, as her expression clearly indicates. Jingjing has discreetly drawn her wand. For a house elf, possessing a standard wand is a matter of great honor. This wand was a reward from her young master when he first mastered the art of apparition. Although house elves may lack innate talent for dark magic, they possess considerable advantages in domestic spells. Moreover, the magic wielded by house elves is distinctly different from that of wizards, yet both can effectively utilize wands. Meanwhile, the little bat is still anxiously plotting something when, suddenly, a beam of crimson light strikes her, causing her to collapse to the ground. She attempts to scream, only to realize in terror that her voice has once again been silenced. "Forgive me, beautiful lady," she thinks, as her eyes dart around, seeking the identity of her assailant. At that moment, Jingjing approaches her, bowing deeply. "I sincerely apologize for your predicament, as you have been brought here by my young master." Jingjing bows once more, adding, however, "Since this is the doing of my young master, I must comply. It appears he has reached the age of youthful desires, and you have unfortunately been chosen as his quarry." The little bat feels an overwhelming sense of despair. She already knows what the house elf intends to say next. But being unable to voice her thoughts, she can only roll her eyes in anxious frustration. As a house elf, Jingjing's duty is to care for her master. Ignoring the little bat's frantic gaze, Jingjing states, "As the first prey of my young master, I hope you can provide him with a delightful experience." Without further ado, under the wide eyes of the little bat, Jingjing brandishes her wand, removing the girl's garments piece by piece, until a captivating silhouette hovers before her. A sight that would send any man's heart racing. Even Jingjing, in this moment, finds herself admiring her young master's taste, noting that though he appears slender, he has indeed chosen well. "First and foremost, we must ensure your personal hygiene." With a snap of her fingers, the bathroom lights illuminate, and the tub begins to fill with warm water. The little bat is submerged in the bath, her struggles utterly futile. The magic of a house elf is not easily escaped. In the depths of despair, she watches as Jingjing enters with a sponge meant for bathing. Many bear haunting memories of being scrubbed in the tub by their mothers, dominated by those formidable hands and terrifying towels, a fear that is not easily forgotten. Now, the little bat finds herself under the same oppressive rule, where mere minutes of bathing stretch into an eternity. Jingjing's relentless scrubbing leaves her with an indelible mark of trauma. The foam in the tub, illuminated by the light, glimmers with myriad colors, yet the little bat's troubled mind is far from appreciating such beauty. Subsequently, Jingjing dries her off with a towel and produces a Muggle hairdryer from seemingly nowhere, carefully drying her hair. Once everything is in order, Jingjing levitates her onto Clare's bed. Now, let us set the scene. Jingjing's eyes gleam as she waves her wand, enveloping the room in a soft pink hue, dimming the lights, transforming both the bed and the blanket into shades of pale red. The flowers need changing too. The previously unremarkable blossoms in the vase are replaced with vibrant roses, releasing a captivating fragrance. Let us lower the temperature a bit, so the blanket won't be too warm. Instantly, the little bat feels a few degrees drop in the surrounding warmth, making the blanket feel less stifling. "Oh dear, I almost forgot." Jingjing promptly operates away. And just as the little bat thinks she has left, Jingjing reappears. "A love potion," Jingjing exclaims triumphantly, holding up a small vial. This potion was personally concocted by the young master during his potion-making practice. The first attempt often comes with pain, and it is imperative to avoid leaving him with psychological trauma. Something to enhance the experience is essential. With great care, Jingjing dabs a bit of the potion on the little bat's rosy lips, ensuring that it will take effect during a kiss, benefiting both parties involved. Consider this a small compensation, as you did not consent to this situation. Jingjing stretches, pleased with her handiwork, and remarks, "Now, we simply await the young master's return." Clare had a lengthy conversation with her parents and finally returned to her bedroom under the weary gaze of Mrs. Hillakes. Upon entering, she was momentarily bewildered by the scene before her. Is this my room? The pink hues. Could it be that my parents secretly gave me a little sister? Considering their long absences, it was quite possible. There had been countless instances in her memory where over 10 months had passed without sight of them. Surely, having a second child would mean avoiding the presence of their firstborn. Her mind swirled with these fantastical notions as Clare endeavored to regain her composure. The only other being permitted in her room, aside from her parents, was the house elf, Jingjing, who would never contravene her wishes to alter the decor of her sanctuary. What on earth was happening? Her inherent sense of caution prevented Clare from rushing in. Instead, she cautiously cast a few commonly employed detection spells, yet received no alarming responses. Paradoxically, this absence of danger heightened her vigilance. This was her home, and anyone capable of silently infiltrating her sanctuary must be extraordinary. Surely, such a powerful entity would not merely rearrange her room. At that moment of hesitation, a small bat, whose heart raced with anxiety, sensed Clare's arrival. Upon hearing her enter, the bat was engulfed in despair. What on earth is happening? Just as it was about to indulge in the sweet nectar of youthful blood, it had inexplicably been captured. While plotting its escape, it found itself transported to the dwelling of a sorcerer, and just as it was about to unleash its powers, it had been disrobed by a house elf, leaving it utterly disconcerted. Why was survival in the outside world so exceedingly difficult? Clare employed various advanced magical techniques to probe for a considerable time, yet ultimately found nothing. He felt rather foolish for his concerns. How could it be that his household's protective barrier had failed to raise any alarms against an intrusion? After all, there were no secret passages or hidden compartments within his abode. With each step Clare took, the little bat's heart raced, nearly leaping from its throat. Here it lay, nestled in his warm bed, and in a state of vulnerability, it was akin to a delectable morsel presented on a silver platter. The little bat could hardly fathom any rationale for the intruder to refrain from devouring it. Upon entering, Clare was taken aback by the scene before him. Finding it both amusing and bewildering, this little gem seemed to have misunderstood the situation. However, this misunderstanding could prove advantageous, as it would significantly ease the burden of any forthcoming interrogation. Clare slowly strolled to the bedside, delicately toying with her wand, a half-smile gracing her lips as her gaze fixated intently on the little bat lying on the bed. The bat, understandably alarmed by Clare's demeanor, felt as if it were on the brink of being devoured. What had it done to deserve such an encounter with this peculiar creature upon venturing out? Soon, I shall liberate your voice, allowing you to speak. However, should your words prove displeasing or unwelcome, I shall silence you once more, accompanied by the inevitable consequences. Clare wiped her wand with a towel from the bedside, stating, "Do you comprehend? Oh, I forgot you cannot respond. If you understand, merely move your eyes up and down," Clare remarked, unperturbed by the absurdity of her situation. The little bat, eager to comply, hastily bobbed its eyes up and down. Good. Now, Clare swiftly cast a few silencing charms around her room, feeling reassured enough to free the bat's voice. "You little rascal, release me at once. Do you have any idea who I am?" The bat's voice was strident. "I shall definitely." But before it could finish, Clare interrupted, rubbing her ears, which had been momentarily stunned by the outburst. She wore not an expression of anger, but rather one tinged with regret. "I apologize, but your response was not to my liking. Therefore, you must face my punishment." With that, Clare slowly extended a hand beneath the covers, resting it on the soft belly of the bat. The sensation was surprisingly delicate, leaving Clare quite astonished. She had not anticipated such exquisite skin from a vampire. The bat was on the verge of indignation. After all these years, who dared to treat it with such disrespect, especially a boy? Although merely 12, he was still a boy. "All right, let us try this again. You just asked me who I am. Very well. Since I've been in seclusion and am unaware of your identity, let us commence from that topic." Clare gently pinched the flesh beneath the covers, marveling at the remarkable elasticity that met her fingertips. What is your name? Elisa Makave. The bat responded without hesitation this time. Makave, are you of the Makave clan? Does that make you part of a secret society? Clare inquired with curiosity. What secret society? It's merely a coincidence that I bear the surname Makave, Elisa replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. The vampires mentioned in the Bible and legends are mere fabrications. However, a few of the surnames do exist, such as ours, Makave, Brush, and No Feller. These 4 clans are indeed significant. There are over 20 other clans, none of which exhibit any distinct factions, yet all clans maintain interactions and connections, albeit not as intimately as one might imagine. Over 20 clans? Are they equally powerful, or do disparities exist among them? Clare probed further. Much of this is no longer a secret. It is merely that wizards tend not to regard our magical races with much significance. Upon finishing that sentence, Clare's hand began to rise further, prompting Elisa to quickly add, the 20-plus clans do not fully understand one another, as each clan develops its lineage differently. Currently, we know that in terms of scale, the Makave, Brush, and No Feller clans are the largest, with their elders being of the Duke rank. Speaking of Duke-level elders, a trace of pride flickered across Elisa's face. Duke? I am somewhat familiar with that title. How many dukes does your clan possess? Clare inquired, her tone non-committal. At present, we have 1 duke overseeing the clan, but it is uncertain whether others of that rank exist clandestinely. Furthermore, we cannot ignore the smaller clans, as any clan worthy of the title has a long-standing heritage. They do not prioritize the expansion of their lineage. And who knows what noble might be resting beneath the floorboards of some lesser clan. You are lying. Clare's hand had significantly ascended, now perilously close to the 2 prominent mounds. I confess, our family has 3 dukes, I have always known, but we publicly state that there is only 1. Elisa was on the verge of tears. Do other prominent families share this practice? Clare scoffed, continuing her inquiry. Indeed, they do. They all claim to have just 1 duke. Yet the underlying power of these families is formidable. Who knows how many dukes they possess? Elisa hurriedly explained, her pace quickening. All right. Next question. Are vampires widely distributed in the Muggle world? Certainly. Our survival hinges on the blood of Muggles, which has become an accepted norm. We feed just enough to sustain ourselves while avoiding complete extermination to prevent detection that could jeopardize our race's proliferation. What level of influence do you hold in the Muggle realm? Clare questioned, her gaze fixed on Elisa's eyes. Many of us have infiltrated leadership roles, with some even becoming business owners or government officials. However, the majority are found in hospitals, as it is somewhat acceptable to draw blood in such settings. Given the current precarious climate, although vampires belong to a magical race, they possess a remarkable survival instinct, compared to the insular wizards, who confine themselves to their abodes to study complex spells. The vampires have advanced significantly, establishing themselves within the upper echelons of government, leaving wizards far behind in their developmental trajectory. New knowledge must be sought. Relying solely on a limited repertoire of spells and potion formulas will never allow one to catch up with the rapidly evolving Muggle mechanical civilization. The vampire model warrants consideration. After all, establishing a foothold in the Muggle world is no trivial feat. The pressure is immense, and with the rapid pace of progress, if one's skills do not improve, one risks being cast aside. Therefore, the initial step must be to enhance the survival capabilities of wizards in the Muggle world. Presently, wizards, particularly purebloods, have seldom encountered the Muggle way of life and often harbor a misguided belief in their superiority. Such notions are utterly ridiculous. Very well, that will suffice for now. You may rest here. I shan't disturb you further. I shall retreat to my study. Good night. Clare feigned an intention to depart, which elicited a sigh of relief from Elisa. Thankfully, in certain respects, this young master seemed not entirely aware of the situation, ensuring her safety for the night. In the morning, once her bindings were restored, she would hasten to leave this manor and abandon any thoughts of vengeance. This was truly a precarious situation. If a mere house elf from this wizarding family possessed such formidable power, one could only speculate the terrifying extent of the family's true master. As she approached the door, Clare suddenly recalled something, tapping her forehead before returning to Elisa's side. Leaning down, she wiped the enchantment potion from Elisa's lips. Jing jing. That was rather unscrupulous of you to use an enchantment potion, especially one I concocted myself. Fortunately, I had added a considerable amount of musk to that potion, making its scent immediately recognizable. Lest I inadvertently fall into a trap that would leave me the subject of ridicule, designed by a mischievous house elf, I must remain vigilant. Jing jing. Lift the earplug curse. Clare exclaimed loudly. As her voice resonated, the previously terrifying house elf reappeared in Clare's room. Jingjing, I am still not satisfied with her. Henceforth, I entrust her training to you. Clare glanced at Eliza, still nestled under the covers, a smirk gracing her lips. Let her serve as a maid, shall we? Yes. Young master, I sincerely apologize for the oversight this time. Rest assured, Jingjing will ensure you have a competent maid next time. Jingjing responded, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Although Clare sensed the situation was veering into the bizarre, she found no substantial cause for concern. Allowing the Batgirl to endure some trials under the house elf's tutelage would serve her future endeavors well, facilitating her infiltration into the vampire ranks. The following day, Clare returned to her chamber only to find it restored to its original state. Eliza had vanished, presumably taken by Jingjing for her education. In the basement, within the forbidden section of the Hillakes family library, the tomes contained therein had been sealed under the utmost confidentiality, sanctioned by the Hillakes family patriarchs throughout the generations. Now, as the sole candidate for the patriarchal position, Clare stood amidst this clandestine repository. The shelves were lined with ominously titled volumes, enhancements and analyses of the 3 unforgivable curses, the ethical harvesting of Muggle resources, and a detailed guide to the crafting of soul containers. Clare meticulously searched for the books she required. Even discovering the specific methods for crafting soul vessels, she remained uncertain whether this knowledge would assist her in her forthcoming creations. Ultimately, Clare appropriated 3 volumes, one on the authority of the Creator, another on the fusion of living beings, and a third detailing the acquisition of souls, and carried them away from the basement. Academic pursuits are perpetually tedious, yet when immersed in research, time seems to slip away swiftly. Soon, Mr. Hillakes informed Clare that he would soon be departing. On this very day, Ferrong Delacour was set to arrive at the Hillakes Manor to reside with Clare for a time, an arrangement eagerly anticipated by both families. After all, emotions require nurturing. Should any sparks ignite during this period, it would certainly please their parents. Sparks? Clare inwardly scoffed, hoping for nothing more than to weather the impending storm. In truth, Clare harbored no animosity towards Ferrong. However, her demeanor at the ball had irrevocably altered the course of their relationship. Clare believed herself not to be one who intentionally harms young girls. Yet her path with Ferrong had led her to abandon her principles entirely. In the distance, a car slowly approached, and Clare felt her days of tranquility slipping away with its arrival. Good day, Mr. Delacour, Clare greeted as she noticed a middle-aged man alight from the vehicle, hastening to offer her polite salutations. Ah, Clare, my dear, how delightful to see you, Mr. Delacour exclaimed, his face adorned with an exaggerated smile. A year has passed, and you have changed remarkably. You flatter me, Clare replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Ferrong disembarked from the vehicle, her complexion pale. It was evident that she still recalled Clare's words from the ball. Yet, indeed, Mr. Delacour seemed to carry on with ease, a state of being that a girl of Ferrong's tender age could hardly comprehend. Following a simple yet pleasant lunch, the Hillakes couple departed with Mr. Delacour. It appeared they were all engaged in a business venture together. One by one, the plates on the dining table vanished, enchanted by the house elves who had magically facilitated their removal, returning them to the sink once the meal concluded. Clare and Ferrong sat at opposite ends of the dining table, an undeniable sense of opposition between them. It's been a while, Ferrong. Clare broke the silence. Hello, Mr. Hillakes, came Ferrong's response, her tone unusually gentle, causing Clare to widen her eyes in surprise. What has transpired during my year at school? Your demeanor appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation, Clare inquired, astonished. Oh, it's nothing, sir. Perhaps I have simply come to terms with things, Ferrong replied, her complexion somewhat pale. Enough, enough. Do not force yourself, Clare waved his hand dismissively. What I previously mentioned is indeed real. This is the nature of reality. Yet, why does your father still speak of business with such cheer? This world is not merely a bastion of realism. You are destined to marry me, just as I am destined to wed you. We face the same challenges. Why wear such a mournful expression? We are here today at the behest of our parents to foster some connection. I have no desire to turn this into a battlefield. Since you claim to have no pressing matters, why not join me in experiencing the life of Muggles as a means of gathering some experience? Ferrong did not refuse, moreover. She had come to realize that in the presence of this boy, she had no authority to decline. Upon stepping out of the manor, they entered the world of Muggles. Clare had deliberately donned athletic attire today to unwind, while Ferrong, although initially clad in a fitted dress, had, at Clare's suggestion, summoned a house elf to fetch her a suitable women's sports outfit. It was evident that Furong seldom wore Muggle clothing, although the sports attire fit her reasonably well. It left her feeling somewhat uneasy. If the sportswear feels uncomfortable, I reckon Muggle clothing may not suit you at all, Clare remarked, shrugging his shoulders. After all, sportswear was designed for ease of movement and freedom. A few miles away lay a completely different realm. The bustling streets were undoubtedly an environment ill-suited for a reclusive wizard. Even at gatherings, what sort of atmosphere do wizards create? Yet now, on the busy thoroughfare, every corner teemed with more people than one would typically encounter. Clare and Furong walked down the street, with Furong being 3 years older than Clare. Despite Clare's physical maturity from regular exercise, she regrettably could not match Furong's height. At 15, Furong had a statuesque figure, nearly reaching that of an adult woman. In contrast, Clare had yet to enter her growth spurt, still appearing somewhat juvenile. Alas, she had not considered the height aspect when stepping out. As they strolled, they bore no resemblance to a couple. Rather, they resembled a sister taking her younger brother out for exercise, even donning matching athletic attire. Soon, Furong became aware of this discrepancy, and a subtle smile graced her lips. In crowded areas, she drew closer to Clare, accentuating her height, which drove Clare to exasperation, yet she felt powerless to change it. Observing the flustered expression on Clare's face only fueled Furong's amusement further. Clare inwardly lamented the unexpected cunning hidden within Furong. The shopping prowess of women is formidable. Even witches who seldom venture outside can swiftly acquire this extraordinary ability. Fortunately, Clare had brought Muggle currency with her. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. Within the amusement park, vendors selling an array of snacks were ubiquitous, a universal phenomenon across nations. With an ice cream in hand, relishing each bite, Clare found herself burdened by a plethora of peculiar foods that Furong had purchased. It was unclear when she had unwittingly become Furong's bag carrier, a skill seemingly innate. The carousel and roller coaster, though commonplace by the end of the 20th century, still brought Furong immense joy. Having accompanied Hermione on similar outings, Clare felt no need for restraint while escorting Furong, even though she had initiated this outing and held the reins. One could never expect to wrest control from a woman during such escapades. Following a hasty dinner, the daunting shopping segment ensued. In the mall, Furong flourished, transforming from someone unsure of her attire to a fashionista, trying on countless outfits. Clare recognized that a woman's desire for beauty is instinctual. Yet the extent of this transformation was astonishing. How could a young witch metamorphose into a stylish girl in the blink of an eye? On the way home, laden with shopping bags, Clare cursed herself repeatedly for suggesting this outing. Observing Furong bouncing ahead in delight, Clare sighed. After all, she was still a girl. And no matter how composed one may appear, the yearning for vitality and freedom remains. After their excursion, both felt significantly uplifted. Clare pondered whether she might truly come to love the girl before her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, an image of Hermione, baring her small fangs and shaking her fist in mock threat, flashed before her, nearly eliciting a laugh. Regardless, her heart still belonged to Hermione. The relationship with Furong had inexplicably improved. Perhaps, despite their initial friction, they had both tacitly acknowledged one another as potential life partners. Though they verbally denied it, their actions spoke of an unspoken harmony. This sentiment was profoundly unsettling. When alone, Clare was enveloped in guilt. If this continued, she might indeed fall for Furong. And what would happen when Hermione learned of it? Clare recalled the prolonged Cold War with Hermione that had lasted for over half a year. Furong, however, remained blissfully unaware, currently engaged in redefining her worldview regarding her future husband. A year prior, upon first meeting her intended spouse, the dark discourse mingled with smiles had left Furong with a lasting psychological scar. Now, seated at the dining table, biting a fork and gazing intently at the boy cooking, she recognized him as the little devil she had always feared. Yet, inexplicably, feelings had begun to bloom for this future husband, who was 3 years her junior. Had Clare known what Furong was contemplating, she would have dismissively informed her that such feelings were delusional. This phenomenon, akin to Stockholm Syndrome, illustrates how a hostage may develop gratitude and affection for their captor, sometimes even attempting to protect them from rescuers. Furong now found herself in a similar psychological state. This odd emotion was not foreign to the Muggle world. There had been instances where a kidnapped American woman fell in love with her captor, even assaulting police officers during her rescue. Well, enough of the educational tangent. Under this peculiar emotional influence, Furong increasingly felt herself falling for her young husband. Although she sensed something amiss, she no longer resisted Clare, as evidenced by her cooking for him in the kitchen. Clare was genuinely filled with sorrow, as he could not comprehend how Furong's mood had suddenly transformed so remarkably, even to the extent of preparing a meal for herself. He yearned to stop Furong, for he was acutely aware of the nuances of cooking. How could she possibly be oblivious to the unmistakable scent of charred food? Indeed, it seemed that Furong was seeking a new method to bring about her own demise. "Clare, come taste my culinary creation. This is my first time cooking for someone," Furong exclaimed, wearing an expression that suggested he had struck an incredible bargain. "The stir-fried lentils I made possess a hint of coffee flavor." Clare nodded absent-mindedly, acknowledging that, in a certain sense, there was indeed a burnt aroma of coffee. "Furong, have we been together for nearly half a month?" Clare abruptly shifted the topic, as he had no desire to sample the seemingly lethal concoction on the table. Furong raised an eyebrow but patiently responded, "Yes, it will soon be half a month. However, my father told me before he left that he would return to fetch me in a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances. So, there should be at least another half-month before he arrives, right? What is the matter?" "Nothing," Clare replied, maintaining a smile. Yet his eyes were filled with a sense of despair regarding the future. "How about I cook for you tomorrow?" At Clare's suggestion, Furong pouted in discontent. "How can that be? There is an old saying in the East, a good man should not cook. It is said that a gentleman should stay far from the kitchen." Clare smacked his forehead in exasperation. "Right, that is the gist of it." Furong placed her hands on her hips. "What? You don't trust my culinary skills?" No. Your dishes are always exquisite." Clare glanced at the plate of dismal dark cuisine and said this with some reluctance. "That is more like it. Now tell me, how does the food I usually prepare taste?" Furong asked with an expression full of hope. Clare bravely grasped the chopsticks, swiftly picking up a small morsel and placing it in her mouth. Instantly, her expression changed, and she hurriedly ascended the stairs, exclaiming, "I just remembered I have a calculus problem from last night that remains unsolved. I must return to my room." "Wait, you've only taken one bite," Furong shouted in exasperation. "Moreover, what on earth is calculus?" Clare was in no mood to mock Furong's lack of culture. This bizarre dish would inevitably lead to her own demise one day. A cacophony of agonizing screams erupted from the living room, and Clare slapped her forehead in disbelief. Did this foolish woman truly dare to taste the poison she had concocted? That evening, Furong sat at the dining table, looking like a child who had misbehaved, her expression one of dismay. Clare brandished a cooking spoon, the enticing aroma of Eastern delicacies wafting through the air, continuously tempting Furong's stomach, which grumbled from having missed lunch. "Is it ready yet?" Furong could hardly contain her impatience. "Do you think it's as easy as the car crash scene from earlier today?" Clare rolled her eyes, delivering a merciless retort. Furong's cheeks flushed as she stubbornly protested, "Who knows how yours will turn out? It only has a pleasant smell. Just be careful not to swallow your tongue." Clare teased. I wouldn't want to eat it anyway." 10 minutes later, Clare, holding chopsticks, gazed in disbelief as Furong devoured the dishes on the table with the ferocity of a typhoon. It was truly unimaginable that such a demure girl could abandon all decorum while eating. "Take a sip of water, don't choke." Clare was hesitant to revisit the earlier topic of Furong's reluctance to eat. Discussing such a sensitive matter about food with a ravenous female Tyrannosaurus was evidently a sign that she had become too accustomed to comfort. After sunset, a gentle breeze swept through, and soon the world seemed to shed the oppressive heat of summer, becoming refreshingly pleasant. Buckbeak soared joyfully into the sky, disappearing into the vastness of the night. The sweltering heat of the day had left even the griffin lethargic. Luckily, the indoors offered air conditioning. Muggle inventions truly were quite effective. After dinner, Clare and Furong strolled through the expansive grounds of the Hillakes estate. The artificial lake nearby echoed with splashes as a giant squid, sensing the coolness in the air, extended its tentacles towards the still warm water, relishing the refreshing atmosphere. Various animal sounds resonated from the forest. As nightfall marked the time of their activity, Clare grasped Furong's hand, and heaven knows when this inexplicable connection was established. Furong's cheeks bore a faint blush, yet the enveloping darkness concealed the dragon's slight embarrassment entirely. The garden, adorned with rose bushes towering above them and surrounded by lush vegetation, obscured their figures. They ambled along in silence, neither daring to speak nor wishing to disrupt the peculiar atmosphere that enveloped them. Clare felt an intense inner turmoil. What was initially intended as a leisurely stroll after dinner had taken an unexpected and peculiar turn. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. What exactly were these two individuals engaged in? A clandestine rendezvous in the garden? The young master of Hillakes and the young Lady Drackle exchanging secrets amidst the thickets? beneath the moonlight in the forest, pledging eternal allegiance? Using the sky as a blanket and the earth as a— oh, how absurd. As Clare continued, her steps suddenly faltered, nearly causing the hand that was holding hers, belonging to Furong, to collide with her. What's wrong? Furong inquired, her face flushed crimson. Did you hear something? Clare asked with a serious expression. Now that you mention it, it does sound like someone is conversing, perhaps even arguing. I hear reprimands. Is it possible that your estate is haunted? Furong queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Haunted? Even if such spirits existed, they would be confined within the reagent bottles in the basement specifically designated for ghosts. Clare, maintaining a facade of calm, subtly shook her head and once again pretended to be nonchalant as she grasped Furong's hand, stealthily advancing towards the source of the sound. As they drew nearer, an inexplicable expression of peculiarity emerged on Clare's face. Soon, even Furong's countenance transformed into one of oddity. Elisa, hold it with your mouth. Do not let your legs tremble. Keep your hands flat, and do not move your shoulders. Clare's voice echoed, sounding profoundly jarring to her own ears. Parting the foliage, she glimpsed another Clare, wielding a whip, sternly reprimanding Elisa, who was kneeling in a prescribed posture with a bowl clutched in her mouth. Overwhelmed with mortification, Clare realized the woman wielding the whip was indeed Jingjing. The open beverage on the floor explained the transformation. Obtaining Clare's hair for the potion would be effortless for Jingjing, who cleaned his room daily. As Clare struggled to explain to the blushing Fleur, the kneeling Elisa inadvertently shifted, causing her to spill a bit of water from the bowl she held in her mouth. You've erred, Elisa. Clare raised the whip menacingly. Elisa trembled but remained in place, slowly setting the bowl down. She turned, knelt again, raised her posterior, lowered her head, hiked her skirt, and uttered softly, Punish me, master. Ahem, is an explanation still viable? Clare asked Fleur tentatively. Clare, you pervert. Fleur stormed off. That evening, Fleur departed from the Hilly by car. Her recent foray into the Muggle world had broadened her understanding of their lifestyle, especially their transportation. Ordering a taxi was a simple task for her. Fleur's stay at Hilly was not compulsory. Initially, she had resigned herself to the situation, seeing Clare as her future husband. However, as they grew closer, she began to accept and even love him. Now, she felt entitled to assert herself. Humans are complex. Clare considered Fleur incorrigible and decided to let her reflect. Whose fault was it, anyway? The whip-wielding figure resembled him. Young master, did Jingjing err again? Jingjing apparat. Glancing at Fleur's receding figure. What do you think? Clare snapped, interrupted from his thoughts. It's all Jingjing's fault. She failed to grasp your meaning. Enough. Clare waved dismissively, then asked, how is her training progressing? Jingjing beamed. She's gradually altering her mindset, but complete transformation will take time. Your prey possesses a remarkable aptitude for servitude. Clare was uncertain about the expression currently adorning her face. Nonetheless, the very notion of discussing such topics with a domesticated house elf felt profoundly incongruous. How long does it typically take to see results from diligent training? Clare inquired, her curiosity piqued. Generally, one can expect noticeable outcomes by the conclusion of your holiday. However, to achieve a complete transformation in mindset, a minimum of a year is required, supplemented by the psychological influence of the soul-snatching curse, Jingjing asserted with conviction. Jingjing, I believe you would be exceedingly well-suited for a Muggle profession, Clare remarked with a touch of melancholy. What might that be, my dear? Clare turned her head, gazing into Jingjing's large eyes, and exclaimed, the leader of a pyramid scheme, the kind in the upper echelons. For over 10 days, Clare immersed herself in the study of fused magical creatures. Typically, the fusion of two ordinary beings is the simplest. Next comes the fusion of more than two ordinary beings, followed by the fusion of two magical creatures, and then the amalgamation of multiple magical beings. Anatomy serves as a foundation, indeed, for the Hillakes family of healers. Even a child's accomplishments in anatomy far surpass those of many adult wizards. Furthermore, there is the magical fusion between two species, along with the phenomena of magical repulsion and reproductive isolation among races. The research of predecessors is monumental, and as Clare delved deeper into her studies, an increasing wealth of knowledge was organized and interconnected. Soon, Mr. and Mrs. Hillakes returned home, and Clare, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders, informed them of her intention to leave for England. After all, while the Hillakes family estate was well protected, its confidentiality measures were not as robust. As one of the largest families in France and indeed all of Europe, the Hillakes estate was under constant scrutiny by numerous factions. The experiments on magical creations must be prioritized. Clare had accumulated sufficient knowledge and was eager to put her learning into action. In truth, once the principles were understood, the learning process was not daunting. Most of those arcane texts were merely the practical notes of earlier practitioners. The experiences of these predecessors were Clare's greatest gain from her prolonged studies. With successful cases documented in meticulous detail, Clare felt that failing to achieve her aims would be a disservice to those esteemed masters of the past. Clare, are you really so eager to return already? Your father and I have only just gotten home. Mrs. Hillakes expressed her discontent. Mother, I truly have pressing matters to attend to. You can ask father. Clare kicked the ball towards Mr. Hillakes. Mr. Hillakes shot Clare a stern look and clarified, Dear, it is true that Clare has urgent matters to address, I assure you. It is not merely a desire to escape the comforts of home. What could possibly be so urgent that even I cannot be informed? Mrs. Hillakes glared with wide eyes, determined to keep Clare from departing without an explanation. Clare cast a glance at her father, Mr. Hillakes, who subtly shook his head and nonchalantly picked up the coffee from the table, masking his earlier gesture. Mother, this is merely an experiment. I am yet uncertain of its success. How awkward it would be if it fails. Clare's gaze softened as she looked at her mother, embellishing her words further. Isn't the surprise worth the secrecy? If I were to inform you in advance, where would the element of surprise be? Mrs. Hillakes instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint the exact nature of her unease. I hope so. However, before you depart, you ought to bid farewell to the Delacour girl. As she is to be your future bride, let not the relationship become too strained. In reminiscence, Mr. Hillakes coughed several times. Oh, must we not speak of this? Are you daring enough to do it, yet too timid to confide in your own son? Mrs. Hillakes seized upon her husband's slip, recalling, although your father and I were betrothed, our early interactions were far from pleasant. You see, your father was quite the glutton in his youth, rather rotund. And which girl at that age would fancy a chubby boy? And then what happened? Clare's curiosity was ignited, her eagerness palpable. Mr. Hillakes, unable to maintain his composure, rose abruptly and strolled towards the door, exclaiming, How dull! I shall take a walk. Mr. Hillakes had the audacity to flee. In my day, I was the belle of the ball at Busbaton, although I was compelled to engage to your father due to familial obligations. My pride would never allow me to submit to him without a fight. Mrs. Hillakes proudly extended her neck. However, a grave misstep nearly cost me my life due to a curse, and your father personally concocted potions to save me, painstakingly feeding me by the spoonful at my bedside, diligently researching remedies until he finally discovered the cure. What a cliché detail of heroism. Clare expressed her disappointment. What are you talking about? Mrs. Hillakes appeared somewhat vexed. Nothing. Truly, father is a paragon of wisdom and valor, and mother, you are as radiant as a flower. Clare rambled nonsensically. Before long, Clare arrived outside the Delacour estate. The staff, recognizing the young master of the Hillakes family, hastily reported her presence without a hint of negligence. Soon, Fleur emerged, pouting and seemingly reluctant. What brings you here? Fleur's tone bore no trace of disdain, but rather resembled the petulant words of quarreling lovers. I am returning to England. I came to bid you farewell. Clare gestured towards the travel suitcase beside her. You are leaving already? Is there not nearly a month until school commences? Fleur asked, astonished. Clare shook her head, expressing, I have some matters to attend to. They are rather troublesome, so I must return ahead of schedule. Ferrong's expression shifted, her brow furrowing as she asked with a hint of grievance, Is it because of your young girlfriend? Clare was momentarily taken aback, only to recall that Ferrong was indeed aware of her having a girlfriend, a fact she had seemingly acknowledged herself in the past. It turned out that Ferrong had always been mentally prepared for the possibility of her being involved with another girlfriend outside their relationship, although it was not due to her. I still feel compelled to utter an apology. Clare felt as though the ignoble attributes within her were surging as she uttered those words. Did this not imply an apology? A reluctance to relinquish you, while simultaneously admitting that she did not wish to forsake Hermione either. The atmosphere grew suddenly quiet, leaving both Clare and Ferrong momentarily at a loss for words. I should be going. If I'm late, the train will be delayed. Ultimately, it was Clare, pressed for time, who first shattered the silence. Having spoken, she turned to leave. Clare. Ferrong called out to her, and before she could utter another word, Clare noticed Ferrong's complexion shifting from pale to crimson, eventually becoming fervently flushed. Clare felt a sense of perplexity. What could this girl possibly be trying to convey that left her so tongue-tied? Clare, about that day at the estate. Do you truly enjoy that kind of atmosphere? Furong's countenance was already remarkable enough to rival the legendary Guan Yu. As she strained to utter the final words, "I believe I will make an effort." With that, Furong turned on her heel and dashed back to her own estate, nearly tripping over the cobblestones several times along the way. Clare was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. This woman, shaking her head, she deftly maneuvered her suitcase with her wand, gliding towards the car that had long been waiting. She quickened her pace, and the suitcase created a gentle breeze as it floated beside her. This journey home heralded a historic moment, signifying the resurgence of magical civilization. The summer in Hillakes' new manor, England, was particularly serene and pleasant, especially in London, situated above the 50th parallel, where the heat was far more bearable than in France. Victor had returned to the manor ahead of her, feeling that this outing had yielded substantial results. He was now equipped to create a hybrid creature. In Victor's vision, utilizing a living soul to forge a super undead being was the most optimal resource utilization. Infusing a living soul into a body would undoubtedly yield a new form of vibrant life. Conversely, merging a dead soul with a prepared corpse would result only in a decaying entity, one that required the constant consumption of fresh flesh to sustain itself. However, undead creatures possessed certain advantages: tirelessness, obedience, and fearlessness, captivating any dark wizard's desire for deeper study. From the smallest ghouls and skeletons to the formidable ghasts, gargoyles, and even abominations, death knights, liches, and skeletal dragons. Yet, despite their formidable power, undead beings bore a critical flaw. Their bodies were highly decayed and possessed negligible regenerative capabilities, rendering them pitifully weak in defense. Any simple spell could inflict significant damage upon them. A skeleton, for instance, could be shattered with ease. Thus, in the Middle Ages, despite their strength, undead creatures never amassed great numbers due to their evident shortcomings. Nevertheless, this flaw could be remedied with a living soul. Ordinary undead beings, with their dead souls and pieced-together cadavers, lacked substantial restorative abilities. If the body is lifeless but the soul is vibrant, then even a dead body, under magical transformation, could gradually be restored to life. The thought of a hybrid creature possessing both the vitality and resistance of a living body, while simultaneously embodying the myriad advantages of an undead being, was exhilarating. As for the notion of injecting a living soul into a preserved corpse, Victor had never entertained such an idea. What would emerge from such a fusion? A new breed of beast? One that could turn against its master in battle, with a dull mind and poor controllability, potentially even becoming a threat to its creator. A power that cannot be governed is best left untouched. This is a stance every dark wizard must firmly establish when embarking on this path, lest they bring about their own ruin. This time, Victor did not go to meet Clare because, by the time he returned to the manor to fetch her, she had already hailed a taxi and was en route. He felt a deep pang of guilt for not being there. Considering the time, Clare was now within the range to apparate back, and Victor awaited her at the manor's entrance, as the interior was protected by powerful anti-apparition charms. Phew. I encountered a rather kind-hearted driver who insisted on dropping me at my doorstep, so I had to settle for a random residential area, Clare huffed, accompanied by the sound of apparition. Perhaps the driver was concerned about your youth, traveling alone by train without any family to meet you, Victor remarked with a smile. Concerned? What concern? Does he not recognize the invasion of personal privacy? Clare retorted, raising her wand to direct her suitcase, which began to float behind her. How did the arrangements go? Victor wiped the playful smile from his face and replied earnestly, "Everything has been settled. We are ready to commence the experiments at any time." Excellent. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Clare's eyes. I have thoroughly reviewed the historical records of the Hillakes family's previous hybrid experiments. The theoretical foundation is solid. We merely lack practical experience. What about you? Mine is likewise in order. The materials from our family's past experiments are still well preserved. I revisited each one during my return, Victor admitted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. However, as you know, our family's aptitude in the medical field is rather lacking. My records are solely focused on undead beings, with none pertaining to soul integration. That is quite understandable, considering the scarcity of successful living soul integrations throughout history. Most who sought to obtain a living soul were notorious dark wizards. We are indeed fortunate to have this opportunity. But rest assured, our family's resources are quite comprehensive. Clare took a deep breath as she walked into the courtyard. Now, tell me about your experiences in sourcing materials over the past month. Very well, my lady. Victor cleared his throat. Initially, I traveled to Siberia in search of materials. as its primal jungles are rich and conceal many magical artifacts. At one point, I even clashed with a local giant tribe while pursuing a two-headed tiger. Giants? That makes sense. The giant tribes in Siberia are currently engaged in hunting and storing provisions for winter, Clare nodded. As you are aware, giants have notoriously volatile tempers. To claim their prey, the strongest giant of that tribe challenged me to a duel, Victor recounted with a smile, while Clare had already guessed the outcome. In the end, I defeated him. According to giant tradition, the victor is entitled to dispose of the vanquished's body as they see fit. In their culture, the corpses of fallen companions also serve as a source of sustenance. Giants possess highly resistant skin to magic. Even a standard curse is unlikely to harm them, especially considering their size, making them exceptional experimental material. Clare remarked. Well done. This must be the material you provided, right? I recall you had slain a troll last semester. That too would serve as excellent material. And you also possess the legs of two hydras, while they may seem short for a hydra. They are perfectly proportioned for a giant or troll. Victor's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Clare chuckled with a hint of annoyance. It seems you've been eyeing my meager stock for quite some time, haven't you? It's not as if I wish to waste resources. You know, my dear sir, those items lose their magical potency when left and used for too long. Victor, abandoning his usual demeanor as a devoted servant, displayed the calculating visage of a shrewd merchant. Very well, I shall not press the matter this time. After all, it is a rather clever notion. Clare stroked her chin, nodding in satisfaction. What about that soul? Has it been sufficiently supplemented? As for that soul, it pertains to another of my experiences. Victor gritted his teeth, a rare expression of anger crossing his typically placid face. Africa. After my return from Siberia, I ventured to Africa. The more materials, the better. I was hoping for a stroke of luck there. However, upon arrival, I found two small nations embroiled in conflict. It is quite laughable, really, unable to secure even a meal, yet they still find the time to engage in warfare. You use the souls of deceased soldiers? Clare furrowed her brow. While the souls of fallen soldiers possess a potent aura of violence, the diverse nature of modern weaponry results in varied circumstances of death, leading to disparate emotional states prior to their demise. This inconsistency causes the thoughts of the souls to lack unity. When souls with similar traits merge, that similarity becomes magnified, potentially resulting in unique effects. The state of the soul may not reveal this, but once fused into a magical creation, it will bear rare innate abilities. Absolutely not. Victor's anger intensified. Those wretched souls. Even for the purpose of soul supplementation, I find them utterly repulsive. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he continued, ordinary civilians suffer from the chaos of war. Unable to procure sufficient sustenance, and their stored provisions have been seized by these barbarous regimes. Everywhere, one encounters the sight of starving corpses. So, you collected the souls of the famished? Clare inquired. I have heard that merging souls of the same type can yield special effects. I do not know what monstrosity this soul may create, but I eagerly anticipate it. Very well, let us hope these unfortunate souls might amalgamate into some rare talent. Clare suggested. Considering the limitations of our laboratory space, shall we relocate our experiments to the courtyard? As you wish, my lord. Victor resumed his role as the devoted steward, assuring that the necessary apparatus would be swiftly arranged by the house elf. Where shall we place the experimental materials? Perhaps in that vacant space in front of the courtyard? I believe we can accommodate both a giant and the carcass of a giant troll there, Clare replied, a tinge of uncertainty in her voice. That should suffice. I will also instruct the house elf to bring the experimental table over here. Please wait a moment, my lord. Before long, the house elves had efficiently set up the experimental table as per Victor's directions, laying down a massive iron sheet on the ground. After all, two enormous corpses were to be placed here. In fact, these iron sheets would serve as the ultimate experimental platform. However, my lord, Buckbeak has come along with you. To be frank, the scene of the experiment may be rather bloody, and I fear Buckbeak may not handle it well. What is there to be afraid of? We are not dealing with the corpse of a griffin, Clare dismissed nonchalantly, but it will be excessively gory, and it is still a child. Did you not consider the actual age of the person you were conversing with before saying that? Clare raised her voice. You're different, my lord, Victor asserted resolutely. You are a monster. Victor, this is the second time you have said that. Clare exclaimed in anger. I believe it is time to reconsider your salary. There is nothing I can do, my lord, Victor replied, raising his hands in surrender. My wages are dispensed by your father. The experiments of mad scientists are appalling, let alone those conducted by two deranged wizards. In daily life, Victor is a loyal servant and a steadfast executor of commands. However, in his professional domain, he shows no leniency to anyone, even if Clare is his young master. Certainly, Victor, who has well surpassed his 40s, harbors a sense of elder affection toward Clare. Though he often appears indulgent, he remains serious concerning academic matters and principles. Clare, how can you attach that part? Several organs remain uninstalled. Do you truly wish to equip it with an additional digestive system? How grotesque would that be? With such a bulky body, how can it fight or move? Look at the 2 stout legs you prepared for it. How fast do you expect it to run? It would be better to enhance its other attributes, transforming it into a naturally living fortress. As for pursuing others, why must it chase them? It could simply use its abilities to draw them back. And how many new binding spells would that require? Have you considered that overly complex spells might lead to logical collapse, rendering them ineffective? You are essentially coding. Physical skills would suffice. Well, you make a fair point. If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly replace that ghastly maw with that of a giant. The stench emanating from the troll's mouth is enough to make me retch. Clare, do you not smell the foul breath emanating from it? You are insulting the dignity of a pure-blood wizard. The troll's teeth are far sharper, and its mouth larger, allowing for a greater intake of flesh at once. This serves as a formidable weapon. In contrast, giants are merely more robust, their muscles stronger, but their other attributes are rather unremarkable. Yet the giant's physique is their greatest asset, not merely in magical resistance, but also in physical resilience. Even a typical bullet from a Muggle cannot breach their defenses. Perhaps we could attempt to replace the muscles? Curse it. We lack sufficient materials. In my youth, I learned a spell called blood-sucking art from a shaman in Africa. This spell is an auxiliary enhancement magic that significantly increases muscular strength, albeit at a high magical cost. That poses no issue. Let us not forget. Our artificial creations have no reason to worry about magical expenditure. Indeed, I propose adding an extra arm, affixed to its back, the troll's right arm. Accustomed to wielding a massive club, is comparatively more developed. While it may not rival the strength of a giant's arm, its length is advantageous. Clare, use healing spells to secure them together. Good heavens, why are the intestines still exposed? All right, Victor, I am doing my best. Do not forget. This creature's rotund belly is stuffed with 2 digestive systems. Moreover, each system is imbued with rapid digestion spells. It is essentially an insatiable digestive machine. Hunger. Its strength derives from hunger. Let us not forget our studies on that soul. Intense hunger can be transformed into physical resilience and muscular power. This is the inherent attribute it possesses. Hunger is indeed strength. It is a terrifying demon. Before hunger, nearly all civilization and reason appear feeble. Africa refers to it as tray, while ancient China recounts the tragic tales of cannibalism during warfare. Hunger serves as the primal force that drives them to lose their reason. These hundreds of souls all perished from hunger, an inhumane power indeed. In these past score of days, similar altercations and deliberations have been commonplace. Clare and Victor have been incessantly immersed in experimentation, while the industrious house elves gingerly circumvent the sanguineous limbs and amorphous masses of flesh, dutifully delivering each repast and libation to the preoccupied duo who scarcely deign to raise their heads. Adjacent to the laboratory table, a thick blanket is spread, upon which Clare and Victor repose when fatigue overtakes them, the blanket serving as a makeshift bed. Upon awakening, they accept the basin and towel proffered by the house elves, perform a cursory ablution, and promptly resume their arduous work. The fruits of their labor are gratifying. Ultimately, a colossal form, pieced together from disparate components, enters the final phase of reanimation. The soul's affinity surpasses 90%. In a sense, this physique is precisely the most amenable vessel for this particular soul. Clare, whilst calculating data, remarks with heartfelt admiration, those 2 digestive systems of yours were of immense assistance. For a ravenous soul, what could be more fitting than a frame endowed with an additional digestive apparatus? Need you even ask? Victor responds with an air of self-satisfaction. I personally attended to the soul's augmentation. I am, therefore, most qualified to elucidate the most suitable trajectory for this soul. The soul is now securely sealed. Barring its complete annihilation, even severing its head would not suffice to slay this entity before us. Clare asks Victor, who stands beside her, brimming with anticipation, with cheerful anticipation. Shall you, then, inaugurate this historic moment by awakening it? Nay, master. The awakening must be performed by you personally. After all, he who awakens it shall be indelibly etched in its memory as its sire. In the future, whatever the sire commands it to do, even unto death, it shall obey without hesitation. This prerogative belongs to you, master. Victor, despite his ardent desire to be the first to witness this historic event, recognizes that the promising youth before him is far more fitting for the role. Clare sighed, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Victor, why stand on ceremony between us? You don't need to know, master. I am quite serious. Victor's face was filled with longing as he continued. Although I would be immensely pleased to be the one to make history, I cannot. My recent understanding of the Muggle world has only deepened my awareness of the concerns you previously voiced. Muggles are far too formidable. The mere existence of nuclear weaponry is enough to eradicate the entire planet several times over. At worst, we'll all perish together, with no lingering worries. The worst-case scenario is mutual annihilation. It's safe to say that Muggles are already in an unassailable position. Clare deeply concurred with this sentiment, as it was his greatest apprehension. It was entirely possible that some wizards were already lying in formaldehyde solution in the laboratories of major governments, serving as specimens. Victor continued. The magical world is far too antiquated and in dire need of fresh impetus. And as you are the only person I currently see with the power to change all of this, I believe that no sacrifice on my part would be too great. Well, frankly, I myself am eager to awaken this behemoth that has kept us occupied for the past month. The colossal body lay upon a massive steel operating table, stained with blood and grime. Its outwardly corpulent frame exuded explosive strength, with the bloodthirst enchantment solidified upon it. A mere sweep of its arm could crush a car into a sheet of metal. This was an abomination. Yet its composition was far more precious than those fashioned in the Middle Ages. Abominations were war machines constructed from the reassembled corpses of humans. This particular behemoth, however, was made from the bodies of giants, at the very least. The abomination's ravenous nature remained unchanged. The abdomen, originally left deliberately exposed to incite its appetite, no longer needed to be bare, thanks to Clare and Victor's potent digestive incantations. This, to some extent, mitigated one of its major flaws. Its stubby legs remained unchanged, though the dense, greenish scales covering them made it clear that they could not have originated from a humanoid creature. The abomination's thick arms were equipped with custom-made weaponry. Its right arm was encircled by a heavy iron chain, which did not appear burdensome in the slightest. At the end of the chain was a massive iron hook, capable of instantly killing any human it pierced. To enhance the hook's accuracy, Clare had maliciously imbued it with a tracking enchantment. In its left hand, it wielded a cumbersome cleaver, a simple and brutal meat cleaver that required no finesse. Behind it was a slightly leaner, yet longer and more agile arm, the arm of a giant. However, Clare had covered it with a layer of hydra scales, scraps from the small, thick legs. The weapon in this hand was a scythe, the only part of the body that required any skill to use. It was generally reserved for situations where the abomination was charging into enemy ranks or surrounded. In such cases, the rear arm would prove invaluable. Clare approached the abhorrent head, placing her hand upon it, murmuring, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Butcher. Your strength shall stem from insatiable hunger. Each morsel of fresh meat you consume will swiftly be broken down and absorbed within your immense digestive systems, transforming into the arcane energy that will fuel the bloodthirsty magic coursing through your form." As Clare's incantations flowed, torrents of formidable magic surged from the Butcher's head, coursing through its limbs and sinews. The awakening ritual was thus deceptively simple, endowed with its own magical cycle. Once the soul was sealed, it merely required the infusion of initial magic to rouse this slumbering monstrosity. Witnessing the Butcher slowly open its eyes, it was evident that the experiment had achieved resounding success. The Butcher furrowed its brow, surveying its surroundings, and after a prolonged moment, as if recalling something, it gradually attempted to sit up, gazing at Clare and laboriously moving its mouth. "Father, from now on, you shall reside in the basement of the manor. Strive to conserve your magical energy, for the time has not yet come for your emergence. I shall instruct the house elves to teach you." Clare felt somewhat speechless, as if caught in an unexpected paternal situation. With only a few days left until the start of school, she turned to Victor, who was lounging comfortably on the sofa after settling the Butcher. Their month of relentless activity had rendered them almost isolated from the world, and simply lying on the sofa felt like a rare indulgence. Victor squinted, savoring a sip of whiskey, and with a contented expression, he lazily remarked, 3 days until school starts, just enough time to purchase this semester's textbooks in Diagon Alley." "Oh, for heaven's sake, I wish I could sleep all day," Clare replied, somewhat dejectedly. "Don't be like that. Claire, boys should possess a bit of vitality, Victor retorted, taking another sip of his drink. What kind of demeanor is it to walk around with a perpetual frown? You, on the other hand, have nothing on your agenda for tomorrow. You could very well sleep the entire day without anyone minding. Claire shot back, unimpressed. Victor chuckled a few times, indeed having arranged his day that way. However, Claire's eyes darted about, as if contemplating some mischievous idea. I say, Victor, she exclaimed conspiratorially, leaning closer. The black magic potions from downstairs have nearly run out after recent experiments, and I can't carry them back by myself. You see, for heaven's sake. I know you surely disapprove of me lounging about alone. Victor appeared somewhat exasperated. All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow. Have you received the second-year reading list yet? I wonder what courses we will have this year. Let me guess, it surely includes the Guide to Self-Defense Against Dark Forces or the Survival Guide to Dark Forces, right? The second-year textbooks have always been like that. I've inquired, and the only somewhat useful spell in there is Stupefy. In fact, most of the book discusses dark magical creatures, Victor said, wearing an expression of a seasoned veteran. You are mistaken this time. The essential books for second-year students include Standard Spells, Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Breaking Up with Ghosts by Gilderoy Lockhart, Traveling with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Vacationing with Banshees by Gilderoy Lockhart, Journeying with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Cruising with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart, In a Year with the Yeti of Tibet by Gilderoy Lockhart. What on earth are these? Although Claire had long anticipated that her second-year defense against the dark arts instructor would be a monumental fool, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her stomach upon witnessing this individual demand that his students purchase an excessive number of novels he had penned. Perhaps he might prove to be a commendable fantasy novelist, given the affection he garnered from so many women. He might even excel as a romance writer. But only to that extent. Gilderoy Lockhart, exceedingly narcissistic, was nevertheless adored by the female populace. However, his aspirations bore a striking resemblance to yours. As he mentioned in his writings, his ideal birthday gift, harmony between the magical and non-magical worlds. Ah, a rather adept charlatan, indeed. That said, some of his methods for dealing with magical creatures, albeit dubious, did carry an air of seriousness, as Victor remarked. Of course, those were merely tales he had heard from genuine adventurers. Perhaps his soul-binding curse was commendable, or perhaps his memory charm. Both skills could indeed serve him well in this regard, Claire scoffed. Do not be so dismissive. After all, he is your defense against the dark arts teacher, Victor teased, his tone unmistakably laced with mockery. I sincerely hope this fool can impart something of value. Claire shook her head, concluding that she could easily skip this term's defense against the dark arts class. Upon arriving at Diagon Alley via apparition, Claire and Victor found the place teeming with people. To their astonishment, a large crowd had gathered outside Flourish and Blots, predominantly middle-aged women striving to push their way inside. The banner affixed to the glass window succinctly elucidated this peculiar phenomenon. Gilderoy Lockhart would be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today from 12:30 to 4:30. The fervor of fans was palpable, whether in the Muggle world or the wizarding realm. I can't believe I'm witnessing this, Claire muttered to herself. But it seems Hermione has already arrived. Master, what did you say? Victor, caught in the commotion, could not decipher Claire's words and called out to her. Nothing, let's hurry. I dislike crowded places, Claire replied, her spirits lifted at the thought of Hermione nearby, though her smile belied her aversion to the throng. Before long, Claire spotted 3 familiar figures standing just outside Flourish and Blots. Hermione appeared positively ecstatic, and Claire could faintly hear her exclaiming, Today, we have the chance to witness Gilderoy Lockhart in all his glory. A weary-looking wizard stood at the entrance of the bookstore, striving to maintain order. Ladies, please remain calm and do not push. Be careful not to damage the books. Hi, Hermione, Claire called from a distance. Hermione paused in her attempt to squeeze into the crowd, joyfully turning to seek out the source of the voice. I'm over here, Hermione. Goodness, there are too many people. I can't get in. Claire waved high above her head, endeavoring to make her way toward Hermione. Upon finally spotting Claire, Hermione abandoned her efforts to join the throng and hurriedly made her way out. Don't come in. I'm coming out. Claire, you're finally back. In the distance. Victor observed this exchange with relief, shrugging as he made his way toward Borgin and Burke's, where he still had numerous dark artifacts to procure. Items that could not be found in Diagon Alley. Harry and Ron emerged from the crowd, casting grateful glances at Claire. No male wizard relished such gatherings. It was only Hermione, with her fervent admiration for celebrities who thrived in such an atmosphere. Yet, it was somewhat burdensome for Harry and Ron, as friends, to indulge her enthusiasm. Reflecting on this, Clare felt compelled to offer them some sage advice. "Harry, if I were you, I would make a hasty exit," Clare cautioned. "Why?" Harry inquired, taken aback by the suggestion to depart so soon. Despite being from different houses, there was no need for such hostility, even at school. Clare and Hermione shared a look of confusion, but before Hermione could speak, Clare interjected. "It's not about you," Clare clarified. "That is Gilderoy Lockhart, a man who is relentless in his pursuit of fame. As the boy who lived, I suspect he will not miss the chance to share the spotlight with you." "Clare, Lockhart is not as you describe," Hermione exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Noticing Hermione's exasperated expression, Clare offered an apologetic smile. "Believe me or not, you will come to understand him with time. Oh, by the way, he will be our defense against the dark arts teacher next term." "What? He is our teacher?" the three exclaimed in unison. "Surprised? Who else would compel you to purchase so many of his novels?" Clare remarked, revealing a reality more harrowing than they had anticipated. As their conversation unfolded, a heated argument erupted nearby between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. The exchange grew increasingly intense, Mr. Weasley's face turning a deep shade of purple as he suddenly clenched his fist and swung it toward Mr. Malfoy's face. Witnessing this, the crowd rushed to intervene. While Clare, lingering at the back, wore a smirk of derision. "Mr. Malfoy, it seems you truly intend to pass that book to the young Miss Weasley. However, perhaps it is for the best. Young people ought to experience more to learn from their mistakes." After considerable effort, the two men were finally separated, revealing Mr. Weasley with a split lip, while old Mr. Malfoy had been struck in the eye by a copy of the Encyclopedia of Toxic Fungi. He hurled Ginny's old Transfiguration textbook back at her, his eyes glinting with malice. "Careful now, little girl. This is the most expensive gift your father could procure for you," he snarled, breaking free from Hagrid's grasp and storming out of the bookstore with Draco. At the entrance, they collided with Clare, who wore a knowing expression as Mr. Malfoy awkwardly greeted her. "Mr. Hillakes, good day. I apologize for subjecting you to my earlier display of rudeness." "Good day, Mr. Malfoy," and Draco. "Violence does not resolve issues, does it?" "Often, we must rely on wisdom," Clare replied with a profound air. Lucius Malfoy nodded in agreement. "You are quite right. Indeed, a little more wisdom is required." "Very well, Mr. Malfoy. I shall not detain you further. Your injuries require attention," Clare said politely. "That is precisely what I was about to suggest. Thank you for your understanding." Mr. Malfoy bowed and quickly led Draco toward the apparition point. "Clare, why didn't you step in to mediate?" Hermione pouted, clearly displeased. "I wished to, but," Clare replied with a bittersweet smile, "whom did you want me to assist?" Mr. Weasley, witnessing this exchange, turned to Ron with a puzzled expression. "And who might this be?" "This is Clare Hillakes, a classmate of Ron's. However, she is a student of Slytherin," Ron explained. Before Ron could respond, Clare eagerly introduced herself. The conversation was far from pleasant. One could hardly expect a Slytherin to garner any goodwill amidst a gathering of Gryffindors. When Clare departed, she noticed the wary expressions on the Weasley family's faces, which confirmed that her presence had not been well received. Nevertheless, Clare consoled herself, acknowledging that it is impossible for anyone to please everyone around them. Choices must be made. Her identity constrained her social circle, although the surname Heliakos spared her many troubles. It also garnered her numerous adversaries. As Clare prepared to leave, burdened with a large stack of books, she casually approached Ginny and glanced at the pile of books she held. Ginny blushed furiously, not because of the allure in Clare's gaze, but due to the fact that the books in her possession were all hand-me-downs from her brothers. The presence of this elegantly dressed youth, even with a mere glance at her books, filled the proud young girl with a sense of humiliation. The Weasley family was, in truth, quite remarkable. Arthur Weasley served as the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, specializing in the prohibition of the misuse of Muggle artifacts. Despite the office being composed solely of himself and the old wizard Perkins, the authority to personally draft the Muggle Protection Act attests to his formidable capabilities. After all, one would not expect a family of such modest means to possess extensive connections. His wife, Molly Weasley, appeared to be just a skilled homemaker focused on culinary arts. Yet she was a witch capable of single-handedly defeating the Death Eater Bellatrix, placing her among the elite in the Order of the Phoenix. As for the other family members, Bill worked at a bank, Charlie researched dragons in Romania, Percy was a distinguished politician, and Fred and George's creativity was nothing short of legendary. It was indeed astonishing that such a remarkable family lived in such dire financial straits. Clare had reason to believe that a significant portion of their income was likely devoted to the construction of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. The ensuing days were spent in delightful company with Hermione. Although they had been apart for just over a month, to Hermione it felt like an eternity. Clare likely shared this sentiment, as her spirits soared the moment she reunited with Hermione. This buoyant mood persisted until their return to Hogwarts. During the sorting ceremony, Hermione anxiously scanned the room, and the two empty seats beside her were typically occupied by Harry and Ron. Clare, it seems your little girlfriend has lost the trust of her companions. Look, Harry and Ron do not wish to sit beside her, Draco sneered from beside Clare, eyeing Hermione. Open your eyes and see clearly. Neither Harry nor Ron is here at school, Clare retorted, exasperated. Draco meticulously surveyed the Gryffindor table and, with a tone laced with astonishment and excitement, whispered, My goodness. Clare, Potter really isn't coming to school. Don't rejoice too soon. After all, he is the boy who lived. Dumbledore will not allow him to simply vanish from the student roster, Clare explained, taking a sip of warm pumpkin juice. Then his absence is surely confirmed. Gryffindor will undoubtedly incur sufficient points lost during this time. Draco appeared nearly ready to leap from his seat in excitement. Clare delivered a merciless retort. The opening ceremony has yet to conclude, which signifies that the school year has not officially commenced. If he manages to return before we disperse, Gryffindor will not incur any point deductions. Well, I can only hope that Potter will be delayed a little longer. Draco had already entered a state of fervent prayer. The dinner proceeded swiftly. In truth, aside from the sorting ceremony, there was little of note. The most sensational moment was the announcement of Gilderoy Lockhart as the new professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which elicited a flurry of excitement among the girls, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. It was heartening to observe that the Slytherin girls constituted a relatively small fraction of this group, suggesting that the pureblood aristocrats retained a degree of rationality. That evening, Clare, as before, transferred a substantial stack of books from her suitcase to the bookshelf until it was overflowing, amassing another considerable pile beside it. Draco had grown accustomed to this routine, even succumbing to slumber amidst the clamor of Clare's book stacking. Hermione remained an ardent admirer of Gilderoy Lockhart. The following morning at breakfast, for long tables were adorned with bowls of porridge, several dishes of pickled fish, and smoked meats, while the enchanted ceiling mirrored a gloomy, overcast sky. Harry and Ron sat beside Hermione, seemingly having escaped significant punishment the night prior, while Hermione leaned against the milk jug, engrossed in her book about traveling with vampires. Clare had just lifted the bowl of wheat porridge before her when a multitude of owls soared overhead, entering the hall in a graceful spiral, dropping letters and parcels into the chattering throng below. As the new students settled in, many children received packages from home, including Draco, who had received a splendid red scarf. A rather fine scarf, Clare remarked with a cursory glance. Indeed, Draco began to respond, but was abruptly drowned out by a thunderous voice reverberating throughout the hall. You stole a car. If they expel you, I shall not be the least bit surprised. Just wait and see how I deal with you then. You likely never considered the feelings your father and I experienced upon discovering the car was missing. When I received Dumbledore's letter last night, your father was nearly consumed with shame. We have worked tirelessly to raise you, only for you to engage in such reckless behavior. You and Harry nearly lost your lives. It's infuriating. Your father will face scrutiny at work, and this is all you're doing. If you do not mend your ways immediately, we will come to retrieve you at once. At last, the tirade concluded, but Draco felt a lingering buzz in his ears. He stole a glance at Clare, who continued to sip her porridge with remarkable composure. In the distance, a red envelope slipped from Ron's hand and spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. You are remarkably unfazed, Draco remarked in surprise to Clare beside him. Clare turned around, exasperation etched on her face. Draco, you are a wizard. Moreover, the silencing charm is hardly a complex spell. You are merely taking shortcuts. To her astonishment, Draco had employed such sophisticated vocabulary. I certainly do not resemble certain fools who listen to the entire tirade with a blank expression, Clare proclaimed with pride. That morning, they had charms class, which combined students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw, renowned for its scholarship and wisdom, had always been a favored house among Slytherin students. Both houses shared the traits of knowledge and sagacity. However, Slytherin additionally boasted ambition and pride. More than half of Slytherin's students had been advised by the Sorting Hat to join Ravenclaw, but their pure-blood pride led them to Slytherin instead. Consequently, Slytherin students never looked down upon their Ravenclaw counterparts. Ravenclaw was the house with the most pureblood wizards in Hogwarts, apart from Slytherin. Thus, many future spouses of Slytherin students hailed from Ravenclaw. The likelihood of inter-house marriages between these two houses was significantly higher, as it was difficult to envision a Slytherin being paired with a Gryffindor. Even the once close bond between Lily and Severus did not culminate in a lasting relationship. The camaraderie between Clare and Hermione, which was exceptionally rare, could be compared to the rarity of pandas. This was one of the reasons Severus indulged Clare. He saw in her the reflection of his younger self, yet it was evident that Clare surpassed him in many ways. In Charms class, Clare consistently excelled, a feat made easy by her early mastery of the second-year spells. Professor Flitwick favored calling upon her when faced with challenging questions, as her answers were often more precise than the textbook, frequently drawing insightful conclusions that even Flitwick found compelling. Likewise, many young Ravenclaw girls admired Clare. His charming looks, gentle demeanor, and erudite mind rendered him a veritable heartthrob among witches. Whenever Clare answered a question, numerous Ravenclaw girls gazed at him with stars in their eyes, utterly enamored by a boy of such intellect. Had it not been for Clare's girlfriend and Hermione's own reputation for scholarship, these girls would have unabashedly declared their affections. This phenomenon led to a prevailing belief among many Ravenclaw girls that surpassing Hermione in knowledge would grant them a chance to capture Clare's heart, elucidating why the academic performance of this year's female Ravenclaw students far exceeded that of their male counterparts. At such moments, Professor Flitwick often mused silently, "Youth is indeed splendid." Although Clare answered Professor Flitwick's questions with remarkable precision, his mind wandered. Ginny had possessed the diary for some time now. Surely, it had begun to exert its influence over her. It wouldn't be long before she opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets for the first time. This was not entirely unfortunate, as no deaths would occur initially, and the school had planted mandrakes, which would soon mature, enabling the treatment of those who might be petrified. In the afternoon, they had defense against the dark arts. Clare could hardly forget, for Hermione had meticulously marked all the classes on her schedule, which was typically organized by Hermione. On the way to the classroom, Clare spotted Harry, Professor Lockhart, and a petite Gryffindor boy posing for a photograph together. Lockhart wore a self-satisfied expression, while Harry looked utterly disenchanted, and the small Gryffindor boy appeared flushed with excitement, clearly overwhelmed by the experience of posing with two celebrities. "Are you distributing signed photographs, Potter?" Draco Malfoy's voice echoed down the corridor, causing numerous students to turn and glance. He stood before the small Gryffindor boy, hands on hips, a posture he often assumed at Hogwarts. Clare followed behind, shaking her head in resignation, standing with a confused Crabbe and Goyle, yet showing no inclination to intervene. This was a testament to the tumultuous friendship of rivals, an interplay that outsiders could not disrupt. Images from various manga flashed through Clare's mind, reminiscent of the bonds between characters such as Naruto and Sasuke, Hijikata and Tsuji, Light and L, or Lelouch and Suzaku. Indeed, it was unwise to intrude upon such passionate narratives. As Clare reflected on this, Draco and Harry began to bicker. Clare felt that if they did not argue, it would be an affront to the vivid imaginings she could conjure about their rivalry. Just as Clare contemplated intervening to separate the two, the bell rang for class. They arrived at Lockhart's classroom, where the front rows had already been claimed by a gaggle of young girls. Clare felt a flicker of relief as he pulled his ropes and made his way to the back of the room, stacking Lockhart's 7 books on the desk to obscure Lockhart's view. Hermione in front shot an annoyed glance at Clare, but he feigned ignorance, burying his face in his hands. "You will soon see the true nature of the charlatan," Clare thought, convinced that Lockhart's popularity among the students would plummet. For a genuine imposter, it would not take long to be exposed in the presence of such gifted young wizards. Coming to Hogwarts was a glaring misstep for him, as it would not bring him fame but rather infamy. Once the entire class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat to quiet the room. He stepped forward, picked up Neville's book, Gaddying with Ghouls, and held it aloft, showcasing the cover featuring his smiling visage. "I, Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. I didn't want to mention this. I'm not known for banishing the Banshee of Wailing Woods with mere smiles." He paused, expecting laughter, but only a few chuckles emerged. Hermione, being an exemplary student and having diligently studied Lockhart's textbooks, which were more akin to autobiographies, answered all the trivial questions on the quiz he distributed. Instead of receiving envious glances, she was met with an inexplicable air of oddity from her peers. Clare felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, If your girlfriend is so well acquainted with another man, knowing his favorite color, aspirations, and hobbies in detail, one might indeed question the normality of their own feelings. After bestowing praise upon Hermione, Professor Lockhart finally declared, "Now, let us turn to the main subject." He then bent down and retrieved a large cage covered with a cloth from beneath his desk. "I must issue a warning to everyone. My duty is to familiarize you with the most malevolent creatures of the wizarding world, so that you may be prepared for what lies ahead. What I am about to show you may be the most terrifying thing you have ever encountered. However, fear not, as long as I am here. There is no cause for alarm. I ask you all to remain calm and not to panic." Lockhart feigned an air of mystery. Yet Clare had already discreetly cast several protective charms around herself, while also bestowing similar enchantments upon Hermione and Draco. Both Hermione and Draco sensed a shift in their physical state and regarded Clare with expressions of gratitude. After all, in the face of unknown dangers, taking precautions in advance is indeed a prudent choice. But, in all honesty, Clare merely hoped that the impending commotion caused by the house elves would not result in ink splattering all over her, in addition to guarding against their bites. Despite the house elves being rather ineffectual, one must remember that even the smallest creatures can pose a threat in numbers, sufficient to break the skin or inflict a bite on the ear. Clare buried her head in the pile of books he had formed, simultaneously observing a moment of silence for all the classmates attending the lesson. Lockhart placed a hand on the cloth covering the cage, as if about to unleash the most perilous creature in existence, prompting laughter from some students below. "I must ensure that you all promise to remain silent upon witnessing this." Lockhart intoned quietly, for any noise may provoke them. His serious tone indeed startled a few of the younger students. However, the Slytherin pupils remained unimpressed. As they were merely second-year students, their exposure to knowledge of danger limited to what was appropriate for their age. None of them believed that any significant peril lurked within that small cage. Lockhart dramatically lifted the cover off the cage, exclaiming, "Behold, a freshly caught Cornish pixie." Seymour Finnegan in the front row could not contain his laughter, and many Gryffindors erupted in mirth, in stark contrast to the Slytherin students, who maintained a demeanor of cool detachment. "Surely, they can't be all that dangerous, can they?" Seymour chuckled, his words slightly faltering. "Do not be so quick to judge," Lockhart retorted, shaking his finger in front of Seymour's face with feigned indignation. "These little creatures are quite malicious, clever, and fearsome." Clare wholeheartedly agreed. For these mischievous little sprites exhibited remarkable agility, their strength far surpassing that suggested by their diminutive limbs. Despite being merely second-year students, Clare sensed that many would struggle to contend with this lively group of sprites. They shimmered with blue electricity, standing approximately 8 feet tall, with sharply pointed faces and high-pitched voices. Once the cloth was lifted, they erupted from their cage, careening about and causing a cacophony as they collided with the iron bars, even making faces at those seated nearby. "Very well," Lockhart proclaimed loudly. "Let us see how you intend to handle them." With that, he flung open the cage lid, akin to unleashing Pandora's box. The sprites scattered like rockets in all directions. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears, lifting him into the air, while others burst through the windows, showering those in the back row with shards of glass. The remaining sprites wreaked havoc in the classroom, their destructive force rivaling that of a rampaging rhinoceros. They appended ink bottles, splattering ink everywhere, shredded textbooks and exam papers, and tore down the artwork adorning the walls. They overturned the rubbish bin entirely, seizing backpacks and textbooks to hurl them out the windows. Within minutes, half the class had taken refuge beneath their desks, while Neville dangled precariously from a ceiling lamp. Always the unfortunate one, Neville elicited Clare's sympathy, prompting her to rescue him with a levitation charm. The sprite's sharp teeth gnawed at Clare's armored arm, nearly sparking a flare, demonstrating that these little creatures indeed possessed considerable combat prowess. "Come now, subdue them. Capture them. They are merely sprites," Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves, brandishing his wand as he cried, "Pescapixie pesternami." However, his efforts proved futile, as one sprite snatched Lockhart's wand and flung it out the window. Lockhart swallowed hard and, in a moment of trepidation, sought refuge beneath a desk. Clare, like the rest, took refuge beneath the table, unwilling to assist. After all, he wished for the students, particularly Hermione, to grasp the true nature of Lockhart as a charlatan, especially since his girlfriend remained infatuated with him. As the bell rang, students surged towards the exit in a frenzy. Lockhart calmly rose, spotting Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and requested their help in returning the mischievous sprites to their cages. With that, he swiftly strode past them and closed the door behind him, Do you now comprehend the kind of person he is? Clare inquired, remaining beside Hermione while a cluster of biting sprites clung to his arm. Hermione, visibly annoyed, offered no response. Clare recognized that she too had acknowledged Lockhart's irresponsibility and incompetence. We must clarify our next steps. Clare breathed deeply. This semester's defense against the dark arts class has been devoid of any substantial knowledge. If you wish to avoid falling behind, you may borrow the textbooks from previous years. I can assist you with any material you find challenging. Hermione shot Clare a disdainful glance, turning her head resolutely away, and with a vigorous flick of her wand, she sent the airborne sprites plummeting to the ground, rendered unconscious. Then I shall take that as your agreement, Clare mused, confident that Hermione, being an exemplary student, could not bear to squander her precious study time. Directly employing the soul-binding curse on the spirits would enable one to exert control over their actions, as they were, after all, manifestations of souls, and thus nearly defenseless against magic targeting their essence, a notion originally suggested by Victor. Clare stood in the girls' restroom on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, where the floor was inundated with stagnant water. This restroom, long neglected and devoid of care, had always been the haunt of the Weeping Myrtle. A lavatory haunted by the memory of a deceased student is a source of dread. No girl relishes the thought of visiting such an ominous place. Most disconcerting of all is the presence of a resident ghost. One can scarcely imagine a student wishing to encounter a head emerging unexpectedly from beneath the toilet seat while attending to their needs. In Clare's mind, while she indulged in these fanciful daydreams, she surveyed the confines of the girls' restroom, an act that felt distinctly peculiar. Clare swore she was not the sort of person intrigued by the female lavatory. Moaning Myrtle possessed long, straight, chestnut red hair, and in terms of mere appearance, one could say she was moderately attractive. However, her thick glasses obscured any further admiration of her looks. This sensitive ghost bore the typical traits of jealousy and vanity common among young women, characteristics that lingered even after her demise. She was acutely aware of everything, including her looks and the grim reality of her death. Rarely did anyone witness her smile. She often felt wronged over trivial matters, leading her to wail in a high-pitched cry, tears cascading like a river. Previously, Clare had conducted extensive analyses on this ghost, revealing that despite her long-standing death, Myrtle retained the essence of her youthful self. The lack of interaction with other spirits contributed to her continued denial of her own mortality. Her innocent disposition was also one reason Pipe Cleaner frequently played pranks on her. Victor informed Clare that while the soul snare could simply control a ghost, the duration of control depended significantly on the ghost's magical prowess during their lifetime and the power of the caster. For instance, Helena Ravenclaw, known as the Grey Lady, possessed extraordinary magic in life. She was the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the school's founders. Naturally, since ghosts are inherently defenseless against the soul snare, Clare could still exert control over Myrtle, albeit for a greatly reduced time. Myrtle's minimal magical ability in life provided Clare with considerable ease, even if prolonged control was unattainable. Occasionally casting a few soul snares was a straightforward task for Clare. However, this was a last resort, to be employed only when negotiations with Myrtle faltered. After all, as Hogwarts' resident ghost, Myrtle would be around for a long time, and Clare could not guarantee that the spirit would not expose her misdeeds. Upon locating Myrtle sobbing on a toilet, Clare quickly discerned that yet another ghost had tormented this sensitive spirit. What are you staring at? Never seen a girl crying on the loo before? Myrtle snapped, her anger flaring at Clare's intrusion into the normally deserted restroom. I apologize for the disturbance, but I indeed have a request, Clare calmly replied, choosing not to dwell on Myrtle's earlier outburst. What is it? Myrtle's demeanor shifted to one of unexpected calmness, exuding an air of nervousness. I would like you to act as my informant for a while, Clare stated forthrightly. An informant? Myrtle echoed, incredulity lacing her tone, before a disdainful expression crossed her face. Are you interested in some girl? You want me to spy in the girls' restroom? Well, you are partially correct. I do wish for you to keep an eye on one particular girl. Myrtle's gaze transformed instantly, now regarding Clare with a look of utter disbelief. Clare could no longer withstand the pressure and reluctantly explained, I am not infatuated with her. Yet, how could one not be captivated while lurking in the restroom? Observing her like a specter? The expression on Myrtle's face morphed into one of heightened peculiarity. I merely wish to keep tabs on her, particularly concerning her visits here, Clare added. Observing Myrtle's reaction, she might engage in exceedingly perilous activities. What kind of dangerous activities could one possibly undertake here? Is it suicide in this desolate place? That is of no concern to me. I would rather seek a ghostly companion. Myrtles replied with a sense of pride. It is not as simple as you imagine. If all goes according to plan, she shall unleash the very entity that once brought about your demise, Clare elucidated. You mean that one? Indeed. The owner of those ginger-hued eyes. The situation advanced far more smoothly than Clare had anticipated, as Myrtles readily acquiesced to Clare's proposal. In fact, Clare currently possessed the ability to unlock the Chamber of Secrets. The family lineage of the Hillakes also contained records of intermarriages with the Slytherin bloodline. While they did not inherit the ability to speak Parseltongue, the family tomes explicitly documented numerous pronunciations of its phrases. And the incantation to unlock the chamber was conveniently inscribed within those pages. However, the entirety of Hogwarts lay under Dumbledore's vigilant surveillance. Clare lacked the means to access the chamber without arousing Dumbledore's scrutiny. As one of the most powerful students at Hogwarts, with a lineage steeped in profound history, Clare was acutely aware that he was often under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, despite not sensing any magical surveillance. He firmly believed that Dumbledore had employed some form of trickery upon him. As the greatest wizard of the century, Dumbledore possessed sufficient prowess to render Clare oblivious to his machinations. The basilisk must be unleashed, and Dumbledore must be implicated and subsequently removed from Hogwarts. That would be Clare's moment to shine. Furthermore, the diary and the fragment of soul, nourished by Ginny's essence and gradually becoming whole, retained only the power Voldemort wielded during his time at school, which, in Clare's eyes, was insufficient. Clare calculated that, based on her estimation of the size of her own soul, she would soon possess sufficient power to control Ginny, the first-year student. Thus, it was imperative for Clare to take some decisive action. However, before that, she had another endeavor to pursue, the practice of becoming an animagus. Given Clare's profound understanding of transfiguration, she was more than ready to embark on this journey. In years past, even Harry's father and his friends managed to achieve an animagus transformation under arduous conditions, let alone Clare, a prodigy in transfiguration. The requirements for becoming an animagus are not exceedingly high. Otherwise, James Potter and his contemporaries would not have achieved it so effortlessly. This practice primarily tests one's control over magic and personal courage. Speaking of courage, it is evident that James Potter's stag, Sirius Black's dog, Peter Pettigrew's rat, and Professor McGonagall's cat share a common trait. They all hail from Gryffindor. The Lions of Gryffindor are renowned for their courage, which affords them considerable aptitude in mastering an animagus transformation. This is not to say that individuals from other houses lack the talent for becoming an animagus. Rather, they often lack the requisite courage and mental readiness to transform successfully, which can lead to disastrous consequences. In this regard, the single-minded Gryffindors indeed possess a significant innate talent for self-transformation. An animagus cannot transform into just any animal. The specific form one takes is closely tied to one's personality. The Hillakes family has seen instances of transformations into cats, dogs, scorpions, and spiders, showcasing a remarkable variety. Clare did not disclose her intentions to anyone, as her family vehemently opposed her practicing such magic due to the high probability of irreversible accidents. Most animagi in the Hillakes lineage only pursued this path after securing heirs, often being female members of the family. Sometimes, one must wager their very life on their magical pursuits. Mastering an animagus transformation can take many years, as one must become the animal best suited to them. However, failure is also a possibility, not in the sense of accidents, but due to the simple fact that many wizards lack the innate ability to transform into animals, with Dumbledore being one such example. Despite being from Gryffindor, Dumbledore inexplicably failed to master this convenient magic, which speaks to the nature of one's innate gifts. Even with immense effort, the absence of natural ability remains a regrettable limitation. Among the numerous books acquired from the Room of Requirement, many contain notes on the practice of becoming an animagus. Clare had begun her studies in this art last year and had amassed a wealth of experience. Yet, she still found herself unable to cast aside her apprehensions and attempt transformation. Such a mindset was detrimental. Without overcoming this mental barrier, success would remain elusive. Nevertheless, Clare felt close to a breakthrough, with her greatest obstacle being her own courage. There existed a potion from the medieval era, once regarded as a foolish remedy, known as the Potion of Courage. While it does not provide additional strength, consuming it grants a temporary fearlessness, which could serve as Clare's pivotal moment. Clare, did you know? I've become the new seeker for Slytherin. Early in the morning, Clare was roused by Draco's exclamation. She swore this was the earliest Draco had ever risen. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will surely hang you by your ankles on the wall for the entire day." Clare opened her sleepy eyes and raised her wand, her expression one of palpable annoyance. Draco was momentarily at a loss for words. He nearly forgot that beneath Clare's gentle exterior lay the heart of a fierce dragon. "Clare, let me explain. Yesterday, my father donated a Nimbus 2001 to every member of the Slytherin Quidditch team. In terms of performance and speed, it utterly eclipses Potter's Nimbus 2000, and this morning, I was informed by Marcus Flint that I am now the new seeker for Slytherin," Draco proclaimed, beaming with pride. "Should I assume that you bribed the entire team through Lucius Malfoy to secure the position?" Clare inquired with a disdainful look. Draco's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted loudly, "Impossible. I participated in the Slytherin Quidditch team tryouts and defeated all the competitors. That is precisely why my father was so pleased to replace the entire team as brooms." "Well, even if what you say is true, the entire school will think that your position as seeker was obtained through bribery due to this donation," Clare replied, spreading her hands to indicate the obviousness of the matter. Draco fell silent, reflecting that if he were an outsider, he might indeed think the same. Seeing the troubled expression on Draco's face, Clare lowered her wand and offered some comfort. All right, don't dwell on it too much. Just do what you need to do, let others say what they will. All you need to do is outperform the other teams and prove that Slytherin's Seeker is no pushover. Yes, as long as I defeat Potter, no one will be able to question me," Draco said, his spirit rekindled by Clare's words. Clare tapped her forehead, realizing that this love-hate couple was truly beyond ordinary comprehension. Today Marcus Flint mentioned that the team had claimed the practice field. I must head to training now. See you tonight." Before Clare could respond, Draco dashed out in a flurry. The weather was splendid, a perfect day for practicing Quidditch. However, the tense standoff between the two rival teams entirely shattered the atmosphere. Slytherin and Gryffindor stood facing one another, seemingly unable to persuade each other. Soon after, Harry and Hermione arrived, supporting Ron, who was incessantly retching. They found Clare, who was studying the Animagus transformation beneath a tree by the lake. Upon noticing their presence, she nervously concealed her book behind her. Clare, gazing upward, beheld the approaching trio. Extending his right arm, Hermione gracefully settled into its curve, while Harry, alongside a perpetually slug-expelling Ron, took a seat opposite Clare. "Clare, you must come to his aid, Ron." Clare extended her right hand, interrupting Hermione's impatient words. With a flick of her wand, a large stone on the ground transformed into an iron basin, which, under the influence of a levitation charm, floated before Ron. "Ron, how many calamari rings did you consume this morning?" Clare inquired amidst the trio's bewilderment. "About 30 or so," Ron replied, struggling to articulate while retching. "Impressive, Ron. If your transfiguration skills match the unexpected outcome of this incident, I dare say Professor McGonagall would award you full marks in her class," Clare chuckled, adding, "Just expel it all. There's no remedy. Under the influence of your own wand. All the calamari rings you ingested this morning have morphed into slugs. I reckon another dozen should suffice." Ron's wand was broken by the Whomping Willow. Harry suddenly interjected. "I excel in potions, yet I am utterly clueless when it comes to wand making. Do not inquire about such matters. I possess no more knowledge than you." Clare responded with a resigned shrug, pondering if the trio truly believed themselves to be omniscient. Clare rested her hands behind her head and, stretching lazily, inquired, "So, what transpired just now?" Hermione, breaking free from Clare's embrace, recounted the recent events with a look of indignation. "Our house had arranged to practice new tactics on the pitch today, but the Slytherin team, armed with a note from Snape, seized our place. Furthermore, during an altercation between Ron and Malfoy, Ron was struck by a rebound spell from his own broken wand, resulting in his current predicament." It was only after finishing her account that Hermione suddenly realized Clare was a Slytherin student. As per custom, Clare was unlikely to offer her assistance in such matters. True to form, Hermione heard Clare's resigned voice. "I am at a loss for words, Hermione. But must Slytherin bear consequences for Ron's own spell misfire? While I concede this situation is rather unpleasant, Slytherin's actions were entirely justifiable. The sole flaw lies in Ron's decision to act. However, is being struck by his own charm cannot be deemed an assault by Slytherin." "Very well, Clare," Hermione acquiesced, acknowledging that the fault did not lie with Slytherin, despite their conduct being undeniably distasteful. "Yet, the insults hurled at me were quite vile." Harry interjected loudly. "Pardon? What was said?" Clare turned her head towards Harry. Hermione desperately gestured to Harry, aware that as a Slytherin, Clare might not appreciate discussions regarding the rivalry between their houses. Hermione had inadvertently touched upon the conflict with Slytherin, but recognizing her misstep, she wisely refrained from delving further. However, Harry appeared adamant and unyielding. Malfoy insulted Hermione with a particularly nasty remark, which understandably upset everyone, Harry said, glancing at Clare with a piercing gaze. He swallowed hard before continuing. Malfoy called her a mudblood. It's nothing, Clare. While I recognize that it is a derogatory term, I am not entirely sure of its meaning, and it doesn't seem to anger me as much. Hermione replied candidly. Clare closed her eyes, opening them after a long pause, the severity that had been present before now absent. Mudblood is undeniably a derogatory term, akin to the racial slur used against black people in the Muggle world. Consider it similar to our use of Muggle to refer to ordinary individuals. It is likewise an insult. In truth, it matters little. While such name-calling is deplorable, the word signifies a debased or inferior bloodline, a belittling term employed by those who consider themselves superior. Almost no witches or wizards possess entirely pure blood anymore. If we were to abstain from intermarrying with Muggles, we would face extinction as a race. Pay no heed to such things, Hermione. I shall reprimand Draco, I assure you. Justice will be served. Clare reassured Hermione. It's of no consequence. I care not for pure blood status. He is inferior to even a Muggle-born like myself. Hermione retorted, her prideful nature on full display. That evening, Hermione informed Clare that Harry and Ron had been assigned to polish trophies as punishment. Shortly after Hermione's departure, a translucent specter materialized before Clare, its countenance grave. It was moaning Myrtle. She has gone there. The girl you tasked me with observing has gone there. She appeared to be under some form of control, her gait unsteady. Clearly not of her own volition, Myrtle reported to Clare, her voice trembling slightly. She approached the sink and emitted a chilling hiss. Subsequently, the sink opened, revealing a gaping aperture, into which the girl plunged. Has she resurfaced? Clare inquired, the manipulation of Ginny being within her expectations. Even a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul would prove too formidable for a first-year student to resist. Not yet. I awaited her demise, hoping to find a companion for my spectral existence. However, nothing transpired, and the aperture sealed shut of its own accord. Myrtle responded truthfully. She will resurface eventually. Clare trailed off, piquing Myrtle's curiosity. Return now, and heed my counsel. Do not venture down there. You have already experienced death once. Further exposure to those eyes would inflict grievous harm upon your spirit. Very well, I understand. Myrtle nodded, returning to the lavatory with unexpected composure. She had come to realize that this was the cause of her death years ago. The Ministry of Magic had failed to identify the perpetrator, but after decades, someone was finally investigating her demise. Even though it was just a child, Myrtle's spirit felt a sense of satisfaction. Though vengeance may not be achieved, simply knowing the cause of her death brought a sense of closure. Tom Riddle, your soul fragment has autonomously regained the capacity to detach from its host. Excellent. With a soul fragment of sufficient size, I can directly obliterate its consciousness and replenish the deceased soul to create a fusion beast. Clare murmured, a profound smile gracing her lips as she gazed out the dark window. What? A death day party? Clare exclaimed, aghast at Hermione's words. No, Hermione, you must not attend. Why? Are you discriminating against ghosts? Hermione bristled. It is not a matter of discrimination, but rather that death day parties are unsuitable for the living, Clare explained gravely. As they cater primarily to ghosts, the fare will be unappetizing, and, more importantly, the entertainment will be of a morbid nature. It sounds revolting, but I have already made a commitment to nearly headless Nick. Hermione feigned helplessness. Very well, since you have already pledged your attendance, prepare yourself accordingly, Clare cautioned. As Hermione departed, Clare's smile vanished. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. The first victim should arrive shortly. Indeed, events unfolded as Clare had foreseen. The first victim was discovered in a corridor on the second floor, Mrs. Norris, Filch's feline companion. Perhaps due to a cat's innate heightened senses, Mrs. Norris was, in fact, the first victim. Upon the wall between two windows, crimson letters of considerable size were painted, glowing faintly in the flickering torchlight. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Following the feast, a multitude of students thronged the corridor, witnessing the gruesome scene. Amidst the crowd, Clare's lips curled into a subtle smile. Unnoticed by all, it has finally emerged, she mused. My cat. My cat. What has happened to Mrs. Norris? Filch exclaimed, pushing his way through the throng. He fixed his gaze upon Harry, who was standing conspicuously near the scene. You have murdered my cat. I shall kill you. Thankfully, Dumbledore intervened, preventing Filch's descent into madness. Come with me, Filch, he instructed. You as well, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. And Mr. Clare, your presence would be appreciated, as your expertise may prove invaluable. At Lockhart's enthusiastic invitation, Dumbledore and the others convened in Lockhart's office to address the matter. Dumbledore's long, crooked nose was a mere foot away from Mrs. Norris's fur as he scrutinized her through his half-moon spectacles, his long fingers gently probing. Professor McGonagall, too, leaned in, examining the scene closely through narrowed eyes. Snape stood behind them, partially obscured, his face bearing a peculiar expression, as though he were struggling to suppress a smile. I recall a similar incident in Ouagadougou, Lockhart interjected. A series of attacks, which I chronicled in my autobiography. I can provide some evidence to aid in unraveling this mystery. The Lockharts and the portraits adorning the walls nodded in agreement with his assertion. Clare considered this to be the most unwise decision made by Dumbledore. Lockhart, the insufferable fool, was exceedingly loud. Within mere minutes, Clare felt as though her ears were on the verge of callousing. May I interject, Mr. Dumbledore? Clare asserted her presence, unable to tolerate the incessant prattle of the buffoon beside her. Please, proceed, Mr. Clare. Dumbledore gestured for Clare to examine the rigid form of Mrs. Norris. I believe the professors have discerned that she is not dead. Am I correct, Professor Dumbledore? Clare's interruption stifled Lockhart, who had been poised to declare Mrs. Norris deceased. And Clare relished the expression of disbelief on Lockhart's face. Not dead, Filch inquired, peering through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. But why is she completely motionless and cold? This is a rather sophisticated form of petrification magic, Clare replied somewhat helplessly. The petrification curse itself is not particularly advanced. Nearly any second-year student could cast it. However, this curse is among the easiest to resist, as it will typically wear off on its own after a few hours, even without intervention. What distinguishes the petrification curse afflicting Mrs. Norris? Filch's tone revealed his urgency. This old caretaker had nearly come to regard the cat as a part of his very existence. And in some respects, he was indeed a pitiable figure. The essence of the matter lies within this petrification curse, Clare stated, her tone laced with admiration. This is an exceptionally potent form of magic. Traditionally, the petrification curse merely renders the victim immobile. Yet, this variant is powerful enough to transform a person into stone. However, it is not a transfiguration spell, it is simply exquisite. Mrs. Norris is truly unfortunate. Clare then deftly alleviated the situation for Harry, however. You need not suspect Harry. A second-year student could never achieve such a feat. This requires advanced dark magic. And even Professor Snape would find it a formidable challenge to execute such a spell without harming the recipient. Is there still hope for my cat? Filch asked, his eyes glistening with tears, his voice trembling with emotion. Professor Sprout has been earnestly attempting to cultivate mandrakes, and the juice of the mandrake is the most effective ingredient for concocting the antidote to petrification. Almost no form of petrification is beyond the reach of this potion. You may leave now, Dumbledore addressed Harry, Ron, and Hermione, casting a sidelong glance at the idle Lockhart. I believe our Professor Lockhart would be delighted to accompany these three frightened children back to their dormitory. Oh, certainly. It would be my pleasure, Lockhart hastily replied. Filch, you should return now. We shall do our utmost to assist your cat, Dumbledore consoled Filch. Once they had exited, Dumbledore turned to Clare with an inquisitive gaze. Do you have any insight into what has caused this situation, Mr. Hillakes? You are the only doctor among us, and even I am at a loss in this regard. You flatter me too much, Professor Dumbledore. Clare bowed respectfully. It appears that this curse activated within a very brief time frame. For a wizard to achieve this, one must possess the mastery of a top-tier dark wizard. While the spell itself is not complex, the combined effects of numerous spells can only be accomplished by someone skilled enough to cast multiple spells instantaneously. Very few wizards in the world, yourself included, can accomplish this. And none would invade Hogwarts merely to attack a cat. There is only one possibility. This is an attack effect, or a spell cast upon a specific object, which was then triggered instantaneously. The likelihood of a dangerous magical item is high, as the number of bizarre magical artifacts left behind by ancient dark wizards is unfathomable. One of the most notable branches of attack effects pertains to magical creatures. Some possess the power to inflict such an attack, like a basilisk, whose gaze can induce this very effect. Clare soon returned to the Slytherin common room. His previous response had required considerable contemplation, after all. Analyzing the reasons behind a patient's injuries from a physician's perspective is a highly specialized endeavor. Every word Clare uttered was devoid of falsehood. Indeed, magical artifacts represent the most prevalent cause of injuries, with countless patients presenting at the magical hospital each year. The complexity of their conditions often exceeds expectations, thus rendering Clare's answer a genuine reflection of a medical professional's insight. Who do you think will be the heir of Slytherin? Draco inquired slyly that evening. Who knows? Certainly not me, Clare yawned, reclining on his bed. Come on, Clare, stop pretending. We all know it's you. Draco exclaimed, his expression one of revelation. You are the most exceptional student Slytherin has seen in nearly a century, bar none. It is said that even the Dark Lord of your possessed not the talent you exhibit today. I believe the heir of Slytherin must be the most outstanding among us. And that can only be you. How could you entertain such a foolish notion? Clare retorted, exasperation evident in his voice. Who else is there? Pansy, Millicent, Malcolm? Don't tell me that idiot Crabbe and Goyle think so too. We all believe so, Draco replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In fact, the entire student body shares this sentiment. We are all proud that Slytherin has produced an heir, and I suspect it's not just Slytherin. Many from the other 3 houses are contemplating this matter. Apart from you, Harry is the next most likely suspect. I foresee that many will be avoiding the 2 of you tomorrow, as the notion of an heir has become deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Well, now I understand why I felt so peculiar when Professor Dumbledore called me aside tonight. It seems everyone has been preoccupied with this thought. Alas, I am not the heir. If I knew where the Chamber of Secrets was, I might possess the capability to unlock it, but I assure you, it is not I who has done so. Clare's calm words seemed to strike Draco profoundly, leading him to despairingly inquire, are we to understand that we have misidentified the culprit? Could it truly be Potter from Gryffindor? The heir? This is an affront. Who can say? Clare chuckled with a hint of mischief. Look there, that is the heir of the Hillakes family. Clare, that is Clare. Good heavens, one must realize that the Hillakes family boasts a long and illustrious history. It is purported to be one of the oldest families in the wizarding world. Indeed. I have also heard that the Hillakes family only marries pure-blood wizards. Historically, they have even intermarried with the Slytherin family on more than one occasion. Although the Hillakes family is sparse in numbers, the Slytherin family once reigned as a formidable lineage. His veins must surely flow with Slytherin blood, without a doubt. Yes, it must be him, the heir of Slytherin. He opened the Chamber of Secrets. Such murmurs occasionally reached Clare's ears. However, due to her long-standing prowess and the absence of any record of extreme behavior, the students' discussions remained confined to whispers behind her back. None dared to confront her openly. Clare, tell them it was to you. Hermione stood before Clare, her pleading gaze fixated on her. You must tell them you are not the heir of Slytherin. The innocent shall remain untainted, Clare replied, maintaining her gentle smile as she regarded the anxious Hermione. Do not concern yourself with them. Let them say what they will. A bunch of cowards. None dare to confront me directly. What merit is there in defending against the slander of those who only speak in shadows? The more they argue, the more they will believe I cower before them. But this is a slander against your reputation, Hermione retorted, her anger palpable. It is utterly preposterous. You were in the dining hall on the night of the incident. How could you have had the opportunity to attack that cat? Yet there are other things within the chamber that could have acted in my stead. Clare jestingly pointed out the flaw in Hermione's argument. Can you not be serious for a moment? Hermione glared, her puffed-up demeanor possessing a certain endearing quality. All right, I shall cease my jesting. Rest assured, I will take this matter to heart. Under my own investigation, the truth shall surely come to light swiftly. Now that is more like it. But you ought to observe others' reactions as well. No one dares approach you now. Hermione glanced around, catching the furtive glances of other students who were secretly scrutinizing them. Feeling that Clare was subjected to gross injustice. Isn't this precisely what you wished for? Clare teased. Look. Those girls you usually fret about have now distanced themselves from my sight. Can you not be serious? Hermione was instantly incensed by Clare's teasing. Recently, Clare had begun to skip classes, not due to the swirling rumors surrounding the heir of the chamber, but rather because her animagus transformation had reached a critical juncture. The process of becoming an animagus is perilous, and Clare desired ample time for adjustment. However, to other students, her actions appeared to be a blatant attempt to cover up. Look, the heir must be preparing for something grand. Well, the unfortunate one must be some half-blood wizard. Just wait, filthy mudbloods. The heir of Slytherin will purify all of Hogwarts. This echoed the sentiments among Slytherin students. Conversely, Draco's concern remained unabated. Clare was not the heir. This had been confirmed by her own assertions. She had no reason to deceive herself, thus the true heir must be someone else. Yet, at this critical moment, her recent truancy only seemed to solidify the various speculations regarding her being the heir in the eyes of her peers. It appeared that while outwardly unperturbed, the turmoil surrounding the heir had significantly impacted Clare's state of mind. Draco pondered with concern. At this juncture, Clare found herself hidden within the room of requirement, the least monitored place in all of Hogwarts. Perhaps Dumbledore had set some measures here. Nevertheless, Clare believed that while her animagus transformation required secrecy, it would not be detrimental for someone like Dumbledore to know. After all, it was not an immensely powerful spell, merely a self-application of transformation. Perhaps it might even undermine Dumbledore's confidence in an imperceptible manner. Primarily, however, this location offered Dumbledore's surveillance. Clare experimenting with her animagus transformation here unwittingly provided her with the most formidable protection in the world. Dumbledore would never allow harm to befall his students under his watch, even if he did not genuinely trust them. In this regard, Clare could not help but admire Dumbledore as a remarkably pure individual. A true professor, a diligent being nurturing the next generation. Though they differed in ideology and he could very well be her greatest obstacle on her path, Clare still held a sincere respect for the elder. Within the room of requirement, Clare shook the vial containing a pale pink liquid. It was a courage potion, a brew designed to enhance bravery. This potion had once been used in the Middle Ages as a pre-battle stimulant for warriors during the Crusades. Legitimized wizards within the church produced it in abundance, resulting in a prolonged period of high morale among the Crusaders, leading them to numerous victories. Similarly, this potion could render the user somewhat foolish for a short period, leading to actions that would later evoke both laughter and regret, which was precisely why Clare chose to practice in this secluded space. Even if she failed, the effects of the courage potion would not lead to any significant embarrassment. The courage potion is concocted from high-proof spirits blended with dozens of magical ingredients, the finished product exuding a strong aroma of alcohol. One might mistake it for some rare vintage. However, this fact caused Clare to chuckle, for it truly affirmed the saying that alcohol emboldens the timid. Downing the potion in one swift motion, Clare soon felt her mind becoming hazy. The initial effects of the courage potion induce a state of drowsiness, and Clare recognized that the true potency was about to manifest. It was a peculiar sensation. For a moment, Clare felt unchanged, yet the transformation undeniably existed. Suddenly, her thoughts felt remarkably clear. Whatever she contemplated became her reality. When she merely thought of sitting down, her body obediently complied, settling onto the ground, a most unbecoming act for one raised in the etiquette of wizarding nobility. Yet at that moment, Clare found it entirely natural, devoid of any cause for surprise or concern. Before long, Clare recalled her primary objective, the animagus transformation. With purpose, she stood there, diligently channeling her magical energy as instructed in her texts. This process had been rehearsed countless times in her mind. Now, as she executed it, she felt no hindrance whatsoever. In fact, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had she previously been overly cautious? Was such a simple task truly deserving of such meticulousness? As the magic coursed through that unfamiliar pathway, Clare sensed a transformation overtaking her body. First, fine fur sprouted from her hands, soon becoming denser, and then dark. Lustrous quills emerged atop the fur. Her fingers gradually shortened, while the nails at their tips hardened and sharpened. Following this, Clare's mouth began to protrude, elongating as her canine teeth emerged, glinting like blades in the light. Her legs underwent similar changes as her hands, albeit with a greater strength. The initial transformation into an animagus is notably slow, yet subsequent changes occur with swiftness. The animagus form is a true reflection of a wizard's inner self, and it was evident that Clare was evolving into a formidable black wolf. The wolf's size was impressive, despite Clare's youth. The black wolf that emerged post-transformation was clearly not in its juvenile form. The animagus form adapts according to the wizard's heart, and it seemed Clare's mature disposition played a significant role in this change. With a howl that echoed skyward, Clare embraced her new identity. After transforming, an animagus tends to adopt certain behaviors characteristic of their new form, a gradual adjustment that every wizard must learn. A black wolf is a fine choice. At least not a frail creature like a mouse. Perhaps I would find some common ground with Remus after his transformation. After all, he is a werewolf, and I, in my essence, have become a wolf animagus. One might say I am a pseudo-werewolf. Having imbibed the courage potion, Clare indulged in whimsical thoughts. Might I also share a connection with Sirius Black? Being both members of the canine family, communication between dogs and wolves would surely not pose a significant barrier, would it? Perhaps I should consider taking the dog language level 4 exam? Yet, it seems more prudent for Sirius to tackle the wolf language level 4. Given his prior interactions with Remus, he should manage that without difficulty. As the effects of the courage potion began to wane, Claire's musings gradually subsided. She had calculated the time spent on her transformation, realizing she had not consumed an excessive amount of the potion. Only at this moment did Clare retract her animagus form. Phew, it is finally accomplished. Claire reflected on her progress, acknowledging that the time spent could have been better utilized with prior preparation of the courage potion. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable. I still hold a glimmer of hope that an unprecedented magical creature transformation might occur. Ultimately, I remain but a mere mortal. Claire, despite Draco's repeated and enthusiastic invitations, ultimately chose not to attend the Quidditch match, as the rain poured down and she had little affinity for the sport. Upon her return, she learned of Harry's arm, which had been severely injured by a frenzied bludger. Draco excitedly recounted the scene, then that inept Lockhart declared, "It's merely a simple spell. I've performed it countless times, yet it seemed that Potter from Gryffindor was already wary of this fool. After refusing him time and again, he did not drive him away. Instead, he only reinforced this charlatan's desire to heal." You can hardly imagine the despair etched upon Potter's face at that moment. His arm was no longer recognizable. Beneath his robes lay a thick, flesh-colored rubbery appendage. Lockhart had not mended Harry's bones. He had removed them entirely. Draco was nearly beside himself with excitement. Claire stifled a yawn, pondering, so Harry is now lying in the hospital? She recalled that the bone regrowth potion required at least a night for bones of such magnitude to regenerate, and the process was likely quite painful. It seemed Harry would endure considerable suffering tonight. Yet, despite this, we still lost the match. Draco wore a look of disappointment, surprised by Potter's exceptional flying skills. He had not realized Harry was capable of such complex maneuvers. Was the disparity in talent now glaringly apparent? Claire smiled, remarking, "This is a lesson in humility. Perhaps your rival has surpassed you more than you realize." Draco fell into deep contemplation. While his own flying abilities were commendable, Claire believed that if Draco wished to excel beyond Harry in this discipline, he would need to invest earnest effort. Similarly, Claire gradually became more introspective. Harry had already faced obstacles from Dobby, and it seemed the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets were escalating. Surely, the creature would soon begin its assault on humanity. "Mr. Hillakes, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence at the hospital wing." As Claire pondered, the head boy unexpectedly knocked and entered, delivering the message. "Very well, I shall come at once." Claire replied politely, watching the head boy retreat before a smile crept across her lips. The serpent had finally made its move. Dumbledore was acutely aware that the one who opened the chamber was not himself, and his actions must be aimed at assessing whether the injured could still be saved, or if complications could arise post-recovery. As Claire approached the infirmary, she heard Madame Pomfrey's anxious inquiry, "What has transpired?" It seemed she had arrived mere moments before Claire. "Another attack," came Professor Dumbledore's voice, as McGonagall had spotted him on the staircase. Accompanying him was a cluster of grapes. "We believe he intended to sneak in to visit Harry," Professor McGonagall added. At that moment, Claire stepped inside. It was nearly impossible to execute any clever schemes under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Upon entering, Claire was immediately struck by Harry's grim expression. He slowly and cautiously propped himself up to gaze at the statue occupying the adjacent bed. Moonlight illuminated his bewildered face, rendering it somewhat pallid. The victim was Colin Creevey, a child fond of photography from Gryffindor, of whom Claire had several photographs in her possession. Now, his eyes were wide open, hands tightly clasped over his chest. Camera still clutched within his grasp. "Petrified," Claire whispered, attempting to keep her voice low. "Indeed," Professor McGonagall replied anxiously. "But I shudder to think what might have occurred had Albus not happened upon the hot chocolate." The three of them gazed at Colin, as Dumbledore leaned closer to extract the camera from his clenched fingers. "Surely, you do not believe he intended to capture an image of his assailant?" McGonagall queried urgently. Dumbledore remained silent, prying open the back of the camera, from which a plume of black smoke emerged, the film singed beyond use. Dumbledore appeared genuinely astonished. Such formidable magic. It is difficult to fathom that its wielder possesses such prowess. "I find the fluctuations of this magic rather peculiar," Claire interjected, "though I cannot be certain. I suspect we all seek to trace the source of this magical disturbance. What do you propose we do with this petrified student? Should we leave him on the bed? Might that impede his blood circulation and result in a protracted recovery post-treatment?" Madame Pomfrey inquired of Clare, for among those present, only Clare had any medical expertise to speak of. Clare found it equally challenging to address such issues, even though she was well aware that Mandrick could cure this petrification. Many continued to live in fear. The unknown is inherently terrifying. She decided to leave them standing there, awaiting the preparation of a new remedy before transporting them to their hospital beds. After all, they were petrified individuals, and like any fragile object, the petrified human form was delicate. Ultimately, as a stone, it would fade from memory, Clare explained. Recently, Hermione had frequently accompanied Harry and Ron to Myrtle's bathroom, where they brewed Polyjuice potion, hoping to transform into Slytherins to extract information from the common room. In truth, Harry and Ron did venture into Slytherin later, but they returned swiftly to avoid detection. This added a layer of frost to the Hogwarts students as Christmas approached, for the heir controversy remained unresolved. The Ministry of Magic had prepared to intervene, and events began to unfold as Clare had anticipated. Although Clare understood the schemes brewing in Hermione's mind, she chose not to expose them. After all, Clare believed that even if they infiltrated, there was little to discuss. Anyone truly harboring secrets would refrain from conversing openly in the common room. The heir controversy was escalating, and before long, Hagrid was apprehended for questioning. The events of the Chamber of Secrets 50 years prior had unfairly placed the blame on Hagrid. A person with a criminal record would always be the prime suspect. Despite Hermione's pleas for Clare to devise a solution, his influence in England did not match his power in France, particularly regarding infiltration within the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid possessed an inexplicable fondness for large, grotesque creatures, likely stemming from his giant heritage. Clare had once wondered how such a diminutive human could coexist with giants, even fathering children. Last year, Hagrid had attempted to keep a dragon in his hut, a reckless endeavor that was ultimately curtailed, yet Clare remained uneasy about his peculiar tastes, especially since he had not revealed the whereabouts of the seemingly fearsome yet gentle three-headed dog, Fluffy, when Hagrid was a young boy. The mere rumor of a monster hidden within the castle would have compelled him to venture far and wide to take a look. He believed it a disgrace for a beast to be imprisoned for so long, and thought it should be given the chance to stretch its limbs. However, he was also convinced that Hagrid would never intend to harm anyone. On the day of the Quidditch final, with the sun shining brightly, Clare could find no excuse to avoid attending and reluctantly joined Draco in the stands. However, perhaps Clare was a Quidditch jinx. Scarcely had they settled when Professor McGonagall rushed over. The match was cancelled. McGonagall announced through the microphone, all students are to return to their dormitories for rest, where the heads of houses will provide further instructions. Please return immediately. After placing the microphone down, she beckoned to Clare, seated among the Slytherin team. In that instant, Clare felt a jolt of realization, as though she had forgotten something crucial. Hermione. In the original narrative, Hermione had also been attacked. Goodness. Clare dashed swiftly to Professor McGonagall's side, who appeared equally eager to share her urgent news. We must head to the hospital wing, Professor McGonagall stated succinctly, lacking the time for lengthy explanations. Harry, Ron, you must come along. It was a revelation that was hardly surprising, as they made their way towards the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone. Another attack, a double attack has occurred. Clare felt darkness encroach upon her vision. Indeed, her fears had been confirmed. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had overlooked the very individual she cherished most. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door, and Clare rushed in ahead. Madame Pomfrey was bent over a fifth-year Ravenclaw girl with long, curly hair, seemingly unable to hear the rhythmic beating of the girl's heart. And lying right beside her was none other than Hermione. Unforgivable. Clare's inner fury surged, igniting an impulsive desire to disregard everything and confront the Chamber of Secrets head-on. Although he could not speak Parseltongue, he was quite adept at mimicking its sounds. How dare the basilisk lay a hand on Hermione? Clare believed she was adequately prepared to create the next artificial magical creature. At the very least, she was determined to extract those amber-hued eyes. To dare to use them against Hermione was the mark of one who was utterly unafraid of a grim demise. Ultimately, reason triumphed over her furious emotions, and Clare refrained from directly confronting the basilisk. Clare awaited, fully aware that Hagrid had been investigated by the Ministry of Magic on several occasions. Though no concrete evidence had surfaced, the prospect of imminent arrest loomed ominously. Concurrently, Dumbledore was poised to depart Hogwarts upon Hagrid's apprehension. Whether to take a leave of absence or to advocate for Hagrid at the Ministry, necessitating a temporary withdrawal from the institution. This presented a significant opportunity for Clare. Presently, She sat beside Hermione's hospital bed, which bore no remarkable adornments, with only a thin blanket draped over Hermione. For a patient rendered petrified, medical instruments were rendered nearly futile. Clare caressed Hermione's hair, which felt as solid as stone, gazing into Hermione's terrified eyes, while a fiery resolve ignited within her. "Hermione, I will avenge you, trust me." Clare murmured to the petrified Hermione, fully aware that her words would not reach her ears, yet she persisted in her declaration. "If it weren't for that mirror in the corner, I would have lost you. Do you understand the weight of guilt that burdens my heart? I possess the ability to eradicate these dangers in their infancy. In the beginning, I could have easily taken that diary from Ginny. When I first arrived at Hogwarts, I could have donned the invisibility cloak and stealthily retrieved the diary. Even now, I am confident enough to confront the Chamber of Secrets and resolve this once and for all." Clare wore a sorrowful smile, tears welling in her eyes. "It is my selfishness. I do not wish to reveal my strength too early to the world, nor do I want to provoke Dumbledore's wariness towards me. I fear disrupting the narrative and losing clarity in my path forward." Closing her eyes, Clare took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a significant decision. "I cannot guarantee that all my future actions will be driven by whim. My abilities have yet to reach such heights. However, I pledge that whenever your affairs arise, I shall never retreat. That serpent monster shall serve as the material for my next artificial magical creature, and its soul cannot escape the role of a complete soul essence." Clare clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking audibly. "It will not meet its end too comfortably, I assure you." In fact, after the inception of her plan to create magical creatures, Clare had envisioned assembling 7 artificial beings. Since Voldemort's soul was divided into 8 parts, his own primary soul being unusable, the remaining 7 could potentially be used to craft 7 entities. However, after the creation of the Butcher, powered by hunger, Clare realized that her first magical creature had consumed 4 of the soul fragments, leaving only the diary among the remaining 3 fragments as viable for use. In the wizarding world, the number 7 holds immense magical significance. While it may lack practical application, this does not hinder almost all wizards from considering it their lucky number. Numerous tales within the wizarding community stem from this numeral. A Quidditch team consists of 7 players. The main building of Hogwarts boasts 7 stories. Official records indicate that only 7 animagi existed in the 20th century. Mad-Eye Moody's large trunk features 7 aligned keyholes, illustrating the magical world's obsession with the number 7. Even Clare, over the past years, has been subtly influenced by this notion. Even after the Butcher, representing gluttony, was created, Clare did not abandon her ambition to produce 7 magical beings. Deep within, she envisioned the attributes of these 7 creatures, embodying the 7 deadly sins: gluttony, greed, sloth, pride, envy, and wrath, with the Butcher representing gluttony. Ultimately, however, Clare relinquished this aspiration. It was not due to a lack of suitable soul fragments, in fact. She now possessed the theoretical foundation to forcibly divide a living soul, erase its consciousness, and reassemble it into a new essence. Yet, she was reluctant to pursue such an endeavor. It resembled a Pandora's box, a line she refused to cross, for she understood that once touched, the consequences would spiral uncontrollably. That evening, Clare was informed that Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by Cornelius Fudge, had arrived at the school, currently searching for the elusive Dumbledore. Upon hearing this news, Clare's eyelids flickered. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy was losing his composure. As a pure-blood noble, Malfoy exhibited a certain pettiness, but it was understandable, after all, with his superior's downfall. He was compelled to seek a means of survival. Clare still harbored resentment towards Mr. Malfoy regarding the diary incident, for it had almost cost him Hermione. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, hailed from a wizarding family and often left an impression of generosity. Though Fudge was a half-blood wizard, having grown up in a wizarding household, he was deliberately overlooked during the Death Eaters' massacre of Muggle-born wizards. The Dark Lord himself bore half-Muggle blood, a fact he could not escape. Thus the Death Eaters treated those with a half-wizard lineage as wizards. Fudge's character was weak, drawn to money, and enamored with status and power, traits common among government officials. However, as an official, Fudge lacked the ability to master these shortcomings, often falling prey to manipulation by others. Despite her anger towards Mr. Malfoy, Clare had her own affairs to attend to. It would not be long before she received news of Dumbledore and Hagrid being taken away by the Ministry of Magic. At that moment, it would be her turn to confront the enemy. As Fudge and Malfoy departed with Dumbledore and Hagrid, Clare, who had been closely monitoring the situation, hurried to the girls' restroom. Moaning Myrtle languidly sat on the toilet, and upon seeing Clare rush in, She immediately pointed towards the sink, exclaiming, "Clare, over there. That entrance is there. Just now, the little girl you mentioned walked right in." Clare approached the sink, which appeared to be an ordinary fixture. She meticulously examined every inch, including the pipes beneath. Soon, she discovered what she was searching for, a minuscule snake engraved on one side of a copper faucet. "Yes, right where you stand," exclaimed Myrtle, her excitement palpable. "It's never produced water, and I always thought the pipes were broken. No one has come to repair it. We should have suspected something was amiss. Yet no one bothered to investigate a faucet that wouldn't flow." "Thank you," Clare replied with a respectful nod to Myrtle. "I must go down now." However, Myrtle's voice suddenly ceased, as if an audio recording had abruptly halted. Clare emitted a strange hissing sound, akin to her transformation into a great serpent. In an instant, the faucet was enveloped in a brilliant white light and began to spin, while the sink itself shifted downward, revealing a pipe wide enough for a person to slide through. Myrtle was not astonished by the sound Clare made, but rather by the uncanny similarity to the voice of the girl who had entered before her. The phonetics of snake language had long been memorized by Clare in her family's library prior to this semester. Although Harry might arrive here with Ron the very next day, at this moment, Clare could not afford to wait any longer. Without waiting for the Myrtle to continue speaking, Clare tightened her grip on the wand and cast a waterproof charm over her entire body before resolutely stepping into the gaping slide. The tunnel was filthy and shrouded in darkness, seemingly endless. The walls, perpetually damp, were coated with slick algae, but fortunately, Clare had cast her spell beforehand. Otherwise, the foul odor clinging to her would have been quite nauseating. Numerous other pipes branched off beside the main conduit, revealing a labyrinthine world beneath the ground. As Clare glided through the main tunnel, she considered the possibility that the other pipes might lead to the correct path, yet this was undoubtedly the largest one. None of the others matched its grandeur, twisting and spiraling steeply downward. Soon, the slope of the tunnel began to level out, and Clare realized it was nearing its end. By her calculations, she was now several hundred meters below the surface. Surely, she must have reached the bottom of Hogwarts Lake. It appeared that the lake was indeed quite profound. Suddenly, Clare was propelled from the tunnel's exit, landing with a thud on the damp stone floor of the corridor. Thankfully, the slide had begun to slow, or this fall alone would have left her disoriented. Glancing back at the entrance from which she had emerged, Clare couldn't help but marvel at the ordeal Ginny must endure, frequently tumbling down this treacherous slide. It seemed rather cruel. When she returned, she would certainly have to employ a levitation charm to ascend for quite a distance. Given the considerable depth below, Clare found herself wondering if Slytherin had some peculiar penchant for such a design. Clare did not rush forward. Tom Riddle was still deep within, unaware of her presence. Nevertheless, Clare felt compelled to take action. She retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her pocket and donned them upon her eyes. These were not ordinary sunglasses, but rather special glasses crafted from obsidian, a crystal renowned in the magical realm. Obsidian, a black and translucent crystal, often emerges near volcanic regions. While it may not appear particularly precious on the surface, it possesses unique properties within the magical community. Obsidian can block numerous magical beams, even providing a degree of resistance against the killing curse of Avada Kedavra. If the caster's magical power is comparable to that of the target, and the target wields obsidian as a shield, the curse's potency is significantly diminished during its passage through the obsidian. Thus, while the target may sustain injuries, death is not a certainty. Obsidian serves as a natural substance for weakening spells, though it cannot thwart every incantation. Otherwise, it would be hoarded by wizards as a strategic resource. At this moment, Clare's obsidian glasses were intended to protect her from the basilisk's gaze. Among the known spells that obsidian can repel, the basilisk stare is sufficiently mitigated, rendering the minor damage that penetrates the obsidian a trivial matter for the magically adept Clare. Before long, Clare halted her advance. Before her lay a massive serpent's skin, a sight she had anticipated. Fluorescent light flickered across the enormous hide, which gleamed with an unpleasant, vivid green hue, its fine scales highlighting its resilience as it lay coiled and abandoned on the floor of the passage. This serpent skin was indeed mentioned in the original text. Although its ultimate purpose remained a mystery, Clare understood that the professors would not squander such a resource. This was a shed skin from the basilisk during its growth, and judging by its size, Clare recognized it as the remnant of a formidable creature. Adhering to the principle of not wasting the serpent skin, she shrank it down and tucked it into her pocket, which had been enchanted with an undetectable expansion charm. This single piece of skin barely filled half of her pocket. It was a valuable item. She knew that basilisk skin was a critical ingredient in the crafting of several rare potions. The passage twisted and turned, and Clare began to feel fatigued. She had not anticipated such a lengthy journey after reaching the depths. Was Slytherin truly intent on exhausting intruders? The design was exceedingly inhumane, definitely deserving of criticism. At last, after navigating what felt like countless turns, a solid wall loomed before her. It was adorned with 2 entwined serpents, their eyes set with glimmering, enormous emeralds. What a magnificent wall! Clare marveled at the 4 emeralds serving as eyes, reflecting the wealth of the ancient Slytherin family, which had the audacity to embellish even inanimate objects with such precious stones. Clare stepped forward, speaking parcel tongue. This was the final step to unlock the door. Without hesitation, she uttered a faint hissing sound towards the wall. The wall cracked open, and the 2 serpents parted. The 2 half-walls slid apart in perfect harmony, vanishing from sight. Clare exhaled deeply, her soul fragments on the verge of being extracted, a thought that filled her with a certain excitement. She advanced and stepped inside. Now, she stood at the end of a stone chamber, which was rather spacious and dimly lit. Towering stone pillars were entwined with more stone-carved giant serpents. Ascending into the darkness of the ceiling, one could only lament the poor design. Aside from the serpents, there was nothing particularly novel to captivate the audience, leading to a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Surrounding her were the rustling sounds of something slithering about, and it was easy to imagine that the serpent creature was nearby, having not returned to the gaping mouth of the massive statue of Slytherin. The enormous visage of Slytherin was hardly flattering. It appeared quite aged, reminiscent of a monkey, with sparse whiskers that hung down to the hem of its robe, presenting an image of an unkempt individual, bluntly put, a slovenly figure. Standing on the smooth floor of the stone chamber were gray legs, and between them stood a handsome wizard of medium height clad in a black robe. At the young wizard's feet lay a small, slender girl with red hair. That was Ron's sister, Ginny Weasley. Damn, how did you get here so early? Where's Harry? How did you enter without his parcel tongue? The handsome boy's voice bore a clear note of surprise. I suppose I just walked in, Clare shrugged. Don't you think walking is more beneficial for weight loss? As for Harry, it's obvious that he would need at least another day to arrive. During this time, you must be gradually absorbing this girl's memories, right? She won't wake up. Tom Riddle spoke in a gentle tone. He was tall, with sleek black hair that appeared so smooth. He looked unusually hazy, as if viewed through frosted glass. You still seem quite indistinct. It appears you have yet to fully restore yourself, Clare remarked, disappointment evident on her face. But rest assured, I will expedite your restoration. There are times when I anticipated even more than you do. Absurd. Tom Riddle scoffed coldly, casting a killing curse directly at Clare. However, in this state, the curse posed little threat to her. Moreover, considering the age of the Dark Lord, even if he were formidable, he posed no danger to Clare, especially since this was merely a fragment of his memory. How could this be possible? Riddle's eyes were filled with disbelief. In his recollections, although he had not yet reached a formidable power in his teenage years, he had already killed several Muggles with the Avada Kedavra curse. The student before him, appearing significantly younger, had defiantly withstood his spell. Nothing is impossible, Tom, Clare replied with remarkable calmness. You were not so powerful at this age. At least, compared to me now, you pose little threat. You should understand that the disparity in magical power is key to the lethality of the Avada Kedavra curse. However, you currently lack a physical form and are using Ginny's magic, which I surpass by many folds. Do you truly believe that your spell could affect me? I wouldn't even sneeze. Despite Tom Riddle's outward fury, Clare recognized that he had already accepted the reality. The Dark Lord was astute and pragmatic, even if he was merely a fragment of his former self. Bring your companions forth to duel with me. After all, I have a score to settle with that serpent. Clare's obsidian sunglasses reflected an enchanting light in the torch's glow. As you wish. To be honest, you truly astonish me. A 13-year-old child possessing such formidable magic. I admit, I was no match for you at that age. Speak to me, the greatest of the 4 founders of Slytherin at Hogwarts. The young Dark Lord had already exhibited the decisiveness of a leader, revealing his strongest card when his own strength fell short. Clare mused that had Voldemort not fragmented his soul, but rather devoted himself entirely to becoming stronger and honing his abilities, the wizarding world might have been graced with a true leader now. Clare did not speak again, for the serpent creature was about to emerge. The colossal stone visage of Slytherin began to stir, and the mouth of Slytherin widened increasingly, revealing a vast abyss. Within the statue, it appeared that something was writhing, ascending from the depths below. Clare, with a sense of exasperation, raised her wand and locked eyes with the furious basilisk through the obsidian. She cast several obstructive spells, all of which were evidently thwarted by the creature. The basilisk scales were impervious to many magical attacks, without sufficient magical energy. Clare realized that she could not harm the beast that night. Its defensive capabilities were indeed impressive. As she engaged in battle, Clare marveled at its resilience, noting that it surpassed the toughness of the shed snake skin she had encountered. Clearly, the discarded remnants were only suitable for potions. Were they to be fashioned into defensive gear, it would surely lead to my ruin. Seeing her initial attempts fail, the basilisk entered a frenzied mode of destruction, its tail sweeping violently, reducing any struck stone pillar to rubble. In truth, if Clare, at this moment, required assistance to defeat a basilisk, she might as well roll back home like a snowball. Yet, she was reluctant to mar her materials with any scars, perpetually seeking a chance to deliver a singular blow to the creature, allowing her to harvest the remains unblemished. The optimal approach, reminiscent of Harry's strategy in the original tale, was to pierce the upper jaw directly. This would not only preserve aesthetics but also ensure the corpse remained suitable for future experimentation. However, the basilisk's venom posed a significant threat. It was, in fact, lethal to Clare. Although she possessed knowledge of crafting an antidote, it required the snake's skin as a reagent, which she lacked. Even though she had acquired the potion mere minutes ago, who could guarantee her survival long enough to concoct it successfully? Very well. I shall settle for the skin, Clare mused. After all, the creature's immense size renders it merely a shield with little other utility. The head, however, is essential. Such a magnificent specimen could be directly affixed to a fusion creature. The greatest advantage lies in the fact that the basilisk's entire offensive capability resides in its head, thus rendering the body somewhat inconsequential. As she observed the basilisk's rapid approach, Clare silently mourned its impending demise. To meet death so swiftly is absurd. Since the head is so valuable, let us sever it first. Avada Kedavra. Embrace my transformation. I shall craft you into a magical being. Of course, in consideration of preserving your consciousness, I shall endeavor to conjure a form resembling that of an ordinary human. Trust me, in your current state as a spirit, finding a corporeal vessel is no trivial task. Although, as a lingering soul, it is indeed possible to resurrect through ancient magic, I believe my method will prove more efficient. For that which I create shall possess formidable magical power. Moreover, this is not a request, but an imperative. Clare articulated her plan, unperturbed by the prospect of resurrecting Tom Riddle, confident that each artificial magical creature she awakened bore her unique mark, ensuring absolute obedience to her commands. The basilisk's frenzied screams echoed throughout the subterranean chamber, its colossal form writhing in desperation, revealing its fearsome teeth glistening with lethal green venom. Regrettably, at this moment, the only action available to the basilisk was to thrash about in vain, its blood pooling beneath it. Clare's magical control was sufficiently potent. The wounds upon the creature's surface where Clare gazed intently into Tom Riddle's eyes, which shimmered with fervor. You have merely inherited the knowledge and memories from Voldemort's school days, which means you are wholly unaware of the experiences that contributed to his rise in power. At best, your current strength resembles that of a mere adolescent student. There lies a considerable distance between you and the Dark Lord. Furthermore, I believe that even if you were to walk out of here today, even if you were to absorb Ginny's soul power and subsequently draw strength from the souls of others to restore your own, reaching Voldemort's level would remain an arduous endeavor. The success of one individual cannot be replicated. Identical intellect and abilities, even in the same person, can yield disparate lives due to differing circumstances. Clare spoke from the depths of her heart. The concept of similar beginnings yet divergent fates, along with advantages of social standing, has profoundly impacted countless lives. Given the opportunity, could you become another version of yourself? Could you achieve the greatness of another? Clare inquired, her face etched with skepticism. I cannot guarantee that. Tom Riddle replied with remarkable composure, perhaps acutely aware of his inevitable doom. The moment he heard Clare mention the word Horcrux, he understood that this matter could not end well. I am the largest fragment of Voldemort's soul, and even now, I am nearly equal to the primary soul of Voldemort after his injury, Tom Riddle asserted earnestly to Clare. I can replace him. I am he. Why must I languish within this decaying tome while he basks in glory outside? Even now, as he lies vanquished, the mere utterance of Voldemort sends shivers down people's spines. Tom Riddle's gaze turned ominously fierce under the flickering torchlight of the underground chamber, his madness becoming ever more palpable. I refuse to accept this fate. Upon learning of the magnificent deeds accomplished by that fragment of soul through the girl's lips, my desire to escape this wretched notebook intensified. I am Tom Riddle. My talents are no less than his. I too can ascend to the pinnacle of greatness. Claire's reaction to Riddle was devoid of surprise. Any individual, upon discovering that a glorious achievement which should rightfully belong to them was entirely unrelated, would likely mirror Riddle's own response. It is astonishing that you have autonomously begun to perceive Voldemort and yourself as two distinct entities. Do not hastily dismiss this notion. Your reference to him as he rather than another version of yourself signifies a profound disavowal of a fragment of your own soul. Clare contemplated this, and a bold idea emerged in her mind. I can assist you. What? Riddle was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the implications of Claire's assertion. I can help you conquer him, Clare declared earnestly, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Tom Riddle stood there, hesitating to respond to Claire's words, fully aware that while her statement was declarative, it was also a veiled solicitation for his consent, a direct entrapment. He recognized the obvious manipulation at play, yet paradoxically, it offered him a potential avenue for survival. Riddle understood that he had no options at that moment. Even if Clare proposed a challenge against Dumbledore, he would have to acquiesce, as it would allow him to prolong his existence until Dumbledore ultimately ended his life, rather than facing immediate death. What are the terms? Riddle felt as though all his strength had been drained when he voiced this question, as if he were stripped of his very essence. Submit to my transformation, and I shall craft you into a magical being. Naturally, in order to preserve your consciousness, I will endeavor to shape you into a form resembling that of an ordinary human. Clare continued. Trust me, as a spirit, finding a corporeal vessel is no simple feat. Although you possess a living soul, reviving yourself through ancient magic to craft a new shell is conceivable. I believe my method would prove more feasible, as my creations will bear formidable magical power. Moreover, this is not a request, it is a demand. Clare laid bare his plan. Untroubled by the prospect of Riddle betraying him upon revival, for every artificially awakened magical being would bear his unique mark, ensuring absolute obedience to his commands. Additionally, a fragmented soul carries significant disadvantages. Emotions can swiftly devolve into uncontrollable rage, leading to an influx of negative sentiments, culminating in despair and self-destruction. This phenomenon is well documented. Clare continued to analyze. It is possible that your long existence as fragmented soul has shielded you from these symptoms, having remained sealed within the book for such a protracted period with minimal external contact. However, as you awaken, these afflictions will soon manifest. Do I have any other options? To face death. Naturally, I would erase your consciousness and create a newborn artificial magical being. The outcome would not differ significantly. Yet I would need to reconfigure the new magical entity's thought processes, Clare stated candidly. Very well, I accept. Riddle calmly acquiesced to Clare's proposal. Better to live in chains than to perish. For the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. Freedom has never been subdued by force. Such notions are mere fallacies. Riddle was no martyr. Compared to death, he found life to be a far greater blessing. What was that ancient Eastern proverb? A good death is inferior to a wretched survival. Riddle was not a hero prepared to sacrifice himself. He regarded himself as a cunning and adaptable figure. An astute choice. I will arrange for you to receive the finest instruction, enabling you to acclimate to your newfound powers in the briefest span of time. In a few years, you shall personally confront the soul that has garnered such a formidable reputation, thereby achieving your own illustrious fame. Clare proclaimed, clapping his hands, convinced he had successfully ensnared Riddle. I hope you will honor your promise. I shall await the challenge against my other soul. I am genuinely curious about his expression upon seeing me. Riddle approached the black diary, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished back inside. Clare stepped forward and picked up the diary from the ground. I assure you, in less than 3 years, you will boldly stand before him and triumph. Subsequently, Clare approached Ginny, levitating her to her side with a floating charm. Observing Ginny's condition, Clare sighed. You truly are ruthless. Such deep wounds to her soul will likely result in frequent illnesses for this child in the future. Nevertheless, I did not take her life. Besides, her soul remains intact and will naturally restore itself in due time. The diary in Clare's arms emitted Riddle's voice. This will surely frighten people. Clare collected the basilisk skin and the lifeless head of the creature, making her way outside. You should consider changing your name, after all. This one is still known to many. As you wish. I shall remain Tom Riddle. Upon reaching the surface, Clare's first step led her directly to Professor Snape's office door. It was already night, and professors did not reside in student dormitories. Professor Snape, for instance, had his own private quarters adjacent to his office for rest, although Clare preferred to keep her entrance into the Chamber of Secrets discreet. The unconscious Ginny floating behind her necessitated a more conspicuous approach. After all, an explanation was required for Ginny's presence. The news of her disappearance had likely spread throughout Gryffindor by now. If Clare's intuition served her correctly, Harry and Ron were plotting how to enter the chamber. While the Weasley couple was en route to Hogwarts, perhaps these two formidable wizards had already arrived at the school. At this moment, Clare found it impossible to conceal Ginny's existence. Even if she altered Ginny's memories, it would likely leave behind traces of the spell. Furthermore, Clare lacked the time to fabricate a sufficiently convincing memory for Ginny. Clare raised her hand, poised to knock on Professor Snape's door, when she was suddenly interrupted by a voice filled with surprise. "Mr. Hillakes." Professor Lockhart called out from a distance, his tone urgent. "Oh, Professor Lockhart." A wave of relief washed over Clare. With such an ostentatious professor around, she need not worry about the unraveling of her fabricated tale. "What are you doing in the corridor at this hour?" "Oh my goodness. Is that Ginny?" Lockhart exclaimed, his face reflecting the sudden realization of Ginny's presence. How did she end up here? Wasn't she taken into the Chamber of Secrets? "Indeed, Professor Lockhart," Clare replied, her hand tightening around her wand concealed within her sleeve. Ginny had indeed been taken into the chamber, a realm she herself had accessed, albeit under the influence of a diary belonging to the Dark Lord. Even if she were to awaken, her understanding of the events would be but a mere shadow. The diary of the Dark Lord. My heavens, where is it now? And what of the chamber? Lockhart's voice grew increasingly frantic, and Clare noted the prominent veins throbbing on his forehead. "I have burned the diary. After all, the simplest means to vanquish him is to eliminate the source, and that diary was rather fragile in that regard." Observing Lockhart's anxious demeanor, a slight smile tugged at Clare's lips as she continued, "The chamber lies behind the tap in the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Simply utter the word open in Parseltongue, and the mechanism will activate." With that, Clare demonstrated the pronunciation of the incantation, watching as Lockhart earnestly committed it to memory. Lastly, the creature within the chamber is a basilisk. The basilisk is a natural predator of spiders, explaining the recent exodus of arachnids from the castle. The crowing of a rooster is lethal to a basilisk, which elucidates why there have been frequent incidents involving Hagrid's roosters lately. As for the basilisk, or perhaps more aptly termed the flesh of it, it now lies deceased within the chamber, Clare explained patiently. An exquisite adventure tale. Lockhart clapped his hands. "To have accomplished such a feat in my first year at Hogwarts is simply astonishing." "Professor Lockhart?" Clare feigned ignorance as she spoke. Lockhart interrupted her inquiry, regrettably. "My dear child, while you are remarkable, the credit for this will ultimately belong to me. You adventurers are so foolish. Wouldn't it be more enticing to pin your experiences into a novel? Is it true that your past adventures have all been, indeed, quite so? While I may lack in many areas, my proficiency with the Oblivion charm is surprisingly adept. One might say I have mastered the art of memory alteration." Lockhart smiled, his gleaming white teeth appearing rather menacing. "Fear not, it shall not hurt, I assure you. Bid farewell to your memories. Obliviate. Obliviate all." Clare's voice rang out with greater speed than Lockhart's. With a resounding thud, Lockhart collided against the stone wall behind him and fell unconscious. "Regrettably, I must concede that you have mastered the application of that spell. However, you have underestimated my strength, and I was prepared for this eventuality," Clare remarked, her tone suggesting that Lockhart's defeat was well-deserved. Clare tilted her head slightly, expressing a hint of exasperation as she spoke. "Professor Snape, after listening for so long, isn't it time to open the office door? It's so cold outside, and I have been in this damp underground chamber for quite a while. I could easily catch a cold." Just as Clare finished her sentence, with a creak, Professor Snape swung open the door. "I am quite astonished, Clare. I never anticipated that you would be capable of confronting a basilisk on your own. Such combat prowess surpasses that of most adult wizards. Even among Aurors, a significant number would struggle to match your strength." Snape, known for his rarity in offering compliments, found this remarkable child before him genuinely formidable. To witness a wizard of such tender age reaching a level nearly on par with his own was indeed a daunting prospect. It is worth noting that even among the Death Eaters, Snape occupied a position at the pinnacle of power. Clare pursed her lips. How splendid would Snape's expression be if he were to learn that she had vanquished the basilisk with minimal exertion? Despite her curiosity, she lacked the inclination to pursue the matter further. At present, her prowess rendered her virtually invincible, save for encounters with wizards of Dumbledore's or Voldemort's caliber. "Professor Snape, I believe it is prudent for us to deliberate on how best to address the situation concerning these two individuals," Clare asserted. In light of Professor Lockhart's selfless endeavor to investigate the Chamber of Secrets, ultimately locating it and bravely confronting the creature within, though he succeeded in slaying the beast. The ferocity of the battle has unfortunately compromised his cognitive faculties. The school ought to bestow upon Professor Lockhart a Medal of Honor and ensure his transport to St. Mungo's for treatment. Your insights are indeed astute, Mr. Hillakes, Snape replied. I arrived too late to assist Professor Lockhart, but I managed to perform damage control by sealing the chamber once more and rescuing both Lockhart and Ginny Weasley, who had yet to become the monster's meal. At this revelation, Clare recognized the wisdom of experience. Snape's explanation perfectly clarified both her presence there and the circumstances surrounding the unconscious Ginny and the injured Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to the school. I trust that all faculty and students shall remember you fondly. May you recover well at St. Mungo's. Although you may never regain your memories, the nurses there will care for you with utmost devotion, Clare expressed sorrowfully to Lockhart, who lay against the wall. At her words, Snape raised an eyebrow, silently marveling at Clare's cunning. She had already resigned Lockhart to a lifetime of amnesia even before he had arrived at St. Mungo's. It was unavoidable. The hospital was under the influence of the Hillakes family, and if Hillakes deemed a case incurable, even a mere scrape could be deemed fatal. After their discussion, Professor Snape levitated the unconscious Lockhart, and they proceeded towards Professor McGonagall's office. Snape had just informed Clare that the Weasley couple had recently arrived at Hogwarts, having been preceded by Dumbledore's return. Ginny. Clare knocked on the door to McGonagall's office, and immediately Mrs. Weasley rushed towards Ginny. Mr. Weasley followed closely behind, and they both enveloped their beloved daughter in their arms. Professor Dumbledore stood by the fireplace, his wise gaze assessing the composed Clare at the door. Beside him stood Professor McGonagall, who clutched her chest tightly, gasping for breath. You saved her. How did you manage that? She exclaimed, a question that echoed in the minds of all present. Clearing his throat, Clare recounted the rationale he had just devised, prompting Mrs. Weasley to sob uncontrollably as she rushed towards the equally unconscious Lockhart. Having awakened during Clare's narrative, Lockhart now looked bewildered at the tearful Mrs. Weasley, scratching his head and inquiring, Excuse me, madam, where am I? Mrs. Weasley's wails intensified at his words, while Mr. Weasley attempted to console his wife and assist the slumped Lockhart. I believe we should take Mr. Lockhart and Ginny to Madame Pomfrey rather than allowing our benefactor to remain here with the poor child, he suggested. With a dawning realization, Mrs. Weasley complied, lifting the still unconscious Ginny and offering an apologetic gesture to Clare, Dumbledore, and the others as she followed her husband, supporting Lockhart, out of McGonagall's office. Soon, only Clare, Snape, and the smiling Dumbledore remained in the room. Clare had no intention of concealing anything from Dumbledore, who was well aware of her true capabilities. If she were unable to resolve such a minor issue, Dumbledore would find it hard to believe in her prowess. What, then, is the authentic version of events? Dumbledore inquired directly. Clare inhaled deeply and began to explain earnestly, relying on her own judgment based on a spider and a rooster. As for that diary, I had used the fiend fire curse on it, and under its intense flames, the diary was swiftly consumed. Clare earnestly elucidated the situation. It seemed that matters had returned to their original course. How much Dumbledore believed Clare's explanation was subject to individual interpretation. Nevertheless, it appeared that she had successfully navigated Dumbledore's scrutiny, as much of what she described was rooted in truth, with only the final detail regarding the fiend fire being a fabrication. Clearly, both the basilisk Fong and the fiend fire possessed the capability to obliterate Horcruxes, and the latter left no trace behind. Dumbledore would undoubtedly not doubt Clare's ability to wield fiend fire. He had never questioned her strength since she had defeated the basilisk in her first year. In the days that followed, life was vibrant. After the mandrakes matured, Clare personally brewed the petrification cure, a feat made possible by Hermione's assistance. While Clare's potion might not have been the finest, in terms of efficacy, it was unparalleled. The absence of defense against the dark arts was a rare boon for most students, granting them more time for play. The same held true for Clare, allowing him more moments to spend with Hermione or immerse himself in the sea of books. Notably, Tom's diary had now been renamed Tom Riddle. And as a scion of Slytherin, he possessed a lineage pure enough to inherit Parseltongue, making his surname entirely appropriate. He had fully inherited the remarkable talents of his original self, possessing an almost instinctual understanding of dark magic. Many times, Clare mused that had it not been for his innate magical prowess, he might not have matched Tom's speed in mastering dark arts. However, the facts remained. Clare's natural talent surpassed Tom's in every regard, which only fueled his diligence in studying. Regrettably, Lucius Malfoy was expelled by the school board, much to the family's disgrace. Yet, the title of a Hogwarts board member could not undermine the Malfoy family's foundation. Lucius was now focused on his investments in Gringotts, a far more lucrative endeavor than serving on the Hogwarts board. Everything seemed to proceed in an orderly fashion. Buckbeak had recently encountered a formidable adversary in the Forbidden Forest, a vast colony of spiders, likely descendants of Aragog left behind by Hagrid. Fortunately, Buckbeak appeared to revel in the challenge, seemingly immune to the spider's venom. Recently, he had taken to borrowing fire from familiar centaurs to roast the spiders, developing a taste for their flavor. Clare speculated that he might share some commonalities with a Muggle figure akin to Bear Grylls, pondering whether such a person existed in this world. Time passed swiftly, and Clare became engrossed in his studies of fusion creatures. With his extraordinary aptitude, he swiftly assimilated all the literature available on the subject. Tom observed this keenly, indicating that Clare was well prepared for his resurrection plan. As winter transitioned to spring, Clare found himself once again boarding the Hogwarts Express. This semester, prior to Professor Lockhart's incident, a dueling club had been held, resulting in over half the students practicing the highly practical disarming charm. Clare had once deemed the disarming charm to be among the most useful spells outside of dark magic, as it was arguably the best offensive spell available, being proactive in nature and far superior to the shield charm, which students could only learn in their third year. On the Hogwarts Express, students utilized the final hours to experiment with magic, knowing that after disembarking, they would be unable to practice for nearly 2 months. For the children of pure-blood wizarding families, this was not a concern. They possessed spare wands in addition to their own. In one compartment, Hermione, Clare, Harry, and Ron sat together. Draco was at odds with Gryffindor, having always distanced himself from Hermione and her friends, despite knowing full well that she was Clare's girlfriend. Perhaps Draco believed that Clare would inevitably marry a pure-blood witch, with Fleur being the likely candidate, thus rendering any hope of a future between Clare and Hermione futile. The atmosphere in the compartment was somewhat tense. Clare held a book with a black cover, which to Harry and the others appeared to be merely a book. Harry had been experiencing a throbbing headache since Clare entered the compartment, though he could not ascertain the cause. Clare sensed this was an ominous sign, as the scar on Harry's forehead burned painfully, akin to a branding iron being pressed against his skin. Harry struggled to cover his forehead, his complexion growing increasingly pale as Clare drew near. "What is the matter, Harry? You look rather unwell," Ron inquired, demonstrating concern despite his usual carefree demeanor. "Nothing. I might have eaten something I shouldn't have for breakfast. Just a bit of a headache," Clare replied, taking a seat opposite Harry. This action intensified Harry's discomfort. The scar housed a fragment of Voldemort's soul, which would ignite in pain whenever Harry encountered Voldemort or felt his influence. This was a manifestation of the fragment's inherent desire for completeness. The soul had been forcibly divided, as long as its other pieces were nearby. This fragment would emit a powerful yearning, attempting to reassemble itself. Over the past few months, Clare had assisted Tom in severing his connection to Voldemort's main soul, leaving Tom as a separate, albeit incomplete, entity. However, the severed connection pertained solely to the main soul. Clare had yet to interact with the other fragments, remaining unaware of their properties, and thus had not severed their ties. Consequently, carrying Tom's concealed diary into the open invited the frenzied desire of the soul fragment within Harry's scar. A fusion of the soul. Clare had always adhered to principles of frugality, and now, an opportunity presented itself with a fragment of Voldemort's soul at hand. Compared to external souls, the absorption efficiency of his own soul fragment was nearly 100. Yet, caution was imperative. This particular piece of Voldemort's essence was severed at the height of his power, imbued with both his strength and his madness. It was indisputable that Voldemort was a madman, and no one could guarantee that Tom would not descend into madness himself after merging with this fragment. To prepare for this, Clare had taken extensive precautions, casting numerous protective spells concerning the soul the previous night. Additionally, Tom had developed a self-awareness that placed his own essence on par with that of the main soul, greatly enhancing his resistance to the subordinate fragments. Ultimately, Clare resolved that upon returning home, he would commence his work on the creation of magical fusion creatures, ensuring that any magical being he awakened would unconditionally obey his commands. Tom volunteered to serve as the experimental soul for his magical fusion creature, which he once regarded as the most legitimate path to resurrection. Clare held the greatest leverage, as long as she could ensure that Tom could temporarily suppress Voldemort's madness. The subsequent tasks would appear considerably simpler. Harry, you look unwell. Would you like me to take a look at you? Clare said with a friendly smile, approaching Harry. Harry hesitated, acutely aware that his headache was significantly linked to Clare. However, he could not be certain, for Clare had not done anything directly to him. And they had never been adversaries, leaving him with no reason to suspect her intentions. What are you hesitating for? You must have heard of Mr. Hillakes' medical skills by now. Listen, Harry, despite him being a Slytherin, if he intended to harm you, you would have been long gone by now. Do not forget the extent of his formidable power. Even Ron was urging Harry to relent. Clare believed that his earlier venture into the Chamber of Secrets to rescue Ginny had left a favorable impression on Ron, garnering him considerable goodwill. Hermione tightened her embrace around Clare's arms, her reproachful gaze directed at Harry. Come on, Harry, stop putting up a front. I believe Clare will have you healed in no time. All right then. Having come to a realization, Harry approached the situation with a willingness to try. Though he found it somewhat absurd to allow the cause of his ailment to treat him. Sensitivity to dark magic. Clare casually fabricated a symptom. I apologize, Harry. You know, the Hillakes family is renowned for their expertise in dark arts, and I happen to possess a book that records various perilous dark spells. It appears your symptoms are quite severe. This is your body's response to dark magic. Clare raised the black tome in her hand, her face a picture of regret. It seems, Harry, that you possess a rather remarkable talent. The sensitivity to dark magic is not truly a malady. Rather, it is a gift that many wizards possess, enabling them to avert perilous situations. Fortunately, the remedy is simple. One must merely prove that the factors causing this condition pose no threat to oneself. With that, Clare pressed the black book slowly against Harry's forehead. He felt a chilling sensation against his skin, a welcome reprieve for his burning scar. Suddenly, a frenzy of energy swept through his mind, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were ensconced in an icy cavern. The stark contrast between the searing heat and the frigid cold compelled him to open his mouth, nearly crying out. Yet, to his astonishment, it felt as though his throat was constricted, and no sound escaped his lips. Soon, Harry sensed that something had dissipated from his scar, leaving him with an ambivalent feeling of loss intertwined with relief. All done, Clare declared, retracting the book from Harry's forehead. By placing this object, imbued with dark magical power, near your most vital organ, be it your brain or your heart, your body will recognize that though this item is dangerous, it has not inflicted harm even when close to your core. Thus, it assures you of its safety, soothing your immune-like response. Clare felt a surge of self-satisfaction, congratulating herself on her audacity, unperturbed by the fabrication she had spun. Clare, you cannot simply wander around with a dark magic book. You could be apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. Hermione exclaimed anxiously, her gaze fixed on Clare. Clare felt a warmth in her heart. Hermione's first reaction upon discovering the dark magic book in her hands was not to question why she possessed such a tome or to insist on its destruction, but rather to express concern for her own safety. Having a girlfriend like this is a rare treasure for any man. Will you speak of it? Clare surveyed the 4 individuals in the compartment. Hermione was an obvious choice. Having just healed Harry, he would naturally remain tight-lipped. As for Ron, ever since that day when Clare rescued Ginny from the Chamber of Secrets, and Dumbledore inadvertently acknowledged Clare as the primary contributor, Ron's gratitude towards Clare had become abundantly clear. Regarding the dark magic book, I am a celiax, and dark magic tomes abound in my family. Within the wizarding community, our basement is regarded as a storage site for dark magic, on par with, if not surpassing, the various Ministry of Magic facilities. It is entirely ordinary for me to possess such a book. I dare say, even if Fudge were standing before me, he would turn a blind eye. Clare spoke with confidence, articulating a truth. The dark arts of several powerful families are tacitly accepted in the wizarding world. To impose stringent regulations on these families would be akin to inciting a cataclysmic war throughout the entire wizarding realm. What formidable spells does this book contain? Ron inquired with curiosity, swallowing hard. This involves eerie magic pertaining to the soul. Although the Ministry of Magic has not explicitly forbidden its study, it has long been suppressed under the notion of being inhumane, leading to its consensus as dark magic. Clare was not mistaken. Most soul-related magic is deemed malevolent, and thus rarely researched. The diary in Clare's possession happened to be a Horcrux, and what better assurance of it being a tome of soul-related magic than that? Therefore, in truth, Clare spoke nothing but the reality. For some reason, perhaps influenced by Clare's comment about the Ministry's lack of prohibition, Hermione's pallor shifted from the earlier mention of dark magic to a hint of color. Clare, will you become a dark wizard? My impression of dark wizards has always been that they are exceedingly evil, committing all manner of malevolence. Hearing Hermione's words, Clare found himself both amused and exasperated. I am already a thorough dark wizard. What more is there to question? Our family is renowned for dark magic, aside from potions. But fret not. Have you seen me commit any wrongdoing? Not at all, I assure you, I shall not turn to darkness. Clare replied with a mischievous grin. The entire train was suffused with a joyful atmosphere. Even Harry, recently recovered from his illness, joined in the conversation with Clare and the others. Nonetheless, apart from Hermione, everyone maintained a respectful distance from the magical tome in Clare's hands. This was not solely due to the book's dangerous contents, but also because, after healing Harry, it emanated an unsettling aura. Even those nearby could sense the unusual nature of the diary, so how could Clare remain oblivious? Excusing himself to the restroom, Clare finally had the opportunity to converse with Tom. What is the matter? Is the soul absorption malfunctioning? There are senior instructors on the train, if they sense your presence. Not even I can protect you. Your prior concerns were justified. This fragment of the soul has inherited the madness of my primary soul. My heavens! How could this be so insane? Is this still me? Is it difficult to absorb? If it affects you adversely, do not force it, Clare suggested. I am now the primary soul. Moreover, from a soul perspective, I am far more complete than it. The fusion of souls does not depend on past experiences or strength, but rather on the completeness and potency of the soul. Clearly, I excel in both areas. Most importantly, this fragment of the soul contains nearly all of Voldemort's knowledge. If I absorb and transform it properly, due to our shared essence, this knowledge will become mine. Tom's tone was filled with delight. Could you perhaps suppress your aura? It will attract more attention, Clare implored with a hint of exasperation. I cannot control this. Instead, let me quietly absorb and transform this soul fragment in the suitcase. I can manage it at my own pace. How long will that take? At most 3 days. At least one. During this time, I shall prepare the resurrection experiment for you. Call me when you return. Before disembarking, Hermione threatened Clare with her little fist. I promise. I must hurry back this time, but I will do my utmost to return early to accompany you back to school. Clare assisted Hermione with her luggage as they slowly made their way towards the platform. Clare swiftly located Victor amidst the crowd and under his guidance. She soon returned to the manor. My lord, your next fragment of the soul, Victor remarked with a hint of urgency in his expression. As one of the witnesses and creators of history, he eagerly anticipated that Clare would bring back a sufficient amount of materials. I have no issues on my end. Clare replied, curiosity piqued. What materials have you prepared this time? I informed you months ago that I require humanoid materials. As you wish, my lord. Victor responded with a smile. This time, my preparations will undoubtedly astonish you. Oh, what materials are we discussing? Clare inquired, genuinely intrigued. The mummy of the most formidable pharaoh. Khufu. Victor exclaimed with palpable excitement. Khufu's mummy. Are you certain? Wasn't it thought to be lost? Clare questioned, confusion evident in her voice. Such notions are mere fabrications. In truth, his mummy has been preserved within an American museum all along. I replaced it with another corpse, employing a transformation spell, Victor declared. A note of pride in his tone. However, Clare did not find any merit in such thievery. The pharaohs were, in fact, a lineage of magicians throughout ancient history. They ascended to the royal status in Egypt, wielding their extraordinary abilities to govern the Muggles. Naturally, the Muggles of that era were utterly convinced by their illusions. And even the superstitious believed that the pharaohs were the earthly representatives of deities or even their reincarnations. Khufu stood as the mightiest of magicians within this vast magical empire. Clare recalled certain passages from her readings and began to explain. It is precisely because he was the most powerful sorcerer of his time that I sought to procure his remains. Victor elucidated his actions. This endeavor involves human transformation. In reality, modifying Khufu's body requires minimal effort. We can utilize it directly. After all these years, the repeated infusions of magical energy have rendered this body exceptionally conducive to magic. It is merely somewhat desiccated. Clare retrieved Tom's diary from the box, and instantly, a chilling aura filled the car. Oh, Victor remarked with surprise, this fragment of a soul invokes a peculiar sensation in me. Greetings, I am Tom Riddle. A fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul, though it is now largely detached from the main essence. Tom had previously gleaned Victor's existence from Clare, a deduction he had made with relative ease. You must be Tom, Victor said, a knowing expression crossing his face as he spoke. The young master mentioned you in his letter. Trust me, should you seek resurrection and the embodiment of formidable power, you have indeed come to the right place. No matter how formidable it may seem, this is merely a fragment of Voldemort's youthful essence. Despite its cunning, it remains the psyche of a mere adolescent, lacking the richness of life experience. Although Tom sensed that Clare and her companion's words were not as straightforward as they appeared, he could find no fault in their assertions. "Have you just absorbed a fragment of a soul?" Victor inquired. "Indeed, sir," Tom responded, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "I am still struggling to control the power. Do not fret. For now, accompany me. We still need to restore your essence," Victor said, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. The luxurious vehicle glided into the Hillakes London estate. As Victor parked in the garage, he eagerly approached Clare to bid her farewell. "Young master, I believe I must hasten to assist Tom in restoring his soul. He is currently grappling with the negative emotions stemming from Voldemort within him. Although he is the primary essence and will not be immediately swayed by these feelings, the long-term deficiency of his soul will inevitably provide these negative influences with an opportunity to take hold." Clare expressed her understanding. She was well aware of Tom's circumstances and clearly perceived the flaws within his soul. Victor did not rush to leave. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly remarked, "I have an idea, my lord." Clare steadied herself and gestured for Victor to continue elaborating on his proposal. "I intend to utilize the deathly essence of a wizard to fill the void within Tom's fractured soul. Tom himself is a human wizard. Thus, employing the spirit of a similar wizard as a filler would ensure a remarkable compatibility. Moreover, we have already secured a suitable vessel for Tom's resurrection, which happens to be the corporeal remnants of a powerful wizard from his lifetime. This amalgamation would result in the emergence of a formidable undead wizard. We could draw inspiration from the ancient methods of crafting liches, thereby reviving Tom as a unique, living lich." Victor's eyes sparkled with fervor, envisioning the moment his plan would come to fruition, potentially yielding a lich whose power could rival even that of Dumbledore. "Surely, you are aware of the destructive potential of a lich, and one filled entirely with the souls of wizards would possess what extraordinary magical talents. Are you not intrigued? Indeed, a lich is immensely powerful, yet we are confronted with a significant dilemma." Clare furrowed her brow, contemplating the flaws in this approach. "The amount of magical energy required to awaken him is substantial. My own reserves are insufficient. Furthermore, the awakening ritual prohibits the mingling of two or more sources of magic. Consequently, there would be no one capable of awakening such a potent magical entity. The ideal is splendid, yet the path to realization is undeniably arduous. Reviving a lich renowned for its vast reservoir of magical power is no trivial endeavor. The liches crafted by ancient wizards possessed magical capacities roughly equivalent to those of contemporary adult wizards, and as undead beings, their destructive capabilities rivaled those of human wizards, an extraordinary feat in itself." Victor, too, momentarily succumbed to contemplation, evidently having overlooked this grave issue when he first entertained the possibility. "Perhaps we could channel magical energy in phases? Are you not aware that the dissipation of external magical energy occurs at a far swifter rate than the generation of magic within the human body? How do you suppose you became one of the most formidable dark wizards in the wizarding world over the past few decades?" Clare retorted sharply. "Yet, there is not a complete lack of solutions," Victor mused, his brow knitted in thought. "When we designed and created the Butcher, we accounted for its modified digestive system's immense conversion rate of magical energy. The amount of magic stored within the Butcher's frame was truly staggering." Clare's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting that, during this period, young master, you will be unable to rest? While I have been away, you have continuously infused magic into the Butcher's being. Although the magic within him is gradually depleting, it is still preferable to leaving it in the external world. I have calculated that if you ensure a daily infusion equivalent to your total magical capacity by the time I return, the Butcher will contain roughly twice the amount of magic that you possess. Despite the low efficiency of storage, the magic within the Butcher is of the same origin as mine, allowing him to stand by my side when I awaken Victor, replenishing my magic reserves." Clare pondered this notion seriously and found it feasible. However, it must be noted that while a lich significantly amplifies its magical prowess, it nearly forfeits all physical defenses. Even a strike from a disarm spell could prove fatal. Despite their formidable magic, no powerful wizard can guarantee immunity from being struck by a spell. The ancient purpose of creating liches was to unleash devastating, instantaneous carnage on the battlefield. However, after a single conflict, the number of liches would dwindle significantly, a result that wizards dread. The creation process is immensely resource-intensive and ultimately unsustainable, leading to their swift exit from the annals of history. Clare expressed another concern. Although wizards are mortal, as their magical powers grow, they develop significant resistance to spells. For instance, the brain-closing spell serves as a defense against soul extraction and astral projection. Those with exceptional magical prowess, like Dumbledore, can withstand powerful curses, even if children like Harry, Ron, and Hermione attempted to cast the killing curse on him. It would have no effect. Wizards themselves are magical beings, and their resistance stems from their accumulated magical energy. Conversely, liches possess almost no resistance in this regard. Despite their immense magical power, they can only counter spells with other spells. Any lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. Why should we allow liches to face their foes alone? Victor looked at Clare incredulously. Everyone knows that while liches can cause great destruction, they are exceedingly fragile. Any educated wizard understands this principle. So, how do you propose to resolve this issue? You can't possibly find a meat shield to absorb spells for the lich, can you? Wait. Clare's eyes widened. Although it seemed somewhat unbelievable, this was undoubtedly an excellent idea. Master, have you thought of something? Victor beamed. Realizing that while the butcher could handle large creatures, he would be a sitting duck against a group of wizards. Pairing him with a lich was the most fitting solution. Indeed, Victor had likely conceived this flawless combination the moment he mentioned the butcher. Liches possess vast magical energy, unlike those created from the dead, which require constant magical infusion from wizards. Those formed from the living can regenerate their magic independently, making them far more practical. Clare would only need to provide the magical energy for the lich's resurrection. The rest would be left for the lich to restore on its own. The butcher, in relation to the lich, merely needed to fend off melee attackers, a task well within his capabilities. Furthermore, with the butcher blocking the front lines and the lich providing ranged support, together they formed a perfectly balanced combat unit. What a brilliant idea. Clare was thoroughly pleased with Victor's suggestion. Voldemort's soul was now reduced to his primary fragment and the snake Nagini that perpetually accompanied him. The primary fragment was tainted with excessive negative emotions, rendering it unsuitable for experimentation. Likewise, Nagini, as the last Horcrux created before the unexpected incident with Harry's forehead, contained too much of Voldemort's essence to serve as experimental material. Indeed, Nagini had effectively become another body for Voldemort, with a bond between them that was nearly unbreakable. Victor concurred. It appeared that both the primary soul and Nagini, which remained with it, were to be discarded as useless remnants. Clare expressed some regret. Nonetheless, these fragments should harness their remaining energy before being disposed of. Victor shrugged. It seemed our magical creature experiments were coming to a close, as suitable soul fragments had become scarce. Not necessarily, Clare replied with an odd expression. After much contemplation, I believe we can utilize another type of soul for creating artificial magical beings. What? Another type of soul? Victor frowned, indicating his confusion. The soul of a dying person, which exists between life and death. Clare lamented. The soul of the dying transitions from a living soul to a departed one, and theoretically, it could still be used as a living soul. After all, the living souls we are currently completing carry traces of death energy, which is unavoidable. However, herein lies the issue. The success rate is exceedingly low. What is the probability? Victor's eyes nearly blazed with intensity. Regardless of how low the odds, this was a perilous path. Less than 1%. Clare's words were startling, and it might even be as low as 1 in 1,000. The chances could increase slightly if the subject cooperated fully. But the participant must remain conscious throughout the process, and no one can guarantee they won't suffer a mental breakdown. How high would cooperation need to be? Victor was clearly anxious. I don't know. I've never conducted such an experiment, Clare admitted candidly. The outcome depends significantly on the subject's cooperation, willpower. Whether they are a wizard or a magical creature like a werewolf, physical condition, age, and other factors. Due to resource limitations, I haven't had the opportunity to test this. I will continue my experiments, but you should go complete Tom first. He must be waiting in the car. After Clare's approval, Victor opened the door and grabbed the black diary from the car. During their conversation, Clare had used earplugs to block Tom's listening from inside the car. Although Tom was aware that he would be revived using the body of Pharaoh Khufu, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was to be transformed into a lich, a type of magical being. It indeed aligned with his plan to resurrect himself as a humanoid magical entity, albeit a rather abstract one. Victor quickly slammed the car door, yanking the diary from the front seat, the swift motion eliciting a chorus of complaints from the book. Yet, Victor pretended not to hear, hastily making his exit as if something were urging him to leave. Before departing, he reminded Clare, Master, I will likely be gone for nearly 10 days. During this time, someone will attend to your needs. Victor's tone was teasing, and his hurried retreat bore the marks of someone wary of Clare's potential wrath. Meanwhile, upon hearing Victor's voice, Clare weakly pressed his hand to his forehead. He admitted that, as a normal boy, he indeed harbored certain desires. However, considering his age, 13, he pondered whether it was truly wise to entertain such thoughts. After all, many in the world became parents at this age, and in ancient times, marrying as a teenager was quite common. With so many precedents and a well-trained maid in his household, Clare felt a stirring in his heart. Yet, he resolved not to rush. At this stage, the priority was to check on the butcher's condition in the basement and to infuse as much magical energy into him as possible. Since awakening, the butcher had remained dormant to conserve magical energy. After all, his massive form required an immense amount of magic for any physical activity. Operating a magical fortress demands considerable magical energy. Although the butcher could rely on food for sustenance, Clare, being considerate of the house elves in his new estate, had not assigned them extra tasks. In comparison, the house elves of the Hillakes family were far better off, particularly those in the London estate. Their daily responsibilities revolved solely around Clare and Victor, and though Eliza had recently been added to the mix, she was quite capable of taking care of herself under the tutelage of the house elf, Jean Jing, requiring no special treatment from the other house elves. The house elves primarily engaged in simple tasks such as cleaning, maintaining the estate's lawns and trees, and driving away the pesky garden gnomes, much lighter duties than those typically assigned in other wizarding households. As a result, the house elves of the Hillakes family carried themselves with an air of nobility when in the company of their counterparts from other families. In the dimly lit basement, a colossal figure leaned against the wall. The faint glow from the exposed lighting illuminated this behemoth, casting a striking contrast between its well-defined muscles and the shadows that cloaked its bulk, highlighting the explosive power contained within. The term ironclad scarcely did justice to the sight before one. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would have ample reason to believe that even steel would seem feeble against the strength of its three muscular arms. In stark contrast to these robust limbs, its rotund belly was astonishingly pronounced, leaving one to ponder how a creature with arms as formidable as rock could possess such an ample midsection. With each breath, the creature's abdomen expanded like a balloon. Its limits an enigma. Most captivating were its two scaly thighs, glistening with an emerald sheen. Any who ventured near would hardly perceive these stout pillars as vulnerabilities. Indeed, these muscular legs represented the most robust aspects of the creature's physique. The butcher, with its massive form, could only be attacked directly through these legs. To vanquish this beast, one would need to devise a means to circumvent its formidable limbs and strike elsewhere. This was precisely what the creature preferred. As the mobility afforded by its stout legs was painfully inadequate, a flaw compensated for by its formidable defensive capabilities, the butcher's reflexes were notably sluggish. And this was no fault of its own. Any creature of such considerable size would inherently lack swiftness. As a tank-like entity, if its responses were overly sensitive, the agony it would endure during attacks would be unbearable, leading to its inevitable collapse. However, Clare's descent stirred the slumbering giant. This was not due to the sound of her footsteps. This dull creature would remain unfazed even amidst the din of cannon fire. Rather, it was the shared magical essence between Clare and the butcher that awakened it. The magic coursing through the butcher's veins was identical to Clare's, establishing an unseen connection. This bond was imperceptible to outsiders, yet Clare could sense it acutely, knowing that a mere thought could transform the magic sustaining the butcher into its lethal bane. Through this connection, the butcher became aware of Clare's approach. It opened its bleary eyes, the murkiness indicating it had not yet fully awakened. Just as it was about to rouse itself, Clare conveyed a message. She did not intend to issue commands. This meant that Clare's previous directive remained in effect, which had been to minimize the expenditure of magical energy to the greatest extent possible. Though still in slumber, the creature's seemingly dull intellect was capable of comprehending Clare's words. After all, the primary fragment of its soul originated from Voldemort. Despite having been thoroughly cleansed, the thoughts of this formidable being were not as sluggish as they appeared. You will soon find yourself no longer alone. Clare spoke slowly to the butcher. You will gain a brother, the only distinction being that you are a blank slate, while he possesses the memories of a powerful wizard. Clare gazed into the butcher's bewildered eyes, gently patting its knee, originally intending to stroke its head, but finding it beyond reach. From now on, the two of you shall work in tandem. Your strength lies in close combat. Under my enhancement, even a dragon shall be torn asunder before you. As long as you do not encounter the mightiest of black dragons, few draconic creatures will pose a challenge to you. Your brother, on the other hand, shall excel in magic. Even the formidable Dumbledore cannot match his destructive prowess. After spending an extended period in the basement, Clare finally ascended back to the surface. The butcher's condition remained remarkably stable. Nearly a year had passed, during which Victor had diligently monitored its stability. And the results indicated that their synthetic magical creature was an extraordinary success. Regrettably, the butcher represented a unique type of magical being, incapable of forming a lineage due to the intricate craftsmanship involved. Even if Clare possessed the same materials, he could not replicate another creature identical to the butcher. At the entrance of the basement, Clare encountered Eliza, who was waiting there. Eliza had undergone a significant transformation compared to before her return to school. Her long, straight black hair, cascading down to her waist, was now styled into two playful ponytails, framing her face perfectly. Her thick, straight bangs rested just above her brow, and her large, glistening eyes radiated a shy allure, devoid of any forced negativity, presenting a demeanor that invited admiration. Clad in a meticulously tailored black and white maid outfit that accentuated her slender waist, it beautifully showcased the elegant curves of her petite figure. Her long legs, ensconced in black stockings, revealed a breathtakingly enticing sight, while her feet, adorned in black high heels, subtly angled inward, exuding an effortless grace. Clare drew in a sharp breath, astonished by Jingjing's newfound talent, which seemed to have been acquired from some unknown source. The little bat was no longer the timid creature she had captured. It had transformed into a mischievous sprite, capable of causing mayhem. With an unwavering gaze fixed upon Eliza, Clare observed her intently until the latter's cheeks flushed crimson. Only then did Clare regain her composure, clearing her throat gently before instructing, "It is getting late. Please assist me in preparing dinner. Tonight, there is no need for our household elf to intervene. I shall retreat to my study for a while. Kindly summon me when it is time to dine." Clare asserted that she was not assessing whether the maid was a domestic virtuoso. She swore to the heavens. Of course, the sorcerers did not hold belief in a deity. Upon entering the study, Clare gulped down a large cup of lukewarm water that had been left there. This was utterly compelling one towards transgression. To have such a girl in close proximity, one who bore an obedient demeanor, it was nearly impossible to avoid some form of entanglement. "Hermione, I must apologize to you." "Fleur, what on earth? How could Fleur even cross my mind? Had a mere month of acquaintance led me to fall for this girl, 3 years my senior?" The desk was adorned with books, yet Clare possessed no inclination to cast her gaze upon their contents. She smacked her forehead. It seemed her adolescent hormones were in overdrive. Deep within her, a rogue heart truly existed, enjoying what was on her plate, while her eyes wandered to the pot and still fixated on the rice jar. Even in moments of contrition, her thoughts were not limited to a single girl. Indeed, no matter how much Clare condemned herself, her mind was irresistibly besieged by the visages of Hermione and Fleur. Gradually, another countenance joined these two in her mind, Elisa's shy and demure beauty. Compared to Hermione's youthfulness and Fleur's nascent charm, Elisa possessed an enchanting allure. Her curvaceous figure, elongated legs, and the fullness accentuated by her cinched waist. Goodness, what was she thinking? "Master, your Clare underwent an intense internal struggle, and through the resonance of magic, she became convinced that Elisa was standing right outside her door, not having wandered far." The girl before Clare possessed an unprecedented allure, a temptation that any normal man would find difficult to resist. However, Clare understood that within the vampire hierarchy for female vampires, retaining a youthful appearance was far more advantageous for their ascension. In the eyes of many lower-ranking vampires, attracting the opposite sex through their own charm and subsequently feeding on their blood was a swift path to advancement. Yet, in reality, this approach could only expedite their rise to the rank of vampire baron, ensuring they held the lowest title, though such a rank is deemed the most modest. Within the rigidly structured vampire society, those who possess a title rise above their peers. Most of the benefits and regulations within the vampire community serve those of noble status. It can be said that a title for a vampire is akin to the distinction between a citizen and an undocumented individual. Vampires who maintain their youthful forms may struggle to obtain sufficient blood to enhance their strength during their early years, making them susceptible to being hunted by human extermination teams. However, once such vampires attain a title, they can rapidly ascend in a short span of time. Many emerging vampire nobles have exercised restraint in their youth, only to rise swiftly upon acquiring their titles, becoming formidable powers in their own right. Elisa exemplifies such an emerging vampire noble. With the prowess of a viscount, She is merely over 100 years old. While this age might be considered advanced for a human, for a vampire, it equates to the mere years of a teenager. Additionally, having spent a prolonged period disconnected from the outer world, immersed in a strict cultivation environment, her mentality aligns with that of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. To the vampire community, she is akin to a child, which explains why Jingjing was able to swiftly indoctrinate and train her. Over the past century, Elisa has devoted most of her time to rigorous training. As a direct descendant of a vampire duke, she possesses ample resources to enhance her abilities. Free from the plight of resource scarcity, most of those living alongside her are similarly privileged vampire offspring, leading to minimal interaction among them, as they predominantly spend their time in relentless cultivation. In truth, the entirety of Elisa's experiences pales in comparison to the teachings imparted by Jingjing over the course of a single year. Jingjing has almost fundamentally distorted Elisa's worldview, achieving the pinnacle of indoctrination, such that Elisa perceives her actions as entirely justified and a matter of course. Clare pushed open the door, and in that moment, he had firmly resolved a particular thought. The corridor's lighting was somewhat dim, though it was unclear whether this was the usual ambience of his home or a deliberate act by Elisa. After all, the corridor lights were typically managed by the household's domestic sprites, and it was not uncommon for them to change the fixtures to suit various occasions such as birthday parties, balls, and dinners. Elisa, clad in a low-cut, short-skirted maid outfit, stood outside the door, her face alight with anticipation as she awaited Clare's command. "Ahem, let us dine," Clare gestured with a wave of his hand, indicating for Elisa to lead the way. Elisa gladly accepted Clare's instruction and proceeded ahead, guiding him. As Elisa walked before Clare, the specially designed maid outfit accentuated her rounded thighs, subtly revealed under the dim light, with black stockings hinting at the flesh beneath, causing Clare's thoughts to wander. The exaggerated stitching at the neckline of her dress seemed on the verge of bursting forth as she moved, prompting Clare to wonder if they had conspired together to tease him. In an instant, due to certain unmentionable reasons, Clare found himself bending slightly as he walked. "Young master, do you feel unwell?" Elisa inquired with wide, innocent eyes, concern etched on her face. "No need to worry about me. I merely have a slight stomach ache." "Yes, it will pass shortly," Clare responded, his embarrassment evident as he attempted to downplay his discomfort. Remarkably, Elisa seemed to accept his explanation without question, demonstrating the effectiveness of Jingjing's teachings about the master always being right. "Then you must drink a few bowls of porridge tonight. I have prepared your favorite Chinese treasure porridge," Elisa declared. According to ancient Eastern wisdom, porridge nourishes the spleen and stomach, promoting digestive health. "You should consume more to fortify your stomach," Elisa, as if transformed into a caring nurse, gently urged Clare. "All right, I understand. I will drink more of the porridge tonight," Clare replied, somewhat resigned. Yet his body's reaction compelled him to adopt this strategy to alleviate his awkwardness. Seated at the dining table, Elisa meticulously presented each dish she had prepared. Truth be told, Elisa's culinary skills were exceptional. Although Clare had yet to taste the food, it was at least visually appealing. "Elisa, please sit down and eat with me. I cannot possibly finish all this food alone," Clare said unexpectedly. It was worth noting that he rarely invited anyone to dine with him, especially not a maid, and the words surprised even himself as they left his mouth. Elisa did not hesitate. Instead, she graciously took a seat across from Clare, picked up her chopsticks, and diligently served him, saying, "Master, these are all your favorite dishes from before. I wonder if your tastes have changed during your time at school. If there is anything unsatisfactory, please feel free to reprimand me." "Not at all. You have done splendidly. These are indeed my favorites." Clare nodded in tacit approval of Elisa's efforts. To his astonishment, Elisa then slowly stood up and walked beside him. To Clare's surprise, she gently reached for his bowl of rice. The next scene left Clare utterly speechless. Elisa blew on the food in Clare's bowl to cool it before. To his utter disbelief, she opened her mouth and took a bite of his meal. As Clare watched in astonishment, Elisa chewed slowly, then puckered her lips and closed her eyes, presenting her mouth toward Clare as if to feed him. Clare's mind was racing with a million thoughts, all of them bewildering. "Elisa," Clare exclaimed with a serious expression. Elisa, who had been with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her large eyes, gazing at Clare's grave countenance with confusion. "This cannot continue." Clare felt a flush rise to her cheeks, astounded that Jingjing had transformed Elisa in such a manner. "Young master, has Elisa erred again?" Elisa's face bore a hint of sorrow, and who could fathom what this girl had endured before? Then, Elisa slowly turned, kneeling before Clare with her back to him. The subsequent scene was somewhat familiar. She raised her hips high, her head bowed to the ground, her waist curving in a manner that exuded an alluring appeal. Reminiscent of the pose Clare had witnessed that fateful night behind the bushes. Elisa gradually lifted her skirt, seemingly unperturbed by Clare's gaze upon her hidden allure, and softly murmured, "Please, master, punish me." Clare's breathing was somewhat labored, yet strangely, there seemed to be a voice admiring Clare's fortitude. To withstand such circumstances truly exemplified the resilience of a genuine man. Meanwhile, Clare's heart was in turmoil, feeling as though this blatant provocation was a call to wrongdoing. And yet he could not utter a word of protest. Ultimately, Clare could no longer restrain himself and delivered a measured slap to the protruding area. The astonishing elasticity nearly compelled him to repeat the action. "Elisa, rise. I have something to convey to you." The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, as if events were careening uncontrollably in an odd direction. In such a moment, Clare was left with no choice but to shift the conversation. Elisa, filled with gratitude, stood up, resembling a little dog basking in her master's praise, swiftly moving behind Clare to massage his shoulders, asking, "What is your command, master?" "I wish for you to return to the Blood Clan." This unexpected declaration left the little bat utterly astounded, and without hesitation, she knelt on the ground. This time, there was no sense of shame. Instead, her eyes widened in terror as she implored, "Master, what has Elisa done wrong?" "Elisa can change. Elisa can do anything. I beg of you, master, do not banish Elisa." Clare touched her nose, feeling that matters had finally returned to a proper course. "You did nothing wrong. In fact, I quite enjoy your care," Clare spoke candidly. "However, your presence here serves little purpose beyond warming my bed. While I do not deny my anticipation for this lifestyle, it has become somewhat decadent. My ambitions do not permit me to live as a pampered nobleman." Slowly, Clare leaned towards Elisa, who knelt before her, and inquired softly, "Elisa, are you willing to become a pawn for your master?" The vampire familial structure is exceedingly chaotic. Throughout history, countless wars among various clans have caused what was once a vast vampire lineage to fragment into its current scattered state. In Europe, the vampire influence is predominantly governed by 7 major families: Malfoy, Edward, Bruh, Nofer, Dracula, and the Alliance family. Among them, the 2 Nofer families were originally led by a pair of brothers. However, during the wars thousands of years ago, a rift emerged between them for reasons unknown, leading to their bitter enmity and the eventual division into 2 families. As time passed, both Nofer family leaders survived the brutal conflicts. The greatest advantage of vampires is their long lifespan. Over extensive periods, even the most foolish may rise to prominence. Both brothers ascended to the rank of duke, and their respective families became some of the most powerful forces in Europe. Nevertheless, the 2 families have maintained their long-standing hostility, and many recent conflicts among European vampire clans have been ignited by disputes between them, demonstrating their adeptness at inciting discord. The Alliance family occupies the broadest position among the 7 vampire powers in Europe. This family emerged from the unification of several smaller clans lacking ancient heritage, yet unwilling to be subjugated by larger families. As it grew, the Alliance family became the most populous among the 7 vampire factions. However, due to its nature, it currently faces the awkward situation of lacking a single Duke-level elder. Despite its insufficient heritage, this formidable entity cannot be overlooked, as it boasts the highest number of Count-level vampires among all families. The Dracula family is, at present, the oldest in Europe, adhering to a policy of non-aggression. While no one can remain entirely uninvolved in large-scale conflicts, this family has consistently suffered the least. With few members, none dare to develop their lineage independently. Nonetheless, other vampire families regard this clan with great reverence, knowing that if a vampire prince were to emerge, it would undoubtedly be from the venerable Dracula family. The Edward and Bruh families primarily exert their influence in America. Though their roots lie in Europe, they perceived the New World as an opportunity several centuries ago. And over these years, they largely relocated their power to this vast, uncharted territory. Time has proven this choice to be wise. While other clans engaged in fierce battles within Europe's confines, Edward and Bruh had already established their dominion over the untamed lands of America. Lastly, there is Elisa's own family, Malfoy. In terms of power, scale, and ranking, this family occupies a middle position. 3 dukes may seem considerable, yet a significant disparity remains when compared to the ancient presence of Dracula. Of course, Malfoy is in a far better position than the 2 Nofer families, which each possess only 1 vampire duke. Vampires enjoy a lifespan envied by other races, yet this is juxtaposed with an almost cursed thirst for blood. Many perceive this as inconsequential, as one must make sacrifices to attain desires. However, the reliance on the accumulation of time to enhance their strength has always been a significant limitation for vampires. Their progression is slow, rendering the notion of rapidly expanding their ranks through mass creation of kin unrealistic. The power of vampires is finite. Their abilities primarily stem from their manipulation of blood and the corresponding arcane arts. Clare is well versed in these matters, having studied anatomy and experimented with artificially created magical beings, making her familiar with blood-related sorcery. Elisa stood behind Clare, gently massaging her shoulders. "Elisa, I hope you can return to the family as my confidant," Clare said, eyes closed, savoring the moderately forceful massage while contemplating something in the realm of vampires is governed by a lineage system. Those of noble blood possess greater innate talents. Newly embraced vampires experience a slow enhancement of their powers, and over time, the progression of these fledgling bloodlines is so feeble that they are often referred to as peripheral vampires. It is only upon acquiring a title that they earn the right to bear their family's surname. This process is exceedingly protracted, as far as I know. Among the initial group of vampires embraced before my birth, only a handful have attained the rank of Baron, Eliza explained. "Ah, I see. It appears I have been influenced by various vampire legends all along. Vampires are not immortal beings. You are vibrant life forms, albeit with a prolonged lifespan and a mode of existence distinct from other races. Moreover, you retain the capability to reproduce." Clare stroked her chin, realizing that she had been severely misled by the television dramas of her previous life. The reproductive capacity of vampires is notably feeble. Within their ranks, direct descendants are typically afforded robust protection for this very reason. "Just like my ancestor, I am currently the sole direct descendant." Eliza continued to elucidate, her expression somewhat somber. "Only you? What of your parents? And your other ancestors?" Clare inquired, puzzled. Given Eliza's tone, she was neither the daughter nor granddaughter of the Duke, which implies that Eliza must still have parents and grandparents. Yet, she now claims to be the only direct descendant of the Duke, which is indeed intriguing. Eliza spoke with a heavy heart. "My parents perished during the last war against other noble clans, as did my other ancestors. It is uncertain who might vanish in the next conflict. In tribal warfare, the priority is to eliminate the direct bloodline of the opponent, a tactic that compels the rival family to swiftly conclude hostilities. For any vampire family, each direct descendant is invaluable. The loss of even one is an unbearable burden." "It sounds so precious. Then how did I capture you in the train compartment?" Clare jested, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. "Every direct bloodline is assigned to a particular location for internship once they reach the level of Viscount. Direct bloodlines primarily remain within the vampire community, seldom venturing outside, which results in their unfamiliarity with the external environment." Eliza's cheeks flushed once more. This arrangement was supposed to be safe, and I had taken numerous protective measures in accordance with the guidelines, rendering me nearly undetectable. Even at the station, my family members were waiting specifically for me. Who could have anticipated that a young and powerful wizard like you would be on the train? That evening, spurred by Clare's magical influence, Eliza achieved the strength of an earl and set off to return to her family. How she would explain her miraculous return after a year of absence would depend on her ingenuity. However, her ascension to a higher level provided a substantial excuse. She could fabricate tales of marvelous encounters, rare treasures, or formidable inheritances at will. Regardless of whether others believed her, the enhancement of her power was an indisputable fact. Moreover, being a direct descendant of the Duke, few would dare to challenge her. In summary, matters were resolved quite satisfactorily. The initial intention behind arranging Jingjing's training for Eliza was to plant a strategic pawn within the vampire community. Now, although the trained Eliza possessed peculiar attributes, Clare felt a sense of contentment with the outcome of the training. Cultivating a pawn is no simple feat. Even someone as impressionable as Eliza required nearly a year of preparation, combined with potions, soul-binding spells, and memory modifications, to complete her training. It is easy to take a life, but to bend a will is a far more arduous task. When one can control an individual, they effectively command everything. Clare found herself growing impatient. The path to achieving her goals seemed unduly arduous. Reflecting on the notes of past wizards she had perused, she noted a plethora of methods to dominate subordinates, yet most exhibited glaring flaws. The most straightforward and brute force method, the soul-binding spell, produced immediate results but severely impaired the physical coordination of the subjugated, making them easily identifiable and suspect. Furthermore, the user of the soul-binding spell must maintain ongoing oversight. Otherwise, the spell's effect could easily wane, allowing the subject to break free from their controller's influence. Additionally, there were the substances often employed by Muggles for control. By utilizing addictive drugs, the pawns developed a long-term dependency on their owner. However, this method is fraught with risks should another party devise a similar or alternative substance. The grip on one's pawns could be swiftly compromised, potentially backfiring. There were also unique methods of control, akin to the life and death talismans in demigods and semi-devils. Without a solution, one would be trapped in a state of desiring life, yet unable to escape death, ultimately leading to a painfully wretched end. This bears resemblance to drug control. Yet some techniques are proprietary, making them elusive to outsiders. However, the drawback lies in the difficulty of control. If symptoms manifest without timely intervention, detection is instantaneous. Voldemort's dark mark is primarily a means of communication rather than control. His methods of domination rely on oppressive policies, indirectly revealing the structure of his organization. As a family of potion makers, the Hillakes family has seen countless ancestors attempt to create control potions throughout history, once establishing a formidable power that ultimately crumbled with the advent of counteracting potions. Genius exists in every era, much like Severus Snape, who has achieved mastery in potions on par with the finest potion masters cultivated by the Hillakes family. Seated in his study, Clare ruminated on a bespoke method of control. Yet, after considerable contemplation, she found herself ensnared by the constraints of these conventional approaches. Temptation? Threats? Such tactics are hardly novel. However, achieving permanent control without the risk of being undermined remains a conundrum. If absolute loyalty cannot be guaranteed from all, why not preserve the allegiance of a select few? For the others, a casual method of control would suffice. Even if they were swayed, their lower status would not significantly impact the whole. Driven to exhaustion, Clare settled on this rudimentary approach. This mirrors the operational model of many small and medium-sized enterprises in the Muggle world, which maintain the loyalty of key technical staff through generous compensation, enabling them to invest minimal resources in maintaining the overall workforce while ensuring stability. Despite her disdain for such tactics, Clare acknowledged the efficacy of this method. She reflected that she had long been trapped in a quagmire of perfectionism. While striving for excellence is commendable, an obsession with every detail can be detrimental. Given the historical prevalence of potions that had been countered, the risks of employing these substances were excessively high. Clare concluded that it was time to develop her own specialized potions. Without delay, Clare, ever the pragmatist, set her plans into motion. The laboratory table, previously dismantled during the creation of the butcher, had been returned to its original place, untouched since, save for the occasional visit from a house elf to tidy up. The experimentation of potions necessitates a thorough analysis of their properties, and Clare, being a perfectionist, could hardly overlook the intricacies involved in the matter of control. The genuine challenge of pharmaceuticals lies in the analysis of their properties, particularly with potions. Occasionally, two seemingly unrelated substances, when combined, can yield astonishing effects. At times, I feel akin to a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, akin to Clare brewing a potion in her crucible, while I indulge in self-deprecating humor. Yet, to be candid, some concoctions do bear a striking resemblance to traditional herbal remedies. Perhaps traditional Chinese medicine and potions originate from the same source. The former employs mundane ingredients, while the latter predominantly utilizes magical flora and fauna. Clare muttered to herself, her hand tirelessly jotting down notes. The development of potions necessitated extensive analysis and experimentation, and she had no illusions about achieving success on her first attempt. The toxic plants that induced excruciating pain and the minerals that caused muscle spasms were continuously being blended into her formulas. The papers strewn about her floor, crumpled from repeated revisions, bore witness to the numerous iterations Clare had made in perfecting her potion. Days swiftly passed, and during this time, she received multiple letters from Mr. Hillakes, yet Clare, engrossed in her work, paid them little heed. It was not until her mother, in a fit of rage, dispatched a thunderous letter that Clare finally emerged from her workaholic state. With a wry smile, she gazed at the ashes of the once formidable letter and the deep blue potion that had been knocked over in the chaos. The formulation had proven remarkably successful, at least in the responses garnered from the condemned prisoners. As for the origins of these prisoners, the inquiry should be directed towards the house elves of the Hillakes family. After all, appropriating them from human prisons for live experimentation was merely a manifestation of utilizing the residual heat of these human detritus. Standing beside her workstation, Clare hastily pinned a letter to her father. With her mother in a furious mood, Clare lacked the courage to challenge her limits. The letter merely conveyed that she was in a critical phase of experimentation and would be unable to return home, while also requesting her father to pacify her mother. Handing the letter to the owl waiting patiently nearby, Clare furrowed her brow slightly, alertly casting a protective charm upon herself. A green light struck the shield before her, accompanied by Victor's characteristic rasp. "It seems, young master, that your strength continues to surge. I dare say you could withstand my Avada Kedavra with about 80% of my power now." "Victor, that jest is hardly amusing," Clare retorted, irritation creeping into her voice. "Had I momentarily lost focus, that curse could have struck me." "Did you not just lose focus?" Victor replied, his smile unwavering. "Since you commenced your studies, we have been unable to gauge your prowess. Recently, the old master was pondering just how formidable you have become and whether it was time for you to graduate. You see, all Hillakes ancestors have graduated prematurely. The old master has always hoped you would set a record. The earliest recorded graduation of a family head was in the second semester of 4th grade. You met the graduation criteria upon your enrollment. Yet you remain here without any indication of departure, which leaves the old master feeling quite disgraced. What concern is that of mine? Did he not also graduate in 5th grade? Clare replied nonchalantly. You are different. You possess the capability to graduate at any moment. With your talent. Remaining at Hogwarts seems somewhat counterproductive, Victor suggested delicately. Clare could not decipher Victor's desire for graduation, yet she shook her head resolutely, stating, "Now is not the time, Victor. Hogwarts harbors many crucial matters that I must endeavor to acquire." It was a jest. This entire realm was intertwined with the essence of Hogwarts. And for at least a few more years, the most significant events in the wizarding world would unfold within its walls. How could Clare possibly abandon this place brimming with opportunities at such a critical juncture? But, my lord, I truly cannot fathom what the school, which can only teach you rudimentary magic, could still offer, Victor remarked, a hint of impatience in his tone. There are countless important things, and many unexpected occurrences await. Clare replied with an enigmatic smile, gradually reclining in the armchair beside the experiment table. The future of Hogwarts will be extraordinarily captivating. Victor, do not fixate on these trivial accolades. What significance does surpassing our ancestors in these minor aspects hold? My father places excessive emphasis on family honor, overlooking a fundamental truth. Any glory is built upon a foundation of strength. Winning from the outset does not denote a true victor. It is the one who laughs last who reigns supreme. Very well, my lord, I concede to your wisdom, Victor acknowledged, though it was evident he had not fully absorbed her words. You have always held your own opinions, and your power continues to rise steadily. I trust your judgment. Now, let us speak of serious matters, Clare asserted, her expression turning grave. How is Tom faring? Remarkably well. In fact, he is considerably stronger now than before his departure. The ample infusion of soul energy has significantly bolstered his abilities. In terms of soul purity and suppression, those negative emotions no longer pose a threat. They may even assist Tom in stabilizing the soul energy he has recently absorbed. Victor responded with an expression of reassurance. That is reassuring. When shall we commence our experiment? Clare inquired, glancing at the black diary in Victor's hand. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, Are we ready to begin? We can start at any moment. Not only you and I, but even Tom himself is becoming restless, Victor exclaimed, raising the diary with enthusiasm. Be careful, you old fool. You might damage the binding of the diary. The book in Victor's hands seemed to voice its complaints. This diary had decades of history. It was, after all, a part of his current being, and he wished for it to be treated with care. Is this how you read at home? The fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within the diary lingered in memories from his school days, although it had absorbed a piece of Voldemort's soul from his prime. This minuscule fragment existed merely as an adjunct. Coupled with an excess of negative emotions, this piece of soul remained isolated from any content beyond knowledge. One could say that, despite its precocity, this soul fragment retained the essence of youthful innocence. Clare was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the imperious Dark Lord would possess such a facet. He paused momentarily, but soon discerned the rationale behind it, which led Clare to reflect on how even the inherently suspicious Voldemort could be momentarily deceived. After all, who among us has not experienced a phase of youthful ignorance? With that in mind, let us commence. The adage familiarity breeds comfort holds true in every endeavor. Furthermore, Since Tom's resurrection did not necessitate the assembly or alteration of a biological form, the most crucial step lay within the soul, which had been fully restored over the course of the past several days. What remained was merely to rejuvenate the pharaoh's body and to seal Tom's soul within this vessel. While the process appeared straightforward, its execution proved to be exceedingly arduous. Restoring the mummified pharaoh's vitality alone consumed countless precious potions. Fortunately, the Hillakes family was not lacking in elixirs. Even the most expensive concoctions were readily available to this formidable household. In contrast, the step of sealing the soul within the body was facilitated by prior experience, allowing Clare to execute it with relative ease. Without expending excessive time, he successfully bound Tom's essence within the pharaoh's form. The revived pharaoh appeared remarkably youthful. It was unclear whether this was due to the extraordinary nature of Clare's potions or the pharaoh's own ability to maintain his youthful appearance. Regardless, he resembled a man in his early 30s. This revelation thrilled Tom, who had initially resigned himself to the prospect of becoming a frail old man. He had not anticipated that the pharaoh's restored vitality would present him in such a robust state. However, the lich remained a lich despite outward appearances of strength. His corporeal form was fundamentally weak. The most challenging aspect was the awakening ritual, which nearly cost Clare his life. He expended all his magical energy, supplemented by the substantial reserves provided by the butcher, just to meet the requirements for rousing Tom. Upon awakening, Tom wore a look of bewilderment, but soon grasped his circumstances. He lifted his hand to the sunlight, scrutinizing his new body. This was not an expression of narcissism, rather. Only one who has experienced death can truly appreciate the value of corporeal existence. As a fragment of a split soul, Tom had indeed tasted death once before. Moreover, as a Horcrux, he had resigned himself to the prospect of languishing in obscurity for eternity. Being a sentient Horcrux was a torment more harrowing than any torture. Trapped in a dark corner, devoid of communication and contact with the external world, the state of being a Horcrux denied him sleep or any means of amusement. For any sentient being, such a condition could drive one to madness. For decades, Tom existed in this torment, counting each moment with excruciating precision. In the oppressive silence, he could neither hear his heartbeat nor his breath. In this state, even such basic functions were rendered impossible. Surrounding him was an emptiness. He neither felt hunger nor fatigue, and had nearly forgotten what those sensations entailed. This was a form of self-inflicted torment imposed by his own essence. Tom harbored deep resentment toward Voldemort. Once a singular being, even a singular soul, he had been severed and cast aside due to the complexities of Horcrux creation, sacrificing a portion of his soul's agony for the glory of the greater whole. Regrettably, Tom was the soul that bore the burden of this sacrifice. And given the substantial nature of the severance, it had developed its own consciousness, a consciousness that could not help but harbor grievances toward its primary soul. At times, Tom mused that it would have been preferable to remain an unconscious fragment, devoid of awareness. In such a state, he would remain oblivious to the passage of time and thus escape the torment of each moment dragging on interminably. He clenched his fist, though lacking in strength. It was a genuine sensation of flesh, a tangible experience he had not encountered for decades. Tom's body, derived from an ancient Egyptian pharaoh, though damaged, had been nearly perfected through Clare's restorative potions. While outwardly indistinguishable from an ordinary human, internally, he was anything but typical. His veins coursed with liquid magic, a phenomenon difficult to fathom given the immense magical concentration required to achieve it. His organs, composed of various magical energies, functioned through the flow and replenishment of magic within his circulatory system. The absence of muscle was compensated for by magic, and the energy required for movement was likewise sourced from magical reserves. This intricate bodily structure, while not reliant on sustenance for external energy, still demanded a prodigious amount of magic. Such vast reserves could only be augmented through relentless training, in stark contrast to the butcher's circumstances. Speaking of the butcher, having expended considerable magic to assist Clare, he now sat on the grassy ground, laboriously gnawing on a mountain of raw beef. Generally, he eschewed cooked food, as raw meat could be converted into magic more rapidly. Nearby, Buckbeak observed the butcher with disdain, picking up a clean steak and elegantly feasting on it, as if to demonstrate to the butcher how a noble should comport themselves at mealtime. However, Buckbeak's elongated eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the butcher consume an inordinate amount of food. The pile of sustenance, towering higher than the butcher himself, was swiftly devoured, leaving Buckbeak astonished at how such a creature could consume so much. Nevertheless, Tom remained oblivious to this spectacle. his mind brimming with Voldemort's vast magical knowledge and insights. Seizing the opportunity, he began to synthesize this knowledge, merging the various fragments of his soul. Tom felt an unprecedented surge of power. Indeed, the magical energy expended to awaken him was equivalent to twice his own reserves. Even Dumbledore, in terms of sheer magical capacity, surpassed him by only a fraction. The Prince of the Bloodline could scarcely reach the levels of wizards like Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald. Thus, in terms of magical prowess, Tom now stood at the pinnacle among humanoid beings in this world. Simultaneously, this power represented destructive potential. As a lich, his existence was akin to a humanoid cannon, wielding a level of destructive magic that would yield terrifying results. Thus, his attacks are generally met with no one foolish enough to confront them directly. The long-awaited body. Tom, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." Having been awakened by Clare, Tom instinctively regarded her as his creator, a paternal figure. "No need to thank me," Clare replied, her mood buoyant. "That hulking figure over there will be your brother and battle companion. Go familiarize yourself with him. Soon, you shall shine brilliantly." The summer in London is not particularly sweltering, and Clare is reluctant to return to Paris to face the heat. There are numerous experiments awaiting completion, and she intends to delay as long as possible, a consistent tactic she employs against her family's urgings. However, when the second Howler letter arrived, Clare could no longer remain composed. "Victor, take it away." A red letter floated before Clare, emitting smoke and appearing quite perilous. "My dear sir, if I were you, I would open the envelope and listen, for it is about to explode." Victor shrugged, expressing his inability to assist. "Oh heavens, this must be my mother's furious outcry." Clare, resigned, slowly began to untie the envelope. "It is already late July. How can you still be away? Does the outside world, no matter how splendid, surpass the comforts of home?" The familiar and stern voice filled the estate as Clare opened the letter. The house elves did their utmost to cover their ears, while Clare bore a look of impending doom, listening bitterly to the reprimand. Meanwhile, Victor stood by, seemingly unfazed, a smirk of schadenfreude on his lips. It was not that Victor feared the potency of the Howler letter. Rather, he had cast a deafening charm on himself beforehand. Although Clare professed her disdain for the Howler letters sent by her mother, her actions betrayed her, as she attentively listened to the reprimands contained within. Victor did not believe for a moment that Clare had forgotten to cast a silencing charm for herself. "You are to return within 10 hours of receiving this letter. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After delivering the final warning, the Howler letter ignited into a pile of ashes, scattering them across Clare's face. "Mother's threats? Once she sees me, all her anger will dissipate," Clare mused, rubbing her throbbing ears, a smile dancing on her lips. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Clare exclaimed, "Victor, quickly, help me pack. I must return home post-haste. Time is of the essence. Only 9 hours and 54 minutes remain." Victor chuckled resignedly. "Very well, Master. Everything is already prepared." "Huh? How did you know I would be leaving today?" Clare inquired, curiosity piqued as she toyed with Victor. "Is it not obvious? Your home sends a letter daily urging your return, and yesterday's letter mentioned that if you did not return home, Mrs. Hillakes would send you a Howler letter today. You simply failed to read the contents thoroughly," Victor pointed out, waving the letter in his hand, the threatening words highlighted in red for emphasis. "Victor, you are setting me up," Clare retorted, her expression contorted in anger. "My dear sir, you misjudge me. How have I set you up? Did I not suggest, sir? I recommend you read the letter carefully, as it is sent personally by the lady, yet you dismissed it, saying, 'Mother merely urges me to wrap up my tasks and return home swiftly. It matters not.' You see, this cannot be blamed on me. Victor, I have suddenly realized a profound truth. Do tell, sir. Single men over 50 are all peculiar. Thank you for the compliment, sir. This return home would be considerably simpler." Clare did not resort to Muggle transportation, but rather rode Buckbeak back, while Victor opted for a broomstick. Most wizards rely on broomsticks for travel, which is quite hazardous, as broomsticks are merely ordinary wooden rods. Moreover, such means of transportation have existed for millennia. Clare was astonished that no one had attempted to innovate in this regard over the ages. The Portkey method is indeed more convenient. Yet Clare was loath to undertake a journey across countries using a travel method strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic, although she frequently flew with Buckbeak at low altitudes. It was merely a playful frolic in the sky. Now, as they embarked on international travel, low-altitude flights inevitably traversed Muggle towns. Despite the magical concealment rendering Muggles' radars and satellites oblivious to their presence, or merely perceiving them as a bird soaring high above, the greatest danger arises if Muggles were to spot them with their naked eyes, which would cause quite a stir. To avoid such unnecessary troubles, Clare and Victor had no choice but to opt for high-altitude flight. While high-altitude flying sounds exhilarating, only those who have truly experienced it can attest to its reality. One might envision soaring through clouds, accompanied by eagles, and sharing camaraderie with the sun and moon, breathing the purest air while gazing down upon the multitude below. The sky is vast, allowing for boundless aspirations, where all ambitions surge forth, and literary inspiration flows as effortlessly as poetry. However, at this moment, Clare wished to silence all literary greats. It was freezing. Indeed, the greats were correct. In all endeavors, one must adhere to the objective laws governing the development of matters. The higher the altitude, the lower the temperature. Below, London basked in a summer warmth of 26 or 7 degrees. Yet Clare was clad in a mere shirt, completely unprepared for the chill above. Victor calmly procured a thick coat from his pocket. This rascal had evidently come prepared. "Master, here is your warm clothing." Victor clearly remembered that this was Clare's first time flying at high altitudes, and some considerations might easily be overlooked. The temperature at such heights is exceedingly low. While summer may be tolerable, winter could witness incidents of inexperienced wizards freezing mid-flight. As Clare changed her attire atop Buckbeak, she sighed, remarking on the insular nature of the wizarding world, which had remained stagnant for millennia without contemplating solutions to its shortcomings. Victor pondered for a moment before responding, noting that some had indeed considered this, citing the development of the fire crossbow broom, which possesses the capability to regulate altitude temperature. He elaborated that this endeavor involves numerous emerging spells and technologies, with an intricate production process that exceeds his expertise in manufacturing. However, he contended that in the realms of sorcery, magic, and incantations, significant progress had already been achieved over the ages. Clare interrupted Victor, questioning whether they had strayed from their original purpose. While acknowledging their advancements, she pondered if the trajectory they were on was truly the correct one. "Master, I don't quite grasp your meaning," Victor replied, furrowing his brow, clearly concerned about his young master's peculiar notions. Yet, he had initially recognized the boy's potential and chose to follow him, influenced partly by the directives of his former master. But Victor's own prowess meant that no one could coerce him against his will. Has no one in our wizarding community ever contemplated learning from Muggles? Is our aloofness truly a manifestation of ancient mystery? Beside our magical civilization lies a mechanical one, devoid of any ties to magic. Why do we dismiss this mechanical civilization? Why not embrace it as part of our own? Despite the stark distinctions drawn between these two civilizations, who could assert that their perspective was the absolute truth? What if they were, in fact, a singular civilization? I believe we should at least attempt to transform Muggle inventions, aircraft, automobiles, vessels, even their spacecraft. The fusion of Muggle ingenuity with wizarding magic could yield results far beyond mere arithmetic. Their respective strengths could complement each other, rather than exist in opposition. Clare's expression grew serious as she recalled the inspiration she had drawn from the Weasley family's flying car last semester. It represented a shortcut in the evolution of civilization. Victor's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Indeed, many wizards were covertly modifying Muggle items, refrigerators that require no electricity, cars that operate without gasoline while incorporating additional functionalities, and televisions that bypass advertisements, all prevalent within communities of wizards with Muggle ancestry. Even purebloods like Victor were exposed to such innovations. The automobile at the London Manor, for instance, never required refueling. Furthermore, to ensure Clare's safety, these seemingly luxurious private vehicles boasted defenses surpassing all existing armored transports. Undoubtedly, Muggle creativity is astonishing. Following the Renaissance, their capabilities have surged dramatically. To thrive in this new world, one must keep pace with them. Much like vampires and werewolves, who have successfully integrated into human society and often hold positions of power, the seemingly once mighty wizarding community faces a swift decline. The quest for survival has become a pressing concern for their kind. The wizarding world is in dire need of a sweeping reform. If the Muggle world experienced a renaissance, should not the wizarding realm also embark on its overdue magical revival, 6 or 7 centuries in the making? Do you see, Victor? Clare gazed down at the illuminated Muggle metropolis beneath the night sky, her heart swelling with emotion. This is the very Muggle world we wizards have looked down upon. These seemingly powerless mortals are achieving feats that we once deemed possible only for the divine. A golden nest or a silver nest pales in comparison to one's own humble abode. Home is a sanctuary of warmth, family embodies harmony, and the household serves as a reliable refuge in life. A family is akin to a grand tree, shielding against harsh weather and providing solace in the sweltering summer. Clare expressed that everything mentioned above is utter nonsense. If you return home only to be met with a scolding from your mother, followed by your father surveying the scene of the incident and dismissing you with a remark about reaping what you sow, while the housekeeper stifles laughter and the house elf trembles, too afraid to bring you a cup of hot water, how can you still consider this place cozy? Have you grown bolder? If Victor hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark about how long you intended to keep this from me. To think you have secretly practiced anima magus. Under the reprimand of Mrs. Hillakes, Clare glared fiercely at Victor, who looked innocently back at her, implying that this was entirely of her own making. Have you even learned to threaten others now? I haven't. Then why were you glaring at Victor just now? Mrs. Hillakes was furious. How dare you research such perilous magic on your own? I heard from your father that you have recently been delving into magical creature fusion technology. What is the meaning of all this? Do you not know how many wizards have perished in this endeavor throughout history? The calamities stemming from unknown fusions can be catastrophic. Moreover, most alarming of all, you dare to research living souls. Mrs. Hillakes took a deep breath. My goodness, Merlin above, I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. The creation of a living soul necessitates the taking of many lives? Even if you are powerful, do you truly believe you can withstand the onslaught of the entire magical community alone? Even if you were to eliminate Muggles, do you not underestimate their strength? Others may be unaware, but our Hillakes family has long-standing interests in the Muggle world. We are well aware of the terrifying might of the Muggles. Mrs. Hillakes had only a partial understanding of Clare's research, but that scant knowledge was sufficient for her to chastise Clare for an entire day. It is indeed sobering to consider that any of Clare's current activities, if exposed, could lead to a lifetime in prison, whether in Azkaban or elsewhere. Prisons prefer to employ Dementors as guards. Although this practice is inhumane for the inmates, it does not diminish the officials' fondness for them. After all, with such entities on watch, the likelihood of an escape is nearly non-existent. The research and creation of living souls alone would be enough for Clare to face the kiss of a Dementor. Yet, when the topic arose, Clare noticed a glimmer of anticipation in her father's expression as he eagerly inquired, Clare, what about your second artificial magical creature? Second? Are you implying that? Mrs. Hillakes paused, evidently having detected the tone in her husband's voice. Yes, the second. Prior to this moment, Clare had successfully created an artificial magical creature, a feat unprecedented since the Middle Ages. Our son has made history. This morning, when I began to tell you, you interrupted me. And by the time I had only half explained, you were already impatiently preparing howls for Clare. In such a moment, I had to keep my distance. Mr. Hillakes hastily clarified to his wife. Has our son truly succeeded? Mrs. Hillakes did not exhibit the anticipated joy upon hearing this. Are you saying he has successfully created a living soul? My heavens! Clare, how many lives have you taken during this time? Do not worry, my dear. Clare has employed a clever method. Mr. Hillakes continued his explanation. He acquired a Horcrux from the Dark Lord. You know what sort of existence a soul within a Horcrux represents. No wonder the Dark Lord is still half alive. It turns out he possesses a Horcrux. Does that not equate to immortality? Mrs. Hillakes questioned. I did say, do not waste all your time on business. Those matters are managed by others. You should read more. Our family's library is vast, and the introductions to Horcruxes are not scant. Moreover, our family has a kinship with the creator of Horcruxes, the nefarious Hellbow, making our records in this area more detailed than any other family. Ignorance is indeed frightening. Mr. Hillakes spent a considerable amount of time elucidating this matter to his wife. Clare, what is your second magical fusion creature? If you have not found suitable materials, we shall procure them for you. Anything you need is at your disposal. Mr. Hillakes boasted with an air of affluence. That will not be necessary. It has already been completed. Clare's expression mirrored her excitement. It is a lich, utilizing a soul imbued with Voldemort's memories. The wielder of the living soul can resurrect it with their magic. Thus, the magical fusion creature will automatically recognize the magic provider as its master. Its loyalty can be assured. The connection has already been severed, and the soul is intertwined with many others, rendering it a being distinct from the original Voldemort. A lich? Its destructive potential is indeed substantial, yet it is inherently fragile and easily targeted. Have you forgotten my first fusion creature? Ah, now I see. Victor, that is indeed a splendid idea. Aside from the initial reprimand, life at home is relatively warm. Clare does not have to rise early and sleep late as she did in London. At home, Clare has essentially adopted a languid lifestyle, waking naturally in the morning and retreating to bed after dinner, with the covers becoming her final bastion. A book rests on her bedside, and as long as her parents are away, she has the house elf, Jingjing, bring her meals to her bedside. Now, she just lacks someone to feed her. Clare's accomplishment in merging biological entities was heralded by Mr. Hillakes to Mr. Draco. As a partner and likely the most significant affiliate within his own sphere of influence, Mr. Hillakes held an unwavering trust in this endeavor. The innate talents of his heir instilled profound confidence in this grasshopper who stood alongside him, while Clare's remarkable feat further solidified Mr. Draco's resolve to become an affiliate of the Hillakes family. This spectacle, observed through Mr. Hillakes' eyes, imbued him with ample assurance. In truth, Clare's work was nearing completion. The controlling serum had been successfully developed, and Clare estimated that even if someone were to decipher its primary components, formulating an antidote would not be a simple task, as a crucial ingredient was exclusive to the Hillakes lineage. The substance was, in essence, a poison, inducing excruciating spasms upon its activation. However, this drug bore no addictive qualities, as addictive substances tend to ravage one's willpower. Although the individuals under Clare's influence were merely cowardly survivalists, even they adhered to a moral baseline. Conversely, addicts did not share such scruples, and Clare preferred they remain undetected for as long as possible. After all, persuading them was exceedingly challenging, and in Clare's view, this poison was unlikely to be unraveled. Recently, Clare had instructed Victor to remain vigilant regarding certain companies within the Muggle world and to ascertain whether any vampires existed among the ranks of high-ranking officials, as these individuals would serve as his initial test subjects. The vampire aristocracy operating in the mundane realm was hardly noteworthy. Yet Clare required such vampires who possessed extensive knowledge of the Muggle domain and could thereby assist him. One should never underestimate the power of minor players, for nearly every significant event is initiated and concluded by seemingly inconsequential characters. Today, Victor was to introduce the first batch of concealed vampires residing within the metropolis. Although Mr. Hillakes had become aware of Clare's activities, he dismissed the notion of these minuscule vampires, lacking even the rank of count, as trivial and unworthy of his attention. Manipulating these insignificant creatures was but a trifling matter, and he allowed Clare to indulge in his whims. The first group of vampires comprised 3 individuals, 2 barons and 1 viscount, none of whom were acquainted with one another. It appeared that the vampires had successfully concealed themselves within human society, such that even among their own kind, recognition was elusive. I must clarify that your presence here today is not a privilege afforded to all, Clare stated bluntly. You should be well aware of our capabilities, particularly as individuals who navigate the shadows. Now, let us commence with your introductions. A stout, middle-aged man trembled nervously and, eager to speak, announced, I am Nick Brown, the owner of a mobile phone manufacturing company. Most of the profits generated are siphoned off by my family, like other bloodline proprietors. We provide resources for the upper echelons of our kin. I truly know little. Please do not harm me. Enough. Next. I am Tony Smith, a government official in F country with a modicum of authority. When I was apprehended, I was clandestinely meeting my lover. I possess a wealth of information on various government officials, including evidence of their corruption. I am adept at navigating the intricacies of political discourse and primarily offer policy support to my family. I am of great utility, said a tall, well-groomed middle-aged man. Interesting. Next, I am Anthony Osays, the head of a hospital department, primarily managing the blood bank. The 3 vampires stood aligned before Clare, with the stout middle-aged man and the tall government official both possessing baronial strength, while the hospital director, of the lowest status in the Muggle world, was surprisingly of viscount rank. Clare observed that when the vampire named Anthony mentioned that his primary responsibility was managing the blood bank, the other 2 individuals displayed expressions of envy. Indeed, differing races possess divergent values. What could possibly rival the allure of a blood bank for a vampire? Which families do you each belong to? Ever since Clare learned about the intricate familial structures of vampires, her curiosity regarding this aspect had been piqued. I hail from the No-Filler family, the lesser branch of it. I am a baron of the lesser No-Filler family, and I am capable of many things. Sir, you must believe me. The corpulent man, eager to promote himself, insisted. There are 2 branches of the No-Filler family, traditionally referred to as the greater and lesser No-Filler. You come from the No-Filler family. Why do you not bear the No-Filler surname? Clare's gaze sharpened as she coldly interrogated him. Sir, you are well aware that my birth name is Nick Brown, a name I have carried for a century. Upon receiving the no-filler surname, my full name became Nick Brown No-Filler. However, I still go by the former name publicly. Only within the bloodline do I disclose my family name, the corpulent man explained, drenched in sweat. I belong to the Covenant family. My true name is Tony Smith. The government official, adept at reading the room, noted Claire's evident impatience following the corpulent man's words and thus offered a concise introduction. Claire listened to the official's response and, satisfied, nodded her head. Her gaze then shifted to the last individual, which brought a sense of secret delight to the official's heart. I hail from the Maccavi family, and my true name is Anthony Osses Maccavi, declared the head of the hospital. Claire's fingers rhythmically tapped against the table as she gradually sank into contemplation, leaving the three vampires in a state of bewilderment. The slightly hunched figure behind them exuded an immense pressure, a sensation they had never experienced even in the presence of the Duke when returning to their clan. The realization that such a formidable entity was merely the servant of this young individual was a profound shock to their worldview. The trio stared at Claire with trepidation, fearing that a momentary displeasure could lead to their swift execution. Please elaborate on your specific duties, including the personnel you manage, Claire spoke after a moment of reflection. Her tone remained unchanged, a fact that elicited a sigh of relief from the kneeling vampires. Typically, individuals of high status possessed eccentric temperaments, and they were fortunate that this young master was not one to regard human life as trivial. As a merchant of the bloodline providing financial support to the clan, my responsibilities align closely with those of ordinary mortals. I engage in legitimate business transactions. This approach minimizes the risk of being targeted by human hunters or detected by our perennial adversaries, the werewolves. I oversee a dozen non-ranked vampires who assist me in managing these affairs. A few ordinary humans are aware of my true identity, predominantly elderly entrepreneurs with substantial assets and limited time left. Although the bloodline's compulsion to feed is a notable flaw, it pales in comparison to the ephemeral nature of life for these aged individuals. Youth and longevity are commodities that cannot be bought at any price. Despite his rotund appearance, the business practices of my associate are commendable, enhancing his standing in Claire's estimation. A government official, noticing Claire's approving demeanor, hastily added, I work within the government to assist the clan with matters that cannot be handled openly. Additionally, I monitor the activities of younger vampires, discreetly rectifying their indiscretions to avoid detection. My team is small, comprising only 3 individuals, yet they are quite astute. One has made a name for himself in the underworld, leveraging his vampiric strength to facilitate dubious dealings. Another, my sister in the mortal realm, serves as my superior's personal secretary, a role that has greatly aided my political endeavors. The last is a nightclub manager, where I host numerous banquets and events. I am the blood bank administrator, primarily tasked with managing the blood supply and ensuring the clan receives regular allocations. I cannot extract too much at once to avoid suspicion. Instead, we discreetly mix fresh blood during scheduled processing. The quantities transported are minimal, which is why there are many vampires like me managing blood banks across Europe. I have no subordinates, as our clan is currently emulating the Dracula lineage, focusing on minimizing expansion and curtailing our visibility, the hospital department head concluded. Very well. I comprehend your situations. Allow me to introduce myself, Clare rose, a smile gracing her lips as she inclined her head slightly. The 3 on the ground swiftly responded that it was of no concern. Had they not been kneeling, Clare believed they would have rushed to assist her. I am Clare Hillakes, and I trust you have sensed it. I am a sorcerer, she declared unabashedly. The figure behind you is the most formidable dark sorcerer in our realm, whose power rivals that of a vampire prince, if not surpasses it. Upon hearing this, the trio turned pale, realizing they were ensnared in an inescapable predicament. No wonder their capture had been so effortless. They were up against a being of princely power. Even in death, they felt a strange honor in being associated with such a formidable presence. Yet, who among them wished for death? An ancient Eastern proverb states that it is better to live in misery than to die well. I understand your current despondency, but trust me, your outlook will darken further. Claire's smile remained as she uttered this ominous proclamation, conveying an eerie sense of foreboding. My interest in the vampire community is profound. In my estimation, vampires and werewolves outnumber sorcerers significantly. While sorcerers are indeed powerful, they are vastly outnumbered by these 2 factions. Vampires can produce progeny through the act of embracing, and werewolves possess reproductive capabilities akin to humans, capable of creating wolf thralls with a mere bite. I suppose my intentions are not sufficiently clear. You may consider me a psychological deviant. I envy the vampire race for their longevity and straightforward methods of reproduction, Thus I seek to control, understand, and master them. Any term that conveys a disadvantage to this race applies. I am an idealistic madman, Clare proclaimed, rising to pace slowly around the kneeling trio. My aspirations are audacious, yet I do not dismiss them as absurdities. I possess strength, a family, and the formidable figure standing behind you as my support. My purpose in sharing all this is not to garner your understanding. Indeed, I believe few grasp my essence. Rather, I wish for you to know that I am unafraid to pursue any course of action. Do not attempt to provoke me. Clare halted, fixing her gaze upon the three. Their faces were ashen, confronted by a quintessential madman, one armed with resources, power, and a formidable. Clare gazed at the three individuals before her, each grasping a test tube. Her eyes glimmering with a hint of satisfaction. Those who possess an acute fear of death are often not lacking in intellect. They understand the delicate balance of interest that allows them to survive longer. It was evident that the trio before her was acutely aware of their forthcoming actions. Recently, each evening, Victor would escort several young vampires to Clare's laboratory, while the initial trio of vampires would remain in the living room. The others spent their time in the lab, undergoing treatment and control. Since Clare discovered that the laboratory's eerie atmosphere could effectively subdue these centuries-old creatures, her enthusiasm for her work intensified. In truth, no vampire could calmly confront the laboratory's daunting environment. As a sorceress, Clare's workspace was inherently peculiar, further exacerbated by her relentless experiments. A myriad of experimental apparatus buzzed with activity. Reagent vials exuded an eerie green mist, magical alcohol lamps flickered with pale blue flames, and cauldrons simmered with unknown concoctions. Various magical creatures, confined within cages, emitted heart-wrenching cries as they were subjected to experimentation. This unsettling ambience seeped into the minds of the vampires brought to her, leaving them haunted for a considerable time. In such a setting, Clare hardly needed to speak. Although she diligently pursued her experiments, the vampires, unable to bear the psychological strain, would soon find the courage to beseech her for assistance. Mr. and Mrs. Hillakes had grown accustomed to Clare's endeavors, their acceptance of her pursuits as parents becoming increasingly apparent, while Clare had yet to attain the status of a top-tier sorceress. Victor's description suggested that she was now capable of withstanding a significant portion of his formidable dark spells. This was no trivial advancement, historically. Only a select few heads of the Hillakes family had achieved such prowess. In a certain light, Clare was already sufficiently empowered to assume the mantle of family head. The youngest head of the Hillakes family in history had merely been in his 30s, and should Mr. Hillakes be inclined, he could readily pass the title to Clare at any moment. Understanding this, Mr. Hillakes felt a deep sense of contentment. His son had instilled in him a profound sense of security. It appeared that many records within the family would soon be eclipsed by his son. A source of immense pride. Recently, Mr. Drackle had been frequenting the Hillakes residence, often bringing up Clare in conversations with Mr. Hillakes. After all, Clare's impending union with Fleur represented a strategic alliance between the two families. Coupled with Clare's astonishing talent, which had even enabled her to independently merge artificial magical creatures, she was indeed the future star of the wizarding world. Initially, Mr. Drackle had perceived the alliance as a considerable sacrifice, but now he relished the wisdom of his decision. His eldest daughter would possess a husband of extraordinary abilities, alleviating any excessive concerns he might have for her future. Encouraged by Mr. Drackle, Fleur frequently visited Clare. Most of the time, Clare remained ensconced in her laboratory, and Fleur had long since familiarized herself with its layout. To Clare's surprise, upon her return this year, she noticed a marked change in Fleur's demeanor. The once boisterous girl had transformed into a figure reminiscent of a refined lady, leaving Clare astounded by the extent of her metamorphosis. Over the past year, Fleur had evidently devoted considerable effort to refining her character. The memory of an incident in the garden from the previous summer lingered in Fleur's mind. She was aware that the protagonist of that day was not Clare, as he had been standing right beside her. Yet, she noted the unmistakable envy in Clare's gaze when he observed her reflection in the garden, revealing his preference for demure individuals. This realization prompted Fleur to strive toward a more composed and gentle demeanor. Gradually, as she approached her 16th year, she began to embody an increasingly goddess-like presence. At Beauxbatons, a growing number of young wizards began to pursue Fleur. Despite the institution being a girls' school who dictated that a girls' academy could not enroll male students, each time Fleur visited and found Clare engrossed in her experiments, she would quietly take a seat nearby, patiently awaiting his acknowledgement. Clare quickly adapted to this routine. Whenever he found himself with a moment to spare, he would glance at the small stool by the laboratory door, where Fleur invariably sat. Such warmth was found in the minutiae of their interactions. Before long, Clare came to realize that he was increasingly drawn to this gentle, fluid girl. While many individuals may have their own unique preferences, it is universally acknowledged that few would disdain a woman of kind disposition. Clare truly adores gentle girls, although Hermione may not outwardly appear tender. Over the years of their acquaintance, Hermione's inherent gentleness towards Clare has seeped into her very essence. Now, Farong is gradually embracing this demeanor as well, which explains why people often remark that women are indeed made of water. During this period, Clare finds herself with ample time. Aside from managing a few vampires each evening, she dedicates herself in the laboratory to experimenting with an array of potions that have surfaced throughout her family's history. The enchanting skill of potion making is a hereditary trait of the Hillakes family. Clare's aptitude for this craft allows her to master advanced potions with remarkable swiftness, rendering the process as effortless as brewing coffee. The remainder of her time is predominantly spent alongside Farong. Farong delights in watching films, and the cinema in the Muggle world has become a frequent haunt for the two. During these outings, Farong joyfully links her arm with Clare's, her voice soft as she engages in conversations on topics of mutual interest. Clare responds with a smile, indulging Farong by purchasing popcorn and drinks, as they hand-in-hand enter the cinema to enjoy the latest film. Moreover, Farong's culinary skills have seen a significant improvement. She firmly believes that a woman who cannot cook well cannot possibly be a good wife or mother. Embracing her nurturing instincts, Farong has truly honed her cooking talents, and her dishes now rival those served in many Chinese restaurants. After dinner, Clare and Farong stroll along the bustling streets. Despite the cacophony of traffic, their conversation remains lively and undeterred. Clare has developed a delightful habit of walking 100 steps after meals, and Farong invariably accompanies her during these walks. Tonight's braised fish was a bit burnt, Clare teased. Was it? I was being quite careful, you know. Farong retorted softly, a hint of protest in her tone. Clare, with a triumphant expression, declared, are you still unwilling to admit it? My palate has savored countless dishes. I can discern precisely where the flaws lie, which elements are undercooked, and where mistakes have occurred, all with a single taste. You boast without even a hint of modesty, as if your tongue were a laboratory. Farong cast a playful glance at Clare, her nose adorably scrunched in mock defiance. Is that truly the case? Otherwise, how could I detect issues in your cooking with just one bite? Clare responded with utmost seriousness. Yet, Farong remained unfazed, continuing on her path and retorting. Whom do you think you're fooling? Clare chuckled mischievously and exclaimed, I'm just teasing you, little pup. I'm ignoring you now. The two playfully bantered, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by along their path. Clare had grown rapidly, standing over 7 meters tall, and alongside Farong, they appeared as an enviable young couple. Despite Farong's tall stature being nearly on par with Clare's, the onlookers chose to overlook such details in the presence of Clare's impeccable charm. Farong, have I ever shown you my animagus form? Clare inquired as they reached a more secluded area, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. Not yet. All I know is that you secretly mastered the animagus transformation, and Mrs. Hillakes gave you quite the scolding for it. Farong replied with a sly grin directed at Clare. How dare you mock me? And what with calling her Mrs. Hillakes? Don't think I don't know you secretly refer to her as Mom. Clare retorted with playful sarcasm. Not at all. It was just that one time your mother asked me to call her that. I've only done it a few times. Clare's words left Farong blushing deeply. Regardless, you've called her that, so you have no ground for argument. Humph, let me have my moment of triumph, Clare declared. Wearing a victorious expression, Farong gazed at Clare with a smile. What does your triumphant demeanor signify? Sooner or later, I would have to call her that anyway. Whether it's today or tomorrow. But let us not forget who spent an entire evening without dinner after being scolded by their own mother. All right. Let us drop that topic, Clare said, slightly flustered. I promised to show you my animagus form. Clare stood before Farong and reminded her, make sure you don't cry. Humph. I won't whimper like some people. Some people certainly aren't me. I have never cried since the day I was born. Clare said calmly, now pay close attention. In an instant, Clare vanished before Farong's eyes, replaced by a colossal black wolf. Although the wolf was an ordinary creature, its size far exceeded that of mundane beings. An animagus cannot wield magic or employ special attacks, meaning that despite its exaggerated stature, this was undoubtedly a mere animal. Clare, your animagus is a wolf. Farong exclaimed in astonishment. I have only seen such a gigantic wolf among pureblood werewolves. Upon hearing Farong's exclamation, Clare turned around and swiftly returned to her original form. Confused, she stood there and asked, "Werewolves? Are you referring to those pitiful beings who appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans, yet transform into half-human, half-wolf creatures under the full moon?" Clare did not perceive any danger from these so-called werewolves. They were merely a group of creatures unable to control their primal instincts under the full moon. In their ordinary lives, they might be muggles or wizards, but on such a night, they transformed into hairy beasts resembling humanoid wolves. To Clare, they were not only unthreatening, but also somewhat pitiable. Did you know? Pure-blood werewolves can control their transformations. Moreover, a pure-blood werewolf transforms into a complete giant wolf. It is only those afflicted by wolf's bane who present a half-human, half-wolf appearance. Ferrong explained to Clare. It was not entirely Clare's fault. Her understanding of werewolves in this world was rather limited, primarily based on what she had learned from Professor Lupin, the werewolf. Pure-blood werewolves are few and far between. Much like vampires with direct bloodlines. If they were as uncontrollable as beasts, how could these werewolves have been arch-enemies of vampires for thousands of years? Suddenly, Ferrong seemed to recall something. She slapped her forehead in realization, saying, "I understand why you think this way. In Britain, due to the reign of the Dark Lord a few years ago, nearly all pure-blood werewolves have migrated out of the country. What remains are self-important wolf slaves, who are unaware of the need to conserve their strength and gradually evolve towards pure-blood status. Instead, they continuously deplete their internal wolf's bane to infect their descendants, resulting in a massive population of wolf slaves in Britain, and their capabilities are indeed concerning." Clare furrowed her brow, as these revelations about werewolves were entirely new to him. It became evident that he had never thoroughly researched this species and had long-held misconceptions about it. His understanding of werewolves had been limited to the notion of a half-human, half-wolf creature, and the only legend he was aware of was that of Fenrir Greyback, a notorious werewolf. Clearly, he had been gravely mistaken all along. You were right. The enmity between werewolves and vampires over the millennia is not mere coincidence. They indeed possess such formidable power. For the first time, Clare regarded werewolves with serious attention, realizing that his knowledge was far from comprehensive. This world was a complete entity, not merely a narrative confined to the stories of Hogwarts. Fenrir Greyback, a wizard bitten by a werewolf in his youth, harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the world. This psychopathic individual aimed to infect as many people as possible, targeting children specifically, perhaps because of his own traumatic experience. He wished for others to endure the same suffering he had faced, believing that by biting wizards and making them grow up in the absence of their parents, they would nurture a hatred for normal wizards akin to his own aspirations. Fleur elaborated extensively, concluding with the revelation that the Drackle family had close business ties with a pure-blood werewolf clan, and Fenrir Greyback had been accidentally bitten as a child by one of their members. They had previously discussed this matter with her father, which left them filled with regret. It is akin to certain individuals in the Muggle world who use needles tainted with their own viruses to harm others. These individuals are pitiable yet profoundly detestable, exemplifying a societal vengeance. Clare lamented that such occurrences transpire in any realm, as the human psyche is a dark abyss, what one cannot possess. One wishes to deny from others, and what one has lost, one desires for all to lose as well. Upon returning to the manor, Clare delved into the volumes on werewolves that he had long neglected, eager to fill the gaps in his knowledge. It turns out that werewolves indeed fall into two categories: pure-blood werewolves, who are born as such, and those who become werewolves later on, known as wolf slaves. The former are ferocious and formidable, possessing remarkable physiques, and their human form is often marked by well-defined musculature. In either form, their physical prowess is exceptional. Their transformations serve as an excellent disguise. Once in human form, they are typically unrecognizable, except for a slightly elevated body temperature detectable only by specific spells. Clare promptly learned this spell, recognizing it as a crucial means of identifying werewolves. In their wolf form, they exhibit remarkable agility, striking with incredible speed and possessing an acute sense of smell and a terrifying instinct akin to that of wild beasts. However, pure-blood werewolves lack magical abilities. Although they belong to the realm of magical creatures, they cannot cast spells, relying solely on their immense physical strength in combat. The latter category consists of those who, after being bitten by other werewolves or wolf slaves, become infected with wolf venom, transforming into half-human, half-wolf creatures on the first full moon night. They quickly stabilize, losing their sanity on each subsequent full moon, turning into ravenous predators. These newly transformed werewolves can be either muggles or wizards, and while they appear normal during non-full moon nights, They devolve into mindless, bloodthirsty beasts under the full moon. Wolf slaves can gradually transition into true werewolves. Any individual infected with wolf venom has the potential to control their bloodlust and concentrate the venom within themselves, allowing them to eventually manage their emotions during the full moon, thus regaining their rational thoughts and controlling their actions. Subsequently, they can master their transformations, increasingly adopting their wolf forms and eventually becoming giant wolves. Werewolves have lifespans similar to that of humans. However, their strength is immense. Adult pure-blood werewolves can possess power ranging from that of a vampire baron to a vampire duke, with purer bloodlines signifying greater strength. Naturally, encounters with werewolves possessing the prowess of a vampire duke are exceedingly rare, although werewolves do not enjoy the longevity of vampires. Their formidable strength and reproductive capabilities are comparable to those of ordinary humans. Thus, in the ongoing conflicts between werewolves and vampires, werewolves have never feared attrition warfare. When discussing werewolves, one cannot overlook another group of Muggles known as monster hunters. These individuals are aware of the magical world and have often experienced its wonders firsthand. Although small in number, this group has maintained a notorious reputation, targeting any magical creature. However, as mere mortals, they shy away from confronting larger, more powerful magical beings. Nevertheless, they are more than capable of hunting weaker magical creatures, especially as modern weaponry continues to advance. Monster hunters firmly believe that consuming werewolf blood can enhance their own abilities. And indeed, this blood does possess strength-enhancing properties. However, as this blood flows through the robust bodies of werewolves, once ingested by a mortal, it can lead to severe overexertion, akin to a professional Muay Thai fighter pushing their limits, resulting in rapid aging and decline. Yet, the allure of such extraordinary power is irresistible, especially when one can attain it for themselves. Therefore, werewolves have long been the favored targets of monster hunters, with their most significant adversaries, aside from vampires, being these hunters. Werewolves possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Unless they sustain fatal injuries, their bodies heal autonomously. Over millennia, Muggles have devised various methods to combat werewolves. The substance they most fear is liquid silver nitrate, which, when introduced into their muscles, renders them powerless. Monkshood is also a repugnant poison for werewolves. A werewolf that consumes it is instantly forced to revert to its true form. Silver weapons inhibit their rapid cellular regeneration. Thus, silver remains a highly sought-after material for combating both werewolves and vampires. Silver daggers and bullets are staples for monster hunters, who are never without silver, indeed, genuine precious silver. Clare's animagus form is a formidable black wolf, rivaling that of a transformed adult werewolf, which leaves Fleur in awe. Were it not for Fleur's awareness that Clare's lineage harbors no werewolf ancestry, she might have suspected Clare of undergoing such a transformation herself. The werewolves, known for their brutish intellect, lack an effective means of identifying their kind, and the transformation of an animagus bears striking similarity to that of a werewolf. Unless one possesses the expertise to discern the difference, it is nearly impossible to ascertain the nature of Clare's transformation. Clare believes this alone grants her an advantage to thrive among a pack of wolves. With this thought, Clare suddenly entertained a bold idea. Why not masquerade as a solitary werewolf? Although werewolves typically thrive in packs, many prefer a solitary existence. Some powerful werewolves enjoy living alone, while unfortunate young werewolves often become reclusive over time. However, Clare's plans to transform into a werewolf are temporarily shelved due to a significant technical challenge: her physical prowess. Each werewolf possesses a physical constitution vastly superior to that of an ordinary human, characterized by muscular builds. Despite Clare's regular exercise, her adolescent frame, lacking in defined contours, would stand out among werewolves. Moreover, the sheer size of Clare's black wolf form creates an obvious disparity in physical capabilities, raising suspicion. Of course, Clare's acting skills would come into play, but even with an Oscar-worthy performance, it would be difficult to deflect attention from such glaring discrepancies. Clare finds herself at a loss for a better solution. While potions could temporarily alter her physique, their prolonged consumption could lead to unforeseen side effects. Another method, body modification, was quickly dismissed. The idea of modifying others had nearly earned her a reprimand from her mother, and the thought of undergoing such a process herself was equally unappealing. Who would willingly lie on an operating table for such an experiment? Clare is certainly not the type of deranged scientist. Currently, Clare's focus is on enhancing her physical abilities through consistent training to develop a more defined physique. Every werewolf is a natural specimen of fitness, and Clare believes that achieving a similar level of fitness is not an insurmountable task. The summer holiday is swiftly passing amid Claire's hurried experiments. During this time, Hermione is vacationing in France with her family, which causes Claire considerable anxiety, particularly with Fleur by her side. However, Hermione lacks the courage to confront Clare, not only because she is with her parents, but more importantly, due to the uncertainty of the number of eyes from the Hilliard family watching them. She is not prepared to face Claire's family yet. Clare breathes a sigh of relief, albeit with a bitter smile, realizing that her reputation as a scoundrel is firmly established, juggling two girlfriends unbeknownst to Hermione. Fleur, on the other hand, is already aware of Hermione, and the Dracul family is not a small one. Gathering information on a Muggle girl is quite feasible. Clare even suspects that Fleur may have met Hermione in private, unnoticed by the latter. In another development, Clare has made progress in the production of the vampire control potions and antidotes. She has entrusted these techniques to Victor, who eagerly accepts the task of locating and controlling small vampires. His strategy is to exert direct control over the small no-fill vampire clan, a family with its own web of influence. Victor's own strength surpasses that of a vampire prince, and the legendary vampire emperor remains a myth. Much like gods in Muggle lore, such a hierarchy does not exist. Leave it to me, Victor asserts, relishing the prospect of controlling others and even an organization. A dream for any dark wizard. Rest assured, by the time you return, I will have devised a commendable model for a spy organization. Victor, eager to begin, recalls his own experience with a similar organization in his youth, though most of his associates have since met unfortunate fates. Victor does not accompany Clare back to London. The control plan begins in France, from which Clare must expand outward. The priority is to solidify her power while remaining undetected by other families, seizing control of the small no-fill clan with swift precision. This control must be continuously refined, and Clare believes that there are certainly vampire princes among the clan. While the number of families possessing such power is unknown, any ancient family that has thrived for centuries must possess some depth of strength. The simplest example is the two branches of the no-fill family, who split a millennium ago when they had only recently acquired their titles. After a millennium, no matter how gifted a vampire, reaching the status of a prince is improbable, which reassures Clare. While there may be hidden dukes within their lineage, their power would not draw Victor's concern. A top-tier wizard can withstand the assault of multiple Aurors or Death Eaters, as demonstrated by Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Victor himself. Should Victor encounter a vampire prince of equal standing, he is confident in his strength relative to most princes. However, should the opponent choose to flee, Victor would certainly struggle to detain a skilled vampire. Such a confrontation would be frustrating, as even powerful forces may find themselves unable to eliminate or control the opponent. Thus, the innocent no-fill clan, with its unblemished lineage, becomes the target of Clare and Victor, two unscrupulous dark wizards. Throughout the journey, Clare remains on the train. After experiencing a tumultuous flight, she has no desire to ride Buckbeak into the skies again. Buckbeak, content with the respite, takes to the air towards the London estate after Clare's departure. Recently, Clare instructed one of her family's small workshops specializing in broom production, a business once owned by a subsidiary family, struggling to compete with major brands, to develop magical flying vehicles. Drawing inspiration from Muggle aircraft and even automobiles, with family funding provided. Initially reluctant, the workshop manager enthusiastically agreed upon hearing of the financial support. In the London estate, the butcher continues to languish in the basement, while Tom drifts about the manor throughout the day. The Lich's physique captivated Tom, leading him to quickly become enamored with the art of levitation. Ever since Victor had gauged Clare's prowess, he no longer harbored concerns regarding her safety. It is simply inconceivable for a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber to lower himself to the level of personally attacking a child. Furthermore, only a handful of wizards have attained such heights. Aside from Voldemort, none hold a deep-seated vendetta against Clare. Even Voldemort, at this moment, remains unaware of Clare's interference with his Horcruxes, and his perception of her remains relatively favorable, reminiscent of the time Clare had spared him. Upon returning to England, Clare casually seized a substantial stack of the Daily Prophet, ultimately discovering the information she sought. A Ministry of Magic employee had won a grand prize, and the Minister of Magic had received an enormous reward. Arthur Weasley, head of the Ministry's office, had triumphed in the Daily Prophet's annual grand prize, a Spanish galleon minted by Muggles. Well, it appears that the unfolding narrative is progressing quite smoothly. At the very least, after Harry severed his connection with Voldemort, it seems that no significant repercussions have arisen. Clare felt a sense of relief. It was no surprise that Black had now departed from Azkaban. for the upcoming semester. Tom had already assisted Clare in procuring the necessary books and supplies. To some extent, Tom's power had now surpassed that of Dumbledore. During this period, Voldemort's knowledge had also been significantly refined. It was evident that Tom had fully mastered the greatest advantage of a lich, which was the remarkable ability to swiftly comprehend magic. Clare returned this time in a hurried manner, with merely a day left before the commencement of school, after a brief phone conversation with Hermione, during which the latter expressed her grievances with a tinge of melancholy. She ultimately assured Clare that she would be waiting for him at the station the following day. The next day, Clare encountered Hermione, who was anxiously scanning the surroundings. Hermione donned a pair of fitted jeans, a t-shirt, and an oversized top, radiating youthful exuberance. "Clare, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for ages." Hermione pouted discontentedly upon seeing Clare approach. "I took a taxi. Victor is still in France, and I'm still getting accustomed to things," Clare replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "You look stunning today, Hermione. It seems that in these 2 months, you've undergone quite a transformation." "Quit the banter." Hermione feigned anger. "And you, after 2 months, you didn't even come to see me. Tell me, is there someone else in your life?" Hermione's offhand remark sent a chill down Clare's spine. He forced a smile and retorted, "Even if there were someone else, I could never let go of my dear Hermione. Ignoring such a lovely girl would be sheer folly." "Then you must be the biggest fool in the world. 2 months without seeing me." Hermione pouted, turning her head away in discontent. With a playful smile at the corner of her eye, Clare suddenly stepped forward, catching Hermione off guard. She turned Hermione's face towards her, gazing intently into her wide, astonished eyes, before leaning down to bestow a deep kiss. In the midst of this passionate embrace, a ginger cat intruded, squeezing itself between Clare and Hermione, disrupting the tender moment that had unfolded between the two. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson. After 7 years of companionship with Clare, this was the most intimate encounter they had shared, although they had often embraced affectionately in the past. Clare had always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, treating Hermione with the utmost respect. At times, Hermione felt a twinge of melancholy, yet her trust in Clare outweighed such feelings. After all, Clare approached their relationship with sincerity and earnestness. While others may experience the so-called 7-year itch, Hermione, who had only recently encountered this term, harbored concerns about such an eventuality. Humans are peculiar creatures, and many aspects of emotions follow discernible patterns. The 7th year is a remarkable milestone. Couples often find their love or marital life becoming mundane and predictable, leading to feelings of boredom and ennui. Over time, such weariness can lead to crises in the relationship. Hermione worried deeply, despite their relationship blossoming from innocent beginnings when they were young and naive, unaware of the true nature of love. Yet, no amount of innocence could withstand the complexities of a 7-year entanglement. Their bond was deeply rooted, and therein lay the peril. The monotony of life could potentially incite the 7-year itch, driving them apart and fracturing their connection. However, in that moment, it seemed her fears were unfounded. Hermione sweetly contemplated that Clare's affection for her remained genuine and heartfelt. Girls in love often appear foolish, and even Hermione, who was typically regarded as a know-it-all, was no exception. Clare gazed down at Crookshanks, who, in a remarkably anthropomorphic manner, returned her stare. The cat possessed a somewhat flattened face, as if molded by a brick, and a bushy tail that resembled a bottle brush. This feline was quite sizable, nearly rivaling that of a small leopard in Clare's eyes. Sirius Black had once remarked that no cat was as astute as Crookshanks. Clare was convinced that this cat indeed possessed extraordinary abilities. "Crookshanks, this is not an adversary." Hermione, noticing Crookshanks' wary demeanor, bent down and lifted the large cat into her arms. Its considerable size made it somewhat cumbersome for Hermione to hold. Crookshanks has been vigilantly fixated on Clare since earlier. Even when Hermione cradled him, he continued to glance back, his fierce gaze directed at Clare beside him. Clare was perplexed. Amidst the numerous individuals around her, why did this cat single her out for its unwavering attention? Could it be due to her having just bitten its owner? At the train station, Clare unexpectedly encountered Harry and Ron, although she had no desire to meet them, for not far off, she spotted Draco, with a haughty demeanor. Draco clearly reveled in the recent success of his family's business. Upon noticing Clare's glance, he greeted her with evident delight. However, as he caught sight of Ron and Harry, who were turning their backs towards him while approaching Clare and Hermione, his smile faltered. Clare offered an apologetic smile to Draco, who responded with an understanding expression. Before boarding the train accompanied by the familiar Crabbe and Goyle, one must commend Mrs. Weasley for her warm-heartedness. She kindly prepared sandwiches for Harry's journey, and even remembered to make one for Hermione. Yet, Clare was not considered in her calculations. Not only because she did not expect Clare to be among this group, but more importantly, Clare belonged to Slytherin. In the eyes of most Gryffindors, Slytherins were regarded as adversaries. After Mr. Weasley had muttered to Harry for quite some time, the train was finally about to depart, and Clare breathed a sigh of relief. Frankly, he found Mrs. Weasley's manner of bidding farewell somewhat unconventional, yet undeniably heartwarming. The compartment was now filled to capacity, although many were willing to make space for Clare. Harry's presence rendered them helpless. Ultimately, in the last carriage, the four of them managed to find a compartment that could barely accommodate them. Inside, a thin adult male was already seated, fast asleep. Although he appeared relatively young, his face was gaunt, his skin sallow, and his cheeks slightly sunken. Strands of white hair had begun to emerge among his brown locks. "Who do you think he is?" Ron's voice rang out from the back. Despite being the last to arrive, he often took delight in making quips. "R.J. Lupin," Hermione whispered, her kind nature preventing her from rousing the sleeping man. "How do you know?" Ron inquired, puzzled. "His trunk has his name written on it." Hermione pointed to the overhead luggage rack, where an old trunk, its golden lettering peeling away, still bore the faint inscription of R.J. Lupin. "Is this our new defense against the dark arts professor?" Clare scrutinized Lupin. Clearly, she was well acquainted with him, yet she had no intention of unveiling the frail facade of this resilient man at that moment. On the train, Clare, as was customary, sat beside Hermione. The compartment felt somewhat cramped. Clare was seated next to Lupin, while Hermione nestled closely against her, following their intimate moments before boarding. Hermione seemed almost eager to remain in Clare's embrace. She placed Crookshanks on the floor, yet the cat did not wander far, loyally guarding her owner. Despite the throngs of other wizards around, Crookshanks directed its intense hostility solely towards Clare. Clare felt a sense of disquiet, gazing at Crookshanks, who regarded her with palpable animosity. As if a realization dawned upon her, she was enveloped in an aura of lethal intent. One might even say, an air of death. This intangible essence, imperceptible to the average human, often manifested when one had taken many lives or had long been in contact with the deceased. Such an aura invariably formed an inexplicable force field around them. While ordinary humans could not see this, they would feel an overwhelming pressure. However, for certain spiritually attuned beings, this power would be magnified in their perception, embodying a formidable threat. Recently, Clare has encountered numerous spirits, inevitably surrounded by an aura of death. However, he did not anticipate that this seemingly ordinary large cat would be able to sense the deathly energy surrounding him. This cat is indeed remarkable. If Clare were to articulate it, he would assert that this feline possesses not only the bloodline of a domestic cat, but also a faint trace of the Eastern cat spirit's lineage. The cat spirit is a creature renowned for its acute perception of soul energy, which explains why this large cat could detect the perilous aura emanating from Clare, who has long been devoid of a soul. Upon this realization, Clare understood why the cat had discerned the abnormality of the mouse with mottled fur. The mouse simply did not possess the soul fluctuations typical of its kind. With this thought, Clare's gaze inevitably shifted towards the tail of Crookshanks. Legends tell that a cat's spirit grows a second tail upon gaining strength, followed by a third and a fourth, ultimately culminating in the fabled 9 tails. At that point, the cat's spirit transcends its former identity, becoming one of the most formidable entities in the realm of magical beasts, the 9-lived cat demon. However, it is evident that although Crookshanks has reached adulthood, it remains a long way from developing its second tail, if it can even achieve that. Given the dilution of its bloodline, children, when gathered, tend to discuss playful topics, and as Clare exchanged glances with Crookshanks on the ground, Harry and the others soon found themselves talking about Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade is a village located near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it is the only entirely wizarding village in all of Britain, devoid of any Muggle inhabitants, a veritable haven of magic. The school stipulates that only students in their 3rd year or above may visit during their breaks, and they must have a guardian's signature. Clare felt no particular curiosity about this place, as there are similar locales in France where he often played as a child, driven by curiosity. Butterbeer, greasy chocolate frogs, and fizzing wispies. Like most girls, Hermione possessed an unwavering fondness for these sweet and sour treats. "We are already in our 3rd year." Clare smiled at Hermione nestled in his arms, "and as long as your family signs, you shall be permitted to visit Hogsmeade. I believe the Grangers would consent to your trip, especially with my company." Blushing, Hermione nodded and subtly leaned closer to Clare. The Granger couple had somehow learned of Clare's astonishing achievements at the magical school, and in their eyes, he was an exceedingly reliable companion, which put them at ease regarding Hermione's association with him. Across from them, Harry appeared somewhat distracted. His aunt and uncle would undoubtedly refuse to sign the permission slip for Hogsmeade, leaving him with no opportunity to play during the holidays. Soon, Ron excitedly shared news about a secret passage from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts, which thrilled Harry. However, as the prefect, Hermione sternly reprimanded their adventurous notions. Yet Clare observed that the eager anticipation on Harry and Ron's faces remained undeterred, their expressions becoming more animated. No one could quell a Gryffindor's spirit of adventure. Even in the shadow of a Death Eater posing a constant threat to their safety, Harry being a vivid example of this indomitable courage. Crookshanks had been watching Clare for quite some time. Perhaps it was because he realized that Clare did not appear to be the type of person who would suddenly leap up to commit murder. Or perhaps he sensed that even if he did engage in a struggle with her, he would surely last no more than a second. Consequently, this large feline ultimately relinquished his vigilant watch over Clare. This realization not only relieved Clare but also eased Hermione's tension, as it was indeed awkward for a girl to feel that her pet cat disapproved of her boyfriend. The Hogwarts Express steadily journeyed northward, and the scenery outside the window became increasingly infused with the essence of nature. As twilight descended, the clouds above grew denser, hinting at imminent rain. Outside the compartment door, students were bustling back and forth, indicating that mealtime had arrived, with many heading toward the train center to procure steaming bowls of rice. Crookshanks was now comfortably settled in the empty seat beside Harry, his flat face fixated on Ron, his yellow eyes locked onto Ron's pocket, where a rat named Scabbers resided. "Clare, it's time for lunch. Should we wake up the professor? I fear he will be quite famished by the time we reach school." Considering that dinner won't be served until after the sorting ceremony, Hermione whispered anxiously to Clare, "Do not fret, Hermione. I have brought an abundance of delectable treats from home, and I won't even bother with the snacks purchased from Muggle stores, for this is a proper meal." Clare replied, retrieving a multitude of food items from her pocket, including several steaming hamburgers and half an Eastern-style roasted duck. The undetectable extension charm is truly convenient. It's a pity that such spells require a high level of magical proficiency to master, and we are not yet qualified, Hermione remarked enviously, observing Clare's impressive haul. "Rest assured, in a few years, we shall all have learned it," Clare smiled, encouragingly. "Please, help yourselves. I've saved a portion for the professor beside us, so there is no need for concern." Upon seeing the table brimming with delicious food, all previous worries dissipated, and they began to feast joyously. "This duck is simply marvelous," Ron exclaimed, his mouth full of duck meat. "This is my first encounter with Eastern cuisine. It is simply divine." Harry was grappling with a saucy pig trotter. "I never anticipated that such a seemingly intact pig's foot could yield such flavor. Goodness. I was just lamenting the appearance of this dish. Oofed, Clare can prepare far more than just these. It is a privilege for you to sample them." Hermione defended her partner, all the while savoring her spicy stir-fried squid. As the train gradually slowed, the sound of wheels diminished, while the patter of rain intensified outside. Hermione glanced at her watch, looked up, and queried, "Haven't we arrived at school? Why have we stopped?" The corridor grew chaotic as students leaned out from various compartments, clearly noticing the situation. Suddenly, the train jolted violently, coming to a complete halt. Sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed within the carriage, accompanied by students' startled yelps and exclamations, as many belongings tumbled from the overhead racks. Shortly thereafter, all the lights extinguished and screams erupted, gradually fading into an eerie silence that enveloped the carriage. Ron wiped a clean spot on the window and peered outside. "Something is moving out there. I suspect people are exiting." At that moment, the compartment door was suddenly struck by something, and Neville stumbled in, clumsily. "I'm sorry. Do you know what is happening? It's too dark outside. I can't see." "Hello, Neville," Harry said, reaching out to help him up in the darkness. "Harry, is that you? What is going on?" Neville inquired anxiously. "If I were you, I would sit down quickly. Running around in the dark is not the wisest choice," Clare's voice resonated, providing reassurance to the newly arrived Neville. Though Clare belonged to Slytherin, her formidable presence offered a sense of comfort in such dire circumstances. "Watch out for the cat on the seat," Clare advised. Neville then felt around and picked up a warm, furry creature before plopping down onto the seat. Soon after, Ginny stumbled in as well. Clare, feeling somewhat exasperated, raised her wand and cast a Lumos spell to illuminate the compartment, prompting a flurry of discussions among the students. "Silence," Suddenly boomed a gravelly voice. Professor Lupin seemed to have finally awakened. He too cast a Lumos spell and glanced at Clare, surprise evident on his face as he inquired. "Excuse me, but I didn't realize that a first-year student could effortlessly perform a spell that requires a steady and sustained flow of magical energy." Clare Hillakes. She replied politely with a bow. "Hillakes, I extend my sincere apologies, sir. I did not anticipate. It's quite all right, Professor." Clare waved her hand dismissively. "We are currently conducting research on your matter. You see, it is not just you. Many others are grappling with similar issues. However, I would advise you not to harbor excessive hope. Rather than continually suppressing it, it may be wiser to accept it with composure. After all, striving to adapt and purify is a plausible path forward." "Indeed, but I still wish to try," Lupin said, determination etched on his face. "Very well, sir. The hospital will do its utmost," Clare remarked, casting a glance outside. "That thing is approaching." The glow from the tip of her wand illuminated Lupin's weary, ashen face. Yet his eyes remained vigilant and cautious. He understood what was on the horizon, for it was this very creature that had once taken Sirius black. "I'll go and take a look," Lupin declared, moving towards the compartment door. Just before he reached it, the door creaked open. Standing in the corridor was a cloaked monstrosity, towering to the ceiling. Under the flickering light, the creature's silhouette became discernible to all. Whether it was an illusion or reality, the temperature in the vicinity seemed to plummet. The monster's face was completely concealed beneath its hood, rendering its features invisible. However, its long, thin, and withered hands, protruding from the cloak, emitted a ghastly pallor in the illumination, resembling the desiccated appendages of a corpse. A thud echoed as Harry collapsed onto the floor. "Expecto Patronum." Clare uttered the incantation with rare assertiveness. Lupin's Patronus was a wolf, the very creature he detested most. And Clare cast her spell first to spare him the discomfort. More importantly, Clare harbored a profound aversion to Dementors, beings that fed on souls yet possessed little utility themselves, representing a gross waste. As a master of souls, Clare could not tolerate such blatant squandering. A magnificent silver fire dragon erupted from the tip of Clare's wand. And before the Dementor could emit a sound of despair, it was torn to shreds by the colossal silver guardian. Lupin widened his eyes in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a colossal Patronus. Its power was so formidable that it did not merely drive away the Dementors, but utterly annihilated them. The Patronus served as a conduit for communication, a vital link among wizards. However, although Clare had mastered the Patronus charm long ago, she had never employed it for conveying messages. This was not due to any sense of superiority on Clare's part, but rather because the sheer magnitude of her Patronus rendered the act of communication virtually impossible. Would one not fear that others might remain oblivious to its presence? Fragments of a dark cloak shattered in the air, swiftly merging with the atmosphere. Beneath it, the skeletal remains disintegrated, turning to dust and dissipating into the void. Ultimately, a slender finger bone fell to the ground, the sole remnant left by the vanquished Dementor. The immense Patronus illuminated the entire train compartment, seemingly insatiable, as it pursued a few remaining Dementors outside. Yet, those creatures proved to be remarkably adept at fleeing, vanishing without a trace long before the Patronus could reach them. The train's lights flickered back to life, and the passengers gazed at Clare with admiration. Clare, however, remained nonchalant, gradually bending down to retrieve the lone finger bone from the floor. Upon the death of a Dementor, its body would be absorbed into the void, becoming one with nature. However, those that had consumed a considerable number of souls during their existence would leave behind remnants upon their demise. These preserved structures possess significant soul-controlling abilities. Indeed, there were instances where dark wizards had fashioned wands from them, leading to the creation of the infamous undead armies throughout history. "Professor, we ought to check on Harry," Clare remarked, noticing Lupin's bewildered expression. "He appears quite shaken, but I doubt he is in any serious danger. His traumatic past has likely caused him to suppress those memories. And the recent Dementor triggered a brief resurgence of those buried recollections." "Ah, I see," Lupin replied, never doubting Clare's insight, especially given her lineage. "The boy's experiences have indeed been harrowing. I shall fetch a cup of hot water. Perhaps a warm cup of chocolate will provide some comfort when he awakens." "What just happened? Where did that creature go? Who was screaming moments ago?" Harry, regaining consciousness, looked around at the concerned faces surrounding him. He had fainted before grasping the events that transpired thereafter. "Let me see," Clare approached, firmly prying open Harry's eyelids. "Indeed, there are quite a few blood vessels ruptured." It seems you have not entirely forgotten those horrors. They lie buried deep within your memory. Lupin, suddenly pale as if recalling something, reassured Harry. Do not worry, Harry. No one here intends to harm you. Relax, and please, drink this hot chocolate. It will do you good. Harry's gaze drifted toward the compartment door, his expression perplexed. He was certain he had heard a scream, so vivid and real, yet everyone else appeared oblivious. This struck him as most peculiar. Was it akin to last year's encounter with the basilisk? Had he perceived something extraordinary that warranted immediate notification to Dumbledore? But how could he articulate it? Dumbledore. I believe I heard a woman scream on the train, yet no one else seems aware. I am unsure of what transpired or whether I merely imagined it. Could you please clarify or investigate? Harry shook his head, dismissing the thought. Such an action would undoubtedly render him a fool in the eyes of his peers. Noticing Harry's bewilderment, Lupin gently guided him to sit upright, his expression serious. Do not be ashamed. There is nothing embarrassing about this. What was that creature? Harry inquired, glancing at Clare, who was now toying with a familiar, desiccated object. A Dementor. It hails from Azkaban, Lupin succinctly explained. Impossible. They are the guards of Azkaban, confined by law to remain within its bounds. What on earth is the Ministry thinking, allowing them to roam free? The consequences of their presence are catastrophic, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear. What exactly is a Dementor? Harry asked, curiosity and trepidation mingling in his gaze. Dementors are magical beings devoid of souls, and their origins remain a mystery, for they do not reproduce. Some believe they arise from the decay of other souls, yet they possess a tangible form, which is beyond the capacity of any mere soul. They are often depicted as malevolent entities, as they thrive by consuming the happiness and joy of others, spreading despair and suffering. In their presence, positive energy evaporates, replaced by overwhelming negativity. Being near a Dementor means having all your pleasant feelings and joyful memories siphoned away. Should they succeed, they may establish a long-term parasitic relationship with you, Hermione elaborated, her knowledge shining through. So, they are parasitic creatures that prey upon human joy? Harry mused, beginning to grasp the concept. No, it is not parasitism, it is exploitation. Numerous prisoners in Azkaban have succumbed to madness at their hands. Remember, those confined to Azkaban are typically resolute outlaws, yet even they cannot withstand the Dementor's relentless onslaught, Clare added. Ultimately, they drain the soul completely, resulting in a profound waste of one's very essence. Harry shuddered at the thought. Having encountered a Dementor for the first time left him feeling utterly unsettled. He could only imagine the horrors he would endure if confined within Azkaban. The term waste that Clare had used echoed ominously in his mind, leaving him increasingly uneasy. At that moment, Harry began to recall what Clare had been handling. It was indeed a finger from that very creature. His stomach churned at the realization that Clare was toying with a bone from a Dementor. Truly, Slytherin's nature was unchanging, always embodying the traits of dark wizards, no matter where they might be. Clare noticed the gaze from Harry, still holding the phalanx bone in her hand. Without lifting her head, she remarked, "This is the phalanx bone of a Dementor, rather elongated, specifically the first and second joints of the middle finger. It appears as though the joints are fused together. Despite its appearance of being two segments, it is, in fact, a singular bone. This is a rather rare magical material, capable of concocting numerous potions aimed at the soul. Although Dementors lack a soul, acquiring items from them can serve as a treasure for any soul, stabilizing its condition. By the way, Hermione," Clare turned her head towards Hermione. "This semester will offer elective courses. Promise me you 1T select every subject. Manage your time wisely." Clare understood that if she did not intervene, the determined Hermione would undoubtedly fill her schedule with every subject available. However, Clare believed that Professor McGonagall would find a way to help her manage. Hermione, brimming with confidence in Professor McGonagall, expressed her unwavering faith in the professor's ability to guide them. Clare nodded, yet added, "This semester, I hope you can carve out some time to learn some new spells with me." Clare's sentiments are not solely rooted in selfishness, rather, she perceives that a girl as gifted as Hermione should not be swayed by the narrow-minded teachings of Hogwarts, an institution that merely instructs students in the art of practical magic. The world is far from the tranquil facade it presents, and in the future, Hermione may encounter numerous unforeseen challenges. Clare hopes that Hermione will possess at least a modicum of self-defense skills. In this regard, Hermione is even less equipped than Harry, who has already become quite adept at disarming spells. Clare was preparing to teach Hermione some dark magic, at least to equip her with the ability to wield offensive spells. While the shield charm is a versatile protective incantation, it often fails to be cast in a timely manner. Dark magic, on the other hand, operates under a different paradigm. The majority of its applications require a high level of skill, rendering many defensive spells ineffective. Take the soul-crushing curse, for instance. Against it, most protective charms are utterly powerless. This is part of the reason why the soul-crushing curse, despite being a non-offensive spell, is classified among the 3 unforgivable curses. It not only strips individuals of their freedom, but also catches them completely off guard. Clare was poised to impart the knowledge of the soul-sucking curse to Hermione. As a young woman, unless troubled by psychological issues, Hermione would undoubtedly harbor an aversion to the gruesome dark arts. Furthermore, the killing curse demands an exceptionally high level of magical prowess, making the soul-sucking curse, a spell of control, far more suitable for Hermione. Clare intends to impart her knowledge alone? Hermione, lost in her thoughts, shyly nodded, her face rapidly flushed with color. Harry and Ron wore perplexed expressions, utterly bewildered by Hermione's sudden silence. Only Remus, standing nearby, cast a peculiar glance towards Clare, his demeanor shifting with intrigue. Clare tapped her forehead, a hint of vexation crossing her features. Are young girls truly maturing at such an alarming rate? She merely wished to impart some knowledge to Hermione, yet now she appeared to be an unsavory character, luring innocent girls. Moreover, what did that look from Lupin signify? Surely that lecherous man had misconstrued her intentions. Soon enough, the train finally came to a halt at Hogwarts Station. During the period when Harry had fainted, everyone had donned their wizarding robes. Clare possessed little luggage, and a dedicated house elf would transport each student's belongings to their respective dormitories. Thus, she and Hermione alighted the train with ease. As they disembarked, chaos reigned around them. Most students did not entrust their pets to the house elves, opting to keep them close. Bird cages were incessantly being opened, and the owls instinctively knew their destinations. Cats of various hues darted about their feet. Not only did their owners have friends, but in the feline realm, they too possessed social circles. After 2 months apart, old friends were eager to reconnect. Crookshanks found this bustling environment somewhat foreign. Since its birth until adulthood, the cat had been confined within a shop, only recently having been adopted. Fortunately, the cats of Hogwarts, akin to the students, were equally welcoming, and soon Crookshanks established its own little clique. First years, over here, a familiar gruff voice bellowed. At the far end of the platform, Hagrid's towering figure was unmistakable. This half-giant's primary task each year was to greet the newcomers. His prominent stature ensured that the first years would not lose their way amidst the throng. Clare surmised that this was the very excuse the professors employed to send Hagrid to collect the children each time. Clare and Hermione walked along a rough, muddy path, accompanied by other students from their school, while Ron and Harry supported each other behind them. One must commend Ron for this commendable trait of Gryffindor. Harry still felt weak and feeble, and Ron stayed close, genuinely concerned that Harry might faint again. Not far ahead, at least 100 carriages awaited the arriving upperclassmen. Each carriage was drawn by a thestral, a creature invisible to many children, who believed these were enchanted vehicles, as nothing seemed to pull them. Once they climbed into the carriages and closed the doors, the carriages began to move automatically. Thestrals are astonishing magical beings, visible only to those who have directly witnessed death. Clare, having taken a life herself, could indeed see the pulling thestrals. These gaunt, winged horses, though sounding ominous, possess a remarkably gentle disposition, rarely displaying hostility towards any creature. Bubeek had once raced against these herbivorous beasts and was surprised to find they were unafraid of a meat-eating griffin like himself. Have you fainted, Potter? Is Longbottom speaking the truth? Did you really lose consciousness? A mocking voice echoed, unmistakably belonging to Draco Malfoy, the Slytherin student entwined in a rivalry with Harry. What followed was their usual banter, a spectacle that Clare and Hermione had long grown accustomed to, and they were disinclined to intervene. While only Ron persistently aided Harry in their verbal sparring, the sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, leading to the customary address from Dumbledore, which was typically brief, for he understood that the children's hungry stomachs could not endure his lengthy discourse. Welcome to Hogwarts in this new academic year. I have a few words to share with you all, one of which is of utmost seriousness. And I believe it prudent to clarify this before you become ensnared in the delights of this feast. Dumbledore harbored a deep-seated aversion to Dementors, the reasons for which remained shrouded in mystery, even if he had triumphed over Grindelwald without consigning him to Azkaban, instead imprisoning him in the highest tower of Nurmengard. Despite Dumbledore's relationship with Grindelwald transcending mere friendship, it equally underscored his distrust of Dementors. He preferred to rely on the conscience of a dark wizard rather than the tightly controlled demeanors of the Ministry of Magic. During their stay here, I must make it clear that no one is permitted to leave the school without authorization. Dementors must not be deceived by tricks or disguises, not even by an invisibility cloak. They inherently lack understanding of requests or excuses. Therefore, I warn each of you, do not provide them with any reason to harm you. I am pleased to observe that during today's search of the train by the Dementors, some upperclassmen successfully utilized the Patronus charm to protect their companions, which is commendable. Dumbledore cast a glance towards Clare, a slight smile playing on his lips. In the last carriage, Clare even managed to vanquish a Dementor with a powerful Patronus. I shall explain this to the Ministry, for they should not reproach an exceptional student for the actions taken against a frenzied beast. In a rather uplifting tone, he continued. This year, I am delighted to welcome 2 new professors to our ranks. The first is Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. The applause was sparse, for Clare realized that few had heard of the name Lupin, and his unassuming appearance suggested he hailed from no illustrious lineage. Clare clapped lightly twice before stopping, refraining from leading a hearty applause even though he was quite eager to do so. Seated among the Slytherins, he represented the interests of a pure-blood wizarding family, and offering excessive applause to a wizard he had never met could provoke unwanted thoughts among the other families nearby. Severus Snape, stationed at the professor's desk, wore a grim expression. After all, it was hardly likely for anyone to harbor fond feelings for someone who had bullied them in their youth. Even though Snape's current prowess far surpassed that of Lupin, who was perpetually subdued by medication, this elevation in status did little to mitigate his disdain for a former adversary. Next came the announcement of Hagrid's appointment as the Care of Magical Creatures professor. In truth, Clare found this decision quite agreeable. The giant had an innate talent for nurturing any creature, and he possessed a unique methodology for raising various new species of magical beasts. In other words, any peculiar creature that came into his care seemed to survive miraculously. The academic schedule at the school was intense yet orderly. During course selection, Clare deliberately chose several classes that conflicted with one another. For 2 mornings each week, he would need to attend both charms and ancient runes simultaneously, and on 2 afternoons, he found himself enrolled in both Care of Magical Creatures and Transfiguration. While everyone else prudently selected non-conflicting courses, Hermione, under Clare's guidance, opted against enrolling in any divination classes, including arithmancy. Clare had explicitly pointed out that Hermione lacked the aptitude for such disciplines, a fact that was indeed true. Divination required a certain bloodline talent that Hermione did not possess. Rather than squander time, it would be more beneficial to pursue something practical. Hermione, being a sensible girl and possessing unwavering trust in Clare, avoided all divination courses. Ultimately, to avoid any scheduling conflicts, she even refrained from studying Muggle studies. Considering her own Muggle background, who could possibly understand Muggles better than she? At that moment, Clare was the only student at Hogwarts facing scheduling conflicts. As Clare had anticipated, the following morning, he was summoned to Professor Snape's office. Clare, I acknowledge your exceptional abilities, but even the most talented individual cannot be present in 2 classrooms at once, Snape stated, though his expression lacked the sternness typically associated with admonitions, which alleviated Clare's concerns considerably. But, Professor, Clare feigned a puzzled look. The elective course list does not indicate that choosing conflicting classes is prohibited, does it? Indeed, this was the case. Snape's expression conveyed a hint of exasperation as he continued. Therefore, I consulted the school and also had a word with Professor McGonagall. Speaking of McGonagall, Snape's lips twitched slightly, and I ultimately had to submit some documentation to the Ministry of Magic. In summary, the process of obtaining this approval was rather cumbersome. As he spoke, Snape produced a golden pocket watch from his robes. This is known as a time turner. There exists but a single one in the entire magical world. Many legends surround time machines, yet most are mere fabrications. This is the genuine article. Snape's eyes sparkled with admiration. Each turn of the time turner allows one to rewind time by 1 hour. This item has been securely housed within the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, and borrowing it requires considerable persuasion. Professor McGonagall is the only witch to have utilized this instrument in recent years, hence she must personally pin the letters to the ministry. However, there are strict stipulations regarding its use, Snape continued, his demeanor growing serious. First, you cannot reverse time by more than 3 hours. The time turner cannot transport you far into the past, only within a 3-hour window. If the duration extends beyond that, we cannot guarantee your return. In such a case, the existence of two versions of you in the same time frame could lead to unforeseen complications. Second, when returning, you must avoid encountering your past self. The moment you lay eyes on another version of yourself, the fabric of reality is disrupted, resulting in the erasure of one of your existences. Either the you from 3 hours in the future perishes, or the you from 3 hours in the past. The former may continue to exist in a new timeline, but the latter will vanish along with your past self, leaving no reason for your current existence. Third, utilizing the time turner will deplete your lifespan. The exact extent is unknown, so do not overuse this item. It comes at a cost. The gravity of Snape's warnings sent chills down Claire's spine, particularly the notion of depleting one's life force. Most alarmingly, altering the past with the time turner could trigger a cascade of repercussions. This explained why such an object remained in existence without anyone attempting to use it for salvation. Claire's course was progressing with intensity, and although he was acutely aware that he was depleting his vitality, he chose this path willingly and was determined to persevere. After all, Hermione had managed to attend 3 consecutive classes without issue. What was the difficulty for someone of his stature? The following afternoon, Clare attended the Care of Magical Creatures class, which he shared with Hermione and the others, and he found himself rather eager for it. Everyone, gather by the fence. Hagrid called out. All right, stand where you can see. He continued, now, the first thing you need to do is open your textbooks. The textbook, the Monster's Monster book, had been enchanted during its creation, rendering it capable of biting anyone who attempted to open it. Is no one able to open this book? Hagrid appeared quite disheartened. However, Clare and Draco raised their hands. This action sparked great curiosity among the Gryffindor students, some of whom secured their books tightly, while others placed them in sturdy bags or clipped them shut. To these children, the book presented a danger, and they were eager to discover a method to tame these volumes. Mr. Hillakes, please enlighten everyone on how you accomplished this, Hagrid said, visibly relieved to see someone who knew how to open the book. You simply need to dispel the enchantment placed on the book, or find a way to exhaust the extra magical energy infused within it, which fuels its biting propensity. I employed the former method. It's somewhat challenging, but not entirely impossible for everyone. Draco utilized the latter approach. Books that are published do not have excessive magical energy injected into them, and once that energy is drained, the book becomes an ordinary volume. Clare explained, sharing Draco's method with the group. Seeing the expressions of realization on everyone's faces, Hagrid's demeanor grew even more despondent, as his prepared speech was rendered futile. In fact, we have a simpler method for you, he said, now appearing somewhat forced in his explanation. You must tame these books. He attempted to take Hermione's book, but she had already handed it to Clare. With a flick of his wand, Clare caused Hermione's textbook to lie still in his hands. Witnessing this, Hagrid awkwardly grabbed Harry's book, tearing away the tape that bound it. The book attempted to bite, but as Hagrid's finger glided down the spine, it trembled and slowly opened, lying quietly in his grasp. If every time we opened a textbook we had to engage in such a foolish act, I would prefer to negate the book's enchantment entirely, a Slytherin student remarked, unabashedly seeking advice from Clare and Draco. Draco's face brimmed with pride. Although the method was taught to him by Clare, he had executed the entire process on his own, drawing from considerable experience in this regard. The feeling of being the center of attention was one that every boy yearned for, though only a few dozen children were present. It was a source of great pride for Draco. Now that you all have your textbooks, I believe it is time for you to observe some magical creatures, Hagrid stated, appearing somewhat anxious and speaking in a disjointed manner. Clare cast an apologetic glance at Hagrid, for his intention was not to embarrass him but rather to assist in alleviating his predicament. He envisioned that during Hagrid's inquiry, he would unveil a method to open the book, albeit a rather arduous one, which students might find challenging to master. Shortly thereafter, as the students' spirits waned in frustration, Hagrid proposed a simpler approach that merely required a flick of a finger to quell the book's madness. This way, Clare could earn points for Slytherin through his discovery, while Hagrid could sidestep any awkwardness. Yet, in practice, the outcome seemed counterproductive, as Hagrid now appeared even more despondent. Hagrid's efficiency was remarkable. Before long, a dozen towering magical creatures approached them with swift strides. Their heads resembled those of eagles, complete with wings and 4 claws, while their hindquarters bore the semblance of horses, legs and tails included. Their eyes gleamed a striking orange, sharp and spirited like those of a hawk, suggesting they likely possessed eagle-like vision. The creature's 4 claws were exceptionally sharp, measuring nearly half a foot in length, and Clare harbored no doubt that these formidable talons could effortlessly rend open the belly of an elephant. Each beast wore a thick feathered collar around its neck, from which a lengthy chain dangled, the ends of which were firmly grasped in Hagrid's large hand. Clare harbored a profound admiration for Hagrid in this regard. As an inadequate wizard, Hagrid was not particularly skilled in the art of magic. However, this was not the crux of the matter. He had inherited the magical resistance and muscular strength characteristic of giants. In terms of physical prowess, although he did not quite match the pure-blood giants, the disparity was not insurmountable. Most importantly, Hagrid possessed an innate affection for colossal creatures. Remarkably, the vast majority of formidable beings did not harbor any aversion towards him. Hagrid was a natural caretaker, capable of providing tender care to any magical beast under his watch. Hippogriff. Hagrid joyfully bellowed from a distance towards the crowd. They are magnificent, are they not? Clare found herself utterly exasperated by Hagrid's peculiar aesthetic sensibilities, which perhaps also reflected his profound affinity for those colossal creatures. The hippogriff, before being tamed, was an exceedingly fierce carnivore, and only a well-trained wizard could hope to subdue it. In this regard, Clare never doubted the capabilities of the towering figure before her. The first thing one must understand about the hippogriff is its pride, as Hagrid remarked. It is easily offended. Never provoke a hippogriff, for this could be the gravest mistake one might make. This warning was universally acknowledged among the students, for the creature's sharp beak and formidable talons left little room for doubt. One must always wait for the hippogriff to take the initiative. It is a matter of etiquette. As you approach, you must bow. Should it return the gesture, you may then dare to touch it. If it does not bow, it is prudent to retreat swiftly, for those claws can inflict serious harm. Hagrid paused momentarily, inquiring if anyone was willing to be the first to attempt this interaction. Ultimately, it was Harry who emerged as the most commendable of the group, stepping forward despite the counsel of several peers urging him to reconsider. At times, Clare could not help but admire the courage of Gryffindor, a quality not possessed by students of other houses. While both Ravenclaw and Slytherin students generally exhibited superior natural talents, Gryffindor's audacity often led to their greatest successes, unlike Ravenclaw's cautious prudence or Slytherin's excessive conservatism. Just then, a chorus of gasps broke Clare's reverie, and she turned to see Harry's hand resting upon the beak of the hippogriff. Its name was Buckbeak, though it had once been known as Buck, a name it relinquished after a griffin took up residence in the Forbidden Forest 3 years prior, also bearing the name Buckbeak, which caused the hippogriff to feel intimidated and seek a name change. As Hagrid spoke of this, his eyes sparkled with excitement, though tinged with a hint of disappointment. For the griffin was a creature of true magnificence. Among the beings capable of flight, it ranked as one of the most formidable, second only to a select few dragons. Even dragons lacking combat prowess would steer clear of an adult griffin. I had intended to capture it, but I clearly underestimated its intelligence. Over the past 3 years, I set countless traps and offered the finest smoked beefsteaks, yet I have yet to catch even a single feather. Clare felt a twinge of discomfort in her liver. No wonder Buckbeak appeared to gain weight each year when he returned home. It seemed there was someone here who fed him. Soon, encouraged by Hagrid, Harry attempted to soar through the skies on Buckbeak, and Clare understood that the exhilarating sensation of riding for the first time was truly remarkable. The feathers, soft as cushions, the spacious back, and the comforting assurance of not falling off would undoubtedly endear most wizards to this experience. However, mastering the technique was essential, as many wizards found themselves floundering once they mounted their steeds. Draco had intended to provoke some sort of incident, but Clare swiftly intervened. She recognized Draco's habitual arrogance, which could easily irritate the hippogriff, known for its foul temper. Yet, Clare underestimated Draco's competitive nature. Initially, he managed quite well, locking eyes with Buckbeak and bowing respectfully. However, this gesture did not earn Buckbeak's approval, and at that moment, he should have retreated. But seeing Harry receive Buckbeak's acknowledgement before retreating, he felt compelled to persist. What followed was a terrifying spectacle. The agitated hippogriff swung its steel-gray claws, and Draco let out a shriek as he was flung away, tumbling across the grass and curling into a ball. In the wake of his roll, patches of crimson stained the lush green turf. Hagrid rushed towards Buckbeak, grasping his collar, attempting to rein in the creature that was still struggling to pounce on Draco. Yet, no matter how swiftly Hagrid moved, he could not outpace the spell. A flash of green light struck the enraged hippogriff, which froze momentarily in mid-pounce, and then the children's voices fell silent as the savage beast collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. "Is it dead?" Ron asked, his expression one of shock. Beside him, Neville Longbottom trembled visibly. Although Neville was often regarded as the dullard of Gryffindor, as the child of 2 Aurors, his understanding of dark magic surpassed that of anyone present. It was the killing curse. He used the killing curse. Neville stammered, his teeth chattering. Good heavens, how could he dare? Clare paid no heed to the murmurs of the surrounding students as she anxiously rushed to Draco's side, where he was bleeding profusely. Without hesitation, Clare cast a spell to staunch the flow of blood and applied pressure to his ribs in an effort to realign them. Draco bore not only a gaping wound several inches long from the savage claw, but also at least 4 broken ribs, which presented the greatest challenge. Fortunately, the fractured ribs had not penetrated his lung. While pressing on Draco's ribs, Clare addressed the sobbing Pansy Parkinson beside her, urging, "Hold back your tears for a moment, and help me get him to the infirmary. Without proper tools, I cannot realign the ribs." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Pansy hastily wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve, drew her wand, and levitated the unconscious Draco. As they prepared to depart, Clare glanced back. Unfazed by the student's terror, she directed her ire towards Hagrid, who was seething with rage as he cradled Buckbeak's lifeless body, saying, "Hagrid, you should be grateful that this beast did not inflict more severe harm on Draco. Though he has lost consciousness, prompt medical attention will prevent any serious complications." Clare adjusted Draco's posture under the floating charm to ensure his comfort. If I had witnessed any misfortune befall Draco just now, the fate awaiting that wretched creature would be far from mere death. You see, I had mastered the Cruciatus curse by my first year, and now I possess an extensive knowledge of dark magic in this regard. Madame Pomfrey's medical expertise is indeed remarkable. Upon delivering Draco to the infirmary, she swiftly discerned the nature of his affliction. Was he struck by something? No, that cannot be. What could inflict a 20-centimeter wound and simultaneously fracture 4 ribs? Furrowing her brow, Madame Pomfrey expressed her incredulity. What sort of class could result in such an incident? Had you been brawling? Unless one harbored the intent to kill, such horrific scars would not have been wrought. As a professional, Madame Pomfrey quickly assessed the essence of the injuries with just a glance. Although she spoke thus, her commitment as a caregiver prevented her from probing further. Utilizing her tools, she adeptly set Draco's bones. He must remain here for the night, yet by morning he would be fit to return, lively and well. Draco's fortune appeared less dire than anticipated. On their way back, Clare earnestly remarked to Pansy beside him. Pansy, having ceased her tears, turned to Clare with slightly reddened eyes, puzzled by his statement. At the very least, through this injury, Draco had come to realize that a beautiful girl silently harbored affection for him. Clare's expression shifted, and he teased, "How fortunate for him." Pansy's face flushed crimson, while Crabbe and Goyle, trailing behind the pair, exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter. Although Slytherin's reputation throughout Hogwarts is not particularly favorable within its ranks, there exists a profound sense of unity and warmth. Even Crabbe and Goyle, in the eyes of their fellow Slytherins, are not seen as burdens, but rather as brothers in need of continual support. Thursday afternoons are reserved for defense against the dark arts. Originally, this class was intended solely for the Gryffindor students, but due to recent alterations in the timetable, it has become a joint session for both Slytherin and Gryffindor classes. Clare was eagerly anticipating this lesson, not solely due to Lupin's teaching style, but more importantly, because he wished to uncover the source of his deepest fears. He had never contemplated this question until recently, when he recalled that Lupin was about to address the Boggart, prompting him to realize that he did not even know what terrified him the most. Lupin's arrival was not particularly early. He sauntered into the classroom just before the bell rang. He placed his tattered suitcase on the lectern, and although his attire appeared old-fashioned, it was devoid of rips, indicating that he had prepared diligently for today's class. His complexion seemed healthier than it had on the train, possibly due to the recent full moon. While the Wolf's Bane allowed him to maintain his sanity on moonlit nights, patiently awaiting the transformation's conclusion, the potion was still harmful, aptly named as it was a poison. Consequently, after each dose, Lupin endured considerable pain. "Good afternoon," Lupin greeted gently, instructing everyone to return their books to their bags. "Today is a practical lesson. You will only need your wands." Noticing that the students were ready, he asked, "Will you follow me?" The children were astonished, as practical lessons in defense against the dark arts had been non-existent, excluding Gilderoy Lockhart's chaotic class on mischievous pixies. As they proceeded, a Boggart blocked their path. This mischievous creature had long been a nightmare for younger students, often tormenting them. However, Lupin successfully banished the Boggart with a spell, earning the respect of many children. They continued until they reached the staff room, where only Professor Snape sat. After mocking Neville briefly, Snape exited. Lupin then gestured for the class to gather at the far end of the staff room, where an old wardrobe stood, designated for storing surplus ropes. As Lupin approached the wardrobe, it suddenly shook and banged against the wall. "Do not worry," Lupin reassured them calmly, a smile gracing his face. "There is a boggart inside." Most students felt a sense of apprehension, as boggarts had always been perceived as the embodiment of fear in stories. Lupin quickly assumed his teaching demeanor, explaining, "Boggarts thrive in darkness and confined spaces, wardrobes, under beds, and even behind sinks. Once, I encountered one hidden within an ancient clock belonging to my ancestors. This particular boggart moved in yesterday afternoon, and I sought permission from the headmaster to avoid disturbing it, allowing my third-year students some practical experience. Therefore, our first question must be, what is a boggart?" Both Hermione and Clare raised their hands simultaneously. Upon noticing Hermione, Clare slowly lowered hers. A moment captured by Lupin's keen eye. "It is a shape-shifting creature," Hermione answered, "which can take on any form it believes will frighten us the most. Does anyone have additional insights?" Lupin inquired, directing his gaze towards Clare, who smiled and stood. "A boggart is a transformative being that sees into your soul and becomes your greatest fear. It feeds on human terror, which contrasts sharply with the demeanors we encountered a few days ago. However, a boggart does not absorb your fear, it merely creates it, consuming the mental energy you emit when frightened. They possess no offensive capabilities and are, at worst, mere prankster creatures." "Perfect. I could not have articulated it better myself," Lupin exclaimed. "When dealing with a boggart, the best strategy is to have multiple people present. It confuses them. The spell to repel a boggart is simple but requires willpower. What truly drives a boggart away is laughter. You must compel it to transform into something you find utterly ridiculous." As Lupin elaborated on the nature of boggarts, Clare listened intently, practicing the incantation for the spell as instructed. Having never encountered a boggart before, she had not learned the spell previously. "All right, Neville," Lupin said. "Let's begin with you. What is your greatest fear?" It was evident that Lupin was not jesting when he chose Neville as his first assistant. A good teacher embodies inclusivity. "Professor Snape," someone in the class declared, prompting laughter, particularly from the Slytherin students. Subsequently, Lupin diligently instructed Neville on how to confront the boggart, reminding everyone in the classroom, if Neville succeeds, the boggart may shift its attention to each of you in turn. "Now, I would like each of you to take a moment to reflect on your greatest fear and envision how you might force it to transform into something comically absurd." Clare was also striving to recall. Was it something from a past life? Clare was the first to dismiss this notion, for the elements she had encountered in her previous existence were far from terrifying. Was it the identity of a time traveler? Clare pondered, uncertain of how to unravel this identity beyond mere repetition. Was it about her current beloved? Were her family members in peril? Clare reassured herself, confident in her family's formidable strength, putting her mind at ease. At that moment, Lupin opened the wardrobe. Snape advanced menacingly towards Neville, reaching into his long robes. "How absurd." Snape stumbled. He was clad in an elongated, lace-embroidered gown, wearing a tall hat adorned with an old, moth-eaten taxidermy specimen, and swinging a gigantic scarlet handbag. Amidst the laughter of the entire class, the boggart shifted its focus. Subsequently, Parvati caused the mummy to trip over itself, Seamus allowed the ghost to choke him, and Ron vanished the spider's legs. Notably, Draco's greatest fear was his father, Lucius Malfoy. Ultimately, with a flushed face, Draco was rendered unconscious by a brick that fell from the sky, striking his father. Next, it was Clare's turn. Clare strode forward, a sense of curiosity gnawing at him, as he pondered what it was that truly terrified him. The other Slytherin and Gryffindor students behind him shared in this intrigue, for in their minds, the formidable Clare was a figure of fearlessness. What could possibly instill such dread in him, prompting wide-eyed astonishment among all? The boggart rolled to Clare's feet and, with a resounding thud, transformed into a towering metallic object resembling a capsule. This unadorned metal shell concealed unknown contents within, while its surface bore an enigmatic insignia, a yellow circle with a central black dot, surrounded by 3 equally sized sectors. The students exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the nature of this iron monstrosity. The Muggle-born Gryffindors appeared contemplative, yet their conclusions remained elusive. Only Clare's eyes widened in alarm. His breath quickened as recognition dawned upon him. He immediately grasped what stood before him, the embodiment of his greatest fear, Muggle weaponry, specifically a nuclear bomb. No colossal yield was necessary. A mere handful of tactical nuclear devices would suffice to obliterate an entire stagnant magical civilization. The dominion of mechanical civilization overshadowed that of magic, which merely struggled to survive in its shadow. How absurd. The massive bomb crumpled down, deflating like a balloon, and flattened onto the ground, transforming into a metallic sheet. The lesson continued, and ultimately, the boggart once again morphed into Snape at Neville's feet, only to dissipate into wisps of smoke at Neville's wand's command, vanishing from the classroom. Before long, defense against the dark arts became a favored subject among many. Students found a sense of accomplishment and novelty in the class, as Lupin consistently sought ways to enhance the classroom atmosphere. In Claire's eyes, Lupin epitomized a diligent and successful educator. Recently, defense against the dark arts had evolved into an unconventional magical creatures class, albeit populated by beings that required no protection, most of which exuded danger and were often met with disdain. Take, for instance, the Red Caps, small, robust creatures resembling little old men with long white beards and red eyes. Their hands were razor-sharp, used for slaying humans, and they donned hats dyed in the blood of their victims, moving with remarkable speed. In nearly every class, Clare received accolades from his teachers, save for care of magical creatures. Ever since he had dispatched Buckbeak the Hippogriff with the killing curse, Hagrid seemed to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the Slytherin student. As a Gryffindor himself, Hagrid had never been expected to favor any Slytherin. Of course, it would have been easy for Clare to avoid Hagrid's ire, but after the incident with Buckbeak, any hope for Hagrid's goodwill seemed utterly futile. Though Clare had previously held a certain admiration for Hagrid's character, the circumstances had turned the tides. It was only human nature, had Buckbeak been slain by another. Clare would likely share in Hagrid's animosity. Yet, given the chance to choose again, he would not hesitate. For the life of a hippogriff could never outweigh that of a friend, a truth that required no deliberation. Consequently, in Hagrid's classes, Clare remained almost mute. Finally, in October, two events arose that captured everyone's attention. The first was the imminent arrival of the annual Quidditch season. Although Clare had little fondness for the sport, he relished the vibrant atmosphere surrounding it. The second event was a weekend excursion to Hogsmeade, just before Halloween, an outing beloved by the students. However, Clare was disinclined to visit Hogsmeade, as he had a time-turner in his possession for research. Additionally, he needed to assist Professor Lupin in preparing the Wolfsbane potion. As the full moon approached, originally they had intended to trouble Professor Snape for help. But the enmity between the two professors would not allow for any sudden goodwill from Snape towards Lupin. Thus, Clare, perfectly positioned to substitute for Snape, was sought out by Lupin, who he knew was a werewolf. On the night following their return from Hogsmeade, most students brought back an assortment of peculiar snacks. Hermione was no exception. In her efforts to procure some treats for Clare, who had not joined the excursion, she handpicked a variety of delectable goodies. Thus, that evening, Clare was treated to an indulgent feast. Speaking of Hermione, Clare had recently taken to teaching her certain dark arts and counter curses in the Room of Requirement during their spare time. Hermione had become proficient in the disarming charm and was gradually mastering several prank spells that did not classify as dark magic. The thought brought a smile of satisfaction to Clare's face. Despite her modest magical prowess, Hermione's aptitude for learning and control was commendable. That night, as Clare returned to the dormitory, he had yet to open his books when he received word to return to the Great Hall. Sirius Black had infiltrated Hogwarts. Clare sighed, pondering the tragic figure now wandering like a dog. Yet, his actions seemed rather extreme. In his quest for vengeance, he had defaced Fat Lady's portrait. After all, she had once opened her door to Black for 7 years. How could he so recklessly destroy her work for his own selfish motives? Gryffindor was indeed Gryffindor. This band of foolish lions acted with excessive rashness and disregard for consequences. Professor Dumbledore addressed the students, stating that the faculty and I would conduct a thorough search of the castle. Meanwhile, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick secured all the hall doors. For your own safety, I believe you may need to spend the night here. I request the prefects to stand guard at the entrance, while the heads of both the boys' and girls' student councils remain in the hall to manage affairs. Report any incidents to me immediately, and find a ghost to relay messages. Just as Professor Dumbledore was about to exit the hall, he suddenly recalled something. Ah, yes, you will need this. With a casual flick of his wand, the long tables soared to the edges of the hall, aligning against the walls. With another wave, the floor was soon strewn with hundreds of purple sleeping bags. Good night, everyone, he said, closing the door behind him. The hall erupted into a buzz of excited chatter as Gryffindor students eagerly recounted the recent events. Everyone into your sleeping bags, Percy bellowed, as if he were the highest authority present. Quickly, no one speak. 10 minutes until lights out. The children in the hall did not segregate by house. resulting in a mingling of students from various backgrounds. Hermione shifted her sleeping bag next to Clare, while not far off, Pansy and Draco huddled together, facing each other as they crawled into their respective bags. In such an atmosphere, sleep eluded everyone, and like their peers, the two engaged in idle chatter. Clare. Sirius came to Gryffindor and violently tore apart Fat Lady's portrait. Hermione said, her eyes filled with concern. With Dementors guarding outside, he managed to enter the school, which indicates his power has grown alarmingly formidable. Not necessarily, Clare replied with a smile. Perhaps he knows of certain secret passages, you know. There are countless hidden routes around Hogwarts. Or he may have discovered a method to evade the Dementors, one not even documented in our family's tomes. Alternatively, he might have an insider who facilitated his entrance. Clare's analysis is not without merit. If one were unaware of Sirius's status as an animagus, one could only speculate about a few methods. Do you believe Sirius Black intends to kill Harry? Hermione inquired. Only he knows, she continued. After all, the Dark Lord has been powerless for too long. Even the loyalists from back then now seem utterly feeble. Perhaps Harry bears some mark of significance. It is unlikely that anyone would emerge from Azkaban simply to kill him, Clare conjectured. Lights out, Percy shouted. I want everyone in their sleeping bags in silence. It seemed few heeded his command, which incited a sense of indignation within him. That night, Dumbledore ascended to inspect the students sleeping in the Great Hall and began to converse quietly with Snape. How did he get in? What are your thoughts on this matter? Headmaster? Snape asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Many, Severus, each one as improbable as the last, Dumbledore replied. Their voices, though low, were likely overheard by numerous others. The sudden disturbance would surely unsettle many pampered children, leading to sleeplessness. Dumbledore had his back turned, yet Clare could see Snape's profile, which revealed his apparent anger. Do you recall our conversation, Headmaster? It took place just before this term began. Shortly after Sirius had escaped from prison, Snape spoke, his lips barely parting. His tone subdued as if wishing to shield the children from their discussion, ensuring their slumber remained undisturbed. Despite Snape's disdainful words, his actions revealed a genuine concern for the students. Remember, Severus, Dumbledore replied, his voice carrying an undertone of warning. Without internal assistance, Black could not breach this school. I have indeed expressed my concern. I do not believe anyone within this castle would aid Black. Dumbledore's tone now bore a hint of fury. While the other students appeared bewildered, Clare grasped the gravity of the situation. Remus, as Black's close friend, faced the greatest risks in aiding him. I must attend to those Dementors, Dumbledore declared. I have stated that we would inform them once our search is complete. Clare soon fell into a deep slumber. Her daily routine was remarkably consistent, and her sleep quality was quite excellent, which was precisely the reason for Hermione's expression of discontent at that moment. Hermione had initially wished to converse with Clare, but to her surprise, Clare had drifted off to sleep the moment she lay down. For a considerable time thereafter, the focus of discussion among everyone centered around the topic of Sirius Black. Almost everyone had their own perspective on the matter. Clare, who was the only one aware of the underlying reasons, chose not to concern herself with it, as winter was fast approaching. Many magical experiments were soon to be prioritized. The incident involving Sirius, no matter how exaggerated, was merely someone else's affair. One must strive to excel in their own matters. The Quidditch match proceeded as scheduled. Clare expressed her reluctance to attend, not merely due to her disinterest in the sport of Quidditch, but primarily because the rain had once again begun to pour down on the matches this year. Slytherin opted out of the competition, with its students employing a ruse, claiming that their seeker's injured arm had yet to heal. This seeker, of course, was Draco, and Clare found this somewhat disgraceful. Nevertheless, to be candid, anyone would be disinclined to participate in a match amid such torrential rain. The match featured Gryffindor facing off against Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff was a remarkable house, albeit one that had seen most of its capable students siphoned away by other houses, and it was widely regarded as the house with the poorest academic performance among the school's wizards. However, Hufflepuff seeker Cedric Diggory, a rational, talented young man with an elegant demeanor, embodied nearly all the qualities expected of an exemplary Hogwarts student. In fact, his selection as a champion for the Triwizard Tournament next year attested to his exceptional abilities, marking him as a likely candidate for the most successful graduate of his year. Tragically, he was a victim of fate, ultimately meeting a bitter end under the curse of Peter Pettigrew. Yet, Clare ultimately made her way to the match. This decision was not sparked by a newfound interest in the game, but rather by the realization that she possessed a bone from a Dementor. Though the bone was not lengthy, she had already discerned its potential use in fortifying the souls of Tom and the Butcher, The essence derived from a Dementor was invaluable for soul preservation, particularly in stabilizing the spirit. With this bone, Clare could ensure that the soul stability of these two beings was nearly indistinguishable from that of a living person. However, Clare had a sudden inspiration. As a lich, Tom ought to wield a wand of his own. Currently, within the manor, Tom was still using a standard wand, a mass-produced item ill-suited to a being of his immense magical power. Therefore, Clare's current ambition was to seize this opportunity to hunt more creatures, accumulating a sufficiently long bone to craft a bespoke wand for Tom. Custom crafting a wand required the expertise of Gregorovic, as Ollivander adhered to his established principle of wands choosing the wizard. Today's match was destined to be extraordinary, and Clare was resolute in acquiring the components from the Dementors. As the match was about to commence, Clare stood under an umbrella at the highest point of the stands. Below, a sparse gathering of Slytherin supporters braved the damp weather, while the Ravenclaw scholars were similarly few in number. Only the stands occupied by the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff participants were filled to capacity, as this match directly concerned the interests of their respective houses. And the students were fervently cheering. The wind howled fiercely, causing the players to stagger as they made their way onto the field. Clare doubted that, amidst the rumbling thunder, even the loudest cheers from the spectators would reach the players' ears. The fans in the stands were already drenched, yet this did little to dampen their enthusiasm for the game. Clare, umbrella in hand, focused intently on the unfolding scene on the field. Concealed within her sleeve, her hand gripped a wand, poised to vanquish any approaching Dementors. Today, Dumbledore would intervene. As one of the foremost figures in the wizarding world, his presence would ensure that any Dementors near him would be obliterated without a trace. Clare was determined to procure the material she required. Unconcerned about the number of Dementors that perished, she would not bat an eye at the demise of these soul-consuming creatures. Hermione was also present, fervently cheering for Harry. Clare chose not to disturb her. Gryffindor was currently in the spotlight, and as a student of that house, Hermione was too engrossed to spare a moment. Clare's thoughts were far removed from the competition, for his intentions differed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he soon spotted a remarkable figure in the stands, a massive black dog, its coat thick and shaggy. The dog sat resolutely in the highest seat of the bleachers, braving the rain. Apart from Clare, there was no one else present. The dog likely remained unaware of Clare's existence, as he stood elevated and had not uttered a sound. The dog, exhibiting a touch of humanity, gazed intently at the field, its eyes unwavering. This canine, the godfather of Harry, was now watching Harry's splendid performance, filled with a sense of pride, no doubt. The sight of the gaunt, stray dog wandering aimlessly struck Clare as profoundly tragic. Foraging through garbage bins, snatching food from other dogs, consuming dead rats and insects, one can only imagine the dire existence endured by a person living like a stray dog. Clare slowly approached the stray dog, which remained oblivious to her presence. Perhaps it was due to the subtlety of her movements. Or maybe the black dog was too engrossed in the match unfolding before it. This was the first time he had observed his protege from such proximity for an extended period. For the child he had not seen in over a decade, Black was at a loss as to how he should feel. This was the son of his dearest friend, a bond for which he had languished in Azkaban for many years. "Hey, big dog." Clare interrupted the black dog's reverie, jesting, "You're not very convincing." "What with the brooding demeanor?" Sirius instantly bristled, realizing that he had been so close to someone without detection. A blunder that could have led to his demise at the hands of a Dementor or an Auror. "Calm down, I mean no harm," Clare said with an innocuous smile. "Yeah, right." Sirius growled, baring his teeth at Clare, his body retreating, muscles taut, ready to flee at a moment's notice. "If I were you, I wouldn't consider fleeing just yet," Clare remarked with an air of levity, glancing toward the approaching Dementors and noting that Dumbledore was still stationed in the stands. The black dog, now on high alert, fixed a wary gaze upon Clare, embodying the essence of a creature poised for battle. Anyone would likely wear such a countenance when their disguise had been unraveled, provided, of course, that the person in question could transform into a large dog. As he retreated halfway, Black realized his back had pressed against a wall. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. This was a stand. Walls were non-existent here. It appeared to be yet another of this boyish tricks. Years of evasion had sharpened Black's vigilance to its utmost. With a smile that remained undiminished, Clare cast an armor charm, demonstrating a simple application of a spell. This incantation was not limited to self-protection. With a little ingenuity, it could serve as an excellent control mechanism. Clare approached the disheveled black dog step by step, a nationwide fugitive, and yet it managed to elude capture until now. "Mr. Black, you truly are a genius." However, this genius's time is running short. Before you lie two paths. The first, to be reported by me and handed over to the Dementors. You shall receive a kiss, and believe me, it will certainly be a howl, with no escape in sight. Black paid no heed to Clare's words. His mind was solely fixated on how to flee. The slender youth before him appeared weak. Yet he wielded a wand, something Black had not touched since his escape from Azkaban. At present, he was in his animagus form, and his only weapon was his sharp teeth and claws. The expression on the face of the black dog as it lunged at Clare was a tapestry of emotions. Even the Siberian husky, renowned for its animated expressions, would yield to the formidable visage of this black dog. In the fleeting second before the dog pounced, its countenance transformed from ferocity to confusion, then to disbelief, ultimately settling into a mingling of fear and regret. All this verbal sparring was merely a prelude to the moment when, as Black prepared to leap upon Clare, the latter's animagus transformation was set into motion. When a frail black dog collided with a fierce giant wolf, no one could doubt who was at a disadvantage. Black felt as if he had struck an iron wall. The giant wolf's lithe, muscular form appeared monstrous in his eyes. The wolf strode gracefully toward Black, the rain drenching its fur, enhancing its menacing and majestic presence. The wet coat clung to its sinewy muscles, revealing bulges akin to granite beneath the surface. How could this battle even commence? Black silently lamented, for Clare eclipsed the gaunt black dog in every conceivable aspect. Recognizing the futility of escape, the black dog transformed back into human form. Ragged and disheveled, Black hunched over, his sunken eyes and tangled hair cascading down in disarray, his complexion a sickly yellow, and the grime beneath his nails a testament to his plight. He indeed appeared as someone fleeing for their life, and in truth, he was. Clare had also transformed back, gazing at Blake with a smile. "Mr. Blake, it appears you have finally decided to stop hiding, you little monster." Blake gritted his teeth, reflecting on how the value of an animagus had seemingly diminished. "Do not worry, Mr. Blake," Clare replied, her smile unwavering. "I shall not betray you. After all, it offers me no advantage. What do you truly intend to do?" Blake growled. "What I do is none of your concern," Clare said, toying with her wand. "Now, I shall present your second option. Revert to your canine form and remain as my pet in Slytherin. When necessary, I shall assist you." The torrential rain pounded against the stadium's railing, sending up massive splashes of water. The two individuals, warily eyeing each other, remained oblivious to their surroundings, allowing the rain to drench them as they lapsed into a prolonged silence. Even as raindrops obscured their vision and strands of hair clung to their faces, their wet robes clinging to their thighs, they maintained their original stances. The wind howled fiercely, and Clare's forgotten umbrella, discarded during her transformation into an animagus, had been whisked away by the gusts. "Why?" Sirius finally broke the silence, his impatience as a Gryffindor contrasting with the calm demeanor of a Slytherin. "Because you are a part of my plan. You cannot die yet," Clare replied, her smile still intact. "Plan? What plan?" Sirius scoffed, finding it ludicrous that a mere child could devise any scheme. Even if he recognized himself, even if he had fortuitously learned to become an animagus, he believed that with a wand in hand, he could easily vanquish this insufferable boy. "It seems you still doubt my abilities, which is understandable," Clare remarked, self-deprecatingly. "In my current youthful form, I may not inspire much confidence." She continued, "Well then, allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of the one to whom you are soon to pledge your loyalty." Blake remained silent, pondering that this child, despite his eloquent speech, must surely be somewhat deranged. Who did he think he was? "Time is of the essence. You should transform back into a large dog. The Dementors are approaching." "Dementors? Impossible. We are at Hogwarts." Clare looked into the distance, where dark figures were swiftly gliding toward the stadium. As Clare finished her words, Blake instinctively morphed back into a large dog. He knew all too well that if discovered, he would certainly be subjected to the Dementor's chilling kiss. Dumbledore had forbidden them from entering the school, yet their human sacrifices were quickly depleting. The Quidditch match was indeed electrifying, and the excitement, cheers, and fervor of the crowd presented a tempting allure for the Dementors. Like placing a rich cream cake before someone who had gone 3 days without food, their arrival was inevitable. The match continued, and evidently, the attention of everyone remained focused on the field. The rain served as an excellent guise. No one believed that Dementors would invade at such a moment. It was only as the Dementors drew near that the temperature around them began to drop. The cheers grew fainter, and negative screams filled the air, suffusing the atmosphere with despair. Harry, high above, lost consciousness, plummeting downwards like a kite severed from its string. As Clare pointed her wand towards the sky, she reassured the anxious Black, who was distressed by Harry's fall. "Do not worry, we are at school." Dumbledore would never allow a student to perish so easily. In that moment, Dumbledore had already risen, furiously brandishing his wand. Yet, someone was faster. Clare had long been prepared and, without a moment's hesitation, cast the Patronus charm. A silvery radiance emanated from the tip of Clare's wand, swiftly expanding into a magnificent silver dragon. The dragon surveyed the surrounding Dementors and charged at the nearest one with remarkable speed. The Dementor, caught off guard by such a formidable guardian, attempted to flee but was instantly shattered by the dragon's mighty claw. The Dementors crumbled under the dragon's assault. And soon Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus joined the fray, illuminating the sky as if it were day. Despite the seemingly triumphant outcome, aside from the initial Dementor that had been unexpectedly vanquished, none remained. Although Clare and Dumbledore possessed immense power, exterminating Dementors also required a stroke of luck. The corporeal form of a Dementor is exceedingly minimal, enabling their swift escape, while the Patronus is indeed their nemesis. Relying solely on this protective magic to eliminate them is evidently unrealistic. The sky was soon cleared, yet Dumbledore's expression was one of deep ire. He conjured a stretcher, levitating the unconscious Harry onto it, as several Gryffindor students hastily carried it towards the hospital wing. In the stands, chocolate began to be distributed. This delightful confection, which brings joy, was perfectly suited to uplift the audience's spirits at that moment. Gradually, order was being restored. Dumbledore cast a glance in Clare's direction, and she bowed respectfully. In turn, Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. After Clare bowed, she pointed her wand at the ground of the pitch, where a leg bone, recently severed from a Dementor, lay. The bone floated gently into Clare's hand, and she then commanded the black dog beside her, who was once black, "Cat, let us depart." Dumbledore squinted, observing Clare's retreating figure. This child consistently astonished him. Achieving such feats at this tender age foretold accomplishments beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Yet, Dumbledore harbored deeper concerns. For the last uniquely gifted child had ultimately embarked on an irrevocable path. Had he been able to provide guidance back then, perhaps the child would have avoided the dark road. The child before him was more gifted than Tom Riddle had been at this age, verging on prodigious. Tom, at this stage, had not even reached the magical prowess of a typical adult wizard, while Clare's power was already approaching his own, though not yet equal. Clare had brushed against that threshold, and surpassing Dumbledore in the near future was not an idle fantasy. In all his long years, Dumbledore had never encountered a talent as extraordinary as Clare's. He had long been acquainted with the Hillakes family. Upon the child's birth, he had personally written a congratulatory letter and cordially invited Black to send his son to his school. Dumbledore believed that the heads of the other two magical schools had penned similar sentiments in their letters. However, he had never anticipated that the Hillakes family, long graduates of Beau's batons, would choose to send their heir to Hogwarts. The emergence of a singularly gifted student is a cause for celebration at any institution. Yet, Clare's level of genius exceeded Dumbledore's expectations. Indeed, it could be said that within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, few remained capable of imparting knowledge to Clare. Only Dumbledore himself, Professor McGonagall, and the renowned healer Madame Pomfrey could claim superior knowledge in certain areas, though even that gap was gradually closing. Nevertheless, Dumbledore found some solace in the long-standing reputation and character of the Hillakes family. They had long been acknowledged as one of the foremost families in the realm of dark magic, a fact universally accepted. Furthermore, the Hillakes family's restraint against dark magic and their ability to resist its temptations were widely regarded as exemplary. Throughout the millennia, despite numerous infamous dark wizards emerging from the Hillakes lineage, none of the direct heirs had ever turned to malevolence. This was the hallmark of a truly formidable dark wizard family, and it underscored the Hillakes family's audacity to study dark magic openly in an era of comprehensive opposition to it. As Dumbledore pondered these matters, Clare and Black arrived at the Slytherin common room. Black appeared to be no stranger to such places, evidently having found ways to visit during his student days, a behavior unbecoming of the restless lions. However, even with his vast experiences, upon entering Clare's dormitory, he was rendered speechless by the sight of a shelf brimming with dark magic tomes. Extracting magic from blood, viscera, and bones, what is the worth of a soul? The exquisite torment of soul transmutation. Surely, this was enough to warrant a sentence in Azkaban. Observing the sheer volume of books, at least 100, Black felt it was a miracle that such a habitual offender had not yet been kissed by a Dementor. In a school dedicated to education, Within the confines of a typical boys' dormitory lay such a plethora of forbidden texts. For a fleeting moment, Black contemplated reporting this to the Ministry of Magic, but recalling his own status as a fugitive, he quickly dismissed the foolish thought. "What, have you lost your nerve?" Clare quipped, tossing a large robe at the still form of the dog as she changed. Many professors are aware of these materials, including Dumbledore. Rest assured. Seeing the intense skepticism in the dog's gaze, Clare chuckled softly. "Do you think I would deceive you? My primary reason for confidentiality is to prevent other students from being frightened. What is so shocking about these books? I have many more perilous experiments I have yet to reveal to you. You witnessed my power just now, given my strength. Why would I need to conceal anything from a wanted fugitive? Who on earth are you?" Black transformed back into his human form and hastily changed clothes. After so long on the run, the clothes he had stolen upon his release were tattered and worn. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Clare Hillakes." Clare extended his right hand earnestly. The previous semester had swiftly come to an end, with most students opting to return home. Clare had initially planned to do the same. But with his parents away in America on business, he chose to remain. A considerable number of students stayed behind, with Harry being one of them. This year, Hermione and Ron also decided against returning home. Upon inquiring, Clare learned that Harry had recently uncovered the truth about past events during a trip to Hogsmeade. The version that had been publicly disseminated, which accused Sirius of betraying his closest friend and even killing Pettigrew in a street full of Muggles. Now, Harry resembled a powder keg, and Hermione and Ron were deeply concerned, fearing he might act rashly. Clare felt indifferent, for she believed that Harry was under the covert protection of Dumbledore and would remain unharmed. However, she could not voice these thoughts to Hermione and the others. Instead, she continuously offered them reassurance, candidly expressing that she would lend her assistance should any troubles arise. Clare's words acted as an undeniable tonic, immediately brightening Hermione's countenance. And in the following days, even Ron's spirits seemed to lift. Clare's Patronus charm had resonated profoundly among the student body, and while her formidable abilities were already widely acknowledged, witnessing the corporeal manifestation of the majestic, silvery dragon had indelibly etched itself into their collective consciousness. This mere third-year student had unequivocally become the most esteemed scholar in the eyes of the entire student population at Hogwarts. "Sirius, your godson seeks to extinguish your existence," Clare remarked from their dormitory. With Draco's departure for home, only Clare and Black remained. Black, no longer burdened by the need for concealment, had assumed his human form and reclined jauntily on Draco's bed. "It's all that scoundrel Peter's fault. If I ever lay my hands on him, I'll personally end him." Black seethed. "I've implored you countless times to maintain composure," Clare retorted, her attention still fixed on her writing. "My plan has been divulged to you in recent times. Simply adhere to my instructions. But can you assure me